Chapter 1. The Interview. Dongyan Province, Donghai City, 8th floor of Xinhui Entertainment. Ling Ye leaned against the cold metallic backrest of the waiting area. The background music played incessantly in his ears, a simplistic melody with repetitive lyrics that merely echoed the sentiments of loving you and loving me, utterly devoid of aesthetic appeal. He lifted his gaze to survey the celebrity posters adorning the walls, their outdated style reminiscent of the aesthetics of the 1990s on Blue Star. The photographs depicted male and female stars with radiant smiles, their poses rigid, emanating an unmistakable air of a photography studio. Am I truly experiencing a time warp? This thought had lingered in his mind for 3 days, still seeming utterly absurd. Just 3 days prior, he had been in his studio, diligently working on a new song, taking a brief respite by resting his head on the desk. Who could have anticipated that upon closing his eyes and then reopening them, the world would be irrevocably altered? He had become a hapless individual also named Ling Ye. Aside from their shared name and gender, his life bore no resemblance to that of the original owner. On Earth, he was a celebrated folk singer-songwriter at the pinnacle of the music industry, accumulating awards with ease, having long attained financial freedom, and enjoying a leisurely semi-retirement. In stark contrast, this Blue Star's Ling Ye was merely a fourth-year composition student at Donghai Arts Academy. To make matters worse, his family was burdened with over $1 million in debt, solely supported by a single mother, with a younger sister in high school awaiting tuition fees. Through fragmented memories of the original owner, Ling Ye learned that this world was called Blue Star. Having previously endured a nearly cataclysmic global conflict, it ultimately resulted in a unified world led by Zhongzhou, divided into 5 major provinces: Dongyan, Nanshu, Shiqiang, Beichun, and Zhongzhou. Although civilization was rebuilt through technological prowess, a significant portion of cultural and artistic heritage suffered devastating blows, leading to severe cultural disjunction. During the reconstruction, societal resources were heavily concentrated on technological advancement and basic survival, elevating pragmatism to the highest priority, which caused the spiritual and cultural domains to be neglected for an extended period, resulting in slow and monotonous development, with cultural barriers existing between provinces. The new generation's understanding of history and multiculturalism was alarmingly limited, with entertainment products trending towards standardization, simplification, and commodification. The rich cultural tapestry familiar on Earth was entirely absent on Blue Star. However, he now possessed a treasure trove of countless songs capable of surpassing this barren entertainment world, yet reality was hindered by the most fundamental of obstacles: money. "Hey buddy, are you here for the composer interview too?" A voice shattered Ling Ye's reverie. He turned to glance at the young man beside him. With a buzz cut and a flamboyant t-shirt, he exuded an air of familiarity. Ling Ye nodded. "I'm Zhang Yang, a graduate of the composition department at Zhongzhou Arts Academy." The young man scrutinized Ling Ye with a discerning gaze. "By your appearance, you must be professionally trained as well. The competition here in Dongyan isn't too fierce, is it?" "I'm determined to seize this opportunity at Xinhui." Ling Ye remained silent, merely observing him. "Once we're in Xinhui, we'll be colleagues." "Don't worry, they'll have your back," Zhang Yang proclaimed with an air of confidence, as though he had already secured a position. Ling Ye merely curled the corner of his lips. "Next, Zhang Yang." "My turn." Zhang Yang sprang to his feet, giving a hearty pat on Ling Ye's shoulder. "Good luck, brother." "Huh." With that, he strode into the conference room with his head held high. Ling Ye watched him enter and let out a soft sigh. Becoming a composer at Xinhui Entertainment was, at present, the quickest and most straightforward way he could conceive of to earn money. As for adapting to the backward musical environment here, does he understand the concept of dimensionality reduction? Next, Ling Ye. The door to the conference room swung open once more, and a formulaic voice emerged. Ling Ye stood up, adjusted his white shirt, and stepped inside. The room was modest in size, with 3 individuals seated behind a long table. In the center was Wang Hao, dressed in a well-fitted business casual outfit, his hair meticulously styled. His sharp gaze swept over Ling Ye through his glasses, full of scrutiny. He was the head of the composition department at Xinhui Entertainment. As Wang Hao picked up the resume laid out on the table, his eyes fell upon Donghai Academy of Arts, composition department, vocal cord ailment, and an almost blank work history, causing his brow to furrow. Another one with lofty aspirations, but lacking in ability? Ling Ye? Wang Hao's tone was frosty. Please introduce your creative philosophy and the styles you excel in. Ling Ye stood upright, his gaze calm as it met Wang Hao's. My philosophy is to create music that resonates with the heart. In terms of style, I am particularly adept at folk music. Folk music? Upon hearing these words, disappointment flickered in Wang Hao's eyes, and the two interviewers beside him displayed little interest. What a joke. The market is saturated with fast-paced, catchy tunes. Where could one possibly find a trace of such a genre on the charts? It was far too niche. Subsequently, Wang Hao pointed at the vocal cord ailment section of the resume, his tone laden with skepticism. Composers do not need to perform on stage daily. But if your voice is completely inadequate, it will inevitably complicate communication with singers and producers, won't it? Leaning slightly forward, he exerted a pressure of scrutiny. Are you certain you can handle this? Ling Ye's expression remained composed, meeting his gaze with tranquility. Supervisor Wang, you might be misunderstanding my situation. I merely have a vocal cord injury that prevents me from singing like a vocalist. He paused, his tone imbued with undeniable confidence. However, normal verbal communication poses no issue whatsoever. And ultimately, composing relies on the melodies and ideas in one's mind, does it not? If a composer's worth must be gauged solely by their vocal ability, Ling Ye's lips twitched slightly, as if stating an evident truth, then isn't that somewhat misguided? Wang Hao regarded Ling Ye, silence enveloping the room for several seconds. Very well, he conceded, setting the resume down and gesturing toward a nearby device connected to a simple keyboard and screen. Let's put this to the test. Here are some lyrics. You have 10 minutes to compose a main melody. The screen illuminated, revealing a few lines. Youthful passion surges forth. Dreams shine bright and never fade. Riding the winds and waves without looking back. The future rests in my hands. These were typical slogan-like lyrics, blunt and superficial, with rhymes as forced as if hastily cobbled together. Ling Yi frowned, then walked over to the device and took a seat. Without hesitation, his fingers descended upon the keyboard. He chose not to employ the complex electronic effects favored in contemporary pop, nor did he pile on ostentatious, wide-ranging chords. Instead, he opted for a few exceedingly simple foundational chords. His fingertips danced across the keys, and a clear, fluid melody began to flow. The sound of rapid notes echoed as they materialized on the screen. With just a few introductory tones resonating, Wang Hao, who had been lazily reclining in his chair, instinctively straightened his posture. Was it too mundane? No, it was too pristine. The chords were simplistic to the point of being retro, and the melodic progression deviated entirely from the explosive or saccharine trends prevalent in the Blue Star music scene. Yet despite the sheer simplicity of the chords and melody, it encapsulated a youthful bewilderment, impulsiveness, and a sorrow concealed beneath fervent slogans, coupled with a yearning for the future. It did not directly scream passion, but instead evoked a more authentic power. This starkly contrasted with the sparse lyrics, imbuing them with a vivid imagery. This the young interviewer beside him could not help but exclaim softly, her eyes filled with confusion and astonishment. Another female interviewer adjusted her glasses, her expression intent. The sensation was truly extraordinary. Wang Hao had ceased his rhythmic tapping on the table, his gaze firmly fixed on Ling Ye's composed profile. This young man possessed something remarkable. 10 minutes elapsed. Ling Ye halted his movements, and the room fell silent. Your melody is quite unique, diverging from the mainstream market. It could even be described as countercultural. Why approach it this way? Are you not concerned it may come off as too plain or simple? Wang Hao broke the silence, his tone laden with scrutiny. Ling Yi turned to meet Wang Hao's penetrating gaze. I believe music is not a canned product on an assembly line, limited to fixed flavors. Even simple words can carry profound emotional connections. Touching the heart does not rely on an accumulation of ornate language and techniques, but rather on sincerity and resonance that is the essence of music. His voice was not loud, yet every word resonated with a maturity and confidence beyond his years. Wang Hao continued to scrutinize him for a few seconds before refraining from immediate response. After a brief pause, Wang Hao averted his gaze, leaning back into his chair, reverting to his formal demeanor. All right, I understand. You may return and await the notification. Ling Yi pushed open the interview room door and stepped out. Zhang Yang was indeed leaning against the wall opposite, arms crossed, wearing an expression of knowing anticipation. Upon seeing Ling Ye emerge, he promptly approached, slapping Ling Ye's shoulder with considerable force. "Brother, it's all good." Zhang Yang's voice carried a hint of superiority from experience, along with a subtle sympathy. "The standards at Xinghui are high and fiercely competitive. Just look at how long I was inside. You can imagine how challenging it is." He bore an expression that seemed to say, "If I struggled, you must have it even tougher. Next time, put in the effort, opportunities abound. If all else fails, return to school and reflect." Ling Yi felt the weight of Zhang Yang's hand on his shoulder and found it somewhat absurd. He had no desire to squander time with such a person, merely casting a fleeting glance in his direction before walking directly towards the elevator. Zhang Yang watched Ling Ye's retreating figure, momentarily stunned, then scoffed, shaking his head. TCH, quite the pretender. Inside the interview room, the atmosphere had grown tense. The two other interviewers scrutinized Ling Ye's straightforward resume, their brows knitted in concern. One individual could not restrain himself and spoke up. "Brother Wang, this person's style is rather bland, isn't it? It bears no resemblance to the trends currently dominating the market." Another chimed in, "Indeed, it sounds rather peculiar, lacking any striking features and with a throat ailment to boot, these conditions." Wang Hao leaned back in his chair, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table, producing a soft clicking sound. He adjusted his glasses, his gaze drifting over the two. "Peculiar?" Wang Hao scoffed, yet a subtle, enigmatic smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "It is precisely the peculiarities that make it intriguing. After listening, can you truly forget that melody?" The two exchanged glances, reluctantly conceding that the simple tune was indeed somewhat catchy, lingering in their minds. Are there not enough of those fiery or sweet pop songs flooding the market? They are easily forgotten once heard. Wang Hao straightened his posture, his tone resolute. "This lad is not adhering to conventional norms. His work may be strange, yet it possesses a memorable quality that captivates the ear. Let's grant him a probationary period. Just sign him to the most basic entry-level contract for 3 months and let the composition department handle his progress." He pointed to Ling Ye's resume. "If he's a horse or a mule, we shall soon find out. What if we stumble upon a gem?" The two interviewers noted his unwavering stance and chose not to argue further. A mere entry-level probationary contract was insignificant for the financially robust Starshine Entertainment. "Then it is settled." Wang Hao turned to his subordinates, concluding the discussion. Chapter 2. The 3-month probation period. At the entrance of Donghai Arts College, Ling Ye emerged from the subway station. The unique anxiety and confusion of graduation season were evident on the faces of a few scattered students. The campus was relatively quiet, with only the occasional figure hurrying past. Ling Ye made his way to dormitory 404, retrieving his keys and unlocking the door. An amalgamation of instant noodles, sweat, and cheap air freshener assaulted his senses. The room was empty, with the table cluttered with study materials, job listings, and takeout boxes. His desk, comparatively tidy, held a few professional books and a thick stack of musical drafts. These were the legacy left behind by his predecessor. Ling Ye casually flipped through them, noting that most pages were filled with attempts at imitating popular songs, lacking finesse and originality. The lines revealed a struggle to prove oneself, yet lacking the means to do so. He closed the music sheets. The predecessor had faced challenges as well. Unfortunately, talent sometimes does not thrive solely on hard work. Buzz's phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out to find a new email notification. Sender, Starshine Entertainment Human Resources Department subject. Employment Notification Composition Department. Ling Ye raised an eyebrow, impressed by the efficiency. "Dear Mr. Ling Ye, greetings. It is with great pleasure that we inform you that, following a thorough evaluation, you have successfully passed the interview assessment for the composition department at Starshine Entertainment. We hereby formally invite you to join Starshine Entertainment as a junior composer, 3-month probation period. Please report to the Human Resources Department on the 14th floor of Starshine Entertainment Building at 9 a.m. tomorrow, June 16th, with the relevant documentation to complete your onboarding process and sign the employment contract. Followed by additional materials and notes required for onboarding. We look forward to your joining." Starshine Entertainment Human Resources Department. A novice composer, he was in a 3-month probation period. Although this marked the most humble of beginnings, with a monthly salary estimated at merely 3,000 to 4,000, Barely sufficient for a modest existence in Donghai City, it was nonetheless a significant first step. As he opened his mobile banking app and observed the meager balance of 1188, a frown creased his brow. It was imperative to swiftly demonstrate his value in order to convert his probation into a permanent position. He resolved to leverage the company's resources to rapidly transform the treasures of creativity swirling in his mind into tangible success. At that very moment, a mechanical electronic voice resonated in his mind. Detection of host's strong desire for monetization successful. The entertainment assistance system is now activated. This system is designed to assist the host development in the entertainment sector. Without enforced tasks, all actions are guided by the host's will. The host can accumulate prestige points through the influence, exposure, and recognition of their works. Prestige points can be exchanged for goods and skills in the system's marketplace or used for random lotteries. The absence of enforced tasks eased his heart. He had no desire to be coerced by the system. Its arrival was fortuitous, as the Earth was home to countless classic works, yet he was not omniscient. Many domains required support, and with the system's aid, he could soar to new heights. System activation detected. A beginner's gift package is now issued. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Master-level arrangement skill passive. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the songs The Only One GM version, Mercury Record, and Nameless Person, with copyrights automatically registered. Would a host like to claim them? Claim, he murmured inwardly. The master-level arrangement skill deepened his understanding of various instruments, harmony construction, timbre blending, and mixing techniques. In his previous life, his arrangements were limited to folk music. Now, this skill transformed him into a true versatile arranger. The 3 songs he acquired were once phenomenally successful on Earth. The Only One, the GM rendition, featured an enticing melody and lyrics that encouraged sincerity and kindness over the trivialities of gain and loss, resonating with positivity. Mercury Record, a mesmerizing creation by Guiding, was characterized by its unique melody and imaginative lyrics, striking a balance between detachment and romance. Nameless Person, one of Mao Bai's representative works, boasted a profound melody and lyrics imbued with meaning, effortlessly evoking empathy and inspiration, while the automatic copyright registration alleviated any potential complications. He then located Mother's number, hesitating briefly before dialing. The call connected swiftly, and a gentle, husky voice greeted him. Hello, Mom, it's me. He softened his tone. I found a good job. He refrained from divulging specifics about the company or salary, concerned it might worry her. On the other end, Lin Huilan's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement. Really? That's wonderful. Her voice rose in elation, filled with joy. I always knew my little Yi would be fine. Work hard. Listening to his mother's delighted words, he felt a pang of discomfort, perhaps influenced by the memories of his past life. Mom, how are things on your end? He inquired cautiously. A moment of silence lingered on the other end of the line. All right, everything is fine. His mother's voice quickly regained its usual tone. You need not worry about home, just focus on your work. Your sister is doing well, though she misses you a bit. Ling Ye could easily discern the forced cheerfulness in his mother's tone. The debts hanging over their household loomed like an invisible mountain, suffocating her with their weight. Mom, once I receive my salary, I will send you some money, Ling Ye said earnestly. No, you just started working, and there are many expenses. His mother hastily declined. I can manage here. Rest assured, Mom, I have enough for now. After exchanging a few more pleasantries and reminding his mother to take care of her health, Ling Ye hung up the phone. Beep. Just as he ended the call, his phone screen lit up once more this time. It was a WeChat message from his sister, Ling Shui. Her profile picture was of an adorable cartoon kitten, beside which was her name, Little Snow Cone. A faint smile curved Ling Ye's lips as he opened the message. Little Snow Cone, brother. Oh, where are you? How did the interview go today? Little Snow Cone, I have good news. I made progress in the recent mock exam. The teacher said if I keep working hard, I have a good chance of getting into a university in Donghai City. And then I can come visit you. So happy. JPG. Little Snow Cone. By the way, brother, you sent money back last time. Do you have enough left? If not, I have a little bit of pocket money, though it's not much. Pitiful. GIF. Seeing his sister's excitement intertwined with a hint of cautiousness, Ling Ye felt a gentle yet painful tug at his heart. This sister of his. Children of the impoverished often take on adult responsibilities early, she was merely in high school, yet already worried about the family's expenses. His fingers quickly danced across the screen. Ling Ye, the interview went well. Ling Ye, our little snow cone is truly amazing. Keep it up. Get into Donghai University, and it'll treat you to all the delicious food in Donghai City. Ling Ye, as for money matters, you're just a child, don't you worry about that. I'm here for you. Your only task is to study hard, get into university, and save your pocket money for things you like. Don't mention giving me money again. Understood? Tapsad.gif. The message was sent, and a reply came swiftly. Little snow cone, got it. You take care of yourself too, and treat me to a feast once you get your salary. Hungry GIF. Little snow cone, now I'm off to study. Bye. Ling Ye gazed at the playful expressions of his sister on the screen, feeling the tension in his heart ease slightly. Though he had only traversed into this life a few days prior, the memories of his predecessor imbued him with a sense of familial connection and responsibility. They would henceforth be his kin in this world. The most basic probationary contract, he whispered softly. In his mind, the system's rewards 3 songs titled The Only One, Mercury's Record, and The Nameless floated before him, keys to his potential. He opened his computer and launched the music composition software, fingers hovering above the keyboard. Then let us begin with Mercury's Record. Chapter 3. Public Welfare Anthem. The following day, Ling Ye rose early and arrived at the base of the Xinhui Entertainment building by 8:50. Before he could step through the revolving door, a familiar figure caught his eye. With a buzz cut and a floral t-shirt, it was Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang evidently noticed Ling Ye as well. He paused, his expression a mix of astonishment, confusion, and disbelief. You are here for orientation too? The camaraderie that had enveloped them the day before had vanished. Ling Ye nodded slightly, not saying much, as an awkward atmosphere settled between them. The two entered the lobby together, stated their purpose at the front desk, and were soon directed to take the elevator to the Human Resources Department on the 14th floor. The HR officer, a competent young woman, exhibited remarkable efficiency. Mr. Ling Ye, Mr. Zhang Yang, this way please. She handed a contract to Zhang Yang. Mr. Zhang, this is your employment contract for the position of junior composer. If everything is in order, please sign here. She then presented another document to Ling Ye. Mr. Ling Ye, this is yours, junior composer, with a 3-month probation period. If there are no issues, please sign here. Ling Ye picked up the contract and swiftly scanned its contents. The base salary was 5,000, increasing to 10,000 upon confirmation. The copyright of the songs belonged to the composers, and the company retained 80% of the revenue from downloads, allowing the remaining 20% to be negotiated between the composer and the performer. Although the 20% may seem minimal, the vast population of Blue Star, nearly 2 billion in Dongyun province alone, made it significant. The T-Online chart updated monthly, with songs often achieving download figures in the millions or tens of millions. Composers were solely responsible for writing songs, while the company managed promotion and distribution. To earn money, one needed to elevate their status as a composer, creating works that could resonate with listeners and encourage them to pay. Quality was the undeniable truth. Once the review was complete, Ling Ye signed his name in the designated area, and Zhang Yang quickly followed suit. Within half an hour, their employment formalities were completed, and they received employee badges adorned with their photographs and names. Now, let me take you on a brief tour of the company premises, the HR officer said as she rose. The Xinhui Entertainment building boasts 48 floors and stands as one of the 3 major entertainment companies in Dongyun province. With its headquarters located here, the elevator ascended slowly as the HR officer continued her introduction. The 1st to 19th floors house the administrative departments, including human resources, marketing, legal, and finance, along with recording studios and practice rooms. The 20th floor is the employee cafeteria. Complimentary meals are provided, though you may also order at your own expense. Floors 21 to 29 are designated for the artist department. The elevator numbers flickered, quickly surpassing 30. From the 30th to the 40th floors, you will find our company's core department, the composition department, the HR officer said with pride in her voice. Composers hold a prestigious position within Blue Star, and the company reserves the finest floors for them. Currently, there are approximately 200 contracted composers, divided into 10 groups, each led by a distinguished composer. Ling Ye felt a stirring within, With over 200 composers and 10 esteemed group leaders, the competition was formidable. The elevator halted on the 38th floor. Mr. Ling Ye, your workstation is in the 8th group of composers on the 38th floor. The HR officer turned to Ling Ye. Mr. Zhang Yang, I will escort Mr. Ling Ye to his area first, and then I will take you to your 3rd group. A glimmer of pride flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes as he nodded. The elevator doors opened, and the HR officer led Ling Ye out. The composition department is divided into 10 groups, each situated on different floors, with varying resources and focuses. Most notably, the 40th floor houses the studios of our 3 legendary composers. Legendary composers. They stand atop the pyramid of the composition realm within the Blue Star. The HR officer traversed the corridor and pushed open a glass door. Team leader Liang, the newcomer Ling Ye has arrived. Before them lay a spacious and brightly lit open-plan office, decorated in a simple, modern style. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the greenery scattered throughout. There were about 20 workstations by the window, but only a sparse 10 or so individuals occupied them, rendering the space somewhat empty. A middle-aged man, around 40 years old, slightly plump with a warm smile, immediately stood up to greet them. Welcome, welcome. You must be Ling Ye, right? I am Liang He, the team leader of Group 8. He beckoned to the others. Everyone, come over and welcome our new colleague. The people at the workstations gradually approached, applauding and welcome. Ah, little Ling has arrived. With looks like yours, you could debut, exclaimed a man, also nearing 40, who approached with a thermos of goji berry tea in hand. He had a square face, bushy eyebrows, and a meticulously styled receding hairline, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. I am Chun Jipeng. We will be colleagues from now on. Feel free to ask me anything. He patted Ling Ye on the arm. Seeing that Ling Ye had been delivered, the HR officer smiled and took her leave. Team leader Liang, Brother Chun, I leave Ling Ye in your capable hands. All right, take care. Chun Jipeng waved. Liang He nodded. All right, Ling Ye, why don't you get acquainted with old Chun and your surroundings? Your workstation is over there, and the equipment is all set up. He pointed to an empty desk next to Chun Jipeng. Thank you, team leader Liang. Ling Ye nodded. Liang He returned to his position with a cheerful demeanor. No need for thanks. Our group has no strict rules. Chun Jipeng led Ling Ye, beginning to introduce the situation of Group 8. Come, this way is the tea room, and over there is the printer, he explained as they walked. As for our Group 8, Chun Jipeng adjusted his glasses and lowered his voice. We like to call it the Buddhist group, living in harmony with the world. To put it bluntly, cough, it's what everyone refers to as the retirement group, you understand? He took a sip of goji berry tea. The team leader is a good person, a gold medal composer, but has a gentle temperament and doesn't compete much. There aren't many experts in the group. Ling Ye raised an eyebrow, realizing why Wang Hao had assigned him to this group. And what about Zhang Yang? Ling Ye inmuited. Oh, that troublemaker from Zhongzhou? Chun Jipeng scoffed. He got lucky and was assigned to Group 3, which is a strong group. The team leader is the gold medal composer Li Rue, and there are many formidable talents under his guidance. They say he's recently been involved with a new album project for a diva. Impressive, right? What do we usually do then? Ling Ye continued to ask. Our responsibilities mainly involve fulfilling tasks assigned by the company, Chun Jipeng explained. Newcomers generally start with simpler tasks, such as composing background music for corporate promotional videos, providing soundtracks for short videos, and occasionally writing incidental music for low-budget web dramas. The workload is not intense, as long as we complete our tasks on time. We have ample free time to manage as we please. It's quite relaxed. To create remarkable work, one may proactively submit to the team leader, Liang, who is a kind individual. If the quality meets the standards, he will recommend it to Supervisor Wang. However, it is known that Supervisor Wang possesses discerning taste, and few manage to capture his attention. Ling Ye nodded. Although starting from a low point with limited resources, he enjoyed a degree of freedom. By the way, Xiaoling, Chun Ji inquired with a curious expression. Do share with me the details of your interview day. It is said that passing Supervisor Wang's scrutiny is no easy feat. And I heard you had some issues with your voice. How did you manage to earn his approval? Did you possess some secret weapon? Ling Ye similed calmly, choosing not to respond directly. Instead, he asked, Brother Chun, are there any new projects in the team that I could participate in? I wish to familiarize myself with the work as soon as possible. Oh, such enthusiasm? Chun-Ji's eyes brightened as he set aside his curiosity, stroking his chin in contemplation. There is indeed an available project, but he paused, his expression becoming somewhat intricate. It is a public welfare promotional song project. Themed aesthetics of the ordinary, which showcases the shining moments in the lives of ordinary people. Aesthetics of the ordinary? The lives and brilliance of common folk? Ling Ye felt a stir in his heart. Instantly, the melody of the Nameless echoed in his mind. Its weighty tune and simple lyrics portraying those who silently dedicate themselves in mundane roles, chasing the glimmers of light. Ling Ye's gaze sharpened. He turned to Chun-Ji, signaling him to divulge the specific details of this philanthropic project. Chapter 4. The rookie season. Chun-Ji retrieved an electronic document from his workstation and shared it with Ling Ye. Here, take a look for yourself. Ling Ye opened the file. The title reading Proposal for the Collection of Public Welfare Songs on Ordinary Aesthetics. The organizer, Dongyun Mutual Aid Association. He quickly searched for information about the Dongyun Mutual Aid Association, a well-known grassroots charity in Dongyun Prefecture dedicated to assisting vulnerable groups with a commendable reputation. The project requirements were remarkably simple, almost vague, to compose a song that captures the everyday lives of ordinary workers, conveying warmth and strength, and reflecting the greatness found in the mundane. Ling Ye glanced at the budget section. Compensation, none. Remarks, purely charitable nature, no commercial profit sharing. Do you see? Chun-Ji voice carried a tone of resignation. This task is merely to lend face to the Dongyun Mutual Aid Association. The company symbolically takes on a few of these projects each year, with a pitiful budget, essentially working for free, and the requirements are so vague they can drive one mad. He sipped his goji berry tea. A song like this, even if written, would go unheard. No traffic, no heat. No one loves to sing it. The Platform 1T promote it. It's a thankless endeavor, and the seasoned members of the team steer clear of it. Chun-Ji patted Ling Ye on the shoulder. Xiaoling, heed my advice. Don't rush to prove yourself as a newcomer. We should avoid such pitfalls. However, to Ling Ye, this represented nothing less than an opportunity. An instant chance to showcase his work without competition. A moment for the song Nameless to echo in the world for the very first time. He stood up and made his way to the office of team leader Liang He. Chun-Ji watched Ling Ye's retreating figure, taken aback. Hey, Xiaoling, where are you going? Ling Ye knocked on Liang He's office door. Come in, Liang He's gentle voice called out. Ling Ye entered, finding Liang He gazing at his computer screen. Upon noticing Ling Ye, Liang He smiled. Xiaoling, are you adjusting well to the environment? Quite well. Thank you for your concern, team leader Liang. Ling Ye nodded and directly stated his intent. Team leader Liang. I reviewed the materials for the Ordinary Aesthetics Public Welfare Project that Brother Chen provided, and I would like to take on this project. Liang He looked at Ling Ye with some surprise. Xiaoling, are you certain? This project is unique. It has no tangible benefits, and the requirements are broad and difficult to navigate. Ling Ye's tone remained calm, his gaze remarkably resolute. I am certain. I find this theme very intriguing and wish to give it a try. Liang He regarded the young man, his warmth overshadowed by the undeniable determination in his eyes. This lad had promise. Very well. Liang He pondered for a moment before nodding. Since you're interested, give it a shot. It's good for young people to have ideas. Don't fear failure. He pulled up the project file and made some annotations. This project is now entrusted to you. Should you need anything or encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Liang He kindly cautioned, don't set your expectations too high. Just do your best. Thank you, team leader. Ling Ye expressed his gratitude and turned to leave. Just as he returned to his workstation, Chun-Ji approached him, a look of incredulity on his face. Xiaoling, you really took it on? He whispered, looking intently at Ling Ye. Did you not hear what I just said? This endeavor proves to be futile and thankless, devoid of any profit. The scrutiny for public welfare projects is exceedingly stringent, and any hint of negativity leads to immediate rejection, rendering one's efforts in vain. Even if, by some stroke of luck, the project passes, the company offers no promotional resources, casting it into oblivion without so much as a ripple. Chun-Ji, holding a thermos, appeared utterly disheartened. What is your aim? Ling Ye, observing Chen Zeitpunkt's anxious demeanor, felt a flicker of warmth within. Thank you, Brother Chun, for your reminder. I know you have my best interests at heart, he replied earnestly. However, I have a connection to this theme and wish to write something considering a practice. His demeanor was neither submissive nor arrogant. Chun Jiping, seeing his steadfastness, could only shake his head in resignation. All right, it's commendable for the youth to possess zeal, albeit a tad stubborn, he muttered. Just don't come crying later. With that, he ambled back to his own workstation, thermos in hand. Upon returning to his desk, Ling Ye noticed his colleagues, who had been eavesdropping on the gossip, redirecting their attention, each engrossed in their tasks. Their gazes held a hint of curiosity, pondering the audacity of a newcomer taking on an unclaimed, unpaid public welfare project. Was it passion or mere naivety? Questions lingered in their minds. Ling Ye paid no heed to their stares, donned his headphones to shut out distractions, and opened the professional arranging software provided by the company. In his mind, the melody of the Nameless resonated, with its instrumentation and harmonic structure vividly clear. With masterful arranging skills, he felt an unwavering confidence in presenting this song. His fingers danced swiftly between the keyboard and mouse as tracks materialized on the screen. Piano, guitar, bass, percussion. He employed basic instrumental timbres, creating a straightforward and unpretentious arrangement. The melodic lines were rich and warm, conveying a narrative flow. After completing his tasks, Chun Jiping, thermos in hand, strolled over to Ling Ye's side, curious to see what this rookie was concocting. What he encountered on the screen were simple, rudimentary tracks, along with an outdated arranging approach. The unconventional harmonic progressions diverged from mainstream trends. Indeed, he was a newcomer, too inexperienced and lacking market sensitivity. However, that could work to his advantage. Who would care about a public welfare project that attracted no attention? It was merely a chance to accumulate experience. He refrained from interrupting Ling Ye and returned to his seat, resuming his perusal of health news. Time slipped by. As lunchtime approached, the office gradually emptied. Ling Ye removed his headphones and exhaled deeply. On the screen, the complete arrangement demo had taken shape. Satisfied, he nodded, exported the demo file, and opened the company's internal email. Recipient, Liang He. Email subject, aesthetic of the ordinary public welfare demo, Ling Ye. Click send. Come on, little Ling. It's time for lunch. Let me take you to savor the hearty fare at our Xinhui cafeteria, free and filling. Chun Jiping said as he beckoned Ling Ye toward the elevator. By the way, let me tell you something. As the elevator doors opened, Chun Jiping leaned closer to Ling Ye. That colleague of yours, Zhang Yang, the one assigned to Group 3, that sharp character. Hey, that fellow is quite fortunate. Chun Jiping exclaimed. He was spotted by their team leader, Li Rue, right upon his arrival. Who is Li Rue? The renowned and illustrious composer, endowed with abundant resources, is rumored to be promoting Zhang Yang for the upcoming rookie season rankings next month. Rookie season rankings? Ling Ye inquired. It is the annual rookie season event across the Blue Star, Chun Jiping elucidated. Every July, established artists refrain from releasing new music, thereby granting newcomers the opportunity to shine. As various entertainment companies champion promising talents for the charts. With Li Rue's backing, Zhang Yang is likely to make a significant impact this time, Chun Jiping reflected. Having a high starting point makes all the difference. Unlike our group, which has grown complacent over time, reluctant to seize such opportunities. As the elevator doors closed, the two stepped inside the cabin. Do not lose heart. Focus on excelling in this charitable project, Chun Jiping encouraged, patting his shoulder. Although it may not yield substantial rewards. What if a prominent figure takes notice? Ling Ye gazed at the flickering elevator floor numbers, offering no response to Chun Jiping's words. At this moment, he was solely preoccupied with wondering how Liang he would react upon hearing the demo of the Nameless. Chapter 5. The Nameless One during the lunch break. Liang he sat in his private office. Habitually, he opened the company's internal email to address a few unread messages before his rest. A new email appeared on the screen. Sandef, Ling Ye. Subject, Ordinary Aesthetic Charity Song Demo, Ling Ye. Ling Ye? He was momentarily taken aback. Had it been less than a day since the demo's completion? The efficiency was commendable. However, he harbored little expectation. The young man seemed to possess some creativity, yet the theme of the charity project was nebulous. A daunting task for a newcomer. Most likely, he had hastily produced a half-baked piece in his eagerness to shine. He donned his headphones and clicked play. A simple piano prelude flowed forth, followed by a synthesized voice. I'm a nameless one on this road. I have no news, no one to comment. Liang leaned forward, his fingers tightening around the mouse, his expression intensely focused. The melody, rich, warm, unadorned, yet it magnetically captivated his ears. The lyrics, simple, straightforward, devoid of embellishments, akin to a dull knife slowly slicing through the fa-ade of life, reaching the softest part of his heart. The synthesized voice continued, lacking in ostentation or showmanship, yet imbued with an inexplicable sense of sorrow and strength. When winter arrives in my hometown, after the train arrives, the winds of childhood blow, recalling innocent joys. In familiar streets, someone will tenderly call out your name. To those who left home, I raise a glass to you, to your silence and every roar. I toast to your resilience as you climb the mountain, living diligently beneath the vast sky. Liang held his breath. Every note, every word resonated deeply within him. He envisioned countless shadows hustling in the corners of the city, witnessing ordinary individuals who, despite their mundane occupations, persevered in life. Their struggles, their insignificance, their tenacity, those unrecognized glimmers of light. Ordinary aesthetics? This song seemed tailor-made for that very theme. No, it transcended the theme itself. Nameless one, the bus is coming. With too many concerns, do not look back. Nameless one, the bus has departed. Move forward, carrying your dreams. As the song concluded, Liang removed his headphones. Disbelief etched across his face. This newcomer named Ling Ye. Who was he really? A senior student? A young man whose voice had faltered during the interview. How could he possibly compose such a song? The song's intent, melody, structure, and even the simple arrangement framework within the demo exuded a maturity and depth far beyond his years. Having spent over a decade in the industry, Liang had encountered nearly 100 newcomers, including several prodigies. Yet, none had produced such a powerful impact right from the outset as Ling Ye had. He donned his headphones once more and listened to the song 2 more times. The more he listened, the more profound the shock became. The more he listened, the clearer the thought grew. This song must not languish in an underfunded, unpromoted, unnoticed charity project. That would be an utter waste. However, this is Ling Ye's own choice. Moreover, this song perfectly embodies the theme of ordinary aesthetics. To forcibly repurpose it for another use would seem to contradict its original intention and betray Ling Ye's trust. Liang, he furrowed his brow, caught in a dilemma. He glanced at the project file on his computer screen, then at the demo file. No, the value of this song extends far beyond the simplicity of a charitable project. It deserves to be heard by a broader audience. Liang, he looked back at the computer screen, the uncertainty in his gaze evaporating, replaced by a long-lost determination. It had been quite a while since he felt such excitement over a song. He picked up the intercom and dialed Ling Ye's extension. Beep, beep. Ling Ye was organizing his belongings at his workstation when he heard the phone ring and glanced at the screen. Hello, Team Leader Liang. Ling. Liang Ye's voice was urgent. Are you available to come to my office now? Ling Ye detected an unusual tone in Liang Ye's voice and replied, Sure. I'll be right over. Chen Jiping, at the adjacent workstation, perked up his ears, keeping a watchful eye on Ling Ye. Seeing Ling Ye head toward Liang Ye's office, he quickly approached, lowering his voice. Hey, Ling, is Team Leader Liang looking for you? Is there an issue with your demo? Chen Jiping's face bore a hint of concern. I told you, charity projects aren't that simple. Don't be disheartened. It's normal for newcomers to pay their dues, he said, adopting a minor-like stance. Ling Ye continued walking, merely smiling at him. This fellow can still smile after being criticized? Several other colleagues at their desks lifted their heads, their gazes following Ling Ye's retreating figure. A newcomer immediately handling a hot potato and now being called into the office by the team leader. Was this a sign of care? Ling Ye arrived at the door of Liang Ye's office and raised his hand to knock. Come in. Ling Ye pushed the door open and entered. Liang Ye sat behind his desk, hands clasped, gazing intently at Ling Ye. That look reminded Ling Ye of the sparkle in the eyes of listeners when they first heard his folk songs. Ling, I listened to your demo, Ordinary Aesthetics. He paused. It is exceptionally good. To be honest, it completely exceeded my expectations. The melody, the lyrics, the intent, all are remarkable, especially the lyrics. They are written with such substance. Every word and phrase seems to have sprouted from life itself. He leaned back in his chair, his tone serious. Ling, are you certain this song was written for a project with zero compensation and zero promotion? He didn't directly ask if it was a waste, but his meaning was unmistakably clear. Ling Ye understood Liang He's implication, although he was currently short on funds. He still had songs in hand and wasn't in a rush for this one, considering it was merely a beginning. He walked to the chair opposite Liang He and sat down, adopting a relaxed yet composed posture. Team leader Liang, I am certain. This song is written for the ordinary people in commonplace roles. They may remain unnoticed and uncelebrated, yet they strive diligently in life, each possessing their own brilliance. The theme of Ordinary Aesthetics is indeed splendid. Ling Ye gazed at Liang He, his eyes clear and resolute. The original intention behind the creation of this song was to allow more people to witness their existence and hear their stories. Thus, it is perfectly suited for this purpose. Liang He listened quietly, observing Ling Ye's youthful yet profoundly earnest countenance. Are you truly not considering utilizing it elsewhere? Perhaps for some commercial projects undertaken by the company, or even for your own music release. This song possesses immense potential. With proper promotion, it could undoubtedly achieve great success. Ling Ye shook his head. Thank you for your appreciation, Team Leader Liang. However, for me, the finest destination for this song is to be sung to those ordinary individuals. He paused briefly, revealing a confident smile. As for other songs, you need not worry, Team Leader Liang. I have never been short of ideas. Liang He's pupils constricted. Never short of ideas? This phrase struck him like a bolt of lightning. Considering the quality of this demo, he suddenly realized that this young man before him might not be a fleeting phenomenon, but rather a rich vein waiting to be tapped. Liang He met Ling Ye's unwavering gaze, understanding that he could no longer persuade him. Very well. Liang He's voice rose abruptly, infused with determination. Since you feel this way, let's dedicate it to a charitable project. However, the quality of this song is undeniable. It should not simply vanish into obscurity. Liang He stood up. I have decided to personally negotiate with Supervisor Wang to ensure that this song receives the recognition it truly deserves. He turned towards the door, each step imbued with a decisive energy that contrasted sharply with his usual calm demeanor. Ling, you may continue with your tasks. I shall seek out Supervisor Wang immediately. Chapter 6. Old Wang's Dilemma. Liang He hurriedly exited the office of Team 8, moving with an urgency that stirred the air around him. Hey, old Liang. Chen Jiping, holding his signature goji berry thermos, attempted to approach and inquire about the outcome of Ling Ye's reprimanding. However, Liang He rushed past like a gust of wind, nearly colliding with him. Where are you off to in such a hurry? Chen Jiping gazed at Liang He's hasty retreat, perplexed. Without turning back, Liang He called out from a distance, it's good news. Good news? Chen Jiping stood still, scratching his balding head. A newcomer in the probationary period taking on an unwanted public welfare project and producing a simple demo. What could possibly be good about that? Could it be that the demo was so poorly crafted that it infuriated the ever-kind Liang team leader, prompting him to report to Supervisor Wang? Chen Jiping's gaze towards Ling Ye's workstation now bore a hint of sympathy. The youth of today truly fail to heed the wisdom of their elders, only to face the consequences themselves. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, somewhat urgent. Gumeyin, Wang Hao, without lifting his head, continued to type away on his keyboard. The door swung open, and Liang He stepped inside. Upon seeing Liang He, Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. Old Liang? What brings you here in such a frenzy? Old Wang. Liang He swiftly approached the desk, his tone serious. You must listen to a song. He sent Ling Ye's demo file to Wang Hao's email. Wang Hao frowned, pausing his typing. What is this? Why the secrecy? Do you remember our newcomer, Ling Ye? Liang He spoke rapidly. He took on the Ordinary Aesthetics Public Welfare Project and composed a demo. A public welfare project? Wang Hao's brows furrowed tighter, impatience evident on his face. "Old Liang, what are you on about? It's just a public welfare song. No budget, no promotion. You just need to ensure its quality. There's no need to bring it to me. I'm busy." He waved his hand dismissively, signaling Liang He to refrain from wasting his time. "This song is different." Liang He insisted unusually, even placing his hand over Wang Hao's as he attempted to reach for another document. "Just listen. It's only 4 minutes long. If you don't think it's good, I'll leave without a word." Wang Hao regarded him with a puzzled expression. Fine, I'll listen. I'm curious to see what song could provoke such a reaction from you." He grumbled as he opened the demo file Liang He had sent. Pressing the play button, a simple piano prelude filled the air. Initially, Wang Hao maintained an air of indifference, his fingers absent-mindedly tapping on the desk. "I am a nameless person on this road. I have no news, no one to comment." The synthesized vocals emerged, deep and unadorned. Wang Hao's fingers ceased their rhythmic tapping. Leaning slightly forward, his expression began to shift toward concentration. This melody, it possesses a certain intrigue. It isn't extravagant, perhaps a bit rustic, yet strangely captivating. The lyrics, they are painfully straightforward, akin to plain speech, but why do they resonate so deeply? "As winter descends upon my hometown, the train arrives, and the childhood winds begin to blow. I salute you, bent low, ascending the mountain towards greater heights, beneath the vast sky, striving to live earnestly." As the final note fades, Wang Hao remains motionless, the silence in the office palpable, broken only by the faint hum of the air conditioning. After a long pause, he turns to Liang He, his gaze a complex tapestry of emotions: shock, confusion, disbelief, and a profound sense of being touched. Is this truly the work of the newcomer? "Ling Ye?" His voice emerges dry and hoarse. Liang He nods vigorously, his face alight with the excitement of someone who anticipated this reaction. Indeed, it is fresh off the press. He insists that this song was crafted expressly for this charitable project, its suitability undeniable. Wang Hao falls silent, his mind racing. With years of immersion in the industry, he recognizes the song's undeniable potential. The melody is memorable, the lyrics resonate deeply, the theme is unique, and the emotion is rich. If properly packaged and promoted, with the right artist to perform it, it possesses the potential to ignite a spark. However, zero budget, zero promotion, a charitable project. To cast such a song into this endeavor is nothing short of sacrilege. It does not align with the maximization of company interests. "Old Liang." This song Wang Hao carefully begins for this project is far too precious to squander. Consider it. Without resources, without exposure, it's akin to casting a stone into the vast ocean. He suggests, why not speak to that young man about switching projects? Or perhaps the company could acquire it and find a prominent artist. "No." Liang He interjects firmly. "Old Wang, I know what you're thinking." Liang He's tone is earnest. While commercial value is indeed significant, there are things that money cannot purchase. The soul of this song lies in its authenticity. If you package it as a mass-produced commodity, entrusting it to a fleeting star, it would lose its essence. The market is already saturated with trivial love songs and superficial boasting. We've grown weary of it. This song is meant for those who deliver takeout, for those who toil from dawn till dusk sweeping the streets, for the ordinary individuals who are often overlooked and compromised. As Liang, he speaks with increasing fervor. His passion nearly splatters onto Wang Hao's face. If this song could truly reach those in need through that charitable project, even if it only touched a small fraction, the word-of-mouth value it would generate is worth more than any sum of money. Liang He's words resonate with conviction. Wang Hao, momentarily taken aback by his fervent outburst, gazes at the flushed and fervent advocate before him, his heart a tumult of conflicting sentiments. On one hand, deep-rooted commercial logic insists that this venture is not worthwhile. On the other, the song's inherent impact, coupled with the calm declaration from that young man during the interview, "This is what music ought to embody," weighs heavily on his mind. Damn it! He irritably rubs his temples and paces the office. Pausing, he gazes out the window, the imagery from the lyrics unfolding in his mind. Ultimately, he stands before Liang He and exhales a deep sigh. "Very well, old Liang." Wang Hao made his decision, his tone tinged with a hint of fatigue. The nature of the public welfare project remains unchanged. I will endeavor to negotiate with the marketing department for a modest budget, but how much I can secure is subject to fate. The subsequent outcomes will depend entirely on your efforts, as the company will not allocate additional resources. Ling Ye's eyes brightened, and he was about to express his gratitude when Wang Hao gestured dismissively, adding a condition. However, let me be clear. Wang Hao fixed his gaze on Ling Ye, his tone turning serious. That fellow named Ling Ye, given his talent, cannot solely rely on sentiment as sustenance. Inform him that he may pursue this public welfare project, but he must swiftly produce work with genuine commercial potential to demonstrate that he can create not only the well-received yet commercially unviable pieces, but also generate tangible profits for the company. This is a test for him and a pivotal factor in determining his future at Xinhui. Do you comprehend my implication? This is both a concession and a probe, as well as a warning. He felt a chill in his heart, instantly grasping Wang Hao's intent. An opportunity had been extended, yet it came with a stringent caveat. I understand. Thank you, Lao Wang. He nodded and turned to leave. He needed to promptly convey this mixed message to Ling Ye. In the office of Team 8, Chun Jipeng was staring at his computer screen, sighing as he contemplated how to console his soon-to-be unemployed colleague. Just then, He swept back in like a gust of wind. He walked directly to Ling Ye's workstation. Xiao Ling, Supervisor Wang, has agreed. Agreed? Chun Jipeng nearly dropped his thermos, his eyes wide with disbelief. What had been agreed upon? Was it the decision to dismiss him? Supervisor Wang appreciated your work. This song can be utilized for the public welfare project, and he will also strive to secure some support for marketing. Chun Jipeng's jaw almost dropped to the floor. What on earth? Supervisor Wang personally listened to it, appreciated it, and is even fighting for marketing resources? For that unwanted, unpaid public welfare project. What kind of miraculous piece had he written? He looked at Ling Ye as though he were a creature from another realm. Ling Ye displayed no surprise on his face, calmly nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you for your concern, team leader. However, Xiao Ling, Supervisor Wang also put forth a requirement. He expects you to produce work that can demonstrate commercial value while you are engaged in this public welfare project. This is his test for you. Your ability to secure a permanent position hinges on your next steps. Ling Ye's tone carried a weight of seriousness. Chapter 7. Audition. Liang gently patted Ling Ye on the shoulder. Little Ling, although Supervisor Wang has nodded in approval, we must find a suitable voice to truly capture the essence of this song. Ling Ye nodded, recognizing that this was indeed a crucial consideration moving forward. Director Liang, what processes does the company have for selecting a singer? What should I be mindful of? You can approach the artist department. The supervisor there is Zhang Wei. I've already given her a heads up, so you can contact her directly. Liang paused, his expression turning serious. Little Ling, this opportunity is rare. Although Supervisor Wang has loosened the purse strings, he is still watching closely. This song must not only be well executed, but also shine brightly, as it pertains to your confirmation. Do you understand? Ling Ye comprehended fully. The test laid out by Wang Hao was now evident. I understand. Thank you, Director Liang. Liang nodded with satisfaction, offered a few more words of advice, and then took his leave. Returning to his workstation, Ling Ye immediately sprang into action. He printed multiple copies of the complete score for Nameless. Once that was accomplished, he glanced at the time. It was already afternoon. He rose and departed from the 38th floor, taking the elevator down to the 18th floor. The 18th floor housed the professional recording studios of Xinhui Entertainment. After registering at the front desk and utilizing his staff badge and project authorization, Ling Ye successfully reserved Studio 1803 for the next 3 days. Holding his access card, he did not enter immediately, but instead found a relatively quiet corner in the corridor to dial the number Liang had provided him. When the call connected, a crisp, slightly cool female voice answered. Hello, who is this? Good day. Is this Supervisor Zhang Wei? I am Ling Ye from the Composition Group 8. Ling Ye's voice was calm and clear. Oh, Ling Ye, is it? Liang has mentioned you, saying you have a public welfare project that requires a singer? Zhang Wei spoke rapidly, clearly a person who valued efficiency. Yes, Supervisor Zhang. Ling Ye got straight to the point. I need a male singer. His voice doesn't need to be overly ornate or technically brilliant, but it must be warm, with a sense of storytelling, preferably with a hint of weariness. There was a brief silence on the other end. Zhang Wei quickly sifted through the company's artist database in her mind. Warm sense of storytelling weariness, a name surfaced. Lin Mo. A secondary artist with solid vocal skills. His voice indeed matched this description, though he had been somewhat stagnant in recent years, with a rather high ambition. All right, I understand. Zhang Wei did not elaborate further. After hanging up, she opened a WeChat group named Xinghue Artist Management Team. Lin Mo's manager, Wang Li. There is a public welfare promotional song project, Nameless, a work by novice composer Ling Ye, requiring a male singer. The voice must be warm and have a sense of story. Lin Mo's vocal timbre is quite suitable. Let us check if he has availability and interest. The song is of good quality, and both Liang and Wang Hao have approved it. Lin Mo's manager, Wang Li, saw the message and promptly took a screenshot, sending it to Lin Mo. Wang Li. Screenshot. Supervisor Zhang is asking if you're interested in singing this public welfare song. The composer is a newcomer. Lin Mo. A public welfare song? By a newcomer? Sister Wang. Do you think my current standing is suitable for singing such a song? Would it diminish my worth? Lin Mo. Moreover, what impact can a charitable project truly have? With no compensation and no audience reach, it is purely a waste of time. I shall decline. Wang Li. However, Supervisor Zhang is involved, and Supervisor Wang has also applied for resources. Lin Mo. How much resource can a charitable song provide? Just a drizzle. Such thankless endeavors are not worth anyone's effort. Feel free to find any excuse to refuse. Simply say my schedule is full or that the style does not align with my current image. Wang Li gazed at Lin Mo's response, helplessly sighing. Over the past few years, Lin Mo has achieved some success, his ego swelling, and he now harbors aspirations of reaching the forefront of the industry. Dismissing these small projects entirely, understanding Lin Mo's temperament, she knew further persuasion would be futile. Hence, Wang Li returned to the agent group chat and replied with measured words. Wang Li, Zhang Wei, I apologize, Supervisor Zhang, but Lin Mo's schedule is indeed quite full at the moment, with several significant commercial performances and variety shows underway. Additionally, we have preliminarily assessed the song's style, which may not align with his current positioning. It appears we will not be able to collaborate this time. My sincerest apologies. Zhang Wei observed Sister Wang's reply, remaining silent. She was no stranger to such scenarios and understood Lin Mo's mindset all too well. If he chooses not to participate, so be it. Everyone has their own aspirations. Swiftly, she typed on her screen, disregarding Wang Li's message and instead posting a new announcement in the group. Zhang Wei. Audition notice. The composition department's junior composer, Ling Ye, is seeking a vocalist for a new charitable song, unnamed. Requirements. Male singer, warm vocal tone, with a sense of storytelling. All agents are welcome to bring suitable newcomers or trainees for the audition. Location. Studio 1803 on the 18th floor. Time. Effective immediately. Teacher Ling Ye will personally oversee the selection. This is a rare opportunity. Come swiftly. This message fell into the calm surface of the lake like a stone, instantly creating ripples. Lin Mo's refusal did not cool the matter. Rather, it ignited a fuse, awakening the enthusiasm of those struggling newcomers and trainee agents yearning for their breakthrough. An opportunity that warranted the involvement of the department head and the composer personally overseeing auditions. Even if it's for a charitable song, and even if the composer is a newcomer, it remains an exceptional chance for exposure. What if the song becomes a hit? What if Ling Ye takes notice, leading to future collaborations? The elevators leading to the 18th floor suddenly became extraordinarily busy. Several agents hurriedly brought their most promising newcomers and trainees towards Studio 1803. Outside Studio 1803, Ling Ye distributed printed scores to the first two auditioning trainees, allowing them to familiarize themselves with the material. Half an hour later, Ling Ye sat behind the control panel, the printed scores before him, alongside a recording pen and a notebook. The first trainee entered, appearing somewhat nervous. Hello, Teacher Ling. My name is Wang Shuai. Ling Ye nodded, dispensing with unnecessary words, and directly instructed the trainee to audition the chorus of Unnamed. O nameless one, I raise a glass to you. Wang Shuai sang diligently, his technique commendable, yet his voice was overly smooth, lacking in sincerity and authenticity. Ling Ye listened for half a minute before gesturing for him to stop. He swiftly jotted down notes in his phone. Wang Shui, decent timbre, thin emotional depth, average potential, 60 points. Wang Shui thanked him and departed, a look of disappointment shadowing his face. The subsequent candidates varied. Some possessed fine vocal qualities, yet their emotional expression felt as if squeezed from a tube. Others displayed exquisite technique, yet failed to convey a hint of sincerity. Still others completely misunderstood the essence of the song. Ling Ye recorded efficiently, the scores generally falling short. As time slipped away and Ling Ye grew concerned about finding a suitable candidate, the door of the recording studio swung open once more. A somewhat shy and introverted young man entered, head bowed. Dressed simply in a white t-shirt and jeans, he had a slender frame. "Hello, Teacher Ling Ye. My name is Gui Jiahao," he spoke in a soft voice, tinged with shyness. Ling Ye raised his gaze to appraise him. A clean-cut young man. His eyes were clear, yet somewhat lacking in confidence. "Let us begin," Ling Ye signaled. Gui Jiahao took a deep breath and approached the microphone. As the melody of the accompaniment began to play, he closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the tension in his gaze had diminished, replaced by focus. "I'm a nameless person on this road." The moment his voice resonated, Ling Ye's fingers holding the pen paused slightly. It was pure and crystalline, akin to a mountain stream, devoid of any impurities. His voice carried a unique, subtle melancholia, ethereal and delicate. This voice was not suited for nameless person. Gui Jiahao's timbre was too celestial, too ethereal, unable to bear the weight of earthly existence. However, another melody echoed in Ling Ye's mind, Mercury's Record. Gui Jiahao's voice seemed tailor-made for Mercury's Record, that blend of clarity and melancholy. That sense of closeness yet unattainability was precisely the emotional core the song sought to express. A wave of exhilaration surged within Ling Ye, akin to discovering a hidden treasure. He remained composed, waiting for Gui Jiahao to finish a segment. Quite good." He offered merely 2 words of feedback. He then noted heavily in his memo, Gui Jiahao, ethereal melancholic timbre, exceptionally suited for Mercury's Record, high potential, 90 points. "Thank you, teacher." Gui Jiahao nervously removed his headphones, sensing Ling Ye's lukewarm satisfaction. "All right, you may leave now. Await further notice," Ling Ye instructed. Though somewhat disheartened, Gui Jiahao politely thanked him and exited. Ling Ye gazed at Gui Jiahao's name and score in his memo. The singer for nameless person had yet to appear, yet unexpectedly. He had found a fitting voice for Mercury's Record. At that moment, footsteps echoed outside once more, and Ling Ye straightened, directing his attention to the entrance. The door swung open, revealing a tall young man stepping inside. Chapter 8. Successful recording. The young man stood tall, exuding a bright and clean aura, his face adorned with a smile. Yet, when his gaze met Ling Ye's, it flickered with a hint of awkwardness. This sensation starkly contrasted with the previous auditionees, who had been either slick, anxious, or overly forceful. "Good day, Teacher Ling Ye Melancholy." His voice rang clear, imbued with youthful exuberance. Ling Ye nodded, signaling him to prepare. Without further pleasantries, Ling Ye directly played the demo of Nameless Person. Lin Che approached the microphone, donned the headphones, and gently closed his eyes, steadying his breath. The piano accompaniment flowed gracefully. "I am the nameless one on this journey, devoid of news, without comment." The moment his voice resonated, Ling Ye's fingers abruptly halted on the control panel. This voice was not ethereal and melancholic like Gui Jiahao's. Rather, Lin Che's timbre resembled the warm, gentle sunlight of a winter afternoon, imbued with a soothing power. There were no extravagant vocal runs, no ostentatious displays of skill. Each word was articulated distinctly with a sincere simplicity that struck directly at the heart. Warm yet not trivial, genuine without being naive, powerful yet not strident. This was it. This voice was just right. "When winter descends upon my hometown after the train arrives," as the chorus began to unfold, Ling Ye raised his hand to halt the performance. The recording studio fell silent. Lin Che removed his headphones, looking to Ling Ye with a questioning gaze. Was his singing inadequate? Ling Ye regarded him, unambiguous in his response. Lin Che. Yes, teacher Lin Che instinctively straightened his posture. Would you be willing to sing this song? Lin Che was momentarily taken aback, believing he had misheard. Was this the decision? He and T even sung the entire piece. Meeting Ling Ye's calm, yet affirming gaze, a wave of immense joy and excitement surged within him, causing a slight blush to grace his cheeks. He nodded vigorously, his eyes earnest and fervent. Teacher Ling, I would be honored to sing this song. Ling Ye nodded in satisfaction, glancing at the time. All right, it's settled then. He announced the decision. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, here, we will commence the official recording. Familiarize yourself with the song. Adjust your state, particularly regarding the emotional aspect. Delve into the essence of the lyrics. Understood. Thank you, Teacher Ling. I will certainly strive to do my best. Lin Che responded, bowing hurriedly. After seeing Lin Che off, Ling Ye leaned back against the control panel, exhaling in relief. The perfect voice for nameless person had been discovered. The unexpectedly unearthed Gua Jiahao also harmonized flawlessly with Mercury's record. Today's auditions had yielded results far beyond expectations. The following day, at 9 in the morning, in Studio 1803, Ling Ye and Lin Che arrived punctually. The tension and uncertainty of the previous day had dissipated, and Lin Che appeared significantly more relaxed. Ling Ye sat behind the control panel, his expression serious. Lin Che, relax. Do not feel pressured. This song does not demand perfection or technical prowess. The essence lies in the emotion it conveys. Picture, if you will, the sanitation workers sweeping the streets at 4 in the morning, the delivery riders laboring through the night, and the construction workers drenched in sweat on the job site. Their silence, their perseverance, their struggles, these are what matter. The hushed tones of the night envelop Lin Che, drawing him into the song's ambience. In the first take, he is urged not to overthink, but to follow his instincts. As the recording begins, Lin Che's voice resonates through the monitoring headphones, warm, sincere, and fundamentally strong. Yet, in this first attempt, his emotional grasp feels somewhat immature. Some moments appear too flat, while others seem slightly contrived. Stop. Ling Ye presses the pause button. The second line of section A, no one comments, lacks emotional depth. It requires a touch of self-deprecation, not in a complaining sense, but rather in a manner that conveys, this is who I am. I've grown accustomed. The chorus, honoring your silence, and every roar, demands power in the word roar, but not a scream. It should embody an explosive release after suppression, an unvoiced rebellion. Ling Ye's demands are meticulous, precise down to the emotional nuances of each word and even the breath control. Lin Che listens intently, nodding and marking the score. With each subsequent take, under Ling Ye's guidance, Lin Che sheds his naivete, enriching the emotional layers of his voice. However, when it comes to the line about crying and laughing after a meal, Lin Che repeatedly falters. His voice carries a weeping timbre, yet it feels somewhat forced and insubstantial. Ling Ye furrows his brow and presses pause again. No, here crying and laughing does not convey a bitter smile. It should reflect a complex emotion, having endured everything, seeing through life, yet still maintaining a thread of optimism and resilience. It's that feeling of tears yet to dry, but the corners of the mouth are already lifting in a smile. He stands and approaches Lin Che. Imagine striving tirelessly for a living, feeling wronged and wanting to weep, when suddenly a message from your family brings reassurance, or you spot a resilient flower blooming by the roadside. In that moment, your tears remain unwiped, yet warmth surges within, prompting a smile streaked with tears. It is not despair, but a flicker of hope amidst fatigue, a hint of strength amidst vulnerability. Lin Che closes his eyes, immersing himself in the scene Ling Ye has painted. He inhales deeply and dons the headphones once more. With each subsequent take, Lin Che's voice becomes fully intertwined with the essence of the song. He no longer sings merely to perform. He transforms into the unnamed individual within the lyrics, narrating the joys and sorrows of ordinary life through his voice. Time slips away unnoticed, and as midday approaches, the final recording concludes. Ling Ye removes the monitoring headphones. a satisfied expression gracing his face. This will do. Lin Ye exhales deeply, a look of fatigue from the completion of his work on his face, yet more prominently, a sense of excitement and fulfillment. After a morning of relentless refinement, the final product far exceeded his initial expectations. He understood that this achievement was largely due to Ling Ye's meticulous guidance. His gaze towards Ling Ye was filled with gratitude and admiration. In the afternoon, He entered the recording studio bearing several documents. Ling, I have had the legal department draft the contract using the standard template. Please review it, and if all is in order, you may proceed to sign. Ling Ye accepted the contract, and Lin Ye, along with his manager, Wu Ling, gathered around. The terms of the contract were clear and concise, stipulating that the song would be utilized for the Dongyun Mutual Aid Association's public welfare project, with copyright belonging solely to Ling Ye, while Lin Ye retained the right to attribution, with no commercial remuneration involved. Everything adhered to their previous agreements, and the process was standardized. After carefully reviewing the document, Ling Ye and Lin Ye affixed their signatures. He secured the contract. All right. I shall now send the final audio file and the scanned contract to the contact at Dongyun Mutual Aid Association. Ling Ye nodded. Thank you, team leader Liang. No trouble at all. It's my duty. He waved his hand and turned to handle matter. Ling Ye and Lin Ye bid farewell and returned to their respective workstations, feeling a sense of tranquility. The song Unnamed Person had reached a significant milestone. Typically, for such public welfare projects, feedback might take several days after the documents were received. However, to the surprise of both Ling Ye and Liang He, less than an hour after sending it, Liang He's inbox received a response. Ling looked quickly. He handed his phone to Ling Ye, the screen displaying a freshly received email. The sender was the project leader of the Dongyun Mutual Aid Association. The email was brief, yet brimming with excitement and gratitude. Dear Team Leader Liang, we have received the song. We just organized a few colleagues to listen to it together, and everyone was profoundly moved. The quality of Unnamed Person has completely surpassed our expectations. The melody is warm and powerful, and the lyrics are simple yet sincere, perfectly aligning with our theme of ordinary aesthetics. It serves as the best interpretation of this theme. The voice of Mr. Lin Ye is also exceptional, full of emotion, bringing the song to life. Please convey our sincerest thanks to Mr. Ling Ye and Mr. Lin Ye. We are very satisfied with this song and will arrange for its use in our promotional channels promptly. Once again, we thank Xinghua Entertainment and express our gratitude to Mr. Ling Ye and Mr. Lin Ye. Did you see that? Their evaluation is exceedingly high. He clapped Ling Ye's shoulder enthusiastically, his face aglow with joy. I knew this song would be a success. Now we can report back to Supervisor Wang. Well done, Ling. Keep up the excellent work. Ling Ye smiled at Liang He and expressed his thanks, though his heart remained largely undisturbed. The recognition for Unnamed Person was, after all, anticipated. Chapter 9. The release of the philanthropic melody. As dusk fell, the golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting a warm hue upon the male dormitory 404 of the EC Academy of Arts. Ling Ye pushed open the door to the dormitory, and a wave of heat, accompanied by the deafening sound effects of a video game, rushed towards him. Come on, eliminate that marksman. Damn it, can't you play support properly? At the window side desk, the tall and handsome Yi Fan, clad in a basketball jersey, furiously tapped on the keyboard, his mouth spewing expletives as the screen displayed an intense battle reminiscent of League of Legends. Victory! The system notification resonated throughout the dormitory. Yi Fan leaned back in his gaming chair, grabbed a cold cola from the desk, and finally turned his attention to Ling Ye at the door. Hey, Yezi, you're back. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, his roommate and the campus heartthrob from the performing arts department. What have you been up to lately? You're out early and back late every day, like you're involved in some underground operation. Ling Ye closed the door, isolating the cacophony of game sounds. The dormitory was a standard 4-person room, with bunk beds and desks. The other 2 roommates were away. One, a directing student, had gone to Nanshizhou as a director's assistant, while the other, an art design student, had ventured to Bei Chunzhou as a concept artist. Thus, it was just he and Yi Fan in the room. I found a part-time job writing songs to earn some living expenses, Ling Ye said, placing a folder on his desk. He had no intention of sharing the details of his dealings with Xinhua Entertainment with Yi Fan, not out of distrust, but rather a sense of unnecessary elaboration and a reluctance to explain. Oh, part-time work. Yi Fan seemed to give it little thought, quickly becoming preoccupied with his game once more. Damn, I'm matched up with that idiot support again. We're doomed. He groaned, diving into the next round of the game. Ling Ye watched him, shaking his head in exasperation. From the memories of his original self, Yi Fan had always been this way, sunny, cheerful, passionate about sports and games, and possessing a magnetic personality. However, he could sometimes be a bit oblivious, with a thought process that could circle the blue planet thrice before arriving at a conclusion. Hey, Ling Ye, Yi Fan called out while waiting to respawn in the fountain, not even glancing back. Don't put that bag near my desk. How many times have I told you? I have a cleanliness obsession. Ling Ye glanced down at the folder he had placed at the edge of his desk, then shifted his gaze to Yi Fan's side, where cola cans, snack wrappers, and a takeout box from the morning lay scattered around the gaming chair. His lips twitched involuntarily. Was this what they referred to as an external obsession with cleanliness but internal disarray? Silently, he nudged the folder closer to himself, listening to Yi Fan's animated gameplay commentary through his headphones, along with the crisp sounds of keyboard and mouse clicks. Ling Ye sat at his desk, momentarily lost in a sensation of temporal disorientation. As night deepened, Yi Fan finally concluded his gaming session, grumbling as he headed off to wash up, the sound of rushing water echoing from the bathroom. The dormitory grew unusually quiet. Just as Ling Ye opened his computer, his phone screen suddenly illuminated. It was a notification, Dongyun Mutual Aid Association. The notification title was quite unpretentious, ordinary yet radiant. A tribute to every unsung hero, the philanthropic aesthetic public service film is officially released. He clicked on the notification, revealing a link to a short video. At the outset of the video, there were no extravagant special effects, nor were there any celebrities. The first scene unfolds at 4 in the morning, when dawn has yet to break. Clad in orange work attire, sanitation workers wield their brooms, the soft rustle echoing through the desolate streets. Next, we find ourselves amidst the crowded morning rush in the subway, where individuals silently scroll through their phones, their faces etched with the fatigue of unawakened slumber. We shift to the cubicles of an office building, where white-collar workers diligently strike their keyboards, a cup of long cold coffee perched on the edge of their desks. We witness laborers on a construction site, their sun-kissed skin glistening as they tilt their heads back to drink water, sweat cascading down their necks. The scene transitions to the late-night streets, where delivery workers clad in blue or yellow uniforms hastily navigate their electric bikes through the neon-lit avenues. The visuals shift seamlessly, presenting a series of ordinary yet genuine faces, moments from the daily lives of common individuals. There is no overt melodrama, yet a raw and poignant strength resonates throughout. As Lin Che's warm and sincere voice fills the air, the atmosphere of the video ignites. I am but a nameless soul on this road. I have no news, nor do I seek commentary. The melody flows gently, like a meandering stream, caressing the neglected corners and soothing the silent souls. The video is brief, lasting just over 4 minutes. In its conclusion, the imagery freezes on a group of everyday people from various walks of life, standing in the sunlight, their faces adorned with simple smiles. Their eyes reflect a blend of weariness and confusion, yet predominantly a glimmer of hope for life. A line of text gradually emerges on the screen, in tribute to every nameless individual who lives earnestly. The credits read, Dongyun Mutual Aid Association Xinhua Entertainment. Composed by Ling Ye, performed by Lin Che. As the video comes to an end, a profound silence envelopes the dormitory, punctuated only by the occasional chirp of insects outside the window. He gazes at the screen, where his name and Lin Che's are displayed, sitting quietly in contemplation. The nameless individual has finally made an appearance in this world through such a medium. There was no grand promotion, no celebrity endorsement. It was merely posted on an account of a non-profit organization with modest visibility. It emerged quietly from some corner of the internet, much like the nameless figure depicted in the song. Ling Ye clicks on the comments section beneath the video. There are few comments, only a handful. The song is beautiful and moving. I cried, reminded of my parents, who are also quiet givers. The lyrics are splendid, resonating deeply with me. Who is the performer? Such a warm voice. The composer is Ling Ye. I haven't heard of this name. Is he a newcomer? Quite impressive. Support for public welfare. I hope this world treats ordinary people a bit better. The comments are genuine and warm. Though limited in number, each one radiates sincerity. A slight smile graces Ling Ye's lips. Yi Fan emerges from the bathroom, his hair still damp, as he mutters while drying it. I'm utterly exhausted. I encountered a bunch of noobs in ranked matches today. Couldn't carry them at all. He strolls past Ling Ye, casually glancing at the screen. Oh, what are you watching? A documentary? Ling Ye did not turn back, merely stating, it's a public service short film. Oh, Yi Fan replied, not paying much attention. By the way, Yi Zi, the basketball team has an event tomorrow. Are you going? It's been a while since I've seen you play. Ling Ye closed the video page and shook his head. No, I have something else to attend to tomorrow. You should get to bed early. Chapita, de una melis sol. I raise a glass to you. At 1:30 in the morning, Li Mingyu parked his electric bike by the roadside. After delivering over 40 orders today, exhaustion seeped through his bones. He glanced at his phone screen. There was one final order to complete, and he needed to hurry. For years had passed since his graduation, and he yearned to establish himself in this vast city to save enough money to provide his girlfriend, who had waited for 6 years, with a proper wedding. By day, he toiled in a small company, and by night, he donned his yellow delivery uniform, weaving through the city streets. He entered a dimly lit small restaurant, the final stop for his last order. The owner, with drooping eyelids, sat behind the counter, gazing at a small television. He was the only patron in the establishment. Just 2 more minutes. It will be ready soon, the owner mumbled. Li Mingyu nodded, his gaze fixated on the screen. The television displayed a simple short film, devoid of stars, showcasing the lives of ordinary people. Sanitation workers, subway passengers, office clerks, construction workers. A warm, slightly husky voice filled the air. I am a nameless one on this road. I have no news, nor do I receive comments. The lyrics instantly seized Li Mingyu's heart. After 4 years of delivering food, navigating through countless homes illuminated by warm lights, he had encountered a myriad of individuals and heard a plethora of stories. He felt akin to the nameless person in the song, lost in the vast sea of humanity, unnoticed for the sacrifices he had made. When the song spoke of exhausting every effort to exchange for an ordinary script, of the twists and turns that accompany the struggle for survival, Li Mingyu's body jolted. The phrase twists and turns that accompany the struggle for survival struck him like a hammer to the chest. For years of hard work, countless days and nights of toil, all for what? Was it not for survival, for the opportunity to build a family with the one he loved, to live an ordinary and stable life? As winter descended upon his hometown, after the train arrived at the station, the winds of childhood would blow once more, evoking memories of simple joys. On familiar streets, someone would tenderly call out his name. O wanderer from home, I raise a glass to you, to your silence and every roar, to your bent back as you climb higher. He watched the screen as the song continued, resonating with the helplessness of wandering, the silent perseverance, the quiet rebellion, and the flickers of hope amidst fatigue. The 4-minute video felt as though it spanned a century. As the song concluded, the image lingered on the humble smiles of those ordinary people, paying tribute to every nameless individual who lives earnestly. Li Mingyu felt a lump in his throat, fighting back the urge to cry. This song spoke to him and to all those like him, silently striving in this city. He suddenly realized he was not alone. Clearing his throat, he asked, "Boss, what song was playing on the television?" The owner yawned, "I don't know. It was just a random public service announcement I found online." A public service announcement? Li Mingyu quickly pulled out his phone and searched for the latest public service songs. Soon, he discovered the video on the official account of a charitable organization. Ordinary yet radiant. A tribute to every unsung hero. The promotional video for the campaign has officially been released. He clicked on the video and noticed the details below. Composed by Ling Ye, performed by Ling Ye. After completing his last delivery, it was already past 2 in the morning. Li Mingyu parked his electric bike beneath an archway on the route back to his rented accommodation. The area was devoid of streetlights and enveloped in silence. He donned his inexpensive headphones, which he had used for several years, and played the unsung. The melody filled the air once more, and this time he could no longer hold back. Silent tears streamed down his cheeks, cascading to his chin and soaking into his clothing. These were not tears of sorrow, but rather a release of understanding and recognition. He was not alone in his struggles. A song resonated with him, conveying a message. You are not an unnamed individual. Your efforts and perseverance have not gone unnoticed. He lost track of how many times he replayed it until his phone battery dwindled and exhaustion enveloped him entirely. Wiping away his tears, he mounted his bike and steered toward his dwelling. Meanwhile, in other corners of the city, similar emotions surged. A programmer, just finishing overtime, leaned back in his chair, scrolling through his phone and reflecting on the sleepless nights he had endured. Beneath the scroll wheel, he typed a comment. I cried. I feel understood. A construction worker stumbled upon the song and thought of his distant family, quietly liking and sharing it with his coworkers. A stay-at-home mother, weary from putting her child to sleep, reclined on the sofa, recalling the daily monotony and unrecognized efforts, and made her way to the balcony, tears streaming down her face. Without any promotional push or orchestrated marketing, this song, like a pebble cast into the hearts of countless ordinary individuals, stirred genuine resonance. The following day, at Donghai Art College, in the boys' dormitory 404, Yi Fan, sporting a disheveled hairstyle, mumbled through a mouthful of toothpaste. Hey, Easy, how's your part-time job? What is the pay like? Ling Ye sat at his desk, the computer screen displaying the video page from the Dongyun Mutual Aid Association. Not bad, he replied without turning. Not bad? Is that sufficient for you to treat me to lavish meals every day? Yi Fan spat out the foam and stepped out, playfully wrapping his arm around Ling Ye's neck. Ling Ye sidestepped, casting a disdainful glance at him. First, dry your dripping hair. Yi Fan chuckled, released him, and walked to his desk, catching a glimpse of Ling Ye's screen. Oh, you're watching that too? He pointed at the video on the screen. I stumbled upon it last night, clicked on it casually, and wow, this song is something special. He plopped down into his gaming chair, pulled out his phone, and found the same video. So relatable. It truly struck a chord with me, he exclaimed, turning excitedly towards Ling Ye. I swear I feel like an unsung hero. Every time I play ranked matches and encounter those terrible teammates, I single-handedly carry the team, fighting against all odds. Yet in the end, no one acknowledges my pain. Am I not an unsung hero? Ling Ye replied. Yi Fan, your thought process could indeed circle the globe 3 times. Yesterday, I watched a video beside him, and only today did I realize its profound significance. Moreover, I couldn't help but draw a parallel between the nameless individuals depicted in the song and his gameplay in the prestigious ranks. Such a peculiar train of thought. Ling Ye glanced at Yi Fan once more. This fellow hailed from a privileged background, a quintessential prodigy, in stark contrast to the nameless individuals struggling at the bottom, toiling for their livelihood, as portrayed in the song. Especially the singer, whose voice was exceptionally soothing. As I listened, I felt a warmth welling up in my eyes. Yi Fan remarked, then resumed the video, humming along. To the nameless ones, I raise a toast to you. After humming a few lines, he suddenly paused and turned to Ling Ye with a puzzled expression. Hey, Yeezy, didn't you say your side job involves songwriting? What style of songs do you write? Ling Ye regarded him calmly, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. As for songwriting, he hesitated, his gaze drifting to the comments from ordinary people on the screen. It is meant for those like us who live earnestly. Yi Fan scratched his messy hair, clearly puzzled by Ling Ye's artistic tone. Oh, he nodded, half understanding, but was soon captivated again by the song playing on his phone. His body swayed gently to the melody, his lips murmuring the lyrics. To the nameless ones, I raise a toast to you. To those who haven perished in this wretched ranking. This foolish lad, Yi Fan, will probably take a long time to realize that the song he finds somewhat profound is, in fact, the creation of his roommate, who writes songs on the side. Chapter 11. This song promotes wellness as night fell. The once neglected account of the Dongyun Mutual Aid Society experienced a meteoric rise in video views, akin to a rocket soaring through the sky. There were no influential figures sharing it, nor any platform recommendations. It was solely propelled by the most fundamental form of word of mouth. In the late hours, within the weary work group, the links proliferated like wild grass. Some shared screenshots on their social media, accompanied by expressions of exhaustion that brought them to tears, instantly garnering countless likes and comments. The comment section erupted with fervor, no longer a mere scattering of a few dozen remarks. Wow, who penned this song? It moved me to tears, reminding me of my early days in this city while searching for a job. So genuine. Who is Ling Ye? His voice is so soothing. It's as if my ears are expecting a child. I'm now a fan. The theme of ordinary aesthetics is splendid. This song perfectly complements the video. It's simply extraordinary. I feel understood. Thank you for this song. It alleviated my solitude during those late-night work hours, my tears flowing freely. Online, the hashtag #UnnamedPeople began to explode in popularity. Users shared their own sunrise photographs, the glowing lights of offices at midnight, the distorted faces squeezed in the subway, and even their cats sleeping adorably atop keyboards. Accompanied by a few lines of lyrics, these posts sparked emotional resonance, creating a unique wave of life that swept across the internet. Xinhua Entertainment, Composition Department. Group 8. After leisurely finishing breakfast at a CAF beneath the office, Ling Ye strolled into the workplace. Before he could even set down his backpack, a figure rushed towards him with fervor. Xiaoling, you must see this. Chen Jiping nearly shoved his phone screen into Ling Ye's face. On the screen was a middle-aged man, dressed in loose cotton linen attire, seated cross-legged on a mat, with exquisite tea utensils before him. The backdrop was an elegantly antiquated study. This was a wellness blogger Chen Jiping had followed for years. At that moment, the blogger wore a solemn expression, his magnetic voice flowing gently. Recently, many friends have messaged me, expressing feelings of stress, anxiety, and insomnia. Today, I won't be recommending any calming tea. He picked up a tablet nearby and pressed play. Instead, I will recommend a song. He closed his eyes, appearing utterly enraptured. This song is titled Unnamed People. Upon listening, I felt as if my entire soul had been purified. The irritations and anxieties seemed soothed by this warm melody. Below the video, the comments and shares had already become quite substantial. Thank you for the recommendation. I've listened, and it truly works wonders. After hearing it, my cervical spondylosis has improved significantly. Dog emoji. This song is more effective than any melatonin. I slept like a baby last night. Composed by Ling Ye, sung by Ling Ye. Noted a hidden gem. Chen Jiping pointed at the screen and then glanced up at Ling Ye, his expression a complex blend of disbelief and astonishment. Xiaoling, how did your song even infiltrate the wellness community? He could hardly fathom it. Just days ago, he had earnestly advised Ling Ye against pursuing this venture, and now his cheeks flushed with warmth. Observing Chen Jiping's astonished demeanor, Ling Ye couldn't help but smile slightly. He took a seat at his workstation and opened his computer. Perhaps this song simply promotes wellness. Puffed. Chen Jiping nearly spewed out a mouthful of blood. Wellness? If this song is considered health-conscious, then what should we make of the frivolous tunes he penned in the past? Was he destined to meet his demise on the spot? Observing the calm demeanor of Ling Ye amidst the tranquil night, his heart was in turmoil. This fellow, does he genuinely lack understanding, or is he merely feigning ignorance? This is not merely an arena for wellness. It has transcended boundaries. As he was lost in thought, Liang He approached with a folder in hand. Xiaoling, you've done remarkably well, Liang He remarked, his voice imbued with satisfaction as he stood beside Ling Ye's workstation. Unnamed Person has garnered an excellent response. Albeit still within a limited scope, yet the acclaim is robust, emanating organically. Supervisor Wang also expressed his approval of the burgeoning reputation of Unnamed Person, deeming it a pleasant surprise. Chen Jiping perked up, listening intently. However, Liang He paused, lowering his voice several notches. Supervisor Wang made it a point to remind me that this song is fundamentally charitable, with zero investment. The current level of popularity is commendable. Yet, the present discourse surrounding it is still a far cry from the commercial value outlined in our Xinhua composer evaluation criteria. He conveyed Wang's message. stating that while the positive reception is a good sign of your creative prowess and song quality, one must not be seduced by this fleeting small flame, nor should one presume this suffices. The 3-month probation period has stringent requirements for conversion to a permanent position, which hinges on delivering works of substantial commercial value. This is your true test. Chun Jiping felt a chill run down his spine as he listened. Supervisor Wang remained as pragmatic as ever, a daunting reality to face. For Unnamed Person, a song birthed from a zero-budget charity initiative to achieve such warmth was, in his view, a commendable feat, yet to Supervisor Wang, it hardly qualified as an appetizer. 3 months to produce commercially viable work. The pressure for a newcomer still in probation was considerable. He felt a sense of dread for Ling Ye. Commercial value? Ling Ye sikofut inyardi. In Blue Star, it seems that only by throwing money, amassing resources, and generating high traffic does one achieve commercial worth. A song like Unnamed Person, which thrives on word of mouth, is perceived merely as an unexpected flicker, unworthy of a place at the table. But since the company adheres to their standards, he would utilize those very metrics to prove himself. Ling Ye had never been short of exceptional songs. If commercial value was the demand, then he would deliver it. Understood. Team leader Liang, he replied with a subtle nod. Liang He, observing the calmness in Ling Ye's eyes, felt a twinge of intrigue. This young man. Does he truly have a plan? Well, as long as he is aware, that suffices. Liang He patted his shoulder and encouraged him to keep pushing forward. With that, he turned and returned to his office. Ling Ye chose not to further engage with the discussions surrounding Unnamed Person online. That song had fulfilled its purpose the moment he entrusted it to Liang He. His gaze shifted to the computer screen, his fingers dancing across the keyboard as he swiftly accessed another audio project file. On the screen, it boldly displayed Mercury Record. Ling Ye picked up his phone from the desk, locating the number of Zhang Wei, the head of the artist department, and dialed. Beep, beep. The phone rang twice before being answered. Hello, Supervisor Zhang. This is Ling Ye from the composition department. On the other end, Zhang Wei paused momentarily, as if recalling the name. Ah, I remember now. The newcomer who penned a nameless one, part of Liang's team. Oh, it's you, Ling. What can I do for you? Zhang Wei's tone softened, laced with curiosity. Ling Ye wasted no time, diving straight to the point. Supervisor Zhang, I would like to trouble you to assist me in contacting a trainee. I need him to help me record a new song. Oh, Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow. Taken aback. A new song? So soon? She mused internally, finding the newcomer's creative pace quite astonishing. However, she refrained from probing further, as she preferred not to interfere in the affairs of the composition department. All right, who do you have in mind? Guo Jiahao, Ling Ye replied, stating the name. Chapter 12. Recording Mercury's memoir Guo Jiahao? Yes, he is the one who auditioned for the Nameless last time. Zhang Wei tightened her grip on the phone, her mind racing with thoughts. What was Ling Ye up to? They selected the newcomer Lin Che for the Nameless, and now they want to bring back a trainee who was previously eliminated? This maneuver is perplexing. However, considering Ling Ye's ability to compose a song like the Nameless, his judgment must not be lacking. Moreover, Liang He had spoken highly of Ling Ye before. Very well. Zhang Wei refrained from pressing further. Gu Jiahao, right? Let me see which agent is responsible for him. Found it. He is under the wing of Sister Li. I will contact her immediately to inform Gu Jiahao. Thank you, Supervisor Zhang. No need to be so polite. It's all part of the job. Zhang Wei's tone returned to its usual calmness. Please arrange a time and place. I will have Sister Li bring him over. How about now? The recording studio is at 1803 on the 18th floor. I will wait for him here. Ling Ye glanced at the clock on the wall. Now? All right. I will contact him right away. Zhang Wei hung up the phone and promptly dialed the agent Ling Mei's number. Hello, Sister Li. Do you have a trainee named Guo Jiahao? Wei Jia. Yes. What is up? This child is quite obedient. He hasn't caused any trouble, has he? Li Mei's voice carried a hint of anxiety. Zhang Wei chuckled softly. No trouble at all, which is a good thing. You know Ling Ye from the composition department, right? The one who wrote the Nameless. Yes. I know. That song has gained quite a reputation. Unfortunately, Jiao T passed the audition last time, Li Mei said eagerly. He has just composed a new song and specifically requested Guo Jiahao to assist him with the recording. You need to take him to the recording studio at 1803 on the 18th floor immediately. Ling Ye is waiting for him there. What? Wait, Jia. Are you serious? Teacher Ling Ye specifically requested Jiahao. Oh my, this is a stroke of fortune. Guo Jiahao is talented and hardworking, but he is introverted, and his family's circumstances are modest. He has never had the opportunity. After he failed to audition for the Nameless, I consoled him for quite some time, never expecting such a turn of events. Why would I deceive you? Hurry and take him over. Don't keep Ling Yi waiting. Zhang Wei urged. All right, I'm on it. Thank you, Wei Jia. I truly appreciate your help. Li Mei expressed her gratitude repeatedly. After hanging up, Li Mei rushed towards the trainee training room. Jiahao Gui Jiahao. In the corner of the training room, a slender boy wearing a faded t-shirt suddenly looked up, and upon seeing Li Mei rush in, he grasped her wrist. Li. Sister Li? Quick, follow me. Li Mei's strength was astonishing. This is tremendous news. Guo Jiahao stumbled, but followed her in a hurry. Sister Li, where are we going? What is the good news? It's teacher Ling Yi from the composition department, the one who wrote The Nameless. Li Mei spoke as she ran, her breath quickening. He has just written a new song and specifically requested you to record it. In the same studio as last time. Guo Jiahao halted, staring at Li Mei. He found it hard to believe. The scene of his last failed audition lingered in his mind. How could the seemingly youthful teacher, Ling, suddenly seek him out again? What was he standing there for? Li Mei nudged him. Sister Wei personally made the call. Hurry, hurry. This is a golden opportunity that has fallen from the heavens. You struck some incredible luck. Guo Jiahao's heart raced, the immense surprise and disbelief constricting his chest. It was true. Teacher Ling had indeed granted him another chance. To be remembered by such a person, singled out for an opportunity. Sisterly. I. His nose tinged with a hint of emotion as he opened his mouth. Stop crying. Hold it back, Li Mei chided gently, her tone softening. This is a monumental blessing. You must seize it and present your best self. You cannot disappoint teacher Ling's expectations, understand? Guo Jiahao nodded vigorously, taking a deep breath to steady his emotions. On their way to recording studio 1803, Li Mei continued to offer her guidance. When you see teacher Ling, be sharp, speak well, and listen attentively to his instructions. I know, Sister Li. Guo Jiahao clenched his fists tightly. Soon, they arrived at the door of studio 1803. Li Mei straightened her clothes and knocked. Please enter. A calm voice from within responded. Li Mei pushed the door open and led Guo Jiahao inside. Inside the studio, teacher Ling sat at the control panel, adjusting the equipment. Upon seeing them, he lifted his gaze, fixing his eyes on Guo Jiahao. Hello, teacher Ling. I am Li Mei, Guo Jiahao's agent, and this is Guo Jiahao. Li Mei greeted as she stepped forward. Guo Jiahao felt an overwhelming sense of nervousness, slightly bending his body. Teacher Ling, hello. Teacher Ling nodded, gesturing toward the sofa beside them. Please have a seat. He picked up a few sheets of paper and handed them to Guo Jiahao. Here are the score and lyrics for the new song. Take some time to familiarize yourself. With trembling hands, Guo Jiahao accepted the sheets, his gaze fixed upon the paper. The title of the song captured his attention. Mercury. A swift glance over the lyrics revealed the line about the orbiting planets. How could it be when I have you? Boom! Something exploded in his mind. Mercury, the closest to the sun, yet forever unable to truly approach it. Orbiting, guarding, so unattainable. Was this not a reflection of himself? On his musical journey, he felt like a solitary Mercury, desperately chasing an elusive source of light, yearning to be seen, longing for the stage. Yet reality repeatedly reminded him of the vast chasm that separated him from his dreams. Guo Jiahao's fingers, gripping the paper, turned slightly white, his heart feeling as though it were being tightly constricted by something unseen. Teacher Ling observed him silently, patiently waiting. After a considerable time, Guo Jiahao emerged from his reverie and looked up at teacher Ling. Teacher, what do you think of this song? It's very good. I really like it. Guo Jiahao's voice was hoarse. That's wonderful. Take your time to get acquainted with it. Half an hour later, Guo Jiahao stood up, took a deep breath, and entered the soundproof recording booth, clutching the score. As he donned the monitoring headphones, the accompaniment flowed forth, ethereal and laced with a subtle melancholy. Guo closed his eyes, nurturing his emotions. Perhaps it was the tension, or perhaps the earnest desire to perform well, that caused his voice to tremble and his breath to falter as he began to sing. Outside the control room, Ling Ye covered her mouth in anticipation. Ling Ye maintained a calm demeanor as he pressed the communication button. Do not be anxious. Relax. His voice flowed through the headphones, reaching Guo Jiahao's ears. Guo Jiahao's body stiffened. Imagine you are Mercury, solitary in its orbit, gazing at that distant light. There is no need to strive for technical precision. Simply express the feelings within your heart. Ling Ye's voice was steady and unhurried. Picture yourself as Mercury, observing the unattainable light. In Guo Jiahao's mind, the cosmos unfolded, the planet closest to the sun, eternally out of reach. Loneliness and dedication, intertwined with a hint of humble guardianship. He opened his mouth once more, and this time, his voice, imbued with his unique ethereal quality and melancholy, stabilized considerably. The sense of destiny that belonged solely to Mercury was captured. Enchanted by your gaze, the Milky Way leaves traces. Through the cracks of time, it remains vividly, drawing my path. The song flowed out, imbued with a delicate fragility. A smile crept across Ling Ye's lips. Indeed, he had not been mistaken. Guo Jiahao's vocal timbre was a perfect match for the essence of Mercury's record. As the subsequent audition progressed, Ling Ye showcased his professional expertise, continually guiding Guo Jiahao to grasp the deeper emotional layers of the lyrics. The line, "the orbiting planet, how can it possess you?" conveyed not merely loss, but also a sense of resigned helplessness, intertwined with a reluctant yearning to try once more. What must one explore? How fortunate must one be? Here the feeling of humility must emerge, not as a plea, but as a cautious approach. In the chorus, the emotions needed to escalate, transitioning from restraint to gradual release, envisioning Mercury burning itself, solely for the moment of closeness. Guo Jiahao absorbed Ling Ye's guidance like a sponge. His perceptiveness was remarkable. With a nudge from Ling Ye, he swiftly comprehended and accurately expressed the sentiments through his singing. The ethereal quality of his voice, combined with the progressively layered emotions, gradually unveiled the charm of Mercury's record. The subsequent recording proceeded exceptionally smoothly. With Ling Ye's precise guidance, Guo Jiahao's state improved significantly, fully immersing himself in the role of Mercury, portraying the emotions of loneliness, guardianship, and unfulfilled longing to perfection. In just one morning, the recording of the entire song was declared complete. As the final note resonated, Guo Jiahao removed his headphones. After listening to the playback, Ling Ye nodded in approval. That will suffice. Ling Ye clapped her hands in excitement. Wonderful. Jiahao, you were amazing. A smile spread across Guo Jiahao's face as he turned to Ling Ye. Thank you. Thank you, Teacher Ling. His voice quivered slightly with emotion. Chapter 13. The newcomer seasoned the door to the recording studio swung open. Ling Ye emerged first, holding a USB drive containing the recorded Mercury memoir, followed closely by Guo Jiahao and Ling Ye. The corridor was bright, and Ling Ye walked at a measured pace, glancing sideways at Guo Jiahao. To the 11th floor legal department to sign the contract. Guo Jiahao paused momentarily, then realized it was for the Mercury memoir contract. Ling Ye chimed in immediately, yes, to sign the contract. I will arrange for the song to be released as soon as possible. What are your thoughts on the revenue share for the performer? Guo Jiahao shook his head repeatedly, his cheeks flushing. No, Teacher Ling, that won't do. I cannot accept any payment. Being given the opportunity to sing such a wonderful song is already a tremendous stroke of luck. How could I possibly accept a share? Ling Ye cast him a glance. The sincerity of his refusal did not sway his decision. Rules are rules. As the performer, you are entitled to your share of the earnings from the song. I will have the legal team prepare the contract. You will receive 0.5 of the revenue, while I, as the lyricist and producer, will take 1.5. This proportion is quite generous, especially for a newcomer, given that both the lyrics and composition are attributed to me. Guo Jiahao opened his mouth, as if intending to protest further. Accept this as a recognition of your talent and a respect for the song. Ling Ye interjected, continuing his stride. All right, thank you. Teacher Ling, Guo Jiahao replied softly yet earnestly. Ling Ye watched from the side, her smile deepening. This young man was straightforward and understood the importance of uplifting others. It was no wonder Liang valued him so highly. Upon arriving at the legal department, the process unfolded swiftly. The two signed their names on 3 copies, one each for Ling Ye, Guo Jiahao, and the legal department. Ling Ye meticulously secured Guo Jiahao's copy of the contract, beaming as she expressed her gratitude to Ling Ye, offering a few words of encouragement to Guo Jiahao before departing with a light step. After bidding farewell to Ling Ye glanced at the time. "Let us go. It's mealtime." "To the cafeteria." Guo Jiahao nodded, following closely behind Ling Ye. The cafeteria on the 20th floor was bustling at the peak dining hour, filled with chatter. Ling Ye and Guo Jiahao collected their meals and settled at a table by the window. "Hey, Ling Ye, what a coincidence," a voice interjected. Zhang Yang approached with a tray, accompanied by 2 or 3 unfamiliar faces, newcomers from his group. He walked directly to their table, his gaze briefly flitting over Ling Ye before lingering on Guo Jiahao, who was engrossed in his meal. "Is it true that you're dining with a trainee?" Zhang Yang feigned casualness, tinged with a barely perceptible air of superiority. "I've heard your charity song. Seems to be gaining some attention lately. Charity projects can earn you some goodwill, but they're not much in the way of actual profit, right?" He deliberately emphasized the words actual profit. "The pressure during the 3-month probationary period must be considerable. Huh? I advise you to focus more on projects with financial prospects. Sentimentality won't do much for your chances of securing a permanent position." Guo Jiahao tightened his grip on his chopsticks, raising his gaze to Ling Ye, whose expression remained unperturbed as he picked up a piece of vegetables and chewed slowly. Zhang Yang, noticing Ling Ye's silence, felt a twinge of displeasure and decided to shift the conversation, raising his voice slightly. "Unlike me, Sai, I've been exceedingly busy lately. Teacher Li Rui has been quite demanding. Just yesterday, he dedicated some time to guide me on the arrangement of a new song, claiming it has the potential to break into the top 10 of next month's newcomer chart." The nearby rookies immediately chimed in. "Brother Yang is impressive, being valued by Teacher Li Rui right from the start. A unique contender for the top 10 among our cohort." Finally, Ling Ye set down his chopsticks and raised his gaze to Zhang Yang, his expression serene. "Oh, just one word," lightly uttered. The proud smile on Zhang Yang's face faltered. Ling Ye chose to ignore him, turning to the visibly anxious Guo Jiahao, and whispered, "Don't mind him, just eat." He then offered a piece of untouched sweet and sour spare ribs from his own plate to Guo Jiahao, saying, "This is quite good. Have some more." At that moment, from the corner of the cafeteria, an employee's phone played music aloud, a melody wafting through the air. "I'm a nameless person on this road." It was indeed nameless. The volume was not particularly loud, yet in the bustling environment, the song penetrated the noise. "Hey, this song has been quite popular lately," someone at the next table remarked. "Nameless, that's the song from Ling Ye's charity project. It's truly captivating. Indeed, it resonates deeply." Though the chatter was not loud, it clearly reached Zhang Yang's ears. His brow furrowed. Nameless? Hadn't he heard someone mention it before? Why was it being played in the cafeteria? And how did so many people know about it? He cast a doubtful glance at Ling Ye, who remained leisurely focused on his meal. The song and the surrounding discussion shattered the carefully constructed sense of superiority Zhang Yang had been cultivating. The seemingly perceptible gazes around him made his face flush, and just as he contemplated saying something to regain his footing, Ling Ye suddenly appeared to recall something. He looked at Zhang Yang, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He added quietly to Guo Jiahao, "Enough for Zhang Yang to overhear. Mercury's record will be released next month. Our goal is to secure the championship in the newcomer season." Boom! The expression on Zhang Yang's face shifted from rigidity to shock, then to disbelief, ultimately contorting into a derisive laugh. "Champion? Newcomer season champion? With whom?" "With this nervous rookie next to me, whose chopsticks are trembling, and who appears rather unsophisticated." What a joke! Guo Jiahao, grasping the spare rib that Ling Ye had just offered, froze mid-motion, his mouth agape. "Newcomer season. Champion? Me? Guo Jiahao, the trainee who didn't even pass the audition for Nameless? Competing for the newcomer season champion?" The followers around Zhang Yang were equally stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. Moments later, someone could no longer contain their laughter, the scorn unmistakable. Champion? Ha ha. Did I hear that correctly? Brother Yang, has he gone daft from writing charity songs? Just pulling a random trainee and thinking of claiming the newcomer season champion? This is absurd. Zhang Yang forcibly suppressed the absurdity rising within him, wearing a mocking expression. Ling Ye, what can I possibly say about you? One may indulge in food without restraint, yet one must exercise caution in speech. The notion of a rookie season champion. Do you grasp the significance of that? He deliberately raised his voice to draw attention. What prowess does Chun Mingwei of Tianyin Entertainment possess? What resources? How much has the company invested? And what of Zhou Yuqing from Shengshi Entertainment, who has portrayed the second female lead in a popular drama, bringing her own fanbase and a melodious voice? She is also a favored talent of her company, not to mention the other emerging artists from major firms, each boasting a robust background, formidable skills, and top-tier teams. And what of you? Zhang Yang pointed at Guo Jiahao. With just you, a relatively obscure trainee, do you truly believe you can seize the championship? Ask him if he believes it himself. Zhang Yang's tone dripped with malice. Guo Jiahao's complexion turned ashen. He instinctively lowered his head to evade that scornful gaze. Ling Ye's attention shifted to Guo Jiahao, offering no explanation and wholly disregarding Zhang Yang's provocation. Such blatant antagonism. Beside him, followers felt their dignity tarnished. Brother Yang, don't stoop to his level. Indeed, when the rookie season commences, we shall see him weep. Zhang Yang recognized that remaining any longer would only lead to further humiliation. He dismissed the gathering with a scoff. How presumptuous! I await the spectacle of your downfall. With that, he abruptly gathered his tray and, accompanied by his entourage, departed without a backward glance. Ling Ye picked up a bowl of soup, took a sip, and then turned to the still, somewhat stiff Guo Jiahao. I shall take my leave now. I am to meet with Team Leader Liang. Chapter 14. Secured quota Liang, he had just finished attending to some trivial matters when he picked up his thermos to refill it. The office door swung open, and Ling Ye walked in. Team Leader Liang, he greeted. Ah, Xiao Ling. Liang, he replied, placing the cup down with a gentle smile. Ling Ye approached Liang He's desk and set down a USB drive. Team Leader Liang, I've just completed a new song. A new song? ISNT it too soon after the submission of the Nameless? Liang, he pondered, curiosity piqued as he weighed the USB drive in his hand. What could this new piece entail? I intend to use it for next month's newcomer season. Liang He's hand, poised to insert the USB drive, halted midair as he abruptly looked up. The newcomer season? Yes, and I aspire to contend for the championship. Ling Ye met Liang He's astonished gaze, each word resonating with clarity. The office fell into a profound silence, so still one could hear a pin drop. Liang he regarded Ling Ye, whose eyes were calm, deep, and filled with earnestness. He refrained from further inquiries and silently inserted the USB drive into the computer, clicking to play the audio. A celestial, subtly melancholic melody flowed forth. Distinctly separate from the Nameless, the prelude intertwined piano and synthesizer, painting a vast and lonely cosmos. Then, a clear, somewhat fragile male voice emerged. Enchanted by your eyes. The galaxy leaves traces through the crevices of time. It remains real, pulling my path. How much farther must I travel to enter your heart? How much longer until I can draw near? The person who is so close, yet remains distant awaits our encounter. How can the wandering planets possess you? Wandering may be tedious, but at least I can accompany you. As the song concluded, Liang he exhaled deeply, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Once again, it was a piece of music strikingly distinct in style, yet equally extraordinary in quality. The melody was captivating, sophisticated, and unique, embodying both artistic merit and mainstream appeal. What is the title of this song? His throat felt slightly parched. Mercury's Tale. Ah, what a splendid title, Mercury's Tale. Liang he could not help but slap his thigh in admiration. Xiao Ling, you are truly a genius. He now fully comprehended why Ling Ye dared to claim a bid for the championship. With a song of such caliber, complemented by Guo Jiahua's distinctive voice, they certainly possessed the potential. However, reality painted a different picture. Ling, the song is exceptional. Liang He's excitement swiftly tempered by reason. But do you understand the competition for the newcomer season? Chen Wei from Tianyin possesses monstrous vocal prowess and top-notch stage presence. I heard Tianyin invested 7 figures to promote him. Zhou Yuqing from Shangshi has just finished playing a significant role in a popular drama, boasting a vast fanbase. And the company treats her as their darling. Liang He turned to face Ling Ye, his expression serious. There are several other major companies, all sharpening their knives, prepared with their trump cards. Mercury's tale is indeed remarkable, and Guo Jiahua's voice is distinctive. Yet, to claim the championship is an arduous task. Liang He spoke gravely, ensuring to lay the harsh truth bare. A novice in the probationary period, an obscure trainee, how can he contend with those monsters fortified by abundant resources? I am well aware of the challenges involved. Ling Ye's gaze remained unwavering. Tianyin, Shangshi, the resources are indeed substantial, but team leader Liang, I have faith in Mercury Record, and I have faith in Guo Jiahao. His voice is a perfect match for the essence of this song. Given the opportunity for more individuals to hear it, I am confident it will resonate with them. His confidence is not baseless. It stems from an unwavering belief in the work itself. Liang, he regarded him in silence. This young man possesses a certain tenacity. While he appears gentle, he is as stubborn as a mule. Supervisor Wang remarked that his eccentricity is memorable. Perhaps it is this very peculiarity that enables him to compose unconventional works like the Nameless and Mercury Record, and to set such audacious goals. Very well, I shall assist you in applying to Supervisor Wang. Liang He abruptly slapped the table, resolute in his decision. However, Ling, you must be mentally prepared. It must gain Supervisor Wang's approval. I understand and believe that the quality of the song will surely impress Supervisor Wang. All right, await my news. Liang He seized the USB drive and briskly exited. In the office of the composition department supervisor, Wang Hao lounged in his executive chair, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the armrest. A knock resonated. Come in. Liang He pushed the door open, his face alight with barely contained excitement. Old Liang? Supervisor. Liang He hastened to the desk, presenting the USB drive. Ling Ye has written a new song. Oh. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The buzz from the Nameless has just begun. And you can't sit still? Supervisor, please listen first. Liang He did not elaborate, but handed the USB drive to Wang Hao. Wang Hao cast a glance at him, accepted the USB, and plugged it into the computer. What style? Still dabbling in folk? No, it's a pop song. Liang He paused, ready to drop a bombshell. Ling Ye intends to use this song to participate in next month's newcomer season. Wang Hao's hand hesitated over the mouse, turning his head with a sharp gaze fixed on Liang He. Newcomer season? Indeed. Quite the ambition. Wang Hao's tone remained neutral, betraying no hint of approval or discontent. What is the goal? Top 20? Just to make an appearance? Liang He hesitated, but ultimately spoke the truth. His goal is the championship. What did you say? The championship? Wang Hao abruptly swiveled his chair, staring at Liang He as though he were a monster. Has this young man lost his mind? He composed a charity song and truly believes himself to be a deity of music? Arrogance. Simply boundless arrogance. Supervisor, please listen to the song first. Liang He mustered the courage to interject. Wang Hao let out a heavy huff, suppressing his irritation, and begrudgingly pressed the play button. He was curious to discover what kind of divine melody had instilled such audacity in this young man. Ethereal melodies began to play. Wang Hao's furrowed brow softened slightly. The prelude possesses some substance. As Guo Jiahao's clean, yet melancholic voice emerged, Wang Hao's expression grew somewhat nuanced. Indeed, it stands in stark contrast to the Nameless. While the Nameless embodies a rustic warmth that resonates deeply within the heart, Mercury's record evokes an ethereal, dreamlike quality, suffused with a fragile yet sophisticated artistic beauty. The melody is exceptionally captivating, the arrangement exquisite, and the lyrical imagery profound. Wang Hao listened intently, his initial impatience and irritation gradually dissipating, replaced by a sense of focus and scrutiny. This song possesses remarkable quality and an extraordinarily unique style, a refreshing deviation amidst the sea of homogeneous mainstream love ballads. This young man, indeed possesses some talent. As the final notes lingered, Wang Hao remained silent for nearly half a minute, his fingers drumming soundlessly on the tabletop. Mercury's Record. He began slowly, casting a glance at Liang He. The song is indeed commendable, with commendable production and artistic merit. Wang Hao deftly shifted his tone, regaining the astuteness and pragmatism befitting his position. But do you think this can secure the newcomer season championship? Old Liang, is that realistic? Liang, he remained silent, merely observing him. Very well. Wang Hao waved his hand, making a decision. If the young man wishes to take a chance, he shall be given an opportunity. In the newcomer season, one spot is allotted from each of the 8 groups. Liang He's eyes instantly brightened. However, this season of newcomers will not be simple. Although the song is excellent, the ultimate outcome rests solely on market reception. This will test not only him, but also your discernment, Old Liang. Whether he emerges as a dragon or a mere insect will soon be revealed in this arena of competition. Wang Hao reclined back in his chair, his tone returning to calm. I understand, Supervisor. Liang He nodded. I will convey this to him. Yes, go ahead. Wang Hao waved his hand dismissively. Liang He, clutching the USB drive, turned and exited the supervisor's office. At last, he had secured a ticket to the newcomer season. Now, it was up to Ling Ye himself. In the composition department, Group 3, Zhang Yang returned to his workstation with a dark expression. Ling Ye's declaration in the cafeteria that his goal was the newcomer season championship felt like a fishbone lodged in his throat, impossible to swallow or expel. The hushed murmurs and scrutinizing gazes from his colleagues further ignited the fire on his face. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. He abruptly rose and strode toward the independent office of the group leader, Li Rui. Teacher Li. Zhang Yang knocked and entered. Li Rui was engrossed in the score. But upon seeing Zhang Yang, he set aside his papers. What is the matter? You look troubled. Teacher Li, have you not heard how arrogant that Ling Ye from Group 8 is? Zhang Yang, suppressing his frustration, recounted the incident in the cafeteria. He claims he won the newcomer season championship, just based on himself and a trainee who appeared out of nowhere. I think he has been praised for writing a charitable song and has lost sight of who he is. And he even mentioned Mercury's Record. The title itself sounds strange. What potential can he possibly have? Li Rui listened quietly, his brow furrowing slightly. Ling Ye? The song The Nameless flashed through his mind. He had indeed heard it and found it to possess a certain brilliance and well-conceived intention. This newcomer is not to be underestimated. Enough. Do not expend your energy on others. The newcomer season evaluates the works. Focus on your own responsibilities. That Ling Ye, to have crafted The Nameless, one demonstrates his considerable prowess. One must not underestimate him. Indeed, Teacher Li, I comprehend. Zhang Yang responded verbally. Yet internally, he felt an even greater indignation. Underestimate? How could that be possible? He merely found it absurd that a probationary newcomer, a mere novice, would dare to be compared to him, a distinguished student from Zhongzhou, aspiring for the championship, a mere fantasy. Just wait. Ling Ye, during this rookie season, he would ensure that Ling Ye comprehended the true meaning of overwhelming strength and the folly of misguided dreams. Zhang Yang clenched his fists at his sides. He turned and exited the office, his silhouette radiating a fierce determination. Chapter 15. The warm-up plan commences. Liang He hurriedly returned to Composition Group 8. Clutching a USB drive containing Mercury's Record, he made his way directly to Ling Ye's desk, gently placing the USB on the surface. Xiao Ling, the supervisor Wang, has given his approval. A smile graced Liang He's face. However, he swiftly shifted his tone to a more serious note. Yet, to claim victory remains a daunting challenge. Let us strive diligently. Ling Ye looked up at him, his gaze calm and untroubled. Thank you, Team Leader Liang, he nodded. I will give it my all. His eyes sparkled with clarity and determination, as if the goal of becoming champion was not an insurmountable peak, but rather a station he was destined to reach. Observing Ling Ye's demeanor, Liang He found his initial concern somewhat alleviated by the young man's inexplicable confidence. This lad is either genuinely mad or possesses a hidden ace. Well, as long as you're aware, Liang He said, patting his shoulder. I understand, he replied. After Liang He departed, Chun Jiping approached, cradling his signature goji berry thermos, lowering his voice. Xiaoling, why must you do this? The newcomer season is a treacherous arena. The likes of Longtan, Tianyin, and Shangshi, who among them does not invest heavily and boast elite teams? Your song The Nameless has garnered a good reputation. Why engage in a contest with those titans? Chen Jiping genuinely fretted for Ling Ye. What is paramount during the probationary period? It is to endure and survive. Ling Ye turned to meet Chen Jiping's worried gaze and smiled. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Chen. He shook his head, his resolve unwavering. This opportunity is of utmost importance to me. His eyes swept across the office, observing the sympathetic or curious expressions, his tone steady yet penetrating. If I continue to write songs methodically, when will I truly establish my footing? The image of his sister's slender face flashed in his mind. The family was in need, and his sister was about to take her college entrance exams. He had no time to linger. For him, this newcomer season represented the swiftest path to validation. The risks were considerable, yet the potential rewards were equally substantial. Ling Ye's gaze returned to the computer screen, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. I have confidence in Mercury's record and in Guo Jiahao as well. He was even more assured in his own approach. Chen Jiping regarded Ling Ye's determined profile, opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately swallowed his remaining words. This lad. His resolve is too steadfast. He cannot be swayed. Chen Jiping shook his head, leisurely departing with his thermos in hand. Ling Ye was acutely aware of the situation he faced. Attempting to compete through traditional methods, relying on song promotion, appearances, and paid placements, was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. No matter how high the quality, without sufficient exposure, it would simply be self-indulgent. He opened the most popular and active short video platform, Dull. His fingers glided across the screen, which rapidly displayed various types of short videos. The melody of Mercury's record is unique and sophisticated, though it may not be immediately captivating in a brainwashing manner. Its strength lies in its profound artistic conception and emotional depth. The sense of cosmic solitude, the humble yet unwavering guardianship, and the ethereal yet fragile essence are perfectly suited to create an atmosphere that resonates with the unspoken emotions deeply embedded within the modern urban soul. A bold, viral marketing strategy, rooted in the distinctiveness and emotional core of Mercury's record, began to take shape fervently in his mind. The entertainment industry on Blue Star thrives with records, concerts, and film collaborations. Yet platforms like Dull remain mired in rudimentary practices of spending lavishly on advertisements and employing influencers to dance. Such approaches feel clumsy. With the formidable resources behind Tianyin Entertainment and Shangshi Entertainment, represented by Chun Minghui and Zhou Yuqing, how could he, Ling Ye, a mere probationary newcomer, compete head-on? If direct confrontation was not viable, then cleverness must prevail. What he needed was an avenue for Mercury's record to sprout its wings and soar into the ears and hearts of users. Dull was that avenue. Ling Ye donned his headphones and opened audio editing software to deconstruct Mercury's record. He swiftly crafted several 10-second BGM templates, a segment of pure instrumental music to amplify the ambience, an accelerated version to intensify the rhythm, and an ultra-minimalist piano-slow version to magnify solitude. Each segment was meticulously refined to capture the listener's attention in a brief moment while conveying the song's core atmosphere. Once completed, he packaged these audio snippets and located the email of Guo Jiahua's agent, Ling Ye, and clicked send. A notification confirmed the successful transmission of the email. Ling Ye removed his headphones, picked up his phone, and dialed Ling Ye's number. Hello, Sister Li. Teacher Ling, how may I assist you? The voice on the other end was imbued with a hint of politeness and anticipation. I have just edited several BGM segments for Mercury's record and would like to trouble you with the initial promotion. I've sent them to your email. Promotion? Certainly, Teacher Ling. Which channel should I connect with? Ling Ye immediately shifted into work mode. The primary channel is Dull. Ling Ye paused, deliberately emphasizing the key point. I need you to reach out to a group of small influencers whose styles align or to niche content creators. Their follower counts need not be high. What matters is that their content tone resonates. He continued, provide them with these BGM segments and allow them to create video content based on their interpretations. focusing on eliciting emotional resonance rather than overt advertising. Ling Ye held her phone, her brow slightly furrowed. This promotional method was unprecedented for her. No expenditure. Relying solely on content to ferment organically? Would it be feasible? Yet, recalling Ling Ye's track record, from the Nameless to Mercury's record, he had never adhered to conventional wisdom. Moreover, the quality of this song was undeniably top-notch. All right, Teacher Ling, I understand, Ling Ye replied, suppressing her doubts and responding with enthusiasm. I will take care of it immediately. Thank you for your efforts. After hanging up, Ling Ye promptly set to work. She swiftly curated a selection of small influencers on Dole, primarily focused on capturing urban nightscapes, personal reflections, and emotional narratives, including some lesser-known users with only a few thousand followers, yet possessing distinctive content. Meanwhile, a contrasting spectacle unfolded online. Tianyin Entertainment and Shengshi Entertainment, almost simultaneously, hosted grand online single preview release events for their respective promising newcomers, Chunming Wei and Zhou Yuqing. With a dazzling virtual stage, renowned hosts commanding the scene, and industry giants making appearances in Tianyin Entertainment's livestream. Chunming Wei, clad in trendy attire and sporting striking blue highlights in his tousled hair, drew considerable attention as he confidently previewed the style of his new song, eliciting an enthusiastic barrage of comments proclaiming how handsome he was in the anticipation for his new release. On the other hand, Zhou Yuqing, adorned in a white dress with cascading golden-brown curls, sweetly interacted with her fans while teasing her new single filled with youthful sentiments, prompting an uproar in the comments section with shouts of "Ching Ching, my sweet voice fairy, go for it." The entire internet seemed to have prematurely entered a festive season for newcomers. In stark contrast, the promotion for Mercury Chronicles appeared rather subdued. 2 days later, sporadic short videos featuring snippets of Mercury Chronicles as background music began to surface on Dole. Nighttime streets, deserted and quiet, stray cats curled up in corners, silhouettes gazing at raindrops by the window, and scenes captured during solitary travels. The content of these videos varied greatly, some documenting mundane moments, while others expressed personal emotions. Yet, they all utilized the melody of Mercury Chronicles as their soundtrack. In the comment section, messages began to emerge. This BGM feels so poignant. What song is it? Please share the BGM. So beautiful. Listening to this song makes me want to cry. It resonates. The sense of loneliness was palpable. Despite their modest number, each comment struck at the emotional core of the song. Xinhui Entertainment, Composition Department, Group 8. Ling Ye sat before his workstation, the data backend of Dole displayed on his computer screen. He did not fixate on the play counts, but concentrated more on comments and interaction data. The emotional connection users had with the BGM was notably high. Words like loneliness, resonance, tears, and feeling frequently appeared, aligning with expectations. Ling Ye picked up his phone and dialed Ling Ye once more. Sister Li, I've reviewed the data. How is it, Teacher Ling? Is it progressing too slowly? Ling Ye's voice carried a hint of apprehension. Not slow. The emotional feedback is quite positive. Ling Ye spoke with a measured pace. Next, we shall adjust our strategy. Adjust? Yes, we will cease the scattergun approach. Ling Ye's tone conveyed a calm decisiveness. We will amplify the promotion of a few BGM tracks that garnered positive feedback in the comment section, guiding users to create spontaneously, potentially initiating topics like Mercury Chronicles' Lonely Moments and guarding you with a song. As Ling Ye listened, she felt her mind struggling to keep up with the pace. This was entirely different from the familiar practice of throwing money at increasing traffic. Teacher Ling, can this really create momentum? She could not help but voice her underlying doubts. Momentum is not cultivated through monetary investment. It is built upon the resonance of emotions. Ling Ye's voice is steady and powerful. Remember, we are not merely selling a song. We are conveying emotions. We aim for those who hear the song to feel as though it was composed just for them, inspiring them to express themselves through it. Ling Ye took a deep breath. All right, Teacher Ling, I shall proceed as you advised. She ended the call and immediately set to work on her plan. She reached out to several emotional bloggers, asking them to share their feelings about the background music of Mercury's memoir in a conversational tone, encouraging their followers to share their own Mercury stories. The effects were immediate. Users began to feel inspired. Some recorded themselves working late into the night, accompanied only by the streetlights, paired with the prelude of Mercury's memoir. Others edited clips of silently cherishing their beloved from afar, using the chorus as their background music. These videos, devoid of elaborate production or flashy transitions, were raw and genuine, infused with the essence of life and heartfelt emotion. This song resonates with me so deeply. Striving alone in a bustling city is akin to being Mercury, secretly in love, orbiting the sun, forever distant yet unable to part. They felt struck by the lyrics and melody, grateful to the blogger for introducing them to this song. On the Dole platform, the background music of Mercury's memoir began to permeate the daily lives and emotional expressions of some users in a slow yet resolute manner. This marked a modest beginning, almost imperceptible to the outside world. Yet, within the hearts of those touched, a seed named Mercury's memoir had quietly been sown. Chapter 16. The advent of a newcomer season. On July 1st, precisely at noon, the rankings for the newcomer season on the Dongyunza music platform commenced without delay. Following an intense night of competition, the news of the newcomer season flooded the homepage banners of major music platforms, trending topics on social media, and splash advertisements, overwhelming the digital landscape. Chen Minghui's new song Ignition achieved an impressive download count of 358,000, securing the top position. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuqing's Sugar Heart Storm surged to the second spot with 335,000 downloads. The data indicated that Chen Minghui held a clear lead, raising speculation about his potential as the annual newcomer champion. Zhou Yuqing's fanbase proved formidable, causing server overloads with their fervent support. The comment sections and various fan groups buzzed with activity akin to boiling water, as data rapidly scrolled by with fervent discussions, promotions, and rankings. In stark contrast, Mercury Memoir seemed like a mere pebble tossed into a tempestuous sea. It took considerable scrolling to find it beyond the 100th position on the new song chart. Its play counts, comments, and shares were lamentably low. Within the offices of Starshine Entertainment's composition department, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Many individuals were furiously refreshing the rankings on their screens. Tianyin and Shengshi had evidently invested substantial resources this time. Chen Minghui's production was exceptional, and Zhou Yuqing's popularity was undeniable. Her supporters remarkably dedicated. Have you seen Ling Ye's song, Mercury Memoir? It's languishing beyond the 100th position. Someone remarked with a click of the tongue. Weren't they supposed to win the championship? In the composition group, Zhang Yang stared intently at the rankings on his computer. Summer Infatuation, performed by Li Zijie and composed by Zhang Yang, had garnered 256,000 downloads, placing it at 14th. In stark contrast, Mercury Memoir, sung by Gui Jiahao and composed by Ling Ye, managed only 10,838 downloads, landing at 117th. A sardonic smile almost broke across his lips. A champion? With such performance? A mere jester, humiliating himself while dreaming of victory. Making it into the top 50 would be a cause for celebration. In the 8th composition group, Chen Jiping shuffled over to Ling Ye's workstation, cradling his beloved Goji berry thermos. He cast a furtive glance at Ling Ye's computer screen before quickly averting his gaze, his expression betraying concern akin to that of a parent witnessing their child fail an exam. Clearing his throat, Chen Jiping hesitated, uncertain of how to broach the subject. The rankings were plummeting, yet Ling Ye remained remarkably composed. Ling Ye, having caught the sound, slightly turned his head and offered Chen Jiping a reassuring glance, signaling that he was unfazed. His attention swiftly returned to the screen, which did not display the music platform rankings, but rather the back-end data interface of Dole, the popular app. The page for Mercury Memoir showed mediocre download numbers. However, several edited BGM segments were experiencing a steady increase in usage. Particularly notable was the growing participation under the trending topic Mercury Memoir Lonely Moments, with an increasing number of users engaging in discussions. The emotional depth in the comments section was astonishing. This BGM was extraordinary. Upon hearing it, one felt as if they were the last person in the world. In the depths of the night, the music plays on a loop, growing increasingly entrancing and I have already shared it with my fellow patients. It is not merely the melody that captivates. Rather, it articulates the words, "I dare not" voice. Ling Ye lightly taps the keyboard with his fingertips, making subtle adjustments to the algorithmic weights of several related topics. He then retrieves his phone, effortlessly logging into a recently created account on Duel. His fingers dance across the screen, and a fresh comment is born. What is the name of this song? Where can I listen to the full version? Click send. Casually, he steers the conversation towards the song's origins, while the ranking on the charts scarcely occupies his thoughts. Those frigid numbers pale in comparison to the fervent emotional responses they elicit. No sooner has he posted than his phone vibrates. Glancing at the caller ID, he sees it is Ling Ye, the manager of Guo Jiahao. He answers the call. "Teacher Ling." On the other end, Ling Ye's voice betrays her evident anxiety. "Have you seen the rankings? Over 100. It cannot compare to Tiannin's glory. If this continues..." "Sister Li, do not fret," Ling Ye replies, his tone unwavering. "Let's not concern ourselves with the rankings for now. We shall proceed according to plan." However, Ling Ye doubted her own hearing. The focus remains on the Duel platform. "We must continue guiding user-generated content. Remember what I said. We need authenticity in narrative." Ling Ye interjects, urging her to allow the emotions to further ferment. Ling Ye falls silent for a few moments, but ultimately chooses to trust Ling Ye. "All right, Teacher Ling, I understand." Later that night on the Duel platform, a user with the ID City's migratory bird posts a new short video. The visuals are simple, even somewhat crude. The camera sways unsteadily, focusing on an empty bus station under the dim glow of streetlights, casting elongated shadows of solitude. Next, it captures the desolate last train carriage of the subway, where the outside world blurs by in a dazzling yet distant array of city lights. Finally, the lens settles on the window of an apartment, revealing a weary figure hunched over in a chair, gazing out at the myriad of lights, none of which shine for them. The video contains no narration. The background music is a poignant instrumental segment from Mercury's record. It is suffocating, lonely, yet tinged with a hint of stubborn defiance. Below the video, a line of text reads, "This planet occasionally seeks a place to dock." Mercury's record Lonely Moments, adulting collapse in an instant. This video strikes like a needle, piercing the softest spots of countless office workers striving in the bustling metropolis. Likes, comments, and shares begin to proliferate at a visible pace. Wow, isn't this just me being filmed? Family, who understands this? Every night on my way home from work feels exactly like this. Wanting to cry, but unable to. What is that BGM? It's incredible. Please tell me the song's name. I too seek the BGM. It makes my heart ache. In the comments section, countless individuals began to share their own Mercury moments, with inquiries about the source of the background music receiving overwhelming support. The video featuring the migratory birds in the city was detected by the Duel algorithm, which recommended it to a broader audience likely to be interested, propelling it into a regional trending topic. As a result, an increasing number of viewers, inspired by the video or guided by the comments, began to type Mercury Chronicle into the search bar of music platforms. The search index for the song began to rise gradually. Meanwhile, Liang, he was quietly monitoring the charts and online discourse. Upon seeing the dismal ranking of Mercury Chronicle at noon, he felt a heavy weight in his heart. Later that night, while scrolling through Duel, he inadvertently stumbled upon the trending topic Mercury Chronicle Lonely Moments and the video of the migratory birds in the city, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. This song seemed to be spreading quietly in a manner he could not comprehend. Was it merely an illusion? He felt a mix of anxiety over Ling Ye's potential failure to complete the task and an indescribable sense of anticipation. Just past midnight, Liang, he swiped through his phone screen, fixating on the freshly updated Duel backend report. The number of comments, shares, and the average user retention time for videos related to Mercury Chronicle were all climbing along a strangely nonlinear trajectory. Particularly concerning was that retention time. Liang, he tightened his brow further. This was abnormal. Chapter 17. Initial success of a strategy, the onset of a public relations crisis. The Duel platform has gone utterly mad. The topic Mercury Memoirs moments of loneliness spread like wildfire, sweeping across the entire platform overnight. A crude short video posted by an account named Migratory Birds in the City seemed to have opened the floodgates to a torrent of emotions. being shared by countless users and even catching the attention of several influencers with millions of followers in the emotional genre. The comments section transformed from sporadic inquiries into a tsunami of resonance and connection. They had finally found it. The song was titled Mercury Memoirs. It was on loop on the Cloud music platform. Grateful to the original poster for introducing this song, users expressed their emotions, saying it brought them to tears and paid homage to every individual silently persevering in the bustling city. Users were no longer content with the brief snippets of background music. They surged frantically into various music platforms, with the phrase Mercury Memoirs appearing frequently in the search bar. The song's download and play counts began to skyrocket at an alarming rate. In the newcomer rankings, Mercury Memoirs, which had languished beyond the top 100, suddenly rocketed. 117th, 98th, 81st. Soon, it shattered through the barrier of the top 80, then the top 70, the top 60. Ultimately, under the watchful gaze of countless eyes, it surged into the top 50, landing at 45th place. Although still far from the top 10, this momentum was sufficient to create ripples of excitement. At Xinhua Entertainment, in the composition group 3, Zhang Yang stared at the screen, his eyes nearly bulging. Mercury Memoirs, ranked 45th. His own song, Summer Infatuation, was firmly at 12th place, holding steady, yet its upward trajectory paled in comparison to the ferocity of Mercury Memoirs. Zhang Yang's face turned ashen, his fingers rapidly clicking the refresh button. Impossible, absolument impossible. He muttered under his breath, his teeth grinding in frustration. Refreshing the data, there was no way a mere trainee with a mediocre song could ascend so swiftly. His cheeks burned as though he had been slapped. Yet, this humiliation was not solely due to the ranking. What filled him with dread was the emergence of Ling Ye, this unexpected contender, who might jeopardize his future prospects. Who was Zhang Yang? A top graduate from the Central State Academy of Arts, a prodigy esteemed by Professor Li Rui. And Ling Ye? A mere amateur with vocal issues. A character whose trial period might not even be passed. Why should he have any claim to success? All those premium project resources, the attention and opportunities that should rightfully belong to him, were they to be disrupted by this upstart stroke of luck? Damn it, why should this be the case? Meanwhile, in Composition Group 8, the atmosphere in the office grew peculiar. The sympathetic or curious gazes from before had transformed into expressions of disbelief and intense curiosity. Someone leaned closer to Chun Jiping, lowering their voice. Old Chun, what's the deal with that Ling Ye and his song? Right, Chingu. The speed at which he is climbing the rankings is terrifying. Dole is going wild. How did he manage that? Chun Jiping, holding a thermos filled with goji berries, felt his fingers tremble slightly. He gazed at the glaring number 45 on the computer screen, then shifted his attention to the composed Ling Ye nearby, feeling a jolt of cognitive dissonance. Just the other day, he had advised others to bide their time, and now, the ascent was astonishingly swift. He parted his lips, his throat dry. Chun Jiping set down his cup, moving beside Ling Ye, his voice a blend of astonishment and confusion. Xiaoling, no, Teacher Ling, how on earth did you accomplish this? This exceeded his understanding of music promotion. Ling Ye merely smiled faintly at Chun Jiping's inquiry, his gaze returning to the back-end data of Dole. The ranking surged. As anticipated, his primary focus was the emotional feedback from users. With the topic Moments of Solitude in Mercury gaining traction, the frequency of words like guarding and perseverance was quietly on the rise. Excellent, the emotional guidance was on point. Ling Ye picked up his phone and dialed Li Mei once more. On the other end, Li Mei's voice was still tinged with unrestrained excitement. Teacher Ling, did you see? We've broken into the top 50. Incredible. Yes, I saw. Ling Ye replied, his tone remaining calm. Edit the footage from Jia Hao's trainee days. Set it to the BGM of Mercury Record, and focus on the themes of guarding dreams and clumsy perseverance. Let's push it. Li Mei paused for a moment, then quickly grasped the implication. This was to deliver a combination strike, to utilize Guo Jiahao's personal experiences and create a deeper resonance with the song. Understood, Teacher Ling. I will get right on it. Li Mei's execution was always remarkable. Soon, new short videos began to appear on Dole. The visuals depicted Guijiahao, drenched in sweat, practicing diligently in a corner of the rehearsal room, him secretly wiping away tears in the stairwell after a failed assessment. Countless late nights spent rehearsing his moves and honing his vocal skills in front of the mirror. These slightly awkward yet earnest fragments, paired with the ethereal yet resilient melody of Mercury Record, poignantly struck a chord with countless ordinary dream chasers. Oh, my brother works so hard. This is the true essence of a trainee. It's not all glitz and glamour. This song, combined with Jiahao's journey, is simply phenomenal. He truly embodies the silent guardian of dreams, the Mercury. It turned out this song was sung by him. His voice was so pure, utterly enchanting. Guijiahao, in his dormitory, scrolled through his phone, watching the videos about himself and the warm encouragement in the comments, his eyes instantly reddening. He recalled teacher Ling's patient guidance in the recording studio, remembering the words. "You are perfectly suited for this song." It dawned on him. The teacher had long recognized the qualities within him, acknowledging that unseen perseverance. His gratitude towards Ling Ye was now beyond the realm of words. The popularity of Mercury Record, enriched by Guijiahao's personal narrative, soared to unprecedented heights. The song's rankings surged relentlessly, 45, 35, 28. Ultimately, amidst the astonished gazes of countless industry professionals, it shattered through the top 20 barrier, firmly resting at 18. It was closing in on the top 15. This stirred the entire music industry. This is no longer a trivial matter. It has genuinely begun to threaten the core interests of the prominent companies at the forefront of the rankings. At Xinhua Entertainment, in the office of the head of the composition department, Wang Hao observed the data report for Mercury Record and the latest analysis of online public sentiment presented by his assistant, his expression shifting through various stages. From initial astonishment to a serious demeanor, ultimately, a hint of admiration graced his lips. This Ling Ye possesses a certain intrigue, defying conventional strategies, yet invariably adept at capturing the emotional pulse of users. Concurrently, Guijiahao's personal journey was meticulously unearthed by fans and marketing accounts. The topic Guardian Guijiahao unexpectedly surged to the top of the Dolhot list. His pure and pristine vocal timbre, coupled with a somewhat clumsy yet remarkably resilient dream-chasing narrative, perfectly intertwined with the theme of solitude and guardianship expressed in Mercury Record. Guijiahao, this previously obscure trainee, garnered an immense following overnight. The operational teams of Tianyin Entertainment and Shengshi Entertainment could no longer afford to overlook this sudden dark horse. The user engagement for Mercury Record was exceedingly high and continued to grow. Their promotional strategies were audacious, entirely unorthodox. Guijiahao's persona had also been firmly established, deeply intertwined with the song. Particularly, the head of Zhou Yuqing's team at Shengshi Entertainment observed their own Sugar Heart Storm, maintaining a steady second place. Yet the sentiment in the comments section began to shift subtly. A highly upvoted comment boldly declared, "Sugar Heart Storm is mere factory-produced confection. Mercury Record is the essence that one can savor in life." Numerous voices echoed in agreement beneath this comment. It could not be allowed to proliferate any further. The manager's gaze turned steely. Zhou Yuqing's sweet fairy tale approach must not be diverted by such morose emo sentiments. He picked up the internal phone. "Hello, is this the Water Army team? Go to the comments section of Mercury Record and the related videos on Duel and stir up some momentum." The narrative claimed that this song is deliberately sentimental, forcefully emo, with a simplistic structure and repetitive melody that becomes oppressive upon repeated listening. Yes, concentrate fire on the technical flaws of the song and a negative emotional guidance. Murky the waters and diminish its reputation. Chapter 18. A sudden high point in the realm of Starlight Entertainment, composed by the 8th group, Chen Jiping's fingertips glided across the dual screen. Under the trending topic of Mercury Moments of Solitude, an outpouring of praise ensued as his cherished goji berry thermos seemed to emanate a sweet aroma. In the next moment, the screen refreshed, and several comments pierced his vision. What is this nonsense? The melody merely repeats a few phrases, causing a headache. Affectedly profound, forcefully emo. And the arrangement is far too simplistic. This song is so depressing. It adversely affects one's mood and is laden with negativity. It purely peddles anxiety, devoid of any artistic merit, a regression in the music scene. These remarks bore a disconcerting similarity, concentrated in their attacks and densely time-stamped. Chen Jiping's hand trembled, causing the thermos to clatter onto the table, scattering goji berries. What the hell are these trolls? Chen Jiping sprang up, the legs of his chair screeching against the floor. His expression darkened as his fingers swiftly captured screenshots. Damn it, these scoundrels are truly out for blood. They can't stand to see anyone succeed, can they? I knew as soon as this kid made a splash, he'd attract this kind of nonsense. Alas, fame brings its share of troubles. There's no escaping it. He held his phone and hurriedly approached Ling Ye's workstation, his voice betraying his anxiety. Xiaoling, look, someone is targeting you. This is undoubtedly a coordinated attack. Just look at the comments. They all follow the same format. What should we do? Should we engage PR? If this reputation gets skewed, it'll be troublesome. Chen Jiping was as frantic as an ant on a hot pan, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Ling Ye glanced at the screenshots on Chen Jiping's phone before shifting his gaze back to his computer screen, where real-time user data scrolled by. The proportion of negative comments had suddenly surged, with concentrated IP addresses and overlapping timestamps, repeating singular points of attack. This method is alarmingly crude. They couldn't even be bothered to craft a more sophisticated disguise. Brother Chun, don't panic. It's just a minor skirmish. No need to fret. Ling Ye raised his head, his gaze calm, yet imbued with an icy sharpness. He picked up his phone and dialed Li Mei. Li Jie, we have trolls on our hands. On the other end, Li Mei had evidently noticed as well, her tone fraught with urgency. Teacher Ling, I was just about to report to you. These people are utterly disgusting. Should we delete the posts and control the comments immediately? No need. Ling Ye interrupted her, his voice laced with an unassailable certainty. Hold our position. What? Li Mei thought she must have misheard. Not only hold our position, but instruct the operations team to identify those typical troll comments for me. Ling Ye tapped the table, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Then, pin a few of them. Pin. Li Mei could hardly believe her ears. This is tantamount to, yes, pin them, allowing them to overshadow the heartfelt reviews from genuine users. Let everyone see what true sentiment looks like and what constitutes forced negativity. Real fans will come to our defense. Li Mei fell silent for a few moments, seemingly processing this bewildering directive. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth and acquiesced. All right, I understand, Teacher Ling. After hanging up the phone, Ling Ye gazed at Chen Jiping's still worried face and remarked, just watch, Brother Chen. Sometimes the weapons our enemies provide are far more effective than those we prepare ourselves. Chen Jiping? He was utterly perplexed by Ling Ye's strategy. Wasn't this akin to erecting a target for others to shoot at? Before long, an eerie scene unfolded in the comments section of Mercury Retrograde on Duel and various music platforms. A few sharply worded, clearly fabricated negative reviews surfaced prominently. Beneath these disparaging remarks lay heartfelt, genuine long reviews and personal stories penned by users. The contrast was strikingly brutal. Those profoundly moved by Mercury Retrograde, who regarded the song as a voice for their souls and a source of solace in the dead of night, erupted in outrage. What the hell? Who dares to disparage my treasured song? Are they blind? This astroturfing is utterly pathetic. They can't even criticize properly, claiming the melody is repetitive. What do they know of music? Calling it forced emo? I am genuinely emo. This song was composed for me. Who are they to stifle my breath? They may insult my tears, but they shall not insult Mercury Retrograde. Damn it, I merely wanted to listen in silence, but now I can no longer contain myself. Fury ignited like gasoline, and the urge to protect surged immensely. Guarding the best Mercury Retrograde, Lauren Adamo will resonate, AstroTurf of Mercury Retrograde comment section, new hashtags emerged at an astonishing pace, swiftly gaining traction. Countless users who had previously only listened in silence took to the forefront for the first time. They no longer merely liked the song. They began to share their own stories, recounting their connections to the song and the moments of healing it provided during sleepless nights. The emotional intensity in the comments section did not diminish. Rather, it intensified, becoming even more fervent and sincere. I never comment, but today I must say something. This song helped me let go of a 3-year relationship. Who are you to criticize it? I'm a fan of that city's migratory bird video. And it was through that video that I discovered this song. The astroturfers know nothing of loneliness. I will protect my brother Jiahao. And I will protect Mercury Record. This song must succeed. The negative reviews from the astroturfers were soon inundated by a deluge of heartfelt comments. Moreover, this defensive battle sparked by the astroturfers captivated even more passers-by. What's going on with this song? So many people defending it? It was attacked by astroturfers? I must listen to see how good it really is. Driven by curiosity, more people clicked on Mercury Record. The song's search volume, discussion rate, and download numbers surged inexplicably following what seemed to be a crisis. In the Blue Star Music Newcomer Season chart, Mercury Record, which had previously stagnated at 18th place, surged forward once again under the watchful eyes of countless listeners. 18, 15, 12. The momentum was fiercer than ever. Ultimately, amidst exclamations of surprise, it powerfully broke through the barrier of the top 10, firmly securing the 9th position. Chun Jiping gazed in astonishment at the reversed ranking of the charts, his mouth agape as he beheld the overwhelming tide of support flooding the comments section. How could this even be possible? Chapter 19. The 10 consecutive draws with the recent wave of reverse smear tactics employed by the online army. The back-end data from Mercury Chronicles surged forth like a beast unbound, racing ahead with fervor. Wang Hao fixated on the urgent report just delivered by his assistant, his fingers rhythmically tapping against the desk. 9th place. Achieved with almost no promotional cost, this effort had forcibly catapulted the song into the top 10 of the newcomer season. Moreover, judging by the current momentum, the ascent was far from over. This Ling Ye. Wang Hao inhaled deeply, a resolute determination gleaming in his eyes. There was no time to delay. This was no longer merely a promising prospect. It was a bomb poised to ignite the market. He picked up the internal phone, his voice steady. Director Liu from the promotion department. Oh, Liu, it's me, Wang Hao. The composition by Ling Ye, Mercury Chronicles. Yes, the one currently ranked 9th. Effective immediately. Allocate resources and push it to the forefront. Secure every possible promotional slot for me. Featured playlists, internal advertisements, whatever can be done, do it without hesitation. Money is no object. I want it to soar even higher. This marked the first time Starshine Entertainment invested substantial capital into promoting Mercury Chronicles. The market's reaction exceeded Wang Hao's wildest expectations. As Starshine Entertainment's promotional resources surged forth like a tide, the already vibrant ember of Mercury Chronicles was doused in a bucket of boiling oil. Featured prominently on the homepages of major music platforms, editors heralded it as a soul-stirring anthem of solitude. Could it be the frontrunner for the newcomer season? The greatest dark horse of the season, a must-listen. Within popular playlists such as Essential for Late-Night Emo, to every striver in urban isolation syndrome, Mercury Chronicles boldly stood out. The advertisements on the platform and the short video feeds permeated every corner. The previous fervor, which had only simmered within dull and specific circles, was entirely ignited, exploding across the entire internet. Countless passers-by, lured by the advertisements, clicked on the song, and then found themselves ensnared. Heavens, this song is absolutely captivating. The melody, though simple, had an intoxicating quality, growing more enchanting with each listen. At the very least, it could accompany you. Those lyrics resonated deeply. Anyone who listened to this song surely harbored an unattainable love in their hearts. July 15th, 11:59 a.m. The Blue Star Music Newcomer Season chart was on the verge of refreshing. Countless eyes were fixated on the screen. Time ticked away, and the countdown on the screen reached 0. Refresh. Suddenly, the song Mercury Chronicles, which had previously occupied the 9th position, began to skyrocket in data. 8th, 7th. Fans before the screen held their breath. 6th, 5th. A few could not help but exclaim. 4th. Surpassing Tianyin Entertainment's Chun Minghui's Ignition. 3rd, 2nd. The chart seemed to pause for a moment, the first position still held by another popular song. Instantly, the internet erupted with doubts and lamentations. Is it stuck? A conspiracy? At that moment, the data from Mercury Chronicles surged once more, and that glittering golden number finally settled at the pinnacle of the chart. First place, Mercury Chronicles. Download count, 928,000. Ascended to the pinnacle. After a brief silence, the internet was instantaneously inundated with a deluge of comments. The Mercury Chronicles' first rookie season dark horse Ling Ye, Wijiao's triumph, annual corporate slave comfort song, The Mercury Chronicles guarding the finest. The Mercury Chronicles, a myriad of fervent topics, emerged like mushrooms after a rain, swiftly dominating the trending lists across major social platforms. Countless independent media outlets sprang into action, fervently unearthing the stories behind the Mercury Chronicles. A phenomenon, the Mercury Chronicles has claimed the top spot in the rookie season, heralding the birth of a zero-cost marketing myth. An in-depth analysis. How does the Mercury Chronicles precisely capture the zeitgeist? From obscurity to overnight stardom, unraveling the remarkable journey of trainee Guo Jiahao's resurgence. Ling Ye, the enigmatic composer of Starshine Entertainment. Is he the next gold medalist in the making? The name Ling Ye has, for the first time, surged into the public and industry consciousness on such a grand scale. The discussions surrounding the song have long transcended fan circles. People have begun to ponder the societal significance of this piece. Some declare it a poignant intoxication, articulating the frustrations many face in matters of love and life. Others deem it an anthem for the lonely, gently embracing every soul restless in the depths of night. The acclaim continues to ferment, its influence far surpassing that of an ordinary rookie song. Given this momentum, the champion of this month's rookie season, the Mercury Chronicles, is assured of its victory. The atmosphere in Office 8 is one of jubilation. At last, we, Group 8, have the opportunity to hold our heads high. Ling Laoshi is truly remarkable. I have always said that Ling Laoshi is no ordinary person. Chen Jiping, flushed with excitement, brandished his phone, showcasing the leaderboard to everyone. Just then, Guo Jiahao and his manager, Ling Ye, hurriedly entered. Both wore expressions of disbelief and elation. Upon entering, they spotted Ling Ye, who remained composed in the corner, and exchanged a glance before hastening over. Ling Laoshi. Ling Ye's voice trembled with emotion as she deeply bowed. Guo Jiahao, overwhelmed with excitement, was rendered speechless, his eyes glistening with tears, and he executed a deep 90-degree bow, lingering in that position. Thank you, Ling Laoshi, for granting me this opportunity. Without Ling Ye, there would be no The Mercury Chronicles and, consequently, no overnight fame for Guo Jiahao. This gratitude is as heavy as Mount Tai. Ling Ye graciously accepted their thanks, merely nodding slightly. The song is excellent, and you sang it beautifully. His gaze remained serene, while his colleagues observed the scene with profound sentiment. Such composure and grace, how unlike a mere novice. Xiaoling, Liang he dashed over, holding a document, his face brimming with joy. It's official. Supervisor Wang just called. Your confirmation contract will be processed immediately. The office erupted in a chorus of good-natured laughter and congratulations. Ling Ye lifted his head, a faint smile gracing his face as he nodded. Thank you, Brother Liang. He tucked away his phone and turned his attention to Liang He. Brother Liang, I wish to inquire about the distribution of downloads for Mercury Chronicles. When can I expect the settlement to be credited? Everyone gazed at Ling Ye in astonishment. Having ascended to the pinnacle of the newcomer season and secured a contract for permanent employment. At this moment of glory, his primary concern was astonishingly money. Liang he was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure, chuckling heartily. Rest assured, the distribution from song downloads will be dispersed at the beginning of next month. The precise figures will be communicated to you in detail by the finance department at that time. Ling Ye silently contemplated this. Early next month? It should coincide with my ability to send money home, alleviating some pressure. Just as he pondered, a long-forgotten mechanical notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Host S reputation points have accumulated to exceed 1 million. The functions of Lucky Roulette and Points Mall are now activated. Lucky Roulette, consuming 100,000 reputation points, allows for one draw. Note, a tenfold draw guarantees at least one entertainment work or special skill. Points Mall. The host may directly exchange accumulated reputation points for desired items. On the system panel, the previously gray buttons now shimmered with enticing brilliance. Ling Ye noted the small print beneath the Lucky Roulette promising a guaranteed tenfold draw. Ah, a familiar sensation. It seems that no matter the world, the principle of guaranteed outcomes in card draws remains steadfast. Without hesitation, he commanded the system, initiate a tenfold draw. Ding! Consuming 1,000,000 reputation points, the lucky roulette commenced. The ethereal wheel whirled rapidly in his mind, radiating vibrant light. Chapter 20. Tomato Literature Network. Moments later, the roulette came to a halt, followed by a series of system notifications. Ding! Thank you for your patronage. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the song a little bit. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the song decent. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have secured the song the first time. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received the novel Ghost Blows Out the Light. The 10 rounds of lottery have concluded. Ling Ye's consciousness sank into the system's repository. 3 songs, 1 novel, a little bit, decent, and the first time, the classic hits from his previous life, their quality beyond question. Ling Ye's attention swiftly gravitated towards that novel. Ghost Blows Out the Light? Is it possible that this could be drawn? He claimed his rewards, and after a moment of daze, a complete memory of Ghost Blows Out the Light filled his mind. Indeed, it was that phenomenal work. Ghost Blows Out the Light is divided into 8 volumes, comprising approximately 2,000,000 words, revolving around the iron triangle of Hu Bai, Wang Fati, and Shirley Yang, embarking on an expedition to uncover the secrets of the Miaochen Pearl and break the curse of the red spots. The narrative encompasses a grand and intricate worldview, lost civilizations, mysterious feng shui techniques, and thrilling underground adventures, among other elements. The system noted, adaptations have been made in accordance with the historical background of Blue Star. This implies that he could utilize it directly. Ling Ye immediately recognized the immense value of this novel. The royalty settlement for Mercury Chronicles would take time, and after the singer's share, platform cut, and company commission, the net gain remained uncertain. However, novels differ. With publication on the website, reader subscriptions, and tips, the revenue is direct. Long-form serialization allows for the accumulation of sustained income and prestige, not to mention the subsequent adaptations into games, comics, and films. Its worth is incalculable. He promptly resolved to carve out a second battlefield and monetize Ghost Blows Out the Light. Ling Ye opened his computer and swiftly searched for mainstream novel websites on Blue Star. Before long, a site named Tomato Literature Network caught his eye. With the largest user base and highest traffic, it undoubtedly stands as the leader in online literature on Blue Star. However, upon entering, Ling Ye furrowed his brow. The recommended works on the homepage exuded a strong sense of antiquity. Rebirth of the Urban Mad Dragon, the contractual wife of the overbearing CEO. The useless one's counterattack to become a god. The content was severely homogenized, revolving endlessly around themes of revenge, face-slapping, treasure hunting, and harem tropes. The entire website's aesthetic seemed to reflect a level reminiscent of 2 decades past in Ling Ye's former life. Curiously, he could not find a single work akin to Ghost Blows Out the Light, a pioneering piece that integrates elements of mystery, horror, adventure, history, and folklore. This was truly an untapped frontier. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Ling Ye's eyes. This was an opportunity handed to him on a silver platter. He promptly clicked to register an account and filled in his pen name. After a moment's contemplation, he entered Night God. Notification: this pen name has already been taken. As expected, he tried again with Arsonist of Affection. Notification: this pen name has already been taken. TSK. It appears that individuals of discernment are not limited to just one. Ling Ye stroked his chin, and suddenly, a whimsical meme from his previous life flickered through his mind. He chuckled with a hint of mischief and typed a few words on the keyboard. A dream of a young girl after drinking. Notification: pen name registration successful. Done. Ling Ye organized his thoughts for Ghost Blows Out the Light. He opened a blank document and typed the title, Ghost Blows Out the Light. Next came the synopsis: the seal of the grave robber, the talisman of gold, the secrets of mountain moving and dragon seeking. Lighting candles, ghosts blowing out the light. Surveying the grave and seeking star peaks. Mercury spots, nurturing bright objects, countless treasures in the dragon palace. Buried coffins, bronze sarcophagi. Do not approach if your fate is weak. Vertical burial pits, coffin boxes, walking around the mountains, red-clad ghosts, grinning corpses. The laughter of ghosts is no match for the weeping of ghosts. In just a few lines, a mysterious and eerie world of tomb raiding was vividly sketched out. Then came the introductory text. Tomb raiding is neither a banquet, nor a literary endeavor, nor an artistic pursuit. It cannot be so refined, so unhurried, so genteel, so mild and respectful. Tomb raiding is a skill of destruction. My tale begins with a tattered book left by my grandfather, the 16-character Yin Yang Feng Shui Secret Arts. Memories surged in his mind, and words flowed effortlessly as Ling Ye became entirely immersed in the act of creation, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. An afternoon slipped away in the blink of an eye. When he paused to stretch his stiff fingers, he noticed that the word count had soared beyond 30,000. Adhering to the reading habits of Blue Star readers and the recommendation mechanism of the Tomato Literature Network, Ling Ye divided this extensive text into approximately 11 chapters, each containing between 2,500 to 3,000 words. After meticulously checking for typos and confirming accuracy, he clicked to create a new book, wrote a brief synopsis, and uploaded the 11 chapters in one go to the author's backend of the Tomato Literature Network. Data streamed through the internet, merging into the vast servers of the Tomato Literature Network, ultimately landing in a list of manuscripts awaiting review, anticipating the attention of an editor. Having completed all this, Ling Ye glanced out the window. The sky had darkened. Most of the office staff had also departed. He stretched languidly, shut down the computer, and stood to leave. Meanwhile, at the Tomato Literature Network's editorial department, night had fallen, and only a few scattered lights remained illuminated in the workspace. In a corner, Yang Lin rubbed her weary eyes and yawned. As a newly appointed editor, she had voluntarily chosen to stay late. Only in this manner could she hope to unearth that elusive gem among the mountain of manuscripts. Unfortunately, reality often proved to be harsh. Sighing, she casually clicked on a manuscript titled The Campus Belle's Personal Dragon King. After reading just 2 lines, her brow furrowed in dismay. Another piece of mediocre writing. The antagonists were absurdly simplistic, the plot devoid of logic, and the dialogue painfully awkward. Can't contemporary authors bring forth a touch of originality? Yang Lin could not help but murmur in discontent, her fingers gliding swiftly over the mouse as she decisively clicked on the rejection button. What on earth is this drivel? Monotonous and tiresome to the eyes. Can't we have something that truly captivates the imagination? As she clicked on the next article, she continued her inner monologue. Lifting the cup beside her, she took a sip, steeling herself to continue the battle against this literary refuse. The mouse will scroll down, revealing the details of the next manuscript. Title: Ghost Blows Out the Light. Author: Dream of a Girl After Drinking Snort. Yang Lin nearly spewed her drink onto the screen. One eccentric pen name. Dream of a Girl After Drinking? Is this author male or female? How much have they had to drink? And then there's the title, Ghost Blows Out the Light. Quite peculiar. Another attempt at obscurity, no doubt. With a mix of disdain and resignation, she clicked on the manuscript details. Her gaze swept over the introduction. Fate-marking seals, gold-digging talismans, mountain-moving and dragon-seeking techniques. Candlelit figures, ghostly whispers, surveying and excavating for stellar peaks. Young Linus Moffements Faltred. These lines seem to hold a hint of intrigue. Chapter 21. The frightened Yang Lin found herself perplexed by the specific meaning of the introduction, yet the enigmatic, ancient, and slightly sinister undertones woven within the text captivated her inexplicably. Steeling herself, she began to delve into the main narrative. The assertion that tomb raiding is not a mere social gathering piqued her curiosity from the outset. As she continued reading, the first-person narrative style caused her brows to furrow slightly. Such a technique was not particularly mainstream on Tomato Literature Network and could easily falter. However, as the protagonist commenced recounting his grandfather's tale alongside the mysterious 16-character Yin Yang Feng Shui secrets, Yang Lin's furrowed brows gradually relaxed, her interest deepening. Upon encountering peculiar and bizarre scenes, such as a talking paper figurine, a smoking rat, and the ominous corpses of desolate graves, a chill stealthily ascended her spine. Thump, thump. The sound of her heartbeat resonated loudly. It was utterly terrifying. Nevertheless, she found herself irresistibly drawn to continue reading. This blend of fear and curiosity rendered her unable to stop. She became engrossed, her fingers unconsciously scrolling the mouse wheel, her eyes fixated on the screen, oblivious to the passage of time and her surroundings. The once bustling office space was now deserted, leaving only her and the flickering text on the screen, accompanied by the occasional soft clicks of the keyboard and mouse. The silence was enveloped in an invisible tension. Suddenly, a hand landed heavily on Yang Lin's shoulder. Ah! Startled as though electrocuted, she emitted a piercing scream that nearly propelled her from her chair. Whirling around, her heart raced, and her complexion turned pale. Lin, are you all right? Why are you screaming? Questioned a male colleague, equally late from working overtime, taken aback by her reaction. Upon recognizing the familiar face rather than some ghastly apparition, Yang Lin's taut nerves relaxed abruptly, a wave of relief washing over her, nearly bringing tears to her eyes. You scare the life out of me. Don't you know that startling someone can be deadly? She exclaimed, clutching her wildly beating heart, her voice tinged with a quavering note. As she playfully jabbed her colleague's arm. I had no idea you were so engrossed, her male colleague replied innocently. I saw your light still on and thought I would check in. What are you reading? A novel. Yang Lin took several deep breaths, striving to calm her racing heart, though the chilling images lingered in her mind. Well, it's getting late. I'll take my leave now. The male colleague, seemingly wary of further startling her, waved his hand dismissively and hurried away, his footsteps quickly fading at the end of the corridor. In the office, only Yang Lin remained with the accursed silence. She turned back to the screen, her gaze now transformed as she beheld the page of Ghost Blows Out the Light. Shock, excitement, disbelief. This book she inhaled deeply, suppressing her tumultuous emotions, and with slightly trembling fingers, swiftly accessed the author's backend. Locating the contact information left by the girl named Drunken Girl Estream, a WeChat ID. Taking out her phone, she opened WeChat, searched for the number, and clicked to add it to her contacts. In the verification message, her fingertips danced swiftly. Hello, I am Yang Lin, an editor from Tomato Literature Network. I have read your work Ghost Blows Out the Light and found it immensely captivating. I hope to discuss the signing matters with you. After clicking send, she belatedly glanced at the time in the bottom right corner of her computer screen, 8:47 p.m. The office was desolate, with only the faint hum of the fluorescent light above her. At Donghai Art College, in the boys' dormitory, Ling Ye sat at his desk, munching on an apple, when suddenly his phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon checking, he discovered a friend request from an unfamiliar WeChat user. The applicant's nickname was Lin, with a note stating, editor from Tomato Literature Network, Yang Lin. Stunned by the promptness, he momentarily halted his actions. So soon? He had initially thought the review would take a day or two, but to his surprise, not long after uploading, the editor had already reached out. It seemed that the allure of Ghost Blows Out the Light was indeed unstoppable in this world as well. He accepted the request. Almost instantaneously, a flurry of messages arrived from the other side, like a barrage of firecrackers. Lin, hello. Is this the author of Dream of a Tipsy Girl? Excited hand-rubbing emoji. Lin. I am Yang Lin, an editor from Tomato Literature Network. I just read your uploaded Ghost Blows Out the Light, and my goodness, it is splendid. Starry-eyed emoji. Lin, please consider signing with us at Tomato. Our platform has the highest traffic and the best resources, and we can certainly help elevate your masterpiece. Ling Ye couldn't help but smile at the screen filled with enthusiastic messages and exaggerated emojis. This editor seemed even more excited than he was as the author. Nevertheless, this only served to affirm the potential of Ghost Blows Out the Light, surpassing his expectations. He typed a few responses on his phone to the exuberant editor. Tipsy Girl's Dream. Hello. Editor Yang. Thank you for your recognition. Tipsy Girl's Dream. I am open to signing. We can discuss the contract details further. Ling Ye finished the last bite of his apple, casually tossing the core, which arced slightly before landing with a thud in the trash bin. On the other end, upon receiving his reply, Yang Lin clenched her fists excitedly and waved them in the air. Wonderful. She must seize this opportunity. First thing tomorrow, she would approach her editor-in-chief to strongly recommend this book, ensuring that this mysterious author, Tipsy Girl's Dream, would receive the best resources and contract possible. Suppressing her overwhelming joy, Yang Lin quickly replied, "All right, esteemed author, we will discuss the contract specifics tomorrow. Rest assured, I will strive to secure the most favorable terms for you." With satisfaction, Yang Lin concluded the conversation and began to gather her belongings to leave the office. After shutting down her computer and slinging her bag over her shoulder, she took one last look at the empty office, inhaled deeply, and briskly exited. Alone in the silent, dimly lit corridor, the echo of her high heels striking the ground resonated ominously, akin to an unsettling drumbeat. Unconsciously, she quickened her pace, a chill creeping up her spine, as if something were following her. The tension she had experienced moments ago, coupled with the lingering effects of her colleague's fright, surged within her. "Do not scare yourself. It's all an illusion," Yang Lin muttered softly as she instinctively retrieved her phone, activating the flashlight feature to cast a quick beam around the corner ahead. Almost in a sprint, she dashed out of the office building. Once on the brightly lit street, enveloped by the cacophony of voices and the rush of traffic, that inexplicable sense of dread began to dissipate. For Yang Lin, this night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Lying in bed, she tossed and turned, her mind a tumult of spine-chilling yet irresistible tales from Ghost Blows Out the Light and her anticipation for the contract negotiation the following day. And then there was the enigmatic author who, under a peculiar pen name, had crafted a masterpiece. Who, indeed, was this mysterious figure from the dreams of a girl intoxicated? Chapter 22. The contract the following morning. At the Tomato Literature Network editorial office, Yang Lin strode purposefully through the expansive cubicles, her eyes shadowed by two prominent dark circles. Clutching a stack of printed manuscripts tightly in her hand, she pushed open the door to the chief editor's office. "Boss, you absolutely must see this," she exclaimed, her voice brimming with uncontainable excitement as she placed the manuscript on Liu Yan's desk. Liu Yan was absent-mindedly stirring goji berries in his thermos cup when he looked up at his newly hired editor. "Yang Lin, what is this?" "Ghost Blows Out the Light," Yang Lin replied, pointing at the manuscript. "I discovered it last night. It's a tomb-raiding theme, and it's astonishing." Liu Yan's gaze fell upon the title at the top of the paper, Ghost Blows Out the Light. The author's name, Dream of a Girl After Drinking, made his eyelid twitch slightly. The title and pen name both exuded an air of absurdity. Tomb raiding? Liu Yan picked up the manuscript and began to flip through the pages. A new theme, but it carries considerable risk. Novice editors can easily be seduced by novel concepts and overlook market acceptance. Yet, the writing is truly exceptional. Leaning forward, Yang Lin's budget quickened. The suspense, the atmosphere, the immersive experience, it's top-notch. Just look at this passage. When the candle is lit, the ghost blows out the light. The imagery. Liu Yan tapped his finger on the manuscript. First-person perspective? Mainstream readers may not necessarily embrace that. I understand there are thresholds, but this book is different, Yang Lin asserted confidently. Reading it feels as though you are personally tomb raiding. That thrilling mix of fear and irresistible curiosity will undoubtedly resonate. Liu Yan refrained from further questioning, taking the manuscript and starting to read from the first page. The office fell silent, the only sound being the soft rustle of paper. Liu Yan's posture gradually shifted from casual browsing to leaning slightly forward, his gaze entirely captivated by the text. His hand, which had been holding the cup, stilled, the steam rising unnoticed. As he reached the passage where the paper figure spoke, describing the ominous corpse in an abandoned grave, he tightened his grip on the edge of the manuscript. After a long while, Liu Yan set down the manuscript, exhaling slowly. He looked at Yang Lin, his expression a complex blend of surprise, caution, and a hint of undeniable excitement. "This book," he pondered, his knuckles unconsciously tapping the table. "It is indeed a raw gem, yet it may also be a hot potato." Yang Lin's eyes brightened. "You think it's good, don't you?" Liu Yan nodded, his expression returning to seriousness. "It is highly innovative, the story is compelling, and the prose is too sophisticated for a newcomer. However, the subject matter is niche, and the style challenges reader conventions, posing significant risks." He paused, looking intently at Yang Lin. "Our website requires innovation, but we must also manage risk." Yang Lin clenched her fist. Boss, a great story will not be overlooked. Liu Yin contemplated for a moment. The Tomato Literature Network, indeed, needed something distinct to invigorate the market. We can proceed with a contract, he ultimately decided, offering a standard contract for newcomers along with a basic promotional position. He turned to Yang Lin, adding, "You'll follow up on this. Data is the sole arbiter of truth. If it falters, the recommendation can be retracted at any time." "Understood. Thank you, boss. I will contact the author," Yang Lin replied. And Liu Yin waved her off. Yang Lin burst out of the office like a gust of wind, immediately pulling out her phone to open Ling Ye's WeChat. Lin, hey, are you there? Great news. The editor-in-chief has agreed to the contract. Celebratory emojis. Lin, I will send you the electronic contract right away. Please review the terms, and if everything is in order, we can sign it immediately. I will strive for future recommendations. Fist emoji. At the office of the composing group at Xinghua Entertainment, Ling Ye just settled down when his phone vibrated. A contract? Quite impressive efficiency. He opened the contract link and examined it meticulously, line by line. The payment structure was a 50-50 split for paid readings and a 60-40 split for tips, with the author receiving 60 and the website 40. He focused on the sections regarding copyright ownership and IP derivative development. The website possessed exclusive rights for online dissemination and priority for adaptations, with the phrasing being rather ambiguous. This was unacceptable. Ling Ye was acutely aware of the value of Ghost Blows Out the Light. In his previous life, the physical book sales had exceeded 10 million copies. With adaptations into films, television series, games, and comics emerging profusely, establishing it as a super IP generator. Although the entertainment industry in this world lagged behind, the potential commercial value of such innovative and high-quality content was undoubtedly immense. Copyright must firmly remain in his grasp. After pondering for a moment, he began to tap on the screen. Drunken Girl's Dream. Editor Yang. I have reviewed the contract and have a few points that require modification. Drunken Girl's Dream. 1. The author retains all copyright to the work, including all derivative rights. 2. Tomato Literature Network is granted exclusive electronic copyright authorization for the work. 3. He listed several points for modification, precisely identifying the ambiguities and potential pitfalls within the contract. After sending his suggestions, he set down his phone, picked up a glass of water, and sipped calmly. The initiative must remain firmly in his hands. At the Tomato Literature Network's editorial department, Yang Lin stared at the professional, composed, and uncompromising modification suggestions on her phone screen, somewhat bewildered. The phrasing, the logic, it was so professional, akin to that of a legal expert. She dared not delay and knocked on the editor-in-chief's office door once more, holding her phone. Liu Yin took the phone, glancing at Ling Ye's modifications, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. This author was undoubtedly an expert, acutely sensitive to copyright issues, and the amendments were impeccable. His fingers glided over the screen, weighing the situation. The other party was resolute, unwilling to concede on copyright matters. If they were to give in, considering the potential of this book, it was feasible. Liu Yin ultimately nodded. The copyright shall belong to the author. We will seek exclusive electronic copyright authorization. He looked at Yang Lin and added a condition. However, you must clarify with the author that based on the platform's investment, for any future IP derivative developments of Ghost Blows Out the Light, under equal conditions, the Tomato Literature Network retains the right of first cooperation and operation, which is our bottom line. Understood, boss. Yang Lin breathed a sigh of relief and promptly turned to leave. Lin, hey, the editor-in-chief has agreed to your modifications. The copyright belongs to you. Applause emoji. However, the editor-in-chief added one point. For future IP development, under equal conditions, our platform has the right of first cooperation. What do you think? Ling Ye gazed upon the message, contemplating the preferential collaboration rights, which he found acceptable. As the largest online literature platform in Blue Star, Tomato Literature Network indeed possesses both the channels and experience necessary for IP operation. Should the conditions prove favorable in the future, entrusting them with the management will be both effortless and reassuring. Can do, replied the young woman, intoxicated by dreams. Wonderful. Let us sign now. I will handle the back-end operations, and you need only provide your electronic signature, Lin added eagerly. A few minutes later, both parties completed the electronic signing process, thereby officially finalizing the contract. The efficiency of Tomato Literature Network was commendable, as swiftly Ghost Blows Out the Light appeared on a small banner in the suspense category of their platform. Ling Ye chose not to concern himself with the effectiveness of the promotion. His current priority was content creation. He set a goal for himself to complete the first volume of Ghost Blows Out the Light, titled The Ancient City of the Exquisite, by early August, which would consist of approximately 350,000 words. As it was now mid-July, the data from Mercury Chronicles had stabilized at the top position during the newcomer season, and no competitor seemed capable of displacing it in the near term. The subsequent promotional activities would be managed by the company, allowing him to refrain from investing excessive energy at this juncture. This afforded him ample time to focus on his novelesque creation. Opening the document for Ghost Blows Out the Light, he placed his fingers upon the keyboard, the rhythmic sound of typing resonating distinctly in the tranquil office. As lunchtime approached, Ling Ye finally paused to stretch his stiff fingers and neck. A glance at the word count in the lower right corner revealed a tally of 2,300 words, quite an efficient output. He meticulously organized the written content into chapters before logging into the author backend of Tomato Literature Network. Selecting the freshly crafted document, he clicked to upload. Upon seeing the notification of successful publication, Ling Ye rose and stretched his limbs. For the next few days, he intended to maintain this rapid pace of writing, generating sufficient content to captivate the initial wave of readers and establish a modicum of fame. As for future updates, he could always adjust to a scheduled release once the data stabilized. Chapter 23. An unexpected recommendation for 3 days, he produced an astounding 90,000 words. As the word count statistics for Ghost Blows Out the Light surpassed that figure, the storyline seamlessly transitioned to the side quest in Wildman Gorge. Ling Ye posed, his fingers hovering over the keyboard. Over these 3 days, he had operated like a well-programmed machine, unwaveringly maintaining an output of over 20,000 words daily. At the Tomato Literature Network, the first task for Yang Lin upon arriving at work each day was to access the back end of Ghost Blows Out the Light. Her gaze fixated on the nearly stagnant curve of the collection growth. The chapter count and word count of Ghost Blows Out the Light were reassuringly stable, and the quality of the content left her, as an editor, both astonished and captivated, unable to tear herself away. Yet the data was dishearteningly serene. The collections, recommendation votes, and comments were all gradually increasing, but at a pace that was agonizingly slow, devoid of the explosive momentum one would expect from a potential bestseller. The comments section, however, bore a semblance of life, with a handful of messages, either expressing fright, urging for quicker updates, or speculating on when who Bai would descend into the tomb. Reader engagement seemed decent, yet the base numbers were simply too small. Comparatively, other emerging titles in the same time frame easily outshone it. Was the tomb raiding genre truly so niche? Yang Lin furrowed her brow as she scrutinized the feeble growth line. She picked up her phone, only to set it down again, her nails nearly digging into her palm. Ultimately, she opened the chat window with Dream of a Drunken Girl. Ling Lin, dear author, your update speed. Are you writing full-time? It's impressive. Shivering emoji, Ling Lin. However, dear author, please take care of your health. Quality is paramount. We are not in a rush. Concerned emoji. Inside, she felt as restless as an ant on a hot pan, yet her words were carefully chosen. Ling Ye responded promptly. Dream of a Drunken Girl, part-time. Rest assured, the quality will remain uncompromised, and the update speed will be adjusted later. His response was succinct, exuding a calm confidence that suggested he had everything under control. Yang Lin glanced at the reply, letting out a resigned pout. Fine, the esteemed author had spoken. All she could do was diligently refresh the backend each day, praying for the data to take off soon. Meanwhile, in a high-end online literary forum known as Mo Xianggu on Blue Star, a plethora of seasoned readers, critics, and even a number of moderately renowned authors congregated. The atmosphere here was relatively rational, with higher expectations for the quality of works. A user under the ID Mo Rand Chinchio had just published a new post, Post-title, Book Drought. Is the Tomato Literature Network library doomed to decline? My eyes are going blind from all the Sammy novels. Content. Recently, when I logged onto the Tomato Literature Network, the rankings were filled with monotonous revenge tales, harem stories, and tales of gods returning. I cannot say they are unappealing, but the sameness is overwhelming. I've flipped through dozens of books, and the beginnings all seem to be cast from the same mold. Is there not a new book that can truly captivate and provide some substance? Recommendations needed to save me from this book drought. Mo Ran Xianxiu, whose real name is Shun Mo, is an acknowledged heavyweight reader at Mo Xianggu, possessing a discerning eye and delivering incisive critiques, garnering a substantial following. The books he recommends often spark a modest blaze of popularity. Upon the posting of the message, a flurry of responses quickly ensued. First comment, I share the sentiment. Contemporary web literature has become increasingly unbearable, resembling mere fast food. Second comment, has the esteemed author also encountered a reading drought? I have recently been engrossed in a rather commendable martial arts novel, The Unfeeling Sword Inquiry, though its updates are rather sluggish. Third comment, I recommend The All-Powerful Daddy in the City, a heartwarming slice-of-life narrative. It's quite decent. Fourth comment, perhaps you might consider Ghost Blows Out the Light. I stumbled upon it in the mystery genre. The title and pseudonym are rather outlandish. However, after perusing a few chapters, I found the content intriguingly eerie and somewhat captivating, albeit a tad frightening. Fifth comment, I too have come across Ghost Blows Out the Light. As mentioned above, its recommendation spot is rather obscure, easily overlooked. The author updates with remarkable speed, yet the theme is quite peculiar, grave robbing. Can it truly be well written? Shun Mo reclined in his comfortable ergonomic chair, cradling a cup of freshly brewed Longjing tea, leisurely browsing the replies. Most recommendations were predictable and uninspiring, leaving him rather disinterested. It was not until he encountered the fourth and fifth comments regarding Ghost Blows Out the Light that his brow furrowed in contemplation. Grabe. It sounded like the sort of sensationalist drivel that plagued the internet. Nevertheless, the descriptors of eerie, captivating, and frightening stirred a flicker of curiosity within him. In the midst of a reading drought, he decided to give it a chance, treating it as a test of sorts. He set down his teacup and opened the Tomato Literature website, searching for Ghost Blows Out the Light. The book's page materialized before him. The cover was devoid of an actual image, merely featuring the system's default backdrop. Author, The Dream of a Drunken Girl. Shin Mo's eyelid twitched. Such a pseudonym was truly deserving of mockery. He then perused the synopsis. The seal of the ancient tomb, the gold-seeking charm, the art of moving mountains and uncovering dragon secrets, lighting candles, ghosts blowing out lanterns, and the rules of grave robbing. This synopsis piqued his interest. He patiently clicked on the first chapter. My grandfather was named Hu Guohua. First-person narrative? Shin Mo's brow tightened once more. With a critical and discerning mindset, he continued to read. The 16-character Yin Feng Shui secret art, talking paper figures and opium-smoking rats. The prose was far too polished, exhibiting a sophistication atypical of a novice. The language was succinct, imbued with vivid imagery, effortlessly conjuring an atmosphere of eerie dread. The descriptions of feng shui techniques and the structure of tombs, while enigmatic, exuded a sense of mystery and expertise that left one momentarily stunned. The narrative rhythm was unique, oscillating between tension and a local flavor of humor, achieving a relaxed balance. Upon reaching the rule that states, when the candle is lit, the ghost blows out the lantern. When the rooster crows, do not disturb the gold. Shinamo lightly tapped the tabletop with his fingertips. This was intriguing. This was no mere superficial curiosity. It had constructed a relatively complete worldview and code of conduct surrounding grave robbing. He became thoroughly engrossed, losing track of time and forgetting his initial critical attitude. He read through all the updates, totaling over 90,000 words, until the page indicated that the author was diligently working on the next installment, at which point he abruptly returned to reality. Shin Mo exhaled deeply, leaning back against his chair, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Shock, disbelief. This book had undeniably opened the door to a new world for him. Distinct from any mainstream genre available in the market, it pioneers a novel narrative style and thematic realm. Eerie, thrilling, suspenseful, and adventurous elements are seamlessly intertwined, showcasing boundless potential. Should it maintain such a standard in the future, it is destined to become a phenomenon. However, the author's name, Dream of a Tipsy Girl, provoked a twinge of discomfort in Shan Mo. Such a robust and virile tomb-raiding novel juxtaposed with such an inexplicable pen name felt akin to a fly landing in an exquisitely crafted Buddha jumps over the wall dish. Utterly distasteful. What could the author possibly be thinking? Shan Mo rubbed his temples, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. He suppressed his excitement and resolved to observe for a few more days. The literary world is replete with fleeting geniuses, many of whom dazzle at the outset only to collapse later. He wished to ascertain whether this dream of a tipsy girl could sustain its momentum. Over the next 3 days, Shan Mo diligently followed the updates of Ghost Blows Out the Light. The author consistently delivered around 20,000 words of horror each day. The plot advanced with deft precision, digging and filling narrative holes, while the atmosphere was meticulously crafted, showing no sign of decline despite the rapid updates, a quality that was astonishingly stable. The comment section saw the readership swell from a mere handful to hundreds, though not vast. The discussions were lively, analyzing plot intricacies and fervently urging for more updates. Wow, the grand dumpling is about to emerge. Who buy, run? The candlelight guides the ghost. This setup is brilliant. The author is phenomenal. Dear author, please, we crave more. 20,000 words is scarcely enough. This book has made me too fearful to sleep with the lights off at night. I am both terrified and eager for more. Who understands? After 3 consecutive days of updates, having confirmed the author's stability and the work's continuous high quality, Shan Mo could finally contain himself no longer. He navigated to the Mo Xianggu forum and clicked to create a new post. Just as he was about to begin writing, he hesitated. Could a tomb raiding theme truly resonate within Mo Xianggu and that pen name? He pinched his brow and ultimately began to type. After much deliberation, he settled on the title for his post, Ghost Blows Out the Light, a potential genre-defining masterpiece, albeit with a pen name that makes one want to call the authorities. Meanwhile, at the Tomato Literature Network's editorial department, Yang Lin habitually toggled between the comments section of Ghost Blows Out the Light and the Mo Xianggu forum. Suddenly, the forum refreshed, and a bold, somewhat teasing post title leaped into view. Ghost Blows Out the Light, a potential genre-defining masterpiece, albeit with a pen name that makes one want to call the authorities. Yang Lin's heart skipped a beat as she quickly scanned the poster's ID. Was it that Mo Ranqianqiu, the notorious critic known for her discerning eye and sharp commentary in the online literature community? Her finger twitched as she clicked on the freshly minted post. Chapter 24. Polarization. The post was lengthy and eloquent. To be honest, before delving into this book, I approached it with a sense of skepticism, for the pen name The Dream of a Drunken Girl, paired with a tomb raiding theme, seemed like an act of performance art. However, from the very first chapter, I realized my mistake. The prose was remarkably sophisticated for a newcomer, and the narrative rhythm and atmospheric creation were simply exquisite. Particularly noteworthy was the setting of candlelit humans and ghostly whispers, which constructed a complete and enigmatic world of tomb raiding. It diverged from any mainstream genres available, seamlessly blending elements of suspense, horror, adventure, and folklore to create something truly innovative. Yet, it was not without its flaws. The most glaring drawback was the pen name that elicited an impulse to strike the author each time it was encountered. Was the author truly serious? This contrast was akin to donning a suit and tied a dig for sweet potatoes. Absurd. In conclusion, Shan Mo urged fellow readers in search of new material to give it a try, asserting that this work could rekindle the fervor for serialized reading, provided one could overlook the pen name. Yang Lin finished the book in one breath, feeling a flush on her face and a tumult in her chest, torn between laughter and exclamation. Shan Mo, your recommendation is indeed powerful. The comment section of the post erupted almost instantaneously. What? Has the esteemed Qianqiu resurfaced? Is he personally endorsing a book? Ghost Blows Out the Light. That title sounds like third-rate street literature, and the pen name makes one want to call the police. What is this? A tomb raiding theme? Can something like this possess depth? Surely, Chinchio must be misled by some bizarre curiosity. To the naysayers above, do you dare to question Chinchio's discerning eye? I shall go to the Tomato Literature website to gauge its worth. Having read it, I just completed the latest update. Goodness, it startled me so much I dropped my cigarette. This book is intoxicating. After my evaluation, it is indeed remarkable, though that pen name. Chinchio did not deceive me. It is quite the eyesore. The comment section quickly polarized into two factions. One side enthusiastically endorsed the book, proclaiming it their savior from literary drought. The other remained skeptical, contending that the tomb raiding genre is ultimately niche, unworthy of high regard, and questioning whether Shin-Mo had ulterior motives. Confronted with skepticism, Shin-Mo, the esteemed figure, took offense and engaged in a battle of wits within the comments. Niche? The allure of literature lies in the boundaries of imagination. The world constructed in Ghost blows out the light, its unique jargon and rules, and its exploration of human nature. How can it be deemed superficial? To those who find it peculiar, I urge you to examine the literary craftsmanship and narrative rhythm. Is this mere curiosity? This is the establishment of a new school of thought. As for the pen name, well, that remains an enigma. Let's simply overlook it. This debate, ignited by Shin-Mo himself, set the Mahjong Pavilion ablaze. Countless seasoned readers, intrigued by the spectacle of Chinchio's uncharacteristic fervor, flocked to the Tomato Literature website, eager to discover what had elicited such a response. Yang Lin was fixated on the back-end page of Ghost Blows Out the Light, watching the numbers on the screen surge wildly. Favorites, recommendations, and click rates skyrocketed to unprecedented heights. It was alive. The data had finally come to life. She seized her phone and dashed towards the editor-in-chief's office. "Boss, it's exploded." Yang Lin nearly burst through the door, her voice breathless from running. Lu Yin, engrossed in reviewing another manuscript, was startled and looked up, his brow furrowing. "What has exploded?" "The data for Ghost Blowing Out the Light has skyrocketed. Take a look." Yang Lin thrust her phone screen in front of Lu Yin, opening the back-end data page. The collections have surged by nearly 3,000 and are still rising. The click-through rate has tripled, all from the recent influx. Lu Yin took the phone, his gaze fixated on the sharply ascending data curve on the screen, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He scrolled down through the comment section and indeed saw a plethora of new comments featuring phrases like, and, indicating a wave of interest. Is it driven by M.O. Ren Chinchio? Lu Yin quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Yes, it is he. He posted a lengthy recommendation on M.O. Xiangge. Yang Lin's cheeks flushed with excitement. Lu Yin nodded, well aware of Shin-Mo's influence in the online literature sphere. Indeed, his endorsement carries significant weight. He returned the phone to Yang Lin, his expression reverting to its usual caution. But do not celebrate too soon. Attracting traffic is one thing. Retaining readers and converting them into paying users is another. Readers have discerning tastes. If the subsequent content falters, they will abandon ship faster than anyone else. He tapped on the table, adding, moreover, a surge in traffic could invite complications. We must be vigilant about potential competition, whether readers will commit, and if this genre might brush against any sensitive content boundaries. Keep a close watch on the data, particularly the retention and follow-through rates of new readers. Report any anomalies immediately. Understood. Yang Lin nodded vigorously, her fervor undiminished by this cold splash of reality. As Lu Yin anticipated, while the review section for Ghost Blowing Out the Light welcomed a multitude of fresh faces, it also began to echo with dissenting voices. Daily updates of 20,000? Is the author a tentacled monster? Can such quality be assured? The hype is excessive. After reading a few chapters, it feels rather mediocre. The pacing is a bit slow. Is this a genuine rule for Ghost Blowing Out the Light? Is the author just fabricating it? The first-person perspective can be tiring. While the immersion is strong, the viewpoint is too constrained. Although the criticism was sparse, it stood out amidst a sea of favorable remarks urging for updates and expressing fear. In the office of the composition group at Xinghua Entertainment, Ling Ye continued to wear his headphones, his fingers striking the keyboard steadily as the screen filled rapidly with text. Hu Bai and Wang Pengzi leaned back to back, anxiously staring at the enormous Zhongzi, red hound, rising from the coffin. This monstrous creature possessed immense strength and tough skin, rendering blades and axes ineffective, as if merely scratching an itch. In a moment of desperation, Wang Pengzi slammed a spade against Red Hound's head, producing a resounding clang and sparks flying. The spade was unharmed, and so was Red Hound, who merely tilted its head, its crimson eyes fixed intently on Pengzi. The climax of the battle in Wildman Valley against Red Hound was being pinned. Ling Ye came to a halt, exhaling deeply. He stretched his somewhat stiff neck and glanced at the word count of his document, which had increased by more than 20,000 words. After meticulously organizing the latest chapter, he logged into the author backend of the Tomato Literature website and skillfully uploaded it. At that moment, a notification pinged on his WeChat. Upon checking, he found a message from editor Yang Lin. Lin, great news, dear author. The esteemed Shun Mo from Mo Xianggu has posted a recommendation for Ghost Blows Out the Light. Our book's metrics are soaring. The collection count has skyrocketed and the comment section is buzzing. You must take a look. Excited celebration. Lin, by the way. There are some new readers in the comments questioning the update speed and the authenticity of the content. Would you like to respond? Whispers. Ling Ye's gaze lingered on the screen for a couple of seconds. Shen Montak? Montak Xiangge? The names rang a bell. The surge in data was anticipated. Quality content is inevitably recognized. As for the doubts, they were a normal occurrence. It is impossible for any work to satisfy everyone. He tapped out a reply. Drunken Girl's Dream. Acknowledged, thank you. Setting his phone aside, he refrained from checking the screen again, redirecting his focus to the document. He began the core subplot of this volume, the ancient city of Jingjue. Yang Lin, observing the brief four-character reply on her phone, couldn't help but twitch her lips. Outside, the commotion surrounding his book was nearly deafening, with the data skyrocketing as if propelled by a rocket, yet the main author only offered such a reaction. A simple acknowledgement? Yang Lin murmured to herself, shaking her head in resignation. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, her confidence in Ghost Blows Out the Light swelled to unprecedented heights. Chapter 25. Plagiarism? In the subsequent 2 days, the data for Ghost Blows Out the Light spiraled completely out of control. The number of collections skyrocketed from mere thousands to 10,000, 20,000, and then 30,000 recommendation votes surged like a tidal wave into the back end. The comments section buzzed with fervor, its activity rivaling that of a bustling wholesale market at dawn. Messages such as Maxiang Pavilion's tour group has checked in. The great master of the ages is impressive. This book is destined for success, and let this stand as testimony proliferated endlessly. The most immediate change manifested in the new book rankings of the suspense category on Tomato Literature Network. Ghost Blows Out the Light, an unforeseen dark horse, forcefully surged into the top 3 with an almost audacious demeanor. The top 2 spots were occupied by established giants of the suspense genre, releasing their works concurrently and backed by a substantial fanbase. Yet, Ghost Blows Out the Light managed to wedge itself in, leaving a plethora of well-prepared new books trailing far behind. Boss, Yang Lin burst into the chief editor's office like a whirlwind, nearly thrusting her phone screen into Lu Yan's face, breathless. Third in suspense, among the top 50 overall. Lu Yan shifted his gaze from the computer screen to the phone Yang Lin presented, his fingers swiftly gliding over the screen to examine the back-end data. What about retention and reading rates? He inquired calmly. Incredible. Look at this curve. The profile of new readers is exceptionally promising. Yang Lin's fingers trembled slightly with excitement. Lu Yan took the phone, silently perusing the more detailed data. New reader profiles, chapter reading ratios, and user feedback. The nearly vertical spikes in the data lines astonished even this seasoned editor, accustomed to the tumult of the industry. After a long moment, he returned the phone to Yang Lin, his expression reverting to its customary seriousness. Notify operations, allocate all available resources to promote Ghost Blows Out the Light. Yang Lin was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief. All of it? Yes, every bit, Lu Yan affirmed, tapping his fingers decisively on the desk. The potential of this book may surpass our expectations. I wish to see just how high it can soar. He paused momentarily. Data monitoring must remain uninterrupted, especially user feedback. Report any anomalies immediately. Understood. Yang Lin nodded emphatically, as if infused with boundless energy, before dashing out again. Liu Yan watched her fervent retreat with a slight shake of his head, his gaze returning to the computer screen. The formidable rise of Ghost blows out the light inevitably struck a nerve with certain individuals. Soon after, an account named Net Literature Deep Dive posted a thread on the Maxiang Pavilion forum. Thread title, A Rational Discussion. Are some settings in the recently exploding Ghost blows out the light a bit familiar? Content. As a pure bystander, I recently read Ghost blows out the light. It's quite well written, yet some settings feel oddly reminiscent. For instance, the rule of the human lights the candle, and the ghost blows out the lamp, and referring to the large entities in the tomb as big rice dumplings. It seems I've encountered something similar in an old book. I can't quite recall, perhaps a lesser-known, abandoned work called Legend of the Tomb Shadow from about 10 years ago. Does any one of the great masters have any recollection? Pure curiosity, not implying plagiarism. The post's wording is cautious, carefully avoiding any mention of plagiarism. Yet each word subtly alludes to that direction. It feels familiar, as if seen before, especially when paired with the obscure, long-forgotten novel from a decade ago, Tomb Shadow Legend. The implications are unmistakable. Soon, screenshots of the post began circulating in various reader groups and online forums. Is this for real? Is Ghost blows out the light plagiarizing Tomb Shadow Legend? I've never heard of it. It's hard to say. The concept of the candle lit by a ghost is indeed profound, not something a novice could conceive. Evidently there are issues. Doubts began to trickle into the previously fervent comment section of Ghost blows out the light. Author, is the candlelit concept truly original? I've seen comments suggesting it bears a striking resemblance to an old book. Did the author invent the term Big Zongzi, or did it have an origin? Plagiarism is unwelcome in the online literature realm. Shinamo had just finished reading the latest update of Ghost blows out the light, relishing the thrilling plot. We noticed someone had shared a screenshot of a deep dive post, tagging him. Bystander, Mo Ran Chinchio, what do you think? The work you highly recommend. Ghost blows out the light seems to have been exposed. Shinamo opened the screenshot, scanning the feigned innocence of the text, his brow instantly furrowing. Once again, such despicable tactics. He snorted coldly, his fingers flying over the keyboard as he swiftly created a new post on the Ink Fragrance Pavilion. Post title, Some individuals, unable to reach the grapes, resort to disparaging them. It is truly unseemly. Content, I just saw someone using a 10-year-old shabby novel to slander Ghost blows out the light, which is utterly absurd. Concepts like the candle lit by a ghost and Big Zongzi are core elements that construct a complete, coherent, and imaginative tomb-raiding worldview in Ghost blows out the light. Its systemic nature, narrative value, and originality are beyond what that so-called Tomb Shadow Legend, if it indeed exists, could ever compare to. This is a typical case of someone trying to smear a successful work. The method is laughably lowbrow. I advise those lurking in the shadows that instead of engaging in petty antics, they should return to polishing their own meager creations. Readers lacking this level of discernment should refrain from indulging in online literature and perhaps return to watching cartoons instead. Shinmo's post unleashed a torrent of fierce rebuttals, mercilessly countering the doubts. His esteemed status coupled with his incisive words swiftly quelled many wavering voices. Support for Qian Xiu was evidently driven by jealousy. What a true statement. A good work speaks for itself, and Ghost blows out the light is undoubtedly original. It's laughable, even a 10-year-old novel. Why not accuse it of copying ancient texts? At the Tomato Literature Network, editor Yang Lin also noticed the unusual activity surrounding the deep dive post in the comment section. Anxiously, she quickly took screenshots and sent them all to Ling Ye. Lin, big shot. This is bad. Someone is deliberately stirring the pot against us, claiming plagiarism of an old book. Please see the screenshots. Image, Lin. Although Shinamo has defended us, there are still some negative voices in the comment section. Should we issue a statement to clarify, or perhaps engage the website's public relations? As the night came to a close, Ling Ye had just completed his writing for the day. He glanced at the notifications and opened the screenshots. The so-called doubts were riddled with inconsistencies. The book Tomb Shadow Legend was utterly unheard of. With a calm demeanor, he tapped on the screen. Let them jump, he instructed. Collect all those skeptical posts, comments, and information about Tomb Shadow Legend. Screenshot and save them. Coordinate with the operations team to maintain a stable foundation in the comment section, guiding readers to pay attention to the updates and keep the evidence safe until I give the signal, he added. Yang Lin stared at the replies, feeling somewhat bewildered. Just as she was about to ask more, Ling Ye sent another message. Rest assured, the higher they jump, the harder they will fall. Reading those words, Yang Lin felt a strange calm wash over her. Ling Ye set down his phone and rubbed his temples. Plagiarism? Misappropriation? They certainly had a high opinion of him. Nonetheless, this served as a reminder. With fame comes trouble. He opened the document, refocusing his gaze on the screen. Ahead, the corridor opened up to reveal an enormous underground palace. At the heart of the palace stood an eerie stone platform, upon which bloomed an extraordinarily alluring giant flower, exuding a mesmerizing fragrance that could cloud one's judgment. It's the corpse flower, Shirley Yang exclaimed, her voice trembling. Legend has it that this magical flower can create illusions and beguile the heart. Hold your breath and cover your mouth and nose. Yet it was too late. Hu Bai felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as the scene before him began to distort. The figures of Fatty and Shirley Yang blurred, replaced by. The climax of the Jingjue ancient city storyline had officially commenced. Magnetic hills attracted metal. The corpse flower conjured illusions, and bizarre mechanisms followed in succession, weaving a gripping narrative. As the latest chapter was released, the comment section was instantly flooded by eager readers. Goodness, the corpse flower? How sinister. Did old Hu hallucinate? What did he see? His first love? Fatty, Miss Yang, quickly grab hold of old Hu. The author implored for an explosive update, as being stuck here was unbearable. No need to rush the earlier parts. Writing 20,000 words daily is already quite taxing. The riveting plot acted as a potent stimulant, drawing the majority of readers' attention back to the novel itself. Though the doubts of plagiarism had not dissipated, they were momentarily drowned out by the fervor of requests for updates and discussions about the storyline. Yang Lin observed the revived comment section in the back end, feeling a slight sense of relief. It seemed that as long as the work was strong enough, they could weather this minor storm for the time being. However, she was overly optimistic. The comments questioning plagiarism had not vanished. They had merely transformed, beginning to emerge in an organized manner beneath different chapters, repetitively echoing similar sentiments. Misappropriation is misappropriation. Stop trying to wash it away. My heart aches for the author of Tomb Shadow Legend, whose creativity has been stolen. I await the inevitable downfall. Moreover, the likes on these comments were increasing at an alarming rate. Yang Lin's heart sank once more. This was no ordinary reader's skepticism. There was clearly someone orchestrating this behind the scenes. Late at night, it was 11 o'clock. Yang Lin habitually refreshed her Weibo, eager to discover any new developments regarding Ghost Blows Out the Light. Suddenly, a post from a well-followed marketing account caught her attention. The glaring headline caused her pupils to constrict sharply. Is the sensational new book Ghost Blows Out the Light suspected of plagiarizing elements from Tomb Shadow Legend? Let's delve into the unsettling similarities. The lengthy Weibo article not only elucidated the so-called core concepts of Tomb Shadow Legend, but also presented a seemingly credible comparison chart, a common tool in the online literature community's disputes, juxtaposing alleged similar passages and ideas for both works. Attempting to construct irrefutable evidence of plagiarism against Ghost Blows Out the Light. Chapter 26, Escalating Tensions. Is this for real? Just as it was gaining momentum, it all came crashing down. The palette has emerged, and the blows are relentless. I await the downfall, eager to see when it will all end. Soon, the topic of Ghost Blows Out the Light plagiarism was abruptly yanked into the spotlight, gracing the tail end of Weibo's trending list emblazoned with a black explosive symbol. Countless curious passers-by flocked to the topic square, skimming through a few so-called palette screenshots before hastily choosing sides, spewing vitriol. Their ire directed squarely at Tomato Literature Network and the review section of Ghost Blows Out the Light. What was once a fervent discussion was instantly ignited by a different kind of heat. Plagiarists, get out of Tomato! Restore justice for Tomb Shadow Legend. The author must clarify. Insults, attacks, and incessant comments overwhelmed any semblance of rational discourse. Loyal readers were in an uproar, spontaneously organizing themselves to engage in fierce battles with detractors and trolls across comment sections, Weibo, and various forums, fervently defending their beloved work, resulting in utter chaos. Some unsuspecting readers, swayed by the orchestrated guidance of trolls, began to waver. Could it be that there's indeed an issue? This dream of the drunken girl has poor character. On the Maxiang Pavilion forum, Shun Mo, upon witnessing the distorted facts and personal attacks against him, felt his fingers tremble with rage. Infuriated, he posted again. Post title, certain clownish characters. What else can they do besides slander? Refuting the allegations of Ghost blows out the light plagiarism. In a lengthy discourse, he meticulously dissected the absurdity and far-fetched nature of the palette claims. The so-called similar settings were mere cherry-picking, an egregious attempt at opportunism. The depth and systematic construction of Ghost blows out the light in employing these elements could not possibly be compared with a subpar work that can't even be sourced. It's laughable to think such slander could hold any weight. As for the accusations that I am being paid to whitewash, I've been entrenched in the web literature scene for over a decade, having evaluated nearly 1,000 works. Would I really debase myself for a mere trickle of traffic? Utterly ridiculous. However, this time, the trolls unleashed a more concentrated barrage, as numerous accounts flooded the comments beneath his post, inundating his rebuttal with foul language, drowning it out. Shunmo's influence was forcibly diluted in the face of an organized, overwhelming smear campaign, even turning against him. Yang Lin gazed at her phone screen, tears welling in her eyes. She opened Ling Ye's WeChat, her fingers trembling as she typed, striving to maintain coherence. Lin, dear author, I can't bear it anymore. The critics are relentless. The marketing accounts are involved, it's trending. Shinmo's rebuttal has been instantly overwhelmed. The review section is completely lost. What should we do? Crying. Lin, should we issue a statement? Or involve the website's legal team? If this continues, the book will be ruined. The message sent out was like a stone sinking into the sea. After a few minutes, a reply finally came through. Dream of the drunken girl. Remain calm. Observe the situation. Dream of the drunken girl. Continue to screenshot and collect all defamatory comments and account information. Particularly investigate that Tomb Shadow Legend and see who is behind this mischief. The dream of a drunken girl. Rest assured, let them dance. Yang Lin stared at the reply, momentarily speechless, still waiting to see how things unfold. The flames were already licking at her eyebrows. Ling Ye set down his phone, his expression calm. He chose not to engage with the filthy exchanges, but instead opened his computer and accessed a special folder. Inside lay a collection of ancient texts, local chronicles, and scanned geological exploration reports, documents he had gathered over the past 2 days. He swiftly skimmed through the remarks of the internet trolls and the so-called color palette, his fingers gliding over the touchpad, his gaze sharp. Soon, he pinpointed an account that repeatedly appeared across various platforms, stirring the most fervent discussions, as well as a particularly compelling point regarding a unique geological phenomenon in the Kunlun Mountains found within that palette. This point revealed a glaring flaw in the opponent's lack of knowledge. Ling Ye then flexed his fingers, letting them dance lightly across the keyboard, leaving behind a series of codes. Within minutes, several scripts designed to monitor specific accounts were freshly minted. Their function was straightforward, highlighting the most vociferous and aggressive IDs for close observation. He was eager to see how long these individuals could continue their antics and what new tricks they might conjure. One and all, he made a note of them. A cold smile tugged at the corners of Ling Ye's lips as he began searching for specific keywords in a literature database. The following morning, Yang Lin was urgently summoned to the office by the editor-in-chief, Liu Yan. Liu's expression was grave as he pushed a printed public opinion report towards her. Look, the impact has already spread. The legal department is now paying attention and can intervene, but the prerequisite is we need decisive counter-evidence from the author themselves. Relying solely on the editors' and readers' rebuttals is insufficient. We must deliver a conclusive blow. The pressure weighed heavily on both Yang Lin and Ling Ye. In Jinghai City, At the family quarters of Jinghai University, Professor Lin Yaowen, his hair streaked with gray, had just finished reviewing an archaeological report and was relaxing with a cup of tea while scrolling through Weibo. A trending topic caught his eye. Ghost blows out the light plagiarism. Ghost blows out the light? Lin Yaowen furrowed his brow. The name sounded somewhat familiar. He recalled seeing it in a student's post, apparently a recent sensation in the realm of web novels. He clicked on it. The lengthy article from a marketing account, along with the so-called color palette, came into view. As he read the accusations claiming that the history of the Jingjue Kingdom was fabricated, that the geomagnetic anomalies of the Kunlun Mountains were nonsense, and that the burial regulations were mere figments of imagination, Lin Yaowen's frown deepened. This was not right. The Jingjue Kingdom had historical records and archaeological evidence, and there were indeed documented geomagnetic anomalies in specific areas of the Kunlun Mountains. While the burial regulations and terminology may not entirely align with archaeology, they bore traces of ancient methods, folklore, and the lingo of tomb raiders. The author was not merely fabricating stories. Intrigued, Lin Yaowen set aside the professional journal website, found the Tomato Literature Network, and searched for Ghost Blows Out the Light. He did not intend to read the entire book, but aimed to specifically investigate the passages and sources accused of plagiarism. The more he read, the more he found the book intriguing. The meticulously crafted yet audacious setting, the exhilarating and suspenseful narrative, and the ancient, enigmatic atmosphere far exceeded expectations. He opened the comments section, eager to gauge readers' feedback. What met his eyes was a cacophony of disputes and invective. Numerous readers, swayed by insidious remarks, questioned the archaeological, historical, and feng shui details within the narrative. Lin Yaowen, observing these comments, felt an increasing sense of regret. Such an intriguing and imaginative work should not be subjected to such disparagement. After a brief contemplation, he picked up his phone and registered a Tomato account under the pseudonym Old Lin, seeking antiquities. He scoured the comment section and quickly located a highly rated derisive comment, ridiculing the notion of candle lighting and dismissing ghost-blowing lanterns as nonsensical. With a few taps on the screen, he replied beneath the popular comment. The concept of candle lighting is referenced in certain folk customs and tomb raiding legends, fundamentally relating to the oxygen variations in ancient tombs and the detection of flammable or toxic gases. Serving as an experiential risk warning, ghost-blowing lanterns resembles a ritualistic behavior prior to entering a unique environment, embodying psychological suggestion and risk aversion. Literary creation allows for artistic embellishment. Such criticism is unwarranted. He then targeted several other highly upvoted skeptical comments. One criticized the depiction of stone burial mounds and claimed that quicksand tombs were purely fabricated. He responded, "Stone burial mounds are frequently found among ancient northern or frontier ethnic groups, with numerous archaeological examples. Quicksand tombs represent the ancients' ingenuity in thwarting theft, utilizing the fluidity of sand to fill graves and complicate excavation, not merely a baseless invention." While the novel exaggerates based on reality, it cannot be entirely dismissed as unfounded. Following that, he encountered a comment attacking the practice of dividing gold and determining burial sites as feudal superstition. Lin Yaowen sighed and continued his response. Dividing gold and determining burial sites is a method rooted in ancient geomancy, involving careful observation and experiential summation of orientations, magnetic fields, and environments, possessing a rudimentary scientific core. Searching for dragons and pointing to graves is a vivid depiction of the terrain's contours, reflecting the ancients' understanding of nature. The novel employs terminology to construct its worldview and enrich its cultural context. Understanding culture should not lead to hasty judgments. With each response, his reasoning was clear and well-supported, his language both professional and accessible. Amidst the tumultuous and hostile comments section, his contributions emerged like a refreshing stream, immediately standing out. The previously one-sided tide of skepticism began to show signs of subtle reversal. Wow, did a big shot just step in to enlighten us? Can one actually learn while reading a novel? This reply has substance. This is what discussions should resemble. The mindless detractors are truly repugnant. A critic attempting to counter Lin Yaowen's remarks on stone burial mounds was swiftly silenced by another reader who provided a link to an archaeological discovery, rendering the critic speechless. Those lurking in the shadows, orchestrating the smear campaign, seemed utterly unprepared for this sudden influx of expertise. The barrage of comments noticeably slowed. Lin Ye observed the gradually returning rational discourse with a subtle nod. His gaze drifted over a comment questioning whether Tomb Shadow Legends was the original work, lamenting the inability to find the original text, and he tapped once more. Since the claim of being the original work has been made, I wonder if there is a specific publication date, platform, or any verifiable early textual record for the legend of the Tomb Shadow. Such assertions, devoid of evidence, are difficult to convince the public. Just after this comment was posted, a flurry of anonymous responses appeared below, sharp in tone. "Old man, mind your own business. Who do you think you are, pretending to be an authority with such superficial knowledge? How much were you paid?" Meanwhile, on Ling Ye's computer screen, a script monitoring specific account activities displayed a prompt. The account he was tracking, notorious for leading a group of trolls, had just released a new directive on a secret forum, mentioning the original outline of the legend of the Tomb Shadow and the timeline for publishing evidence. Ling Ye gazed at that information, his eyes lingering on the phrase original outline, deep in thought. Chapter 27. The counterattack begins that evening. A tempest arose within the Mo Xiong Pavilion Forum. A newly registered account, bearing the name 10 Years to Forge a Sword, published an extensive article. Post title, "After 10 years of restraint, I must speak out. Is the core concept of Ghost Blows Out the Light not a product of my labor?" The post was accompanied by several images. Some depicted yellowed, rough manuscript pages, inscribed with hasty handwriting and marked with a watermark from a decade ago. Others included blurry screenshots, seemingly from a long-closed forum, detailing early concepts involving candle lighting and large zongzi. In his impassioned writing, 10 Years to Forge a Sword lamented the unfortunate fate of his 10-year-old creation, Tomb Shadow Legend, which had been stifled, his efforts usurped. Now, with Ghost Blows Out the Light gaining immense popularity, the similarities in concepts were profoundly unsettling. The post struck like a drop of cold water in a boiling oil, erupting instantly. Various marketing accounts, akin to sharks sensing blood, rapidly disseminated the post, accompanied by highly provocative commentary. Proof emerged. The core concepts of the hit Ghost Blows Out the Light were unveiled as plagiarized. 10 years of dedication stolen. The author of Tomb Shadow Legend cried out in anguish. Ghost Blows Out Light plagiarism confirmed. Tomb Shadow Legend author speaks out. Two malicious topics were thrust upward by an invisible force into the trending section of Weibo. An army of bots surged forth, wielding those flawed manuscripts and screenshots, spreading like a virus across multiple platforms. Goodness, the palette cannot withstand this. Has the author truly entered the fray? It seemed they had indeed plagiarized. No wonder the concepts were so impressive. The dream of a drunken maiden? More like the thief of a drunken night. Plagiarism dogs, leave the web literature realm. Tomato Literature Network, are you complicit in this theft? I will remember this for life. Uninformed passers-by were easily incited, flooding into the Tomato Literature Network, where the review section for Ghost Blows Out the Light was swiftly overrun. Plagiarism dogs, get out. It must be taken down. It absolutely must. The author must come forward to apologize. Do we not deserve that? Damn it, refund us. Insults, attacks, and a torrent of venomous words inundated the discussion, drowning out all rational dialogue and calls for updates. In the data backend, collections plummeted dramatically, recommendation votes nearly ceased, and new comments were solely vitriolic. The core reader group erupted in chaos. Administrator, drunken big shots little fan. I'm infuriated. These haters are utterly vicious. Diehard fan, Tomb rating Cadet Reserve. Damn it. Let us fight back. My fingers are about to smoke from typing. Reader, just want to read. But that manuscript, it does seem a bit. Should we wait and see how the author responds? Dissenting voices began to emerge within the group. Faced with what appeared to be irrefutable evidence, even some previously steadfast readers began to waver. Panic and unease spread like wildfire. Yang Lin stared at her computer screen. The alarming decline in data and the barrage of negative comments left her feeling cold. Her fingers trembled as she repeatedly attempted to reach Ling Ye via WeChat voice message, yet no one answered. She forced herself to remain calm. attempting to soothe the core readership with a few words, yet was overwhelmed by a tide of skepticism and vitriol. She wished to contact the technical department to verify the authenticity of the screenshots, but such an urgent interdepartmental request, in the absence of explicit directives, moved at a painfully sluggish pace. What to do? What to do? Tears welled in Yonglin's eyes, her anxiety mounting. Just then, the phone rang urgently. It was Chief Editor Liu Yan. Yonglin answered, her voice trembling with emotion. Chief Editor. On the other end, Liu Yan's tone was unusually somber, laden with unprecedented pressure. Yonglin, the higher-ups at the website are already aware. The public relations department is inundated with calls, and reader complaints have filled our inboxes. Have you managed to reach the author? We need him to present compelling counter-evidence immediately, or else this book, it may truly be doomed. I can't get in touch with him. Yonglin's voice was tinged with despair. Liu Yan fell silent for a few seconds, his tone growing more severe. Continue your attempts, employ all means necessary. Make it clear that this is not solely his issue. It pertains to the reputation of the entire website. If he does not respond soon, we will have no choice but to consider urgent measures, including but not limited to removing the work. The call ended, leaving Yonglin's face ashen. Meanwhile, in a smoke-filled novel studio, the mystery and adventure writer, known as Fengxing Tianxia, was gleefully scrolling through Weibo. Watching the trending topic Ghost blows out the light, plagiarism, evidence escalate. A malicious grin spread across his face. A newcomer thinks they can rise to fame? It's all over for them now. His own work, Secrets of the Hidden Realm, had recently been struggling, its position on the charts precarious, and he had been desperate for an opportunity. With Ghost blows out the light faltering, the market would open up, presenting him with a chance. At 3 a.m, Ling Ye remained seated at his computer. He paid no heed to the tumultuous storm brewing outside, nor did he glance at the vile comments. On his screen were all the evidence images he had downloaded and saved, alongside the original post from the Maxiang Pavilion that had taken him a decade to craft. His expression was calm, his fingers gliding over the touchpad as he magnified each image, scrutinizing every detail. The signs of tampering were far too conspicuous. The edges of the scanned document bore subtle smudging marks, suggesting it had been manipulated. He murmured to himself, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Soon, he uncovered the first flaw. In the so-called early form screenshot, a logo was present in the bottom right corner. Ling Ye researched and discovered that this logo had only been adopted 5 years prior to the forum's redesign. A decade ago, it bore no resemblance to this. A forgery, and they hadn't even done their homework properly. A cold smile crept across Ling Ye's lips. He did not pause, delving deeper. His fingertips danced over the keyboard, as several monitoring scripts he had prepared earlier quietly executed in the background, tracking the most vociferous and aggressive accounts among the trolls. Soon, the scripts returned with information. Several key accounts shared identical IP addresses, pointing to the same city and potentially the same neighborhood. Indeed, it was a coordinated effort. Ling Ye's gaze returned to the so-called manuscript photographs. He magnified one image to its utmost limit, meticulously discerning a line of deliberately blurred small text. This was not handwritten, but rather printed. He took a screenshot of the font and imported it into a specialized font recognition database for comparison. Moments later, the results emerged. It was an exceptionally unique custom font, developed by a particular company and released for public use only 2 years prior. This indicated that the so-called manuscript from a decade ago could not possibly have utilized a font that emerged only in recent years. Ling Ye then accessed the original outline document of the Legend of the Tomb Shadows. This document, a product of 10 years of refinement, was purportedly a supplement released to showcase initial creative concepts. He quickly skimmed through it, his attention fixating on a section detailing the geomagnetic anomalies of Kunlun Mountain. This segment quoted specific scientific data and geological phenomenon analyses. Ling Ye's expression sharpened as he immediately opened another folder containing geological literature he had previously gathered. He swiftly searched for relevant keywords and soon found the source. The scientific data and analyses cited in the outline were originally published in an authoritative exploration report in a geology journal, made public only in the latter half of the previous year. The so-called outline from a decade ago had blatantly referenced research findings that had only surfaced in the past 2 years, an impossible temporal overlap. Ling Ye meticulously organized all the evidence. The forgery of the manuscript, the erroneous forum logo, the anachronistic font, the outline referencing future literature, the overlapping IP addresses of the hired commentators, and so forth. Subsequently, he opened a document and his fingers flew across the keyboard. A meticulously logical, evidence-backed, and incisively worded rebuttal took shape. Outside, the sky began to brighten with the first light of dawn. Despite a sleepless night, Ling Ye exhibited no signs of fatigue. Instead, his eyes sparkled with a cold brilliance. He stretched his stiff neck and scanned the meticulously organized files on the screen, confirming their accuracy. At 8 in the morning, Yang Lin, who had hardly slept, gazed at the still-silent WeChat dialog box on her phone, her eyes red and swollen, her heart heavy with despair. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. She snatched it up, and upon seeing the familiar name that she had longed for, she nearly burst into tears. Dream of the Drunken Girl. File. Rebuttal evidence chain. Zip. Dream of the Drunken Girl. File. Rebuttal statement. Docs. Dream of the Drunken Girl. Evidence and the manuscript have been sent to you. Report immediately to Editor Liu. Notify the legal department, technical department, and operations department to stand by and prepare to cooperate. Staring at these messages, Yang Lin was momentarily stunned. Trembling, she opened the files, and as she beheld the clear screenshots of evidence, the analytical reports, and the striking rebuttal document, the pent-up feelings of grievance, anger, and despair from the night erupted forth, and tears streamed down her face. Yet this time, they were tears of excitement and elation. She abruptly leapt from her chair, hastily wiping her face with her sleeve, seized her phone, and hurried towards the company at an astonishing pace. Liu Yin was overwhelmed by the latest round of public opinion reports when he noticed Yang Lin burst in like a fireball. Frowning, he was about to reprimand her. "Boss," Yang Lin interjected, presenting her phone to Liu Yin and opening a compressed file titled Counter-Evidence Chain. "Look at this. It was sent by the girl from the drunken night. We now have the means to retaliate." Chapter 28. Struck with conviction at precisely 10 o'clock in the morning, the official Weibo account website, an app of Tomato Literature Network, prominently displayed a pinned announcement. The title, rendered in bold black font, was glaringly eye-catching. Clarification and stern statement regarding the recent malicious defamation incident involving Gue Chue Deng. Authored by the Dream of a Drunken Girl and the legal department of Tomato Literature Network. The announcement commenced with a summary of a third-party authoritative appraisal report and scanned key pages. The technical examination revealed that the so-called manuscript images bore evident signs of artificial aging, and the scanned documents had undergone secondary manipulation to forge their authenticity. The logo used in the purported early forum screenshots corresponded to a design that had been revised 5 years prior, starkly contradicting the claimed time frame of 10 years ago. Upon magnification, the alleged publishing IP was confirmed to be a product of post-processing deceit. Significantly, certain critical texts within the manuscript photographs were verified to be in a printed typeface. A rigorous comparison with the font library established that this specially customized font had first been released merely 2 years ago. The assertion of a 10-year-old manuscript is utterly preposterous. Regarding the supplementary release of the original outline, the section detailing the geomagnetic anomalies of Kunlun Mountain cited specific scientific research data and geological phenomenon analyses that were verbatim excerpt from the Journal of National Geological Exploration. Published in its 3rd issue last year, with the original document link and screenshots provided thereafter. The announcement posed a pointed inquiry. How could the so-called 10-year-old outline reference scientific findings that have only been publicly available for the past 2 years? Following this, the internal investigation results were disclosed. It was determined that the alleged book legend of the Tomb Shadows bore no record in any accessible public internet databases, early online literary forum archives, or copyright registration information. The account responsible for disseminating the false evidence, 10 years sharpening a sword, was a recently registered entity. Its content and attack patterns exhibited significant overlap with a cohort of anonymous accounts that had been systematically targeting Jade Dynasty and its author. Further technical correlation analysis indicated that its behavioral patterns bore a striking resemblance to aggressive remarks made by a certain writer associated with a competing mystery adventure novel during the same period. The implications were undeniably clear, almost tantamount to a direct accusation. The conclusion of a lengthy statement was resolute. This incident constituted organized and premeditated cyberbullying and commercial defamation. Tomato Literature Network has submitted the entire evidence chain for legal processing and reported the matter to law enforcement. We reserve the right to pursue full legal accountability from the organizers, perpetrators, and malicious disseminators of rumors. The announcement concluded with a statement from the author. The dream of a drunken girl. The pure shall remain clear, while the murky shall remain murky. And justice resides in the hearts of the people. I am grateful for the trust placed in me by the platform and readers. The truth shall be adjudicated by the law. Upon the announcement's release, the internet erupted instantaneously. Astonishing, a monumental reversal. I always knew that Jade Dynasty could not have committed plagiarism. The comments section was swiftly inundated by furious netizens armed with evidential screenshots. It was conclusively affirmed. Fonts crossing time, an outline referencing future literature. The level of deceit is truly an affront to human intelligence. What the 10 years sharpening a sword? Step forward and take a bow. Where are those frenzied trolls who flooded the screens before? Are their IP addresses overlapping, leaving them unable to maintain their FAAD? A multitude of these bot accounts has begun to frantically delete comments, attempting to change names or cancel their accounts. Yet countless screenshots have already circulated across the internet, initiating a reverse hunt. Those who were once incited to blindly insult Ghost blows out the light, and the author Ling Ye now feel a burning shame upon their faces. The emotions of embarrassment, anger, and a sense of being duped intertwine. They silently erase their previous malicious comments. And many flock to the review section of Ghost Blows Out the Light. I apologize to the esteemed author. I was led astray, blinded. I acted hastily and extend my apologies to you. Never again shall I trust such nonsense. The fury now precisely targets the competitors alluded to in the announcement. So, was it the underhanded tactics of Fengxing Tianxia, resorting to such treachery due to the poor performance of mystery seeking? Truly nauseating. A call to boycott mystery seeking. Boycott Fengxing Tianxia. Fengxing Tianxia, staring at his phone screen, watches as public opinion reverses like a cataclysmic avalanche. His own work's review section is besieged by furious readers, and subscriptions plummet dramatically. His face pales, the cigarette, but in his hand, burns his finger, the sharp pain causing him to flinch. How could this be? How could the evidence be so comprehensive? He mutters to himself, that font. He had explicitly instructed to ensure it was clean. Brother phone. An employee rushes in, panicked. It's bad. Several major channels have just notified us to reassess our cooperation. The studio's phone is ringing off the hook, and the higher-ups have already issued a statement distancing themselves from us. Meanwhile, Professor Lin Ye, a renowned archaeologist from Jinghai University, posts an article on the official website of the top cultural journal Chiosao. The article, titled On Historical Imagination and Cultural Heritage in Online Literature, references classical texts and analyzes the cultural origins and innovations of Ghost Blows Out the Light. Professor Lin explicitly points out that viewing shared cultural symbols as exclusive patents is narrow-minded and ignorant. Ghost Blows Out the Light has constructed a self-consistent worldview, and reducing it to mere plagiarism is a disregard for creative labor. This article swiftly sparks discussions in the cultural realm, with numerous scholars and writers sharing it, offering high praise. The inclusion of authoritative voices utterly shatters the accusations of plagiarism. Amidst the online clamor, Ling Ye does not indulge in the triumph of victory. This is merely a step in the plan, a cleansing of the filth. The value of Ghost Blows Out the Light has been validated, and the foundation for future profits is more solid, which is what truly matters. He glances at the time, just past 11. After an all-nighter gathering evidence and drafting a counterattack, his body is already fatigued. A brief wash-up, he tears open a package of instant noodles, pouring hot water over it. As he waits for the noodles to soften, his phone rings. It is a call from his team leader, Ling Ye. Ling Ye, are you not coming to the office today? Ling Ye swallows a mouthful of noodles, his tone calm. Brother Liang, something came up. I won't be going to the office today. There's a pause on Liang He's end. Oh? What is it? Do you need any help? Nothing major. Just going out to seek inspiration. Liang's lips twitched slightly. This young man, having only recently joined the team, had already mastered the art of crafting the perfect excuse for requesting leave from the composition department. He did so with an air of confidence. However, this lad had just turned the tide for Group 8 with his work on Mercury Chronicles, earning them considerable prestige. Now he stood tall, believing that taking a day off to seek inspiration was a trivial matter. Liang cleared his throat, a hint of mockery in his tone. Very well, it's approved. Just remember to bring back some inspiration for the team next time. Ling Ye responded with a grateful, thank you, Brother Liang. After ending the call, he quickly finished his instant noodles, savoring every last drop of the broth. The so-called quest for inspiration was merely a pretext for catching up on sleep. He logged into the author backend of Tomato Literature Network. The data curve for Ghost Blows Out the Light had briefly dipped before skyrocketing upwards, with collections, subscriptions, votes, monthly tickets, and rewards all experiencing explosive growth. The comment section had regained its order, with insults overshadowed by apologies and support. Prominently displayed was the clarifying announcement. His gaze swept over the rapidly increasing revenue figures in backend. Excellent. Everything was progressing in the desired direction. As for that pompous clown, he was no longer worthy of his attention. One reaps what one sows. A wave of drowsiness washed over him. Ling Ye silenced his phone and casually tossed it onto the bedside table. Regardless of the torrential acclaim outside, he decided to prioritize a good night's sleep. He pulled the covers over himself, closed his eyes, and succumbed to the embrace of slumber. Chapter 29. The movie theme song on August 1st at 10 in the morning. The monthly meeting of the composition department at Xinghua Entertainment commenced. In the spacious conference room, the leaders of 10 composition teams were present, and the atmosphere was notably more relaxed than usual. After all, in the recently concluded month of July, the composition department had showcased its prowess before the entire industry with the unexpected success of Mercury Record, eclipsing long-standing rivals Tianyin and Shengshi. Department head Wang Hao occupied the central position, dressed in a tailored business-casual ensemble, his hair meticulously styled. He surveyed the room, his gaze lingering on Liang He, the leader of Team 8, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. With everyone present, he initiated the meeting. Clearing his throat, he began first and foremost. Let us discuss the newcomer season of July. He paused, directing his attention once more to Liang He with evident approval. Team 8, along with composer Ling Ye, has performed exceptionally well. Mercury Record achieved an impressive 388 million downloads, securing the championship of the newcomer season. This not only brings honor to our company, but also affirms the strength of our composition department. Liang He, your team has done splendidly. A smattering of applause echoed in the conference room, with expressions of varying degrees among the team leaders. Liang He beamed with pride, straightening up and acknowledging the praise with a slight nod. Wang Hao raised his hand, signaling for the applause to cease, and the room fell silent once more. With the commendations concluded, he shifted to more pressing matters. The smile faded from his face, replaced by a serious demeanor as he lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Now, concerning the theme song for director Wu Gang's new film, X's, the draft we submitted was returned once again last night. What? The room erupted into a murmur of discussion. Returned again? That makes it the 7th time, doesn't it? What on earth does Wu Gang want? The atmosphere thickened with incredulity. It's just a moderately budgeted urban romance film. Yet he treats it as if it were an epic masterpiece, with such unreasonable demands. It was rumored that the previous version, crafted by the esteemed composer-teacher Li, had also been met with harsh criticism from Wu Gang, who deemed it too mechanical and lacking soul. The conference room buzzed with various complaints and grievances. Evidently, this project had become a hot potato within the composition department. Anyone who touched it would find themselves in a predicament. Wang Hao furrowed his brow as he listened to his subordinates' complaints, the rhythm of his finger-tapping quickening. Silence, he commanded, his voice deep and authoritative. Instantly, The room quieted, all eyes fixed upon him. I recognize that this project is particularly challenging, and director Wu Gang's expectations are indeed unique. He carefully chose his words. However, we must secure this assignment. This is not merely a matter of potential penalties. It pertains to the reputation of Xinhua Entertainment within the industry. We cannot afford to lose the market in Nanqizhou. Despite Wu Gang's demanding nature, his films consistently achieve both box office success and critical acclaim. Wang Hao's gaze swept across the gathering, radiating an undeniable authority. Therefore, we shall alter our strategy this time, no longer assigning a specific group to take charge. The call for submissions is now open to all composers in the company, casting a wide net. The directive is clear. Whoever song meets director Wu Gang's standards shall be selected. The time frame is set at 2 weeks. Should no suitable pieces emerge by then, our composition department would indeed suffer a significant loss of face. This decision left many group leaders momentarily stunned. An open call for submissions? Such a practice is rare within Xinhua, particularly for a project of this caliber. It signifies that regardless of experience or rank, everyone competes on equal footing. This presents both pressure and opportunity. A glimmer of eagerness flashed in the eyes of many, while others remained furrowed with concern, wary of navigating these murky waters. Observing the varied expressions of those present, Wang Hao added, "Specific requirements and a synopsis of the script will be sent to each group's email shortly." The meeting is adjourned. In the office of Composition Group 8, Liang he distributed several printed documents to his team members, his face reflecting a mix of resignation and gravity. The situation is as follows. Director Wu Gang's theme song for X has been rejected for the 7th time, and now it is open for the entire company to submit within a fortnight. A chorus of lamentation erupted in the office. "Really, Brother Liang, has this task now fallen upon us?" A young team member remarked, visibly distressed. "I heard that even works by Li Jinpai were dismissed." "Indeed, if Li Jinpai couldn't manage it, how can we?" Liang he interrupted their complaints, asserting that while the task may be daunting, it is also an opportunity. As Manager Wang stated, it is a fair competition. What if someone in our group happens to strike the right chord? He turned to the previously silent Ling Ye. "Ling Ye, take a look as well." Ling Ye nodded, accepting the document. The cover featured a concept poster for the film X, depicting the silhouettes of a couple receding into the urban neon lights, evoking a sense of subtle estrangement and melancholy. As he opened the file, the synopsis of the script immediately caught his eye. The story is not overly complex. It narrates the tale of a once-loving couple who, due to the inexorable realities of life, part ways, only to reunite years later, each having embarked on new lives. After traversing a series of entanglements and memories, they ultimately choose to let go of the past and bid farewell with dignity, moving forward into new beginnings. The core emotions are regret, growth, farewell, and rebirth. The song's stylistic requirements call for rational restraint and self-reconciliation. For composers, capturing the essence of a style is not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lies in crafting something that resonates deeply with the heart. Ling Ye's brow arched slightly. The core emotions of the story and the stylistic demands for the song suddenly, a familiar melody and lyrics surfaced in his mind. On Earth, there is a song sung by a female voice, encapsulating the calmness and sorrow following a breakup. Decent. "Ah, Wu Gang is truly a difficult client," Chun Jiping remarked nearby. Custom songs like this, dictated by requirements, are not easy to write. Inspiration is purely capricious. Can you summon it at will? A mere 3 million yuan order. Does he truly expect our esteemed cutie to intervene and facilitate its completion? Chun Jiming scoffed, clearly regarding Wu Gang's notion as fanciful. To request the involvement of someone of cutie's caliber? Such a service could not possibly be secured for a trifling sum of 3 million. Ling Ye, initially passively absorbing the gossip, suddenly focused intently. He hurriedly inquired of Chun Jiming, "What did you just say?" Taken aback by the question, Chun Jiming replied, "I said, does he really think cutie would step in?" Ling Ye shook his head, his gaze still fixed upon him. "Not that statement, the one preceding it." "The one preceding it?" Chun Jiming furrowed his brow in contemplation before realizing, "Oh, I mentioned his stinginess. He has the audacity to impose so many demands for a mere 3 million. Ling Ye's heart leapt unexpectedly. Instinctively, he retrieved his phone, his fingers swiftly tapping to open the calculator application. He entered 3,000,000 multiplied by 0. 15 equals 450,000. As Ling Ye gazed at this figure, his breath caught momentarily. Meanwhile, Chen Jiming continued to ramble on about Wu Gang's peculiar antics, utterly oblivious to the glimmer of insight in Ling Ye's eyes. So, Xiaoling, we should merely observe this matter. Do not take it to heart. It is purely a waste of time, an endeavor that yields no reward. Ling Ye remained silent, discreetly stowing away his phone. He once again picked up the project file for X and gently traced the image of the receding silhouettes on the cover. In this moment, what others perceived as a scalding hot potato to be avoided at all costs transformed for him into a luminous opportunity of 450,000 yuan. This order he would accept. Chapter 30. The arrival of salary distribution. Ling Ye opened the computer at his workstation, adeptly launching the music production software. He began a new project, crafting the melody and harmonies for Decent. After a morning's labor, the structural framework of the arrangement gradually took shape. Even in the absence of vocals, the intricate emotions of resolve and longing intermingled and permeated the notes. As lunchtime approached, Chen Jiming approached with his signature goji berry thermos in hand. Xiaoling, shall we go to lunch? The cafeteria is serving braised pork today. Ling Ye saved the project files, removed his headphones, and nodded, sure, Brother Chen. The two walked side by side towards the elevator, as Chen Jiming animatedly shared various office gossip. Have you heard? The company is heavily promoting Su Mingqi, and she was spotted late at night, leaving a private club with some sleazy investor. Photos are circulating everywhere. Her manager is in a frenzy, and Su Mingqi herself is weeping, claiming it was normal socializing. Chen Jiming scoffed, a knowing expression on his face. This industry is rife with such trivialities. Just the other day, a member of a boy band, Ding Hao, pretended to be all innocent at a fan meeting, only to be exposed for juggling 3 relationships. He even sold the gift from his fans on a second-hand website. How shameless! Ling Ye listened, occasionally nodding, but his thoughts were occupied with the nuances of the arrangement he had just completed. Oh, by the way, Xiaoling, Chen Jiming suddenly lowered his voice, a conspiratorial glint in his eye as he pulled out his phone and opened a reading app. Let me show you something intriguing. Ling Ye glanced over, and the screen displayed the reading interface of Tomato Literature, with the title Ghost Blows Out the Light. Did you see that? Ghost Blows Out the Light. I must tell you, this book is phenomenal, Chen Jiming exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. I've been staying up late every night reading it. The Tales of Treasure Hunters, the 16-character Feng Shui Secrets, the Great Dumpling, and the corpse-scented Devil's Yam. It's downright thrilling, sends shivers down my spine, and I can't stop reading. He gestured animatedly, the prose. The atmosphere, it's simply extraordinary, completely unlike those mundane works flooding the market today. Ling Ye observed his fervor, a smile blossoming within him, for this was his own creation. Is that so? He replied nonchalantly. It sounds rather intriguing. Intriguing? It's more than that, Chen Jiming exclaimed, slapping his thigh. This book is a massive hit. Several people in our office are reading it. The author, what was it again? The Dream of a Tipsy Girl. Can you believe the stark contrast between the pen name and the content? Moreover, Chen Jiming shifted his tone and began to complain, but the updates from this author are a bit slow. They used to write 20,000 words a day, and it was exhilarating, but now it's only 6 or 8,000. Isn't that just torturing the readers? The comments section is about to explode, with everyone clamoring for more, driving me crazy. Ling Ye sitiflet à life. Perhaps. The author has been rather busy lately, he offered earnestly in defense. Busy with what? Writing novels is their main profession, isn't it? They need to update quickly. Otherwise, readers will abandon ship. Chen Jiming dismissed the notion. In the afternoon, Ling Ye's phone vibrated twice in quick succession. He opened the messages and found 2 bank transaction notifications. The first was from the finance department of Xinghua Entertainment. Dear Mr. Ling Ye, your bank card ending in 1314 has received a deposit of 176. 560 yuan on August 1st. The second message was from the Settlement Center of Tomato Literature Network. Dear author of The Dream of the Drunken Girl, your bank card ending in 1314 has received a deposit of 240 yuan on August 1st. Last month, the net profit from the downloads of Mercury Chronicles was over 170,000 yuan after tax. The remuneration for the novel, after deducting the website's share and taxes, amounted to over 230,000 yuan, far exceeding expectations. After more than a month of traversing through interviews, songwriting, and novel writing while navigating various challenges, Ling Ye gazed at the figures in his account, his fingertips repeatedly confirming the details on the screen. He let out a long sigh, a heavy sense of reality finally dispelling some of the surreal feelings. He promptly opened his mobile banking app and transferred 400,000 yuan into his mother Lin Huilan's account. His phone soon rang. Hello, Yi. Lin Huilan's voice trembled with emotion. Mom, it's me, Ling Ye replied, striving to keep his voice steady. Where did you get so much money? His mother's voice suddenly escalated in panic. Did you borrow money you shouldn't have? Yi, please be honest with me. Listening to his mother's incoherent worries warmed Ling Ye's heart. Mom, don't worry. The money is legitimate. It's from the songs I've written and the novels I've penned, from the profits and royalties. You can earn this much from writing songs and novels? Lin Huilan asked incredulously. Yes, I was fortunate. They have been quite well received, Ling Ye replied nonchalantly. Please take the money. You can pay off some of the family's debts. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, followed by muffled sobs. Okay. I understand. Yi, are you working too hard out there? Don't wear yourself out. His mother's voice turned cautious. How is your throat? Is it any better? Have you seen a doctor? Does it affect your work much? Her probing inquiries felt like tiny needles gently pricking at his heart. This was the regret of the original self and the concern of family. Mom, I'm doing well. So don't worry, Ling Ye reassured, suppressing his emotions. Composing mainly relies on the mind. My throat doesn't affect it much. Just take care of yourself and my sister at home. That's the greatest support for me. After calming his mother, he ended the call. Ling Ye leaned back in his chair, remaining silent for a moment. Earning money, repaying debts, and providing a better life for his family was his most immediate goal at this stage. He put his headphones back on, redirecting his focus to the arrangement software before him. The arrangement details of decent still required further refinement for perfection. Before finishing work in the evening, Ling Ye uploaded the 6,000 words of the new chapter of Ghost Blows Out the Light to the author's backend. As expected, the comments section was soon flooded with messages. It's finally updated. If you don't update, I'm going to die. This isn't enough, author. Please give us more. Stuck here? Author, you have no heart. Here is a tip. Author, keep up the great work. Ling Ye looked at these comments and smiled helplessly. Just then his phone rang again. It was editor Yang Lin calling. Hello, Dream Master. As soon as the call connected, Yang Lin's unusually excited voice resonated, accompanied by the rhythmic clattering of a keyboard in the background, heralding a momentous piece of news. What is it? You inquired. The inquiries regarding your work, Ghost Blows Out the Light, have inundated our editorial office's email and phone lines. Yang Lin's voice trembled with enthusiasm. The largest publishers in Dongyan Province, along with numerous film and gaming companies, are eager to acquire your rights. Publishing, film, gaming. Ling Ye's fingers lightly tapped on the table, his gaze profound. The value of the Ghost Blows Out the Light IP is beginning to manifest. Have they presented specific conditions? They're all letters of intent, Yang Lin replied rapidly. There are various conditions, including film adaptation rights, game adaptation rights, and full rights development. The sincerity is quite substantial. Mengda, what are your thoughts? Are you inclined towards a particular option? Or perhaps a bundled sale? Ling Ye pondered for a moment. There's no rush. His voice was so calm that it caught Yang Lin off guard on the other end of the line. Do not respond to them yet. Ling Ye instructed. Please gather and organize all the letters of intent received. The more detailed, the better, and send them to me. He paused briefly before adding, I need time to examine them thoroughly before making a decision. Rights development is not a one-time transaction. Maximizing IP value while ensuring the integrity of the work is not compromised requires careful consideration. Understood, understood. Yang Lin immediately affirmed. I will organize everything right away. Mengda, take your time to contemplate. We will fully support you on our end. Chapter 31. The selection of the singer in the following days. Ling Ye meticulously crafted several songs into complete demos. He picked up his phone and dialed the number of the head of the artist department, Zhang Wei. Director Zhang, it's Ling Ye. Ling Ye, what a rare visitor. Is there something you need? Zhang Wei's voice carried a hint of professional smoothness. I have a new song, a female vocal piece, and I am in search of a suitable singer, Ling Ye stated directly. The voice should be languid, with a slight rasp. Preferably capable of mixed voice, he specified. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. I have a leading singer in mind, Qin Fei. You should be familiar with her. She happens to be available at the moment. Ling Ye raised an eyebrow. Qin Fei. However, Zhang Wei continued. Qin Fei's standard for songs are undoubtedly high. Moreover, given her stature, the profit sharing involved is not the same as with a newcomer. The mention of profit sharing sent a jolt through Ling Ye, activating his keen sensitivity to financial matters. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, Director Zhang, Qin Fei's talent is indeed unparalleled. Nevertheless, I would prefer to work with a newcomer for this song. All right, I will have my assistant send you the audition materials of the current female trainees in our company. You can take a look for yourself. Zhang Wei agreed readily. Thank you. Shortly after hanging up, Ling Ye received a substantial compressed file in his email containing audition materials for all the new female singers in the artist department, including audio, photographs, and brief introductions, a considerable quantity. Ling Ye donned his headphones and immersed himself in the materials. For an entire afternoon, he remained at his workstation, his cup of water untouched, meticulously listening to each audition audio. Most of the voices were raw, lacking technique and distinctiveness, falling far short of the emotionally charged calm demanded by the song Decent. He found himself growing increasingly frustrated. Was there truly no suitable candidate? It wasn't he until dusk, when the golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the blinds, that he managed to sift through nearly 100 audio files to identify 3 voices that somewhat eased his furrowed brow. Chun Siyu, Wang Mingqi, and Lin Weiwei. The true quality of their performances would only be revealed in a live audition. He dialed Zhang Wei's number once again. Director Zhang, I've shortlisted 3 candidates and would like them to come in for an audition tomorrow. Oh, so soon? Which 3? Chun Siyu, Wang Mingqi, and Lin Weiwei. All right, I'll inform them. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., Studio 5 on the 18th floor. Does that work for you? Perfect. The next day at 9:30 a.m., in the lounge area outside Studio 5 on the 18th floor of Xinghua Entertainment, Lin Weiwei sat side by side with Chen Siyu and Wang Mengqi on a long bench. The atmosphere was somewhat quiet, tinged with a subtle tension. Lin Weiwei clutched the hem of her clothing tightly, her palms damp with perspiration. She had received a call from her agent the previous night, informing her that someone was seeking them for a new song recording, and she was instructed to arrive punctually for the audition at Studio 5 on the 18th floor. At that moment, she paid little attention to it. As a newcomer, she occasionally had opportunities to demo some small samples, mostly for the internal composers of the company to hone their skills or for less significant projects. It wasn't until her agent added, I heard it's a new song by Ling Ye, that her mind began to whirl. Ling Ye. The name resonated like thunder in Lin Weiwei's mind. With the recent July newcomer season just passed, Ling Ye's name was nothing short of legendary among her peers who had joined the company around the same time or slightly earlier. The explosive success of Mercury Retrograde had transformed Gui Jiahao from an unknown to a sensation, making Ling Ye synonymous with turning the mundane into gold in the eyes of newcomers. The mere thought of singing his song sent Lin Weiwei into a spiral of excitement mixed with pressure, leaving her restless throughout the night. She replayed Gui Jiao's Mercury record repeatedly and sought out scattered information about Ling Ye, growing increasingly fascinated by this mysterious and powerful composer. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and she was determined to seize it. While lost in her reverie, the elevator doors chimed open, revealing a young figure clad in a white shirt and jeans. Upon seeing him, the staff in the corridor greeted him in unison. Good morning, Teacher Ling. Teacher Ling has arrived. Lin Weiwei and her companions looked up at the newcomer. Was this really Ling Ye? He appeared remarkably young, even younger than they had imagined, resembling a freshly graduated university student, exuding a clean aura, yet possessing a tranquility and depth that belied his age. Ling Ye nodded at the staff before his gaze fell upon the three of them. Hello. Who will go first? His voice was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. A relatively mature-looking girl stood up, mustering a confident smile. Teacher Ling, my name is Wang Mingxi. I'll go first. Ling Ye nodded, gesturing for her to follow him into the adjacent recording studio, room 1805. Lin Weiwei watched her retreating figure, her heart racing uncontrollably. Inside the studio, Ling Ye handed a printed score to Wang Mingxi. The song is titled Decent. Familiarize yourself with it for 5 minutes. Then sing a segment of the chorus for me, paying attention to the emotions of regret and nonchalance. Wang Mingxi accepted the score, studying it intently. She attempted to maintain a professional and composed demeanor, yet her slightly trembling fingertips betrayed her nerves. After 5 minutes, she donned the headphones and approached the microphone. Breakups should be decent. No one should apologize. What debts are there? I dare to give. So I dare to have my heart broken. She sang a couple of lines before Ling Ye raised a hand to indicate a pause. Wang Mingxi's heart sank. Please sing a portion of the main verse, starting from Don't Pile Up Memories that turn the plot into melodrama. Ling Ye's tone remained steady. Wang Mingxi took a deep breath, adjusted herself, and continued singing. Ling Ye listened, his fingers gently tapping on his thigh. Her vocal quality was acceptable, yet her technique felt somewhat amateurish, and her emotional expression skimmed the surface, lacking the poignant resilience that lay at the heart of the song. Once she finished a section, he jotted down a few notes in his notebook. That's enough. Please ask the next person to come in. Wang Mingxi's smile appeared somewhat rigid as she bowed and nervously stepped outside. Shortly thereafter, the second newcomer, Chun Siu, entered. Following the same procedure of familiarizing herself with the song and attempting to sing both the chorus and verse segments, this candidate exhibited slightly better technique than the previous one, her voice possessing a degree of distinctiveness. However, as Ling Ye listened, he still sensed something lacking. Her emotional delivery felt overly exuberant, as if she were eager to prove her ability to convey heart-wrenching sentiments, ultimately losing the understated restraint and undercurrents that decorum sought amidst despair. Ling Ye continued to jot down notes, his expression unchanged. Finally, it was Lin Weiwei's turn. Taking a deep breath, she entered the recording studio, striving to appear composed. Hello, Teacher Ling. My name is Lin Weiwei. Ling Ye glanced at her, nodded, and handed her the sheet music. Familiarize yourself for 5 minutes. Then sing a segment of the chorus for me, paying attention to the emotions of regret, nonchalance, and grace. As Lin Weiwei accepted the sheet music and read the title Decorum, her heart tightened upon seeing the lyrics. Do not let nostalgia distort the narrative, rendering it trivial. Leaving can also be dignified, so as not to waste these years. She silently read through the lyrics. A wave of profound sadness and a feigned strength washed over her. 5 minutes passed swiftly. Lin Weiwei donned the headphones, adjusted her breathing, and endeavored to recall Ling Ye's emotional directives, regret, nonchalance. The music began with a simple piano prelude, imbued with a hint of urban chill. Breakups should be dignified. No one should apologize. What is there to owe? I dare to give, thus I dare to have my heart broken. Her voice bore a barely perceptible tremor, but soon steadied. Among the three, her timbre was relatively clean and penetrating, with a natural transition through her mixed voice, devoid of noticeable breaks. Ling Ye's brow slightly furrowed. This voice has potential. As she commenced singing the verse, do not let nostalgia distort the narrative, rendering it trivial, Ling Ye interjected. Lin Weiwei followed the accompaniment and sang the melody. Her interpretation infused a touch of self-mockery and acceptance, and although there were minor technical flaws, the emotional conveyance was remarkably precise, particularly in the line, I love you without regret, and I respect the story's ending. She delivered a sense of resolute resignation, tinged with a hint of unwillingness, yet an unavoidable necessity to let go. Ling Ye inscribed a few words in his notebook, timbre aligns, emotional delivery meets initial standards. Potential to be explored. He set down his pen and lifted his gaze to Lin Ye, his eyes reflecting an evaluative scrutiny. Feeling the intensity of his gaze, Lin Ye grew somewhat anxious, her heart racing like a drum. The brief silence felt interminable to her. "You are the one." Ling Ye's tone remained calm, yet carried an undeniable certainty. Lin Ye abruptly raised her head, disbelief evident in her eyes. "Is it really me? So soon?" She even questioned whether she had misheard. "Take this sheet music home and familiarize yourself with it thoroughly. This song demands a high level of emotional investment from the performer." Ling Ye handed her another, more complete version of the sheet music from the table. "Tomorrow at 9 in the morning. Right here, we shall commence the formal recording. I have no desire to squander time." Lin Ye, with trembling hands, accepted the weighty score, feeling as if she were in a dream. "Thank you, Teacher Ling. I will certainly strive to do my best," she said, her voice laced with uncontainable excitement and a hint of emotion. Chapter 32. Audition in the Recording Studio, 1805. The last note lingered in the air as Ling Ye removed his monitoring headphones. The expressions of several staff members who had participated in the song's recording varied, yet all remained silent. A young mixing engineer opened his mouth, his voice barely above a whisper. "This song, it stirs an unsettling feeling within." Another sound engineer chimed in. "Indeed, the melody is not intricate, yet." He found himself at a loss for words. Ling Ye paid no heed to their musings. He exported the final master and stored it in an encrypted USB drive. Subsequently, he printed 3 copies of the contract and handed them to Lin Ye, who had been waiting patiently nearby. "Take a look. If everything is in order, please sign." Lin Ye received the contract, which clearly outlined the terms. Lyricist, composer, and arranger Ling Ye, 15%, performer Lin Ye, 5%. 5% for a complete newcomer was already a commendable arrangement, especially given the quality of this song, which she was all too aware of. Teacher Ling, she wished to express her gratitude, but felt that the words fell short of the enormity of her feelings. "This is what you deserve," Ling Ye interjected. Lin Ye ceased her attempts at further conversation and solemnly inscribed her name. Ling Ye carefully tucked away 2 copies of the contract, while handing her the third. "Practice diligently. Opportunities favor the prepared." Lin Ye clutched the contract firmly, her fingertips trembling slightly. This was not merely a contract. It represented a glimmer of hope that she had never encountered throughout her trainee career, the opportunity she had long awaited. She gazed at Ling Ye, her voice quivering with a mix of excitement and resolve. "I truly, truly adore this song. Please rest assured, I will not let it down, nor will I betray your trust." She nodded vigorously, her nose tingling, her eyes quickly welling with tears. She hastily lowered her head, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. At a loss for how to articulate the overwhelming gratitude and exhilaration surging within her, she remained silent. Ling Ye returned to his workstation and sent the final master of decency along with the electronic lyrics to Wang Hao, the head of the composition department, via the company's internal email. The subject line was succinct: "Theme song submission for ex-partners, Ling Ye-decency." Once the attachments were successfully sent, he closed the email. The following day, at the composition department of Xinghua Entertainment, Wang Hao sat at his desk, rubbing his temples. Scattered across the table were a dozen USB drives, all containing theme song submissions received over the past few days, none of which had caught his eye. Either they were overly mechanical, or they completely missed the essence of the film. Director Wu Gang had already rejected the drafts 7 times, and the project team was increasingly disgruntled. The pressure on him was immense. He absent-mindedly opened his email, glancing over the new messages. When he noticed Ling Ye's name, he paused momentarily. The brilliance of Mercury Record flashed through his mind, yet he doubted Ling Ye could easily replicate such success, especially with a film as emotionally intricate as ex-partners. Nevertheless, he clicked on the email, his anticipation subtly piqued. He downloaded the attachment and opened the media player. A hauntingly serene piano prelude flowed forth unexpectedly, simple yet profoundly affecting. Wang Hao, who had been leaning back in his chair, instinctively straightened his posture. Do not indulge in nostalgia. It only serves to render the narrative trite. Lin Weiwei's voice emerged, slightly husky yet resilient, devoid of excessive embellishments, each word imbued with restrained anguish and resolute finality. As the song progressed to the chorus, Wang Hao's expression gradually crystallized. Breakups should be dignified. No one ought to utter apologies. The lyrics were stark, the melodic progression uncomplicated, yet when woven together, they conjured an intense atmosphere. The fatigue of love lost, the struggle to maintain dignity, and the ineffable sense of regret were conveyed through the music with precision. Wang Hao remained in a state of reverie long after the final note faded. This song, it far exceeded his expectations, surpassing all the submissions he had encountered in recent days. He picked up his phone and dialed several composition department heads. "Come to my office. I have a theme song title deck for you to listen to." Soon, several leaders entered Wang Hao's office, Ling Ye among them. Without further ado, Wang Hao played dignified. An ephemeral silence enveloped the office. As the piece concluded, the group exchanged glances. "Brother Wang, who penned this?" One leader inquired first. "It feels distinctly different." "Ling Ye, Wang Hao replied succinctly. "Ling Ye, the one from Mercury Record?" Someone echoed in surprise. "Indeed. After listening, what are your thoughts?" Ling Ye spoke first. "The melody flows seamlessly, the emotion is palpable, and the vocalist's voice complements the song's essence beautifully." Another leader nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the emotional impact is substantial, yet, isn't it somewhat simplistic, lacking the grandeur or climactic moments typical of a theme song?" "Exactly, Brother Wang." Another leader chimed in. "X is a film. Theme songs generally possess a more grandiose or impactful quality. This piece feels rather bland. It simply cannot uphold the film's box office. Using a newcomer? Is that not too risky? Will Director Wu agree?" A voice raised a concern. Wang Hao listened to their deliberations, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. "Do you consider it bland?" Wang Hao countered. "I would call it pure. The essence of this song is precisely that restraint and authenticity, rather than a cacophony of noise." He raised his voice. "What is the essence of music? It is emotional resonance, a rarity in the current market, and this song achieves it. It does not rely on convoluted instrumentation or technical prowess. It captures the heart and lingers in the memory." He glanced at the skeptics among the leaders. "Let us not forget the initial reception of Mercury Record. Did not some deem it too plain? Too unfashionable? What was the result? It became the champion of the newcomer season, breaking download records. Ling Ye's style embodies this simplicity, this purity, yet his melodies are memorable. What does X truly require? It is a sense of regret. A farewell. This song resonates perfectly." He rose to his feet, approached the window, and gazed at the scenery outside. Moments later, he turned around, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. "I have made my decision. This song shall be the one. It will serve as the thematic proposal submitted by Starshine Entertainment to the crew of the film X-Partner." Silence enveloped the office. No one dared to utter a word. Wang Hao's stance was unequivocally clear. He returned to his seat, took out his phone, located Ling Ye's contact information, and sent a message. "Wang Hao, Ling Ye, I have listened to your descent. It is quite impressive, capturing the essence of the film. We have decided to use this song as the final proposal submitted by Starshine to the crew of X-Partner." After sending the message, Wang Hao leaned back in his chair, awaiting a response. He felt a flicker of curiosity regarding Ling Ye's reaction. Surely, a newcomer composer would be exhilarated to learn that his song had been chosen, wouldn't he? Ling Ye's phone vibrated on the table. He picked it up, the screen illuminating with Wang Hao's message. After reading it, he felt no surprise. He was well aware of the significance of the song, and Wang Hao's decision fell well within his expectations. His face remained inscrutable, a mask of calm. With a light tap, he replied succinctly. "Ling Ye, all right, thank you. Manager Wang." Wang Hao stared at the reply, momentarily taken aback, then shook his head in bemusement. This young man was indeed impervious to pressure. Yet, such composure would serve him well in the long run. Wang Hao deftly retrieved the email address of the X-Partner crew. He attached the audio and lyrics of Decent in one fell swoop. The message was successfully sent. May this song quell Director Wu's fury. Meanwhile, in Nanshizhu, Within a meeting room of the post-production team for the film X-Partner, it was the 7th time. Is there no one left at Starshine Entertainment? With so many talented composers on their roster, must they send me this rubbish? Wu Gang's voice was hoarse, his complexion ashen. He snatched a sheet of the song list from the table and hurled it onto the polished conference table, the papers scattering about. If they cannot produce anything decent, I shall compose it myself. Chapter 33. Astonishing talent director Wu. Xinhua Entertainment has submitted yet another new song. Assistant Xiaoli remarked, her voice strained. Again? Wu Gang rose from his chair, his bloodshot eyes fixed ahead. Where's Wang Hao? Have him take the call. His fury nearly ignited the meeting room. The phone was swiftly connected. Wu Gang growled into the receiver. Wang Hao, consider this your final warning. If this song does not meet expectations, we will terminate all collaborations immediately, and Xinhua shall not receive another cent from me. On the other end, Wang Hao winced at the harsh tone reverberating in his office, forcing a smile onto his face. Director Wu, please calm down. This time, it is absolutely different. I stake my career on it. This song is tailor-made for your film. You must listen to it in its entirety. Wu Gang slammed the phone down, his chest heaving with agitation. In the meeting room, a heavy silence enveloped the others. Xiaoli cautiously opened the email from Wang Hao, her voice barely a whisper. Director Wu, the song is titled Decency, composed by Ling Ye and performed by Lin Weiwei. Ling Ye? Lin Weiwei? Wu Gang's expression darkened completely. He had never even heard of these names. The producer furrowed his brow. What is Wang Hao playing at? Ling Ye? I believe he recently wrote a rather popular song called Mercury Retrograde. That is a digital song, not in line with our film's tone. And Lin Weiwei? I have no recollection of her either. Are we resorting to two complete newcomers? The bespectacled music director adjusted his glasses, his tone dripping with sarcasm. It appears Xinhua has exhausted their options, sending us two newcomers to placate us? I concur. They likely couldn't find anyone else and simply threw together a couple of names. Perhaps planning to just let it all fall apart, the assistant director scoffed. Why not simply decline? Contact Tianyin or Shangshi. Director Wu, our post-production timeline is exceedingly tight. We cannot afford further delays, another planner interjected. The atmosphere in the meeting room plummeted to freezing, with scarcely anyone harboring any expectations for the newcomer's work. Wu Gang's veins throbbed with suppressed rage as he forced out two words through clenched teeth. Play it. No matter how dreadful it might be, he needed to ascertain just how far Xinhua could go with their lackadaisical efforts. Xiaoli fumbled to open the audio file. A cold piano prelude flowed forth. Simple and pristine, devoid of any ostentation, piercing through the collective irritation of the room like a fine needle. Soon, a slightly husky female voice emerged, imbued with a tremor, as if recounting a deeply buried tale. Do not pile nostalgia upon nostalgia, lest the narrative devolve into melodrama. After years of deep love, why ruin a classic? Lin Weiwei's voice lacked the polished craftsmanship of seasoned artists, instead exuding a raw sincerity, accompanied by a weariness and clarity honed by reality. Wu Gang's initial ire gradually solidified into stillness, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. The expressions of disdain and skepticism on the faces of those in the meeting room began to morph into astonishment as they exchanged glances filled with curiosity. As the song transitioned into the chorus, breakups should be dignified. No one needs to apologize. What debts exist? I dare to give. Thus I dare to have my heart shattered. There were no desperate screams, nor any pretentious melodies. The lyrics, precise and unadorned, carried a profound weight, lingering in the air, suffocatingly painful. The weariness that follows love, the last vestiges of dignity desperately maintained, and the unspoken regrets and resentments resonated through the melody, enveloping the entire conference room. Everyone held their breath. When the song concluded, an extended silence fell over the room. After a moment, a seasoned music supervisor broke the quiet, his voice tinged with excitement. This song director Wu, isn't this exactly the feeling we have been searching for? Indeed, others quickly echoed in agreement, noting how the lyrics, melody, and sentiment perfectly encapsulated the themes of regret and farewell in our film. Particularly, the line "I love you without regret, and I respect the ending of our story" was simply the pie seed to our assistance. Applause erupted. However, the bespectacled publicity officer soon expressed a concern. Director Wu, this song is undeniably excellent. Yet the singer, Lin Ye, is a complete newcomer with no market appeal. Our film has a substantial investment, and the theme song is crucial for promotion. Is it too risky to have an unknown perform it? He paused, adding, what if the market does not accept this newcomer? Or if her performance fails to effectively support the film as promotion? Might it adversely affect the film's reputation and box office? Yes, the uncertainty surrounding newcomers was indeed significant. Perhaps we should retain the song and find a more established artist to perform it? The conference room buzzed with conversation. Wu Gang sat in silence, eyes closed, leaning against the chair, reflecting on the repeated arguments and reconciliations between the film's protagonists, culminating in their inevitable breakup. The scenes of laughter mingled with tears, the pain of letting go, intertwined perfectly with the melody and lyrical essence of dignity. The facade of calmness amidst heart-wrenching pain. The resolute need to let go despite lingering affection. Wasn't this the core emotion he sought to convey through the film? This song understood him. Suddenly, Wu Gang opened his eyes, slamming his palm onto the table with a resounding bang that startled everyone. We will use this song, he declared, his voice firm and unequivocal. The singer will be Lin Ye. I, Wu Gang, will shoulder all consequences. The room fell silent again, everyone captivated by Wu Gang's resolute determination. He knew that with the film nearing its release, changing the performer would be perilous. Who could guarantee they could capture the same essence? Moreover, he sensed that these two newcomers might bring him unexpected surprises. However, this bold decision to employ a newcomer also weighed heavily on him. Xiao Li. Wu Gang turned to his assistant. Yes, Director Wu. Immediately inform Wang how that we will use this song as our theme, and the title will be Dignity. After a moment's pause, Wu Gang's eyes flickered with contemplation as he added, furthermore, inform him that next Saturday is the film's premiere. I require the performer Lin Ye to be present and to sing this song live. At Xinghua Entertainment, Wang Hao's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Xiao Li, Wu Gang's assistant. His heart leapt into his throat. Hello, Xiao Li. How are things? Has Director Wu listened? Wang Hao's voice betrayed an unrecognized tension. On the other end, Xiao Li's tone was tinged with a hint of formal politeness. Manager Wang. Director Wu has listened and is exceedingly pleased. The song Dignity has officially been selected for our Film X. Really? Is that true? Wang Hao was so exhilarated that he nearly leaped from his chair. Absolutely, Xiao Li continued. However, Director Wu has one more request. What request? Next Saturday, during our film's premiere, Director Wu hopes that Miss Lin Ye can attend and perform Dignity Live. Perform live? Wang Hao was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized that this was both a challenge and an opportunity. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Please convey to Director Wu that we will do our utmost to cooperate. Wang Hao pledged, thumping his chest in assurance. After ending the call, Wang Hao let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as though the heavy stone that had weighed on his heart for days had finally been lifted. A long-lost smile graced his face, and he even hummed a little tune out of tune. He quickly picked up the internal phone to relay this news to the head of the artist department, Zhang Wei, instructing her to begin preparations for Lin Ye. Then, he pondered for a moment before personally messaging Ling Ye. Ling Ye, I have great news. Your song Dignity has been approved by Director Wu. It is officially the theme song for the Film X. Additionally, Director Wu specifically requested that Lin Ye perform live at the premiere. The message was sent successfully. Ling Ye picked up his phone and glanced at the message from Wang Hao, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Ah, finally, everything is settled. The significance of Dignity was not lost on Wu Gang. Lin Ye's debut stage had found its footing, ensuring her talent would not go to waste. Nor would his choice be in vain. With a gentle tap of his fingers, he replied with 2 words, received. Chapter 34. The Emergence of IP Trends. Ling Ye, having responded to Wang Hao's message, gently tapped his finger on the screen of his phone before setting it aside. The cursor on his workstation computer continued to blink on the document of Ghost blows out the light. Just as he was about to resume his writing, A notification from his personal email unexpectedly chimed. The sender was Yang Lin. The subject line read, "Preliminary summary of IP cooperation intentions for Ghost blows out the light." Ling Ye raised an eyebrow and opened the email. The attachment contained a meticulously organized spreadsheet, densely populated with the names of dozens of companies spanning the realms of film, gaming, animation, and merchandise, virtually covering all fields of IP derivatives. Each company was annotated with initial intentions and some pricing ranges. He scrolled through the unfamiliar company names, and despite having anticipated such a surge, the sheer number and breadth of the excitement generated by Ghost blows out the light left him astounded. The financial potential of this work on Blue Star far exceeded his expectations. In the body of the email, Yang Lin had emphasized a particular line. Among them, Donying Media showed the most sincerity in its bid for the film adaptation rights, offering a 7-figure advance, seeking exclusive adaptation rights, and stating that all conditions were open for discussion. This company is one of the largest film production companies in the Dongyan province. Ling Ye's gaze lingered on that enticing figure for several seconds. This sum would undoubtedly alleviate the financial hardships at home. However, images of the uneven, even crudely made adaptations of Ghost blows out the light from his previous life flashed uncontrollably through his mind. Blurry special effects, altered plots, and classic scenes disfigured beyond recognition. A classic IP, thus, was overconsumed and tarnished by unprofessional teams, ultimately reduced to a mere commodity of capital. He could not allow this to repeat on Blue Star. While the prospect of earning money was appealing, the foundation of Ghost blows out the light must not be sacrificed for immediate gains. Ling Ye closed the email and sent Yang Lin a message. Editor Yang Lin, my primary concern regarding film adaptation is the production quality and fidelity to the original work. Short-term profits are trivial. The long-term value of the IP is paramount. Yang Lin responded almost instantly. Rest assured, I completely understand your concerns. To be frank, the film industry foundation here in Dongyan province, particularly in terms of special effect production, large-scale scene coordination, and filming experience in fantasy adventure genres, is indeed visibly inferior to that of the renowned film industry in Nanchuzhou. She added, if we were to push forward hastily, it would likely be difficult to capture the enigmatic grandeur and mysterious underground world depicted in your book, and could instead tarnish the reputation of Ghost blows out the light. Ling Ye pondered for a moment. What about game adaptations? Are there any relatively reliable plans? In terms of gaming, Dongyan province is also somewhat lagging behind. Currently, the pinnacle of gaming technology and mature development teams are primarily concentrated in Beichun province, which thrives on esports and subculture. Yang Lin's words carried a hint of resignation. We have received several proposals for game collaborations, and upon review, they primarily consist of short-cycle, low-cost reskins or MMORPGs characterized by crude artistic styles and antiquated gameplay. She sent another message, stating, the disparity is indeed vast compared to the immersive AAA masterpiece you envisioned. One that would allow players to genuinely experience the dangers and thrills of tomb raiding. Ling Ye gazed at the reply on the screen, his fingers swiftly tapping on his phone. Editor Yang Lin, my perspective is that until we encounter a partner capable of ensuring top-tier production quality while fully respecting the essence of the original work, it is preferable to temporarily set these projects aside. He continued, we are not in a rush. We must not sell the IP short for immediate profit, nor can we hastily authorize it, risking the destruction of the work. After a few moments of silence, Yang Lin responded with a meme of a rabbit nodding vigorously. I understand, great one, but with so many companies vying for it and the current hype so high, if we remain entirely passive, could we possibly miss the optimal commercial monetization opportunity? Her words conveyed an underlying anxiety regarding maximizing the commercial value of the work, along with a hint of concern. Ling Ye chuckled, yet his gaze remained resolute. Good things come to those who wait. Our aim is not a one-time transaction, but to cultivate Ghost blows out the light into a genuine, enduring super IP. He added, moreover, the tale of Ghost blows out the light encompasses far more than just the ancient city of Jingjue. There are 7 complete volumes, each more captivating and grand than the last. We possess ample time and confidence to select the most suitable partners. Yang Lin promptly replied, adorned with a cascade of exclamation marks. 7 volumes. My goodness, you're truly adept at creating intrigue, or rather at writing. I am absolutely eager for the subsequent stories. Thus, at this stage, I believe that publishing physical books and producing audiobooks represent relatively prudent methods for nurturing the IP. Ling Ye continued to elaborate on his strategy. Physical books can solidify our core fanbase and amplify the work's profound impact, while audiobooks can reach a broader audience. Most importantly, we can maintain a far greater control over the production quality of both. Yang Lin swiftly grasped his intentions. Rest assured regarding the audiobooks. Our Tomato Literature Network is one of the largest audiobook platforms in the country, with absolutely top-tier resources. The website has already designated the audiobook of Ghost Blows Out the Light as an S-Class key project, and we will invite the industry's finest narration team for its production. As for physical publishing, we have established deep cooperative relationships with several leading domestic publishers, and I assure you I will secure the best collaboration terms and promotional resources. Ling Ye expressed his appreciation for her professionalism and efficiency before outlining his requirements. When it comes to publishers, we prioritize those who emphasize design quality, typesetting, and meticulous proofreading. We shall accept nothing less than excellence. Understood. I will promptly begin the selection and coordination process. Yang Lin replied with a vibrant emoji. That afternoon, as the workday neared its end, Yang Lin's email arrived punctually in Ling Ye's inbox once more. Attached are detailed profiles of several top domestic publishing houses along with preliminary letters of intent for collaboration. Ling Ye gradually opened the files, scrutinizing them meticulously. Among them, one publishing house, named Jiuzhou Publishing House, particularly captured his attention. This publisher is renowned in the industry for its exquisite hardcover collectible editions and its profound respect for authors' rights. Upon reviewing the materials, he noted that authors who have collaborated with them have consistently provided high praise, with virtually no reports of copyright disputes or negative incidents of exploitation. Their publishing philosophy appears to harmoniously align with Ling Ye's own ideas. In their letter of intent, they explicitly expressed a willingness to invest in quality design and printing resources to create a collectible edition of Ghost Blows Out the Light. Ling Ye picked up his phone and dialed Yang Lin's number. Editor Yang Lin, Jiuzhou Publishing House, could be a key contact. His voice was calm and resolute. Please initiate preliminary discussions with them to ascertain more detailed collaboration terms. But remember, all contractual details must be reviewed and confirmed by me personally. Understood. I will take care of it right away, came Yang Lin's crisp and efficient voice from the other end of the line. The copyright operation for Ghost Blows Out the Light is a long-term strategy that requires patience and careful planning. At present, the project for the theme song of Decent has been finalized, awaiting the film's release. In another encrypted folder on his computer, several completed compositions lie in wait, ready to be released at the opportune moment. Ling Ye stretched, alleviating the stiffness in his neck, and closed the document for Ghost Blows Out the Light. Chapter 35. The premiere of X as night descended. The starry sky adorned the heavens above Nanxi Prefecture. The premiere of X unfolded amidst the flickering flashes of cameras lining the red carpet. Lin Weiwei, clad in a minimalist gown meticulously chosen by her agency, nervously clutched the hem of her dress, beads of perspiration forming on her palms. Beside her, her manager, Sister Li, gently patted the back of her hand, whispering soothingly, Weiwei, do not fret. Take a deep breath and treat it as a practice session. With teacher Ling Ye's song and director Wu Gang's film, this is an extraordinary opportunity. Lin Weiwei nodded, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards the imposing movie poster nearby. The eyes of the lead actors on the poster brimmed with untold stories. Soon, she would add a unique footnote to this tale with her voice. You can do it, Sister Lee encouraged her. The cinema was filled to capacity. As the lights dimmed, the colossal screen illuminated. The narrative gradually unfolded, at times eliciting light laughter from the audience with its humor, and at others, stirring deep, emotional turmoil with the intricate relationships between the characters. Inside the theater, emotions ebbed and flowed with the plot. Many sentimental viewers had quietly retrieved tissues. As the film approached its conclusion, the protagonists, in a familiar setting, exchanged smiles filled with both resolution and regret, bidding farewell. The screen faded to darkness, leaving behind a lingering sigh. Suddenly, a spotlight illuminated one side of the stage. The host's magnetic voice resonated. "Dear guests, do the echoes of the film still linger in your hearts? Now, let us welcome, with enthusiastic applause, the performer of the film's theme song Decency, the emerging singer from Xinghue Entertainment, Lin Weiwei." Applause erupted. With Sister Li's encouraging gaze upon her, Lin Weiwei stepped into the center of the stage. Under the spotlight, her fair complexion flushed slightly with nervousness. She took a deep breath, bowed slightly before the microphone. The ethereal piano prelude flowed like a gentle stream, instantly calming the bustling atmosphere. Lin Weiwei closed her eyes, steadying her breath. When she opened them again, her clear eyes sparkled with a complex array of emotions that resonated with the essence of the song: regret, nonchalance, and a hint of self-mockery. She began to sing, her voice, slightly husky yet piercing, intertwined with the piano's melody. Do not pile up nostalgia to make the plot melodramatic. After loving for years, why ruin the classics? There was no ostentatious display of technique, only a precise conveyance of emotion. The raw sincerity mixed with the weariness and clarity forged by reality struck a chord in the hearts of everyone present. As the song transitioned into the chorus, separation should be dignified. Let no one say, "Sorry, what debts exist? I dare to give, so I dare to be heartbroken." Lin Weiwei's voice soared, yet remained harmonious. The emotions layered upon one another, encapsulating the exhaustion after love, the last vestiges of dignity desperately upheld, alongside the unspoken regrets and dissatisfaction, each conveyed vividly through her song. In the audience, many were misty-eyed, particularly among the women, as the lyrics seemed to echo the similar experiences buried deep within their hearts. Before the lens stands our former selves amidst cheers, tears flowing, voices strained in exhaustion. Departing gracefully, we honor the years spent, the fervent love and earnest dedication captured in vivid scenes. I have loved you succinctly and decisively. Farewell. We do not betray our encounter. As the final note fades, its resonance lingers in the air. The venue descends into a brief silence, swiftly followed by a thunderous applause. Resounding and unending, director Wu Gang is the first to rise, clapping heartily, his traditionally stern visage now adorned with unabashed appreciation and satisfaction. The producer and music director beside him also stand to applaud. The camera sweeps across the audience, where numerous esteemed film and music critics nod in approval. Below, Manager Li, overwhelmed with emotion, covers her mouth with her hand, tears brimming in her eyes, nearly leaping from her seat. This child has succeeded. The host approaches the stage, microphone in hand, standing beside Lin Weiwei. Miss Lin Weiwei, your song dignity is profoundly moving. What thoughts would you like to share with the audience? Lin Weiwei takes the microphone, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. Thank you. Thank you all. First, I must express my gratitude to director Wu Gang for granting me this precious opportunity to perform such a beautiful song. She pauses, gazing sincerely into the crowd. Then, I want to extend my deepest thanks to the song's creator, teacher Ling Ye, who infused dignity with its soul and gave me the courage to stand here. Applause erupts once more. Director Wu Gang is invited onto the stage by the host. He takes the microphone, his usual fiery temperament replaced by a smile. When I first heard the demo of Dignity, I knew it was the one. It understands my film and the emotions I wish to convey. He looks at Lin Weiwei, his eyes filled with affirmation. Miss Lin Weiwei's performance exceeded my expectations. Her voice and emotions resonate perfectly. He continues, of course, we must thank the song's lyricist and composer, Ling Ye. Though he is not present today, I must say, Ling Ye, you are the soul of our film. The media reporters on site immediately jot down keywords, such as Ling Ye and the soul of the film. The premiere concludes successfully. That evening, Dignity emerges like a dark horse, swiftly claiming a spot on the Weibo entertainment charts. The hashtags X's theme song, Too Heartbreaking, Dignity and OST, Lin Weiwei makes her mark, and Wu Gang calls Ling Ye film soulmate, soar in popularity, skyrocketing in discussions and views. On major music platforms, The play counts of Dignity surge within a short time, with countless netizens flooding the comment section, expressing that they were moved to tears, eagerly anticipating single loops, remarking how poignant the lyrics are. The following day, several authoritative music review public accounts release articles. Dignity, an annual tear-jerking love ballad that precisely captures the emotional pain points of modern urban relationships. The melody is sophisticated, and the restrained emotions carry substantial impact. Newcomer Lin Weiwei's future is promising. Ling Ye takes action once more, marking another benchmark in urban ballads. The professional acclaim has further propelled the popularity of Decent. The Film X has also benefited from this theme song, with its reputation surging and pre-sale box office figures climbing steadily, hinting at a potential dark horse. In Xinghui Entertainment's composition department, Liang, holding his phone, beams with delight as he strides over to Ling Ye's workstation. Ling Ye, have you seen the data? Decent has exploded. The paid download figures have skyrocketed. Just a day in, and the numbers are already quite impressive. He lowers his voice, brimming with excitement. Moreover, several popular music variety shows have approached the company, specifically requesting Lin Weiwei to perform Decent. This song has truly elevated a newcomer. Ling Ye, upon hearing this, merely nods calmly, showing no signs of surprise. This was, after all, to be expected. Once the commotion subsides, Ling Ye refocuses on the creation of Ghost Blows Out the Light. At that moment, a message from Yang Lin pops up. Dear Sir, the Juzhou Publishing House is extremely enthusiastic about our collaboration. They drafted a preliminary contract framework overnight and sent it over, hoping to arrange a meeting with you soon. Following the message was an excited rabbit emoji, bouncing with enthusiasm. Ling Ye opens the email attachment sent by Yang Lin, which contains the initial contract terms from Juzhou Publishing House. He reads through the contract carefully, the offered conditions regarding royalty rates, initial print quantities, and promised promotional resources are quite generous, clearly indicating their sincerity. However, when his gaze falls upon the clause regarding the author's cooperation with promotional efforts, his brow furrows slightly. The terms explicitly state that the author must participate in at least one large signing event in a core city and accept at least one in-depth exclusive interview. Online is acceptable. A signing event? An in-depth interview? Ling Ye lightly taps his fingers on the table. For him, this implies that the persona of the dream of a tipsy girl would face significant exposure risks, something he is keen to avoid at all costs. After a moment of contemplation, he replies to Yang Lin. Editor Yang Lin, I recognize the sincerity from Juzhou Publishing House regarding the royalty and print conditions, which we can discuss further. However, concerning the methods of promotional cooperation, I hope for more flexible options that can better protect the author's privacy. Yang Lin quickly responds, Understood. I will relay your feedback to Juzhou Publishing House immediately. Chapter 36. The explosive pre-sale of Ghost Blows Out the Light at Juzhou Publishing House. Yang Lin took a deep breath and dialed the phone number of Zhao Mingyuan, the head of the marketing department at Juzhou Publishing House. Manager Zhao, regarding the promotional collaboration for The Dreams of a Drunken Girl, we have just concluded discussions with the author. On the other end, Zhao Mingyuan's voice, tinged with the fatigue of a meeting, remained courteous. Editor Yang, that's splendid. What did the author say? We in the marketing department have already begun preliminary venue and media selections for the signing event and exclusive interview. We must ensure perfection. This is an S-level project, and we cannot afford any negligence. Yang Lin cleared her throat, striving for a diplomatic tone. Manager Zhao, the situation is such that the author places great emphasis on personal privacy and wishes to refrain from participating in any offline signing events or in-depth interviews. What? Zhao Mingyuan exclaimed, incredulous. Editor Yang, are you certain you're not jesting? Ghost Blows Out the Light is an S-level project. S-level. If the author does not make an appearance, does not sign books, and does not partake in interviews, then we are missing a core aspect of the promotion. How can we ignite reader enthusiasm? This is ludicrous. He nearly shouted in frustration. How are we to maintain and expand the current momentum? With trepidation, Yang Lin relayed Ling Ye's exact words. The author believes that the current fervor surrounding Ghost Blows Out the Light is primarily derived from the inherent quality of the work itself, as well as the aura of mystique surrounding the pen, Name the Dreams of a Drunken Girl. Mystique? Zhao Mingyuan was nearly driven to laughter by his indignation. Editor Yang. Mystique cannot be our sustenance. We must earnestly sell the book and ignite the market. Without the author's core collaboration, how are we to wage this battle? The author has proposed an unorthodox approach. Yang Lin interjected, pausing momentarily before articulating each word with clarity. He has introduced the 3 no's principle. No book signings, no public appearances, and no interviews in any form. A profound silence enveloped Zhao Mingyuan's end of the line. Yang Lin could almost hear his labored breaths, clearly struggling to contain his impending outburst. However, Yang Lin swiftly shifted her tone and quickened her pace. The author also presented A3 Yes's proposal. First, a limited edition of author's handwritten exclusive messages will be offered, with each message uniquely tailored to resonate with the expectations of the readers, rather than a mere signature. Second, in collaboration with Jojo Publishing House, a grand online and offline interactive puzzle event named Seeking the Dragon, illuminating Jojo will be initiated, with clues intricately embedded within the book and substantial prizes to be won. Third, a letter to the readers will be penned, elucidating the creative philosophy, which can be printed in the preface of the physical book. After a prolonged pause, Zhao Mingyuan finally mustered a few words, albeit with difficulty. Editor Yang. Is your esteemed author serious? Most assuredly serious, Yang Lin replied with conviction. I need to report this to Editor-in-Chief Qian immediately. Zhao Mingyuan's voice bore a hint of exhaustion as he realized that this matter had transcended his authority, and indeed, the realm of the marketing department. Jojo Publishing House. Editor-in-Chief's office. Upon hearing Zhao Mingyuan's report, which was laden with shock and confusion, Qian Hanlin furrowed his brow tightly. He promptly resolved to convene an emergency high-level meeting. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was tense. The marketing director slammed his palm onto the table, his tone fervent. This is absurd, utterly ridiculous. An S-level project with an uncooperative author in core promotion is akin to self-sabotage. Historical data reveals that author meet and greets and in-depth interviews for S-level projects typically boost first-week sales by at least 30%. And now, it's all being discarded? We are foolishly missing the prime opportunity to ignite the market. What exclusive messages and puzzle-solving activities are mere frivolities compared to the persuasive power of the author personally endorsing the work? He clearly scoffed at Ling Ye's proposal, deeming it an outsider's misguided advice. However, as Qian Hanlin scrutinized the detailed plan conveyed through Yang Lin, he was struck by the profound confidence and unparalleled mastery of the work that radiated from the text, plunging him into contemplation. He recalled the top-tier authors he had discovered throughout his career. Each possessed, to some extent, an unwavering belief in the supremacy of their work, dismissing all else. One author, in particular, had resolutely refused to incorporate trendy elements suggested by editors, enduring tremendous pressure, yet ultimately produced a classic that set the trend. The Dream of a Drunken Girl is certainly not an author who could be assessed through conventional lenses. Standard promotional tactics, when applied to him, would likely yield subpar results and perhaps even provoke the author's disdain. The uniqueness of the exclusive messages, each distinct, holds immense value for core fans, far surpassing that of a mere autograph. The innovative interactive formats of the Dragon Collection and the Candlelight across the 9 provinces events ingeniously direct online fervor to offline engagement, subsequently feeding back into online discussions, creating a sustained topic of conversation. This seasoned publisher, Qian Hanlin, sensed an unprecedented thrill within. Let us take a gamble. He slammed his hand on the table, reverberating throughout the room. We shall proceed as the Dream of a Drunken Girl dictates. The marketing director stood agape, as if unable to believe his own ears. With a sharp gaze, Qian Hanlin decisively continued. Furthermore, the marketing budget shall be doubled from its original amount. We will transform this mystery into a phenomenal event. Since the author has chosen to let their work and creativity speak, we shall construct the grandest stage possible. The conference room erupted in astonishment. Everyone was taken aback by the editor-in-chief's astonishing decision. A doubled budget is an exceedingly rare occurrence in the annals of Jojo Publishing House. Upon learning from Zhao Mingyuan about JoJo Publishing's final decision, as well as the audacious yet wholly embraced and amplified suggestions of Ling Ye, Yang Lin felt utterly dazed. Clutching her phone, she murmured to herself, "What kind of extraordinary author have I aligned with?" Her admiration for Ling Ye surged to an entirely new echelon. JoJo Publishing House demonstrated remarkable execution efficiency. The contract based on Ling Ye's new proposal was swiftly drafted, featuring not only more favorable royalty terms than before, but also the proactive inclusion of exclusive signing rights for the upcoming 3 volumes, alongside a remarkably sincere minimum guarantee clause. Ling Ye meticulously reviewed each provision, and upon confirming their accuracy, promptly affixed his pen name with elegance. A few days later, the official website of JoJo Publishing, their official Weibo, and various collaborative channels simultaneously announced the pre-sale information for the physical book Ghost Blows Out the Light, the ancient city of Jingjue. The promotional copy was crafted with utmost flair. The enigmatic author, the dream of a drunken girl, makes a stunning debut with her first physical work, limited to a mere 1,000 copies, each featuring a handwritten exclusive message from the author. Every edition is a unique treasure. What will the esteemed author inscribe for you? Stay tuned. The grand online and offline interactive puzzle event, Seeking the Dragon's Seal, Illuminating JoJo, is set to commence, with mysterious grand prizes awaiting discovery. Collect all the stamps, and you shall become the true treasure seeker. The moment the pre-sale link was released, the backend data of JoJo Publishing surged like a volcanic eruption. Xiao Wang from the tech department stared intently at the screen, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Peak. The concurrent access has surpassed 3 million. President Qian. The server. It can hardly withstand this. The limited edition of 1,000 copies, featuring the author's handwritten message, was sold out in less than 30 seconds. Countless readers lamented in the comment section, bemoaning their slow reflexes. It's gone. It disappeared just as I clicked in. JoJo Publishing. Have some mercy and print more. I set 3 alarms with a 2000 m internet speed, yet I still couldn't snag the edition with the author's message. I am furious. Screenshot. Payment page failed to load. I am enraged. My quick reflexes are still not enough. The author's handwritten message. What a loss. On secondhand platforms, listings for 888 appeared, selling out in an instant. This world is utterly insane. JoJo Publishing subsequently released a trailer for the Seeking the Dragon's Seal, Illuminating JoJo event, which heightened anticipation to its zenith. The trailer was exquisitely crafted, imbued with the unique suspenseful horror atmosphere characteristic of Ghost Blows Out the Light. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, it subtly revealed puzzle clues scattered across various city museums and ancient cultural districts, cleverly echoing the locations mentioned in the book. The ultimate grand prize, shrouded in thick mist, revealed only a glimmer of a metal badge adorned with ancient patterns, mysterious and alluring. Wow, this event is truly remarkable. JoJo Publishing has invested significantly this time. Seeking the Dragon's Gold, observing the entangled mountains, each layer of entanglement presents a challenge. I feel my DNA stirring. I have purchased the regular edition and am ready to participate in the event. Amidst the external clamor and fervor, Ling Ye sat at his desk in Xinghua Entertainment, opened a blank document, and began leisurely searching for various styles of calligraphy fonts to prepare for the forthcoming handwritten messages. In the evening, Yang Lin's call came through, her voice barely concealing her excitement, trembling slightly. "Big boss, President Qian personally called me." Ling Ye lightly tapped the screen with his fingertip, selecting a robust and powerful font, and responded with a calm, He conveyed his heartfelt gratitude to you, remarking that the pre-sale performance has utterly surpassed their expectations. The collector's edition was sold out in an instant. The pre-sale volume of the standard edition has also exceeded their initial day's estimate by 3-fold. Yang Lin exclaimed in one breath, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Editor-in-Chief Qian mentioned that, in light of the unprecedented success of Ghost Blows Out the Light in Eastern Yinzhou, Jiuzhou Bookstore has already initiated preliminary discussions with several top publishers in Beichinzhou to explore the potential for overseas copyright export of Ghost Blows Out the Light. Ling Ye's hand paused slightly on the mouse. Editor-in-Chief Qian expressed his hope that, if copyright agreements can be successfully negotiated with other states, you might compose a special preface for them. He stated that the theme is unrestricted, yet he hopes it will vividly showcase the mysterious cultural essence of Eastern Yunzhu, ideally capable of leaving the people of other states in awe, making them aware of the profound cultural heritage that Eastern Yunzhu possesses. Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible smile curved at the corners of Ling Ye's lips. I understand. Chapter 37. The Lucky Roulette Upgrade. A gentle glow illuminated the mobile screen, accompanied by a soft vibration as a bank notification emerged. It announced a deposit of 450,000 yuan to the account, ending in 1314 on August 15th at 1735, leaving a current balance of 462,181 yuan. Ling Ye gazed at the digits on the screen, his fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of his phone. The taut nerves that had gripped him for so long finally found a moment of reprieve. Without delay, Ling Ye opened the banking app and deftly transferred 400,000 yuan to his mother, Lin Huilan's account. A successful transfer notification appeared, prompting him to dial his mother's number. Hello, Mom. Oh, Ling Ye, why are you calling at this hour? Have you eaten? Lin Huilan's gentle voice resonated from the other end, tinged with a subtle fatigue, the remnants of years of hard work. I just finished and was about to eat. Ling Ye paused, striving to maintain a calm tone. Mom, I've just transferred 400,000 yuan to you. Please check if it has arrived. This should settle all the debts at home. A sudden hush enveloped the call, broken only by Lin Huilan's slightly hurried breaths. After several seconds, her voice trembled as she asked, Ling Ye, is this money from your songwriting again? Evidently, the unexpected influx of substantial fund from her son left her both elated and incredulous. Yes, it's the share from the theme song of the movie, Ling Ye explained gently. You can use it without worry. You need not toil as hard anymore, and don't be too frugal. Okay, my good child. Lin Huilan's voice quivered, a blend of joy and concern. I understand. You always bring good news, never the bad. Take care of yourself out there. Don't overexert. Do you hear me? I know, Mom. Ling Ye listened to his mother's tearful admonishments, warmth stirring within him. You mustn't overwork either. Your health is paramount. By the way, how is Xiaoxue? How has she been studying lately? Xiaoxue is doing well. Ever since she learned of your success, she can't stop talking about your songs and is studying harder than before. She says she wants to get into a good university in Donghai, so she can help you in the big city, Lin Huilan said with a tone of pride. She is thoughtful, Ling Ye replied softly. You and my sister take good care of yourselves. You need not worry about finances. I will earn more in the future, ensuring a better life for both of you. After hanging up, Ling Ye leaned back against the rather uncomfortable chair at Xinghua Entertainment, exhaling deeply. With the family debts finally resolved, the heavy stone that had weighed upon his heart was lifted, enveloping him in an unprecedented sense of relief. He glanced at the balance of over 60,000 yuan in his bank account. This sum, along with the savings from previous royalties, had become a substantial nest egg, allowing him to plan his future with ease and improve his creative environment. Though the school dormitory is economical, its sound insulation leaves much to be desired, proving inconvenient for him, who thrives in absolute silence for his creative endeavors. Particularly vexing is his roommate, Yi Fan, a vivacious individual who frequently invites friends over. Despite his efforts to avoid being present during such gatherings, this arrangement is hardly sustainable. Moreover, with the surge in pre-orders for the physical edition of Ghost Blows Out the Light, the task of handwritten messages is imminent, necessitating a more private and comfortable space where he can compose in peace, ensuring that those messages remain shielded from prying eyes. Ling Ye opened his frequently used rental app and began sifting through listings. His objectives were clear: proximity to Xinghua Entertainment Company, ideally within walking distance, robust security measures ensuring safe access, and, most crucially, exceptional soundproofing, preferably with a dedicated study or workspace. In terms of layout, A one-bedroom with a living room or a small two-bedroom would suffice, and his budget had loosened considerably from previous constraints. As his fingers glided across the screen, an apartment listing in a high-end community near the company caught his eye. 2 bedrooms and a living room, exquisitely renovated, fully equipped with appliances, boasting excellent lighting and a pleasing view. Most enticing was the note specifying that the master bedroom had undergone professional soundproofing treatment, rendering it ideal for music composition or live streaming, truly tailor-made for him. He promptly contacted the agent through the app to arrange a viewing for the following afternoon. As night deepened, having concluded the rental matters and laid out a preliminary plan for his future life, Ling Ye felt a sense of relief wash over him. Habitually, he thought of the system. With the ongoing popularity of Ghost Blows Out the Light and the song's Mercury Retrograde and Decent, his reputation should have risen once more. He summoned the system interface in his mind. Host, Ling Ye. Age, 22. Skills, master-level arrangement skill, passive, unreleased works, the only one the first time. A little bit. Reputation, 3001, 245. During this period, his reputation had quietly surpassed the 3 million mark due to the sustained success of Ghost Blows Out the Light and the widespread dissemination of Mercury Retrograde and Decent. Just as he prepared to exit the system space, a cold mechanical notification sounded unexpectedly. Ding! Host reputation has reached 3 million, initiating upgrade of the Lucky Wheel system. Ling Ye posted momentarily. The Lucky Wheel? Since he had drawn 3 songs and Ghost Blows Out the Light in one go last time, the wheel had been dormant. Upgrading system. Upgrade complete. The Lucky Wheel has added a special rewards pool with a chance to draw rare items or special abilities. Beginner's benefit. Upon first upgrade, a chance to draw from the special rewards pool. Would you like to draw immediately? His heart skipped a beat. A special rewards pool? Rare items? Special abilities? Taking a deep breath to quell the rising excitement, he focused his intent. Draw. Instantly, the celestial vista before him transformed, revealing an even larger and more magnificent virtual wheel than before. The roulette was no longer a dense array of luminous musical points resembling stars. Instead, it was divided into several sectors of varying sizes, each radiating a mysterious glow in different hues, with vague icons and brief textual descriptions faintly visible. The pointer began to spin rapidly, the interplay of light and shadow creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Ling Ye's gaze was firmly fixed on the roulette. He hastily scanned the sectors, catching glimpses of seemingly practical items such as the Mastery card, guitar, Inspiration Burst card, 24 hours, and the Photographic Memory Experience card, 72 hours. As his eyes swept over a sector that flickered with a faint light, marked by the word functionality, his heart skipped a beat, and improbable thoughts surged into his mind, quickening his breath. Despite his efforts to discern the entirety of that sector, the spinning pointer thwarted his attempts to glean further information. He fixated on the roulette, inwardly praying for a possibility. Gradually, the speed of the pointer slowed, gliding past each sector until it finally came to a gentle stop at a region emitting a soft, life-affirming light in a pale green hue. As the radiance dissipated, a line of clear text appeared at the center of the roulette. Congratulations, host. You have received a special reward. Vocal Restoration Potion, small. Vocal Restoration Potion, small, capable of modestly repairing damaged vocal cords, temporarily restoring some singing abilities. Note: duration and degree of recovery are subject to individual variation. Irreversible organic damage is not amendable. Ling Ye stared at the golden text, feeling as though he were gripped by an unseen force, his mind momentarily blank. Vocal Restoration Potion? For the first time, a tempest stirred within his usually placid eyes, the suppressed longing deep within him, concerning the stage, the spotlight, and the desire to express soul-stirring melodies with his own voice, ignited into a fervent blaze. Although it promised only a modest recovery, a brief respite, and partial functionality, with a clear indication of irreversible organic damage. For one who had once soared at the pinnacle of the music world, only to have fate cruelly clipped his wings, this was undoubtedly a ray of light piercing through the endless darkness. Trembling, he reached out, as if to touch that ethereal potion, existing only within the realm of consciousness. The thought of returning to the stage had never felt so vivid and compelling as it did in this moment. Chapter 38. The Celestial Rankings the following afternoon. As previously arranged, Ling Ye met with a real estate agent, and together they proceeded to the upscale apartment located near Xinghua Entertainment. As he opened the door, a brilliant light flooded in through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the entire living room. The two-bedroom, one living room layout was well-designed, showcasing a minimalist and modern decor, with all necessary appliances that exuded an understated elegance. While the agent enthusiastically elaborated on the advantages of the location and property services, Ling Ye walked directly towards the specially marked soundproof master bedroom. The room was even more spacious than he had envisioned, featuring a heavy soundproof door and walls treated for sound absorption. Ling Ye gently tapped the wall and attempted to close the door. The external clamor was instantly silenced, leaving only an almost pure tranquility. Here, not only could he meet the stringent requirements of his composition work, but perhaps at some point in the future, it could also become a secret sanctuary for him to rediscover his voice. This would do. Ling Ye did not hesitate. He decisively agreed on the spot and promptly paid the deposit and rent. The moving process was remarkably swift. Ling Ye had little in the way of belongings, just a few boxes of books, a few changes of clothes, and his trusty laptop that had accompanied him through countless days and nights, which comprised his entire estate. Just as he settled the last box of books in the new apartment, the doorbell rang. Standing outside was Yi Fan, carrying 2 large bags of groceries, his smile radiant as the sun. "Ah, the talented Ling has moved in," Yi Fan exclaimed as he breezed through the door, his eyes scanning the apartment in awe. Well, you've really kept a low profile. Such a big event, and you didn't say a word." He had long been aware of Ling Ye's recent accomplishments through news, music charts, and discussions within the school. The ongoing success of Nameless, the victory of Mercury's memoir, and the viral hit Decent. His teasing carried a hint of genuine admiration. Ling Ye smiled. "Come in. I haven't eaten yet." Yi Fan rolled up his sleeves, of course. "Today, I'll be the chef, and you'll get to taste the culinary skills of the campus heartthrob." With that, he confidently made his way into the kitchen, not forgetting to direct Ling Ye. "Hey, where are the bowls and chopsticks? You should know your own new home." Before long, several home-cooked dishes were laid out on the dining table. Yi Fan then produced 2 bottles of beer from the bags, popped the caps, and handed one to Ling Ye. "Honestly, Ling Ye," Yi Fan took a sip, his expression turning serious. "You've really surprised me. I always knew you were dedicated to your music in the dormitory, but I never expected such a stunning debut." Ling Ye clinked his bottle against Yi Fan's and took a modest sip, the slight bitterness and malty aroma of the beer blossoming on his palate. "It's just luck." "Luck is part of skill," Yi Fan scoffed, then quickly returned to his playful demeanor. "By the way, this apartment is quite nice, especially the lighting, far superior to our cramped dormitory." As they dined and conversed, their topics ranged from amusing anecdotes at school to gossip in the entertainment industry and aspirations for the future, creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Although Yi Fan occasionally appears somewhat naïve, the pure spirit of youth he embodies brings a rare sense of relaxation to Ling Ye's taut nerves. As the evening progressed and the wine flowed, Yi Fan gazed out at the dazzling nightscape illuminated by streetlights and suddenly remarked, "Ah Yi, this is wonderful. You possess talent, and now you have created remarkable work. Your future is indeed promising." Ling Ye stared into his glass, watching the frothy beer dance within, his gaze deep and contemplative. The future, it seemed, held an additional layer of unlikely possibilities, all due to that small vial of medicine. The following day, at Xinghua Entertainment, in the composition department, Ling Ye had just settled at his workstation when Liang He approached him, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Xiaoling, please come to my office for a moment." In Liang He's private office, he personally poured Ling Ye a cup of water before speaking. "This song can be said to have brought pride not only to our group, but to the entire composition department. The higher-ups have spoken highly of you, and as your group leader, I have benefited from that acclaim as well." His tone was sincere, devoid of any self-serving intentions. Ling Ye replied calmly, "This is the result of Brother Liang and everyone's collective effort." Liang He waved his hand dismissively, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. Let us skip the pleasantries. Xiaoling, you are currently in a favorable position, which is excellent. But as you know, the internal dynamics of the company can be quite treacherous. Some of the senior members of the composition department may not be as magnanimous as they seem. His words were succinct, yet their implications were unmistakable. At your youthful age, with such abundant talent, it is inevitable that you will attract envy. Be prepared for potential overt and covert obstacles in resource allocation and project competition. This discourse stirred something within Ling Ye. He had not anticipated Liang. He would candidly dissect these matters with him. But rest assured, Liang, he continued, a supportive smile returning to his face, I have already recommended you to the higher-ups and secured some conveniences on your behalf. In the future, you will have a higher priority for studio usage, and the company will grant you the utmost freedom in your creative endeavors. These are all well-deserved rewards. Ling Ye regarded Liang He, who usually wore a cheerful demeanor and appeared indifferent to worldly affairs, yet now exuded an undeniable resolve. This subtle yet steadfast support warmed his heart. Liang He picked up the thermos on the table, unscrewed the lid, took a sip of hot tea, and smiled. As you venture out, know that our group will always be your stronghold. If you need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I may not possess many skills, but I still hold some influence within the company. These words transcended the ordinary mentor-mentee relationship, resembling more the guidance and protection of an elder towards a younger kin. Ling Ye nodded solemnly. Thank you, Brother Liang. I will remember that. At that moment, Liang he seemed to recall something. Are you familiar with the Tianlai chart? Ling Ye pondered for a moment before responding. I have heard of it. It is said to be the most authoritative pop music chart in Blue Star, with fierce competition in every state. Fierce competition is an understatement. Liang he sighed, placing the thermos down, his expression grave. It is undoubtedly a battleground for major entertainment companies, top producers, and popular singers. The rankings on the charts are intrinsically linked to a singer's market value, the commercial worth of their songs, and even the standing of their company within the industry. Consequently, various means to secure a favorable position on the charts have emerged, some of which are rather unsavory. He meticulously elucidated to Ling Ye the composition of the celestial chart, the rules governing charting, and the intricately woven web of interests behind it. Over the years, I have garnered some experience in the industry, having interacted with personnel from various companies, particularly emphasizing the senior composer from Taiyin Entertainment, Song Wenbin. Liang he deliberately emphasized this point. This individual possesses extensive experience in the music realm, with a wide network of past students and acquaintances, and has indeed produced a few highly popular works. However, his mindset is relatively conservative, showing little acceptance of emerging musical styles. According to feedback from my previous encounters and discussions with colleagues in the field, he tends to be somewhat obstinate, preferring to regard himself as a senior figure. Your unique styles and Mercury record and decency have already caught his attention. Last month, you participated in the rookie season, and any songs released henceforth will enter the competition for the celestial chart. If you rank highly, it could very well provoke his ire, posing an obstacle on your path forward. Ling Ye listened intently, committing every piece of information shared by Liang he to memory. He silently repeated the name Song Wenbin. Upon leaving Liang Ye's office, Ling Ye returned to his workstation, his mind beginning to sketch a clearer map of the Dongyunzi music scene. The celestial chart, a stage replete with temptation and challenge, unfurled before him. He opened his computer, created a new document, and titled it Celestial Chart Strategy Draft. His fingers gently tapped the keyboard as he resolved to first test the waters of this chart with a piece that, while relatively conventional in style, would undoubtedly exhibit exceptional quality, allowing him to gauge the depth of the competition and observe the reactions of potential rivals. Chapter 39. The Dormant Seedling Ye navigated to the Celestial Rankings page. Unlike the tender competition of the rookie season, the contenders here were true titans of the industry. The rankings were determined by the volume of song downloads, with each position representing immense commercial value and industry influence. Ling Ye meticulously analyzed the leading songs and the production teams behind them. The top-ranked works were predominantly composed by mid-level to senior and even gold-level composers, while the singers were seasoned second-tier or even first-tier stars. In this arena, tales of underdogs triumphing were rare, It was a contest of raw strength and resources, the competitive intensity far surpassing that of the rookie season. He clicked on several popular songs from the list, listening attentively and analyzing. Most of these songs featured smooth melodies and mature arrangements, aligning with mainstream aesthetic tastes. However, they lacked a certain soul, resembling mere products churned out by an industrial assembly line rather than heartfelt works of art. Nevertheless, holding a place on such a prestigious chart was a testament to their commercial success. A melody and its corresponding subtle emotions, tinged with solitude and resignation, floated through Ling Ye's mind. He resolved that the first song he would unleash upon the celestial rankings would be this one, a piece titled Half of Me. This song possessed a relatively restrained style, lacking the overt emotional explosion found in Decency, yet bore a deeper, more nuanced charm. Perhaps it could carve a unique path amid the restless rankings. In the days that followed, Ling Ye devoted most of his energy to perfecting the arrangement of Half of Me. He endeavored to ingeniously incorporate elements of classical instruments into a modern pop framework, allowing the melody to flow with rich layers amid restraint. He meticulously adjusted every note and every detail of the instrumentation, striving to convey the complex emotions of longing and relinquishment inherent in the song. He was filled with confidence in its quality, believing it could establish a foothold on the celestial rankings. That evening, Ling Ye recalled the vocal restoration elixir, small, obtained from the system. He rose and moved to the center of the room, closing his eyes to use it. The elixir transformed into a warm current, seeping deep into his throat. His vocal cords experienced a faint, tingling vibration, as if long-dormant nerves were gently awakened. He attempted to produce a syllable. His voice remained hoarse, yet it seemed slightly less parched than before. This change was minuscule, far from restoring his singing capabilities. But a glimmer of hope ignited within him. Perhaps this elixir could indeed assist him in reclaiming his lost voice, even if the journey was long and arduous. He resolved to incorporate vocal practice into his secret plan, conducting it only in an absolutely soundproof room. At that moment, the doorbell chimed once more, and, as anticipated, it was Yi Fan. "Ling, my talented friend, what have you been up to?" As Yi Fan entered, he made himself comfortable on the sofa, snacks and beer in hand. Just as always, Ling Ye handed him a bottle of water. "Busy writing songs." "I knew it," Yi Fan replied, cracking open a can of beer and taking a swig. "By the way, you're practically a legendary figure at school now. With Anonymous, Mercury Records, and Decency, any one of those could keep you in the limelight for a lifetime. In our club, the group of us discusses you daily, particularly the former president, who holds you in high esteem." Yi Fan continued, and Ling Ye inquired, "Oh, the former president?" "Indeed, our music club's former president, Zhou Ming. He is a prized disciple of teacher Song Wenbin," Yi Fan casually remarked. Ling Ye's heart stirred slightly. Song Wenbin. Liang He had previously cautioned him that the conservatism and arrogance of this seasoned composer, along with his influence within the industry, would pose significant obstacles as he aspired to ascend the Tianlai chart. Now, with the emergence of his esteemed disciple, it seemed that Song Wenbin himself had taken notice of him. This impediment might surface more swiftly than he had anticipated. Zhou Ming mentioned that Teacher Song had recently acknowledged you and found you intriguing. Yi Fan, oblivious to Ling Ye's momentary pause, enthused, "Oh, to garner Teacher Song's attention is truly remarkable. His standing in the music world is akin to that of a pinnacle." Ling Ye collected his thoughts. Song Wenbin and Liang He's warning. The competition had begun to infiltrate his life in unexpected ways. He maintained his composure, deftly shifting the topic to discuss other campus gossip with Yi Fan. After bidding farewell to Yi Fan, Ling Ye did not rest immediately. Instead, he reached out to Lin Weiwei. Once the call connected, he sent her the demo of Half, inviting her to sing it. "Teacher Ling, this song is simply magnificent." Lin Weiwei's voice brimmed with barely contained excitement. "The melody is exquisite, and the lyrics resonate deeply within me. I'm willing. I will certainly give it my all." With Lin Weiwei's affirmative response, Ling Ye sighed with relief. Her timbre and emotion were precisely what he envisioned for the interpretation of Half. Besides music, Ling Ye also remembered the preface for the overseas edition of Ghost Blowing Out the Light. He sifted through a plethora of materials, contemplating how to delineate the enigmatic contours of Eastern culture's ancient civilization while simultaneously showcasing the allure of modern adventurous spirit within a limited space. He resolved to employ an engaging narrative style, intricately weaving elements such as the 16-character yin-yang feng shui techniques and burial culture, striving to compose a preface that could transcend cultural barriers and ignite curiosity and a desire for exploration among overseas readers. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the world, Ling Ye returned to his soundproof master bedroom and closed the door. He picked up the simple microphone he had previously purchased and connected it to his computer. Rather than opening the arrangement software, he played the instrumental of half. Facing the microphone, he softly hummed the lyrics, avoiding glances back, feeling an awkward yet private affection. A raspy and dry voice emerged from his throat, carrying a coarse texture. Each note seemed to tug at a delicate pain, starkly contrasting with Lin Weiwei's crystalline voice. The effects of the medication were feeble. Singing remained a painful endeavor. Yet, he persisted, continuing to sing and feeling the melody resonate within his chest. The secret of flirtation felt interminable, leaving him restless as he tentatively wished her goodnight, a sentiment both hollow and bittersweet. In that moment, the raspy voice transformed from an obstacle into a unique filter. He could more acutely perceive the helplessness, restraint, and eventual release embedded within the depths of the lyrics. Although the medicine did not miraculously restore his voice, the faint improvement illuminated his perception of music like a radiant beam. He grasped the microphone tightly. His yearning to return to the stage, akin to a dormant seed, quietly sprouted in the stillness of the night. Chapter 40. Undercurrents in the recording studio of Starshine Entertainment. Within the confines of soundproof glass, Lin Weiwei donned her headphones, standing before the upright microphone. Her expression one of intense concentration. The lighting accentuated the slight tension in her profile. Outside the glass, Ling Ye sat calmly at the mixing console, his gaze fixed upon her. Beside him was the seasoned sound engineer, Old Zhao. An unreciprocated affection, a furtive flirtation, left him restless and unable to glance back. Lin Weiwei's voice flowed forth, pure and imbued with a hint of grit, her technique masterful. Yet, Ling Ye furrowed his brow slightly and pressed the communication button. Weiwei, pause for a moment. The music halted abruptly, and Lin Weiwei glanced toward the control room, feeling somewhat flustered. Teacher Ling? The emotion is amiss. Ling Ye's voice came through the headphones with clarity. Xiao Ban is not the carefree essence of Team Eon. It embodies a tugging, a yearning for the unattainable, a blend of humility and stubbornness. He paused, choosing his words with care. You admire the dolls in the window, the stars that are just out of reach. You know they are unattainable, yet your gaze cannot help but stray toward them. There's a bittersweetness, a helplessness, even a hint of secret sweetness. The phrase not daring to look back does not stem from nonchalance, but from the fear of witnessing the indifference in another's eyes, which could shatter your heart. Looking around uneasily is not a search for an escape route, but rather a desire for one last glimpse, accompanied by a timorous reluctance to confront the truth. Restless does not signify excitement. It is the turmoil within that must be masked by a facade of composure. Ling Ye's words acted as a probe, peeling back the layers of the lyrics. Lin Weiwei closed her eyes, her fingertips curling slightly as a torrent of suppressed emotions surged within her. Upon reopening her eyes, her expression had transformed. I understand now, Teacher Ling. I shall try once more. The accompaniment resumed. This time, Lin Weiwei's singing bore a distinctly different quality. There was a careful exploration woven into her voice, tinged with both sorrow and longing. As she reached the chorus, the emotions of fondness, disdain, indulgence, and weariness gradually dimmed one by one. Her voice trembled slightly, and her eyes involuntarily glistened with unshed tears. As the song concluded, silence enveloped the recording studio. Old Zhao gave Ling Ye an approving thumbs up, his face alight with admiration. Lin Weiwei removed her headphones and turned to Ling Ye, her gaze brimming with gratitude and a deepening respect. This young composer's insight into the human heart and mastery of emotion was simply astounding. That's the feeling, Ling Ye affirmed, nodding, a faint smile gracing his lips. Let us take a break and refine a few details afterward. The recording process unfolded with remarkable fluidity. Lin Weiwei's performance improved with each take, ultimately surpassing Ling Ye's initial expectations. After the song was mixed, Ling Ye wasted no time, formally submitting Lin Weiwei's rendition of Xiao Ban through internal channels at Starshine Entertainment, aiming directly for the upcoming edition of the Heavenly Sound Chart. Simultaneously, at Tianyin Entertainment, in the composition department, Zhou Ming, the veteran president of the music club, stood before Song Wenbin. With meticulously groomed hair and a serious demeanor, Song Wenbin was one of Tianyin's premier composers. The melody of Shuixing Ji flowed from Zhou Ming's tablet, hauntingly melodic and distant. Song Wenbin held his teacup, savoring the aroma with an impassive expression. As the final notes of the song faded, Zhou Ming selected decency once more. After listening to the two melodies, Song Wenbin set down his teacup and lightly tapped the table with his knuckles. Indeed, there's a hint of cleverness, he remarked in a neutral tone, devoid of any discernible emotion. The catchy melody and lyrics adeptly resonated with the sentiments of contemporary youth. However, he shifted his tone, subtly laced with condescension. The scope remains somewhat limited. The themes of love and romance are ultimately trivial, and the craftsmanship is overly pronounced, bearing evident marks of rough hewing, lacking the true elegance and depth. Zhou Ming chimed in, "What you say is true, teacher. Yet, this Ling Ye has been making quite an impression lately, especially with decency. Even director Wu Gang from Nanqizhou has been captivated." Wu Gong. Song Wenbin raised an eyebrow. A filmmaker, what does he understand about music? It is merely a gimmick. He cast a knowing glance at Zhou Ming, his tone turning contemplative. It is commendable for the youth to possess some talent. Yet they must also learn to cultivate their artistry, respect their predecessors, and comprehend the unspoken rules of the music industry. A blatant display of brilliance may not ensure longevity. He lifted his teacup and blew softly on the steam. "Zhou Ming, you are both a senior and a rising star in this circle. Take the opportunity to guide this newcomer, so he understands that the path of music is fraught with challenges." Zhou Ming nodded in understanding. "Rest assured, teacher, I comprehend." He contemplated that Song Wenbin seemed to place great importance on a particular recommendation for film scoring, and it appeared that Ling Ye's recent success might be obstructing the paths of certain individuals. On September 1st, the Heavenly Melody Chart updated. A Little Half, composed by Ling Ye and sung by Lin Weiwei, appeared at the bottom of the list. Lacking the aura of first-tier artists, it was overshadowed by the new releases of numerous prominent and seasoned predecessors. The initial download statistics were unremarkable. Liang He scrutinized the back-end data, his brow furrowed, and swiftly approached Ling Ye's workstation. "Ling Ye, have you seen the chart? The data isn't looking too good. The Heavenly Melody Chart is not like the newcomer season. The competition is fierce." Ling Ye, engrossed in browsing a music score website, looked up, his demeanor remaining calm. "I have seen it. And you?" Liang He inquired anxiously. "Brother Liang, there is no need to rush." Ling Ye interrupted. "I have confidence in A Little Half." His conviction offered Liang He a modicum of reassurance. Yet he could only nod in response. "All right, let me know if you need any assistance." Meanwhile, Yi Fan took immediate action. On social media, Weibo, and school club groups, he fervently promoted A Little Half. "Brothers and sisters, the great Ling Ye has a new song, A Little Half. If you don't find it delightful, you can blame me. Let's elevate it. Senior Lin Weiwei sings it perfectly. Everyone, go listen and support our pride at Dongi." Yi Fan's enthusiastic promotion garnered the first wave of modest attention. However, on the second day following the release of A Little Half, a music critic with the ID Music Old Hand published a scathing review, titled "The Whining of Affected Aesthetics," a review of Ling Ye's new work A Little Half. The article sharply criticized the melody as monotonous, the lyrics as hollow, and the emotions as insincere, dismissing it entirely. This review was quickly disseminated by several entertainment media outlets, igniting a heated discussion. Despite some fans' rebuttals, the negative voices have undoubtedly cast a shadow over Little Half. Reports even suggest that a music station's planned recommendation slot has been temporarily shelved as a result. Ling Ye, Upon reading this music review, navigated to the profile of the seasoned music critic and perused several articles. The critic had previously expressed great admiration for Song Wenbin's works. It was as expected. Song Wenbin, Ling Ye lightly tapped his fingers on the table, then promptly closed the page, his gaze tranquil. A tall tree invites the wind's fury. To establish a foothold on the heavenly melody chart and to challenge vested interests is, inevitably, a difficult endeavor. Intriguingly, despite the negative reviews and initial setbacks in channels, Little Half has not fallen silent. Thanks to Ling Ye's accumulated reputation, the song's unique melancholic essence, and Lin Weiwei's emotionally charged interpretation, it began to resonate among niche music enthusiasts. Without extensive marketing, the download figures have been steadily climbing like moss in a crevice, gradually encroaching upon the lower ranks of the charts, revealing its potential as a dark horse. At that moment, Ling Ye's phone rang urgently. It was Wang Hao. "Hello, Brother Wang? Ling Ye. You must see the heavenly melody chart right now." Wang Hao's voice was unusually frantic. Just a moment ago, at Tianjin, Song Wenbin student Zhou Ming released a new song. Ling Ye's heart skipped a beat. What song? A slow ballad. The style is very similar to Your Little Half. Tianjin invested heavily in promotion, and as soon as it launched, the data skyrocketed, propelling it ahead of us. It's clearly targeting you. Chapter 41. Turbid waves and clear tones understood, Brother Wang. I'll listen first. Ling Ye ended the call and clicked on the link forwarded by Wang Hao. The prelude of Zhou Ming's yesterday's love letter flowed through his headphones. The trajectory of the melody, the arrangement of chords, and even the choice of instrumentation bore a deliberate resemblance to Little Half. He continued to listen. The verses and choruses exhibited unmistakable traces of imitation, as if a mold of Little Half had been used to rigidly fill in another melody. Craftsmanship, he mused, encapsulating his assessment in 2 words. The emotional expression felt disjointed, entirely lacking the layered, penetrating sorrow and tugging that characterized Little Half. While Zhou Ming possessed vocal technique, his voice lacked substance, resembling a soulless machine performing an accurate replication. As the song concluded, Ling Ye removed his headphones. This piece had captured the superficiality of Little Half, yet entirely discarded its intrinsic essence. He casually opened Weibo, and, at the tail end of the trending list, he indeed found a new entry, Yesterday's Love Letter Little Half. Clicking it, he was met with a cacophony of comments. Yesterday's love letter is excellent. Senior Zhou Ming's prowess remains undiminished. I feel the arrangement of yesterday's love letter is grander, with more intense emotions, sounding far more mature than Little Half. Little Half still feels a bit juvenile. While catchy, it lacks depth. Senior's works possess a profound richness. A plethora of similarly structured comments dominated the popular section, subtly laced with disparagement towards Little Half. Ling Ye then located an article updated by a seasoned music critic in his following list, titled Yesterday's Love Letter, a comfort for mature souls. The piece was replete with accolades, praising Yesterday's Love Letter for its sincere and rich emotions, and its top-notch production and grand, soaring melody. Yet, at the article's conclusion, the tone abruptly shifted. In contrast, certain works that awkwardly attempted to recreate the youthful woes of Werther appeared overly contrived, their emotional expressions merely superficial, bordering on the ridiculous imitation, a distortion of truth. Ling Ye closed the page. The backend data of the Heavenly Sound chart revealed an evident slowdown in the download growth curve for Little Half, even hinting at stagnation. The previously slow ascension of its ranking had now been surpassed by the sudden rise of Yesterday's Love Letter, relegating it below. His phone screen lit up with a WeChat message from Lin Weiwei. "Teacher Ling, have you seen those comments online? And that critic's write-up. Am I really singing poorly?" The message concluded with a dejected emoji. Ling Ye tapped a response. A common tactic in the music industry. Do not take it to heart. You must believe in the quality of the work itself, and even more so, in your own interpretation. The more they react, the more it signifies that we have struck a chord with certain individuals. He paused for a moment before typing another line. Stay steady. This is merely the beginning. Lin Weiwei quickly replied. Okay, I trust Teacher Ling. I want to pay attention to those anymore. In Ling Ye's WeChat moments, Yifan has once again embarked on his barrage of posts. What exactly is yesterday's love letter? Is it a blatant attempt to ride on the coattails of my night got a little bit? Must one not have any sense of shame? I steadfastly support originality. I stand firmly behind a little bit. Certain individuals are displaying an utterly disgraceful demeanor. Below, a few mutual friends have liked and commented in support. But in the face of the clearly organized onslaught from Tianyin Entertainment's army of trolls, these voices seem insignificant and are quickly drowned out. Ling Ye reopened those negative comments and articles from seasoned music critics, reading each word with meticulous care. He noticed a recurring pattern. While emphasizing the similarity between the two songs, they would deliberately suggest the youthful vet of a little bit and the maturity of yesterday's love letter. There are even trolls in the comment sections across various platforms questioning whether a little bit was completed after yesterday's love letter. Is this an attempt to guide the public into perceiving a little bit as a mere imitation of yesterday's love letter? Ling Ye's fingertips lightly tapped on the screen of his phone. The methods employed by Song Wenbin and his student were more direct and crude than he had anticipated. Their impatience, in fact, revealed their guilt and flaws. A faint smirk curved at the corner of his lips, edged with a hint of coldness. He opened his computer and accessed his encrypted creative folder. The original demo of A Little Bit, complete with a timestamp of its creation, along with a copyright record that had long been registered and could not be denied by anyone. The chain of evidence was complete and clear. He quickly searched through all the songs previously published by Zhou Ming. His style was diverse, encompassing rock, electronic, and folk, even featuring some experimental arrangements. Yet, without exception, they starkly contrasted with the delicate and emotionally layered style of A Little Bit or yesterday's love letter, which could be described as fundamentally opposed. There was not a trace of the fertile ground necessary to cultivate the nuanced emotional expression found in yesterday's love letter within Zhou Ming's past works. This style was evidently a forced deviation from Zhou Ming's usual creative habits, a hasty imitation crafted for this precise coattail riding, with the marks of clumsiness impossible to conceal. Seizing the opportunity to vanquish the underhanded, the phrase "borrow the wind" to vanquish the small evildoers vividly materialized in Ling Ye's mind. Since the opponent was so intent on escalating the situation, seeking to blur the lines of right and wrong through supposed similarities, he would simply invite more people to appreciate the situation and discern who was truly imitating whom, and who was the real plagiarist. He picked up his phone and dialed Wang Hao. "Brother Wang, I need your assistance." Wang Hao's voice was still filled with suppressed anger. "What is it? These bastards are driving me insane. You have extensive connections. Help me reach out to a few independent music critics who enjoy a good reputation within the industry, known for their objectivity and fairness, and whose words carry weight. I don't need too many. 3 or 5 will suffice, but they must possess genuine influence among music enthusiasts." Wang Hao immediately inquired, "What do you plan to do?" Ling Ye's tone remained calm and unruffled. "Send the audio files of half a moment in yesterday's love letter, along with the precise release dates and the fundamental details of the lyricists and composers, to them anonymously. There is no need to elaborate. Let them listen and judge for themselves." On the other end of the line, Wang Hao paused momentarily before realizing, "I understand. You wish to prompt them to speak up?" Ling Ye's voice was devoid of fluctuations. "If they intend to cast aspersions, we shall stir the waters even murkier, compelling everyone to draw closer and discern what truly lies beneath." Wang Hao immediately concurred, "Excellent. This strategy is brilliant. I shall attend to it at once. These people, without a taste of their own medicine, truly believe that the stardust has vanished." Such a strategy, aimed at undermining their foundation, was precisely to his liking. As evening descended, Ling Ye returned to his newly rented apartment. He sipped a small amount of warm water and entered the main bedroom, which he had temporarily transformed into a makeshift soundproof rehearsal room. Closing his eyes, he recalled the fundamental vocal exercises from the system panel, then attempted to vocalize. His vocal cords still emitted a familiar, tearing pain. It had seemed to have lessened slightly compared to the previous days. More significantly, he sensed that his voice had become somewhat clearer than it had been recently. No longer the completely obstructed, gravelly rasp. Although the effects of the vocal recovery potion, small, were subtle and gradual, they were indeed at work. In that moment, the flickering flame within him, nearly extinguished by reality, once again stubbornly and feebly stirred to life. He suppressed the tumult in his heart, casting aside distractions, and continued to immerse himself in the monotonous, fundamental exercises. At 11 o'clock that night, having just concluded his vocal practice for the day, Ling Ye took a shower and prepared for bed. Suddenly, the screen of the phone placed on the bedside table lit up, revealing a notification for a special follow-up on Weibo. A music blogger known as the judge of the music industry had just updated a post. The judge is a legendary figure within the music realm, boasting millions of active followers and renowned for his professional, incisive, and merciless critiques. He never accepts commercial promotions and fears no power, having confronted numerous popular singers and so-called golden producers. His credibility and status among music enthusiasts are exceptionally high. His past in-depth analyses of industry, plagiarism incidents, and subpar works have stirred considerable controversy, even directly influencing award outcomes and the careers of certain musicians. Underscoring the weight of his words, feeling a stir of curiosity, Ling Ye reached for his phone and opened the notification. It was a freshly minted long post. The title prominently displayed in bold, striking red font. Yesterday's love letter, a meticulously orchestrated pixel-level marketing ploy against half a moment. The article commences with the poignant inquiry directed at Mr. Zhou Ming and his producer, Mr. Song Wenbin. When the music industry's tributes have devolved to the point of requiring the mere act of transcribing scores and filling in lyrics, is there still any dignity left? Ling Ye, gazing at the incisive title and opening lines, gradually set down his phone and rose to the floor-to-ceiling window of his apartment. Outside, the city's neon lights flickered. A faint smile played upon his lips. The performance had begun. Chapter 42. Elegy of Yesterday. The article by the judge of the music industry serves as an exceedingly sharp scalpel. It meticulously dissects the subtle divergences in melody, the deliberate mimicry in chord arrangements, the similarities in instrumentation choices, and the clumsy replication of emotional core, laying bare the works of Xiao Ban and Yesterday's love letter upon the dissection table. The veneer of originality is stripped away, revealing the sordid essence of plagiarism beneath. The pen remains acerbic, each word piercing to the heart. Yesterday's love letter? Merely a heap of artificially sweetened, emotional rubbish devoid of soul, repugnant to the senses. Mr. Song Wenbin, as the esteemed producer of Tianyin Entertainment, do you blind yourself to such abysmal acts of imitation, or do you feign ignorance while willfully condoning this misconduct? At the conclusion of the article, a bombshell is detonated. An audio clip is attached, featuring the original demo of Xiao Ban. The clear timestamp reveals its completion predating the hasty release of Yesterday's love letter. The evidence is irrefutable. This Weibo post detonates like a deep-sea bomb, sending shockwaves across the tranquil waters of the internet. Within mere minutes, the shares and comments surge into the tens of thousands. Judge of the music industry denounces Zhou Ming and Song Wenbin for plagiarism. This topic rockets to the top of the trending searches with a ferocity that promises to shatter the sky. The title, glaringly red, embodies a relentless determination to pursue justice. The once celebratory comments section for Yesterday's love letter is swiftly leveled by enraged netizens. Step forward to face the consequences. You old fraud. How much ill-gotten money have you pocketed? Does defending Song Wenbin bring you joy? Where is your dignity? Has it been devoured by dogs? The accolades he previously bestowed upon Song Wenbin, while belittling newcomers, are now being ruthlessly unwrapped by furious netizens, displayed for public scorn. The reputation of the music critic lies in tatters, credibility reduced to mere rubble overnight. Simultaneously, countless fans who had been misled, or had even joined the tide of disparagement against Xiao Ban, flood into its comment section. I am sorry. I should not have heeded the slander of petty individuals. Xiao bon ish phenomenal. Teacher Ling Ye is extraordinary. Senior Lin Wei is remarkable. Downloaded. On repeat. This is the essence of true original music. Apologies, praises, and spontaneous recommendations abound. After a brief period of silence, Xiao Ban's download numbers erupt like a volcano, surging with fervor. Its ranking on the Tianlai chart begins to visibly rise against the tide. Lin Weiwei almost immediately encounters the article from the judge of the music industry. Upon reading the phrase, questioning one's dignity, and witnessing the overwhelming support from netizens, she can no longer contain herself. Tears well up as she trembles with excitement. She promptly sends a WeChat message to Ling Ye. Teacher Ling, I saw it. This is so satisfying. Woo-woo. I always knew you were the best. Through her words flows an almost blind trust and admiration for Ling Ye. Tianyin Entertainment, Composition Department. Bang! The exquisite Zisha tea cup trembled slightly in Song Wenbin's hands before being forcefully smashed to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. He fixed his gaze on the article by the music industry judge on the screen, his chest heaving violently, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Good for nothing. Fool! He bellowed at Zhou Ming, who stood nearby, pale and lost, unable to utter a single word. A chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. This time, it was truly over. Starshine Entertainment's Liang, he, and several senior executives quickly took note of this astonishing turn of events. The eyes of one vice president, hidden behind his glasses, sparkled with a complex light. This Ling Ye has some formidable tactics. And that music industry judge, reputed to show no mercy, had indeed struck hard this time. Liang, he was also shaken. He had not anticipated such a swift and lethal counterattack from Ling Ye. He immediately instructed the public relations department to respond. The executives swiftly directed the narrative, ensuring the protection of Ling Ye and Lin Weiwei. These are our people at Starshine. On Wang Hao's end, several independent music critics he had previously contacted began to voice their opinions. Although their language was not as fiery as that of the music industry judge, their viewpoints were remarkably consistent, each from different angles, corroborating the accusations of plagiarism against Little Half in favor of yesterday's love letter. This further nailed Zhou Ming to the pillar of shame. Within the confines of his apartment, Ling Ye observed everything with serene composure. He turned off Weibo, the phone screen darkening to reflect his unperturbed gaze. Rising, he walked into a makeshift practice room, resuming his vocal exercises. Late at night, Song Wenbin's private phone rang, connecting to a special number. On the other end, the voice of the music industry judge was devoid of warmth. Song, the big producer, what can I do for you? Do you wish for me to delete my post? After a brief pause, a faint chuckle seemed to emanate from the other side. Sure, you can trade your career for that. You, Song Wenbin seethed, nearly succumbing to a heart attack. How dare this parasite of the music industry negotiate with him? The call was abruptly terminated. Song Wenbin slumped down, aware of the music industry judge's formidable background, an entity he could not easily confront, with rumors suggesting a close connection to a rival of his own boss. The ranking of Little Half on the Heavenly Sound chart soared like a jet, breaking through layers of suppression and barriers, inevitably crashing into the top 50. The entire industry was shaken. Song Wenbin spent the night in his office, surrounded by a mountain of cigarette butts in the ashtray. He realized that he had truly struck a steel plate this time. No, it was an iceberg. The energy possessed by Ling Ye, or rather the influence he could wield, far exceeded his imagination. The public relations department of Tianyin Entertainment worked tirelessly through the night, deleting posts and controlling comments, attempting to suppress the trending topics. Yet, in the face of the terrifying influence of the music industry judge and the tidal wave of millions of furious netizens, their struggles were akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Their efforts bore little fruit, and their clumsy handling of public relations only fanned the flames, resulting in even harsher criticism. The download numbers for yesterday's love letter plummeted dramatically. The comments section has utterly devolved into a grand arena of condemnation and an annual compendium of farce. The title of annual plagiarism hit is truly well-deserved. Congratulations to teacher Zhou Ming for being bestowed with the moniker of the tailor of the music industry. Xinhua Entertainment has seized the opportunity to release further details regarding the creation of Xiaoban, including behind-the-scenes clips of Ling Ye guiding Lin Weiwei in the recording studio, which further solidifies the luminous image of the original creator. Song Wenbin, in a state of desperation, sought to contact acquaintances within the Blue Star Music Association, hoping they might intervene. However, the replies he received were predominantly polite refusals and vague insinuations. His actions have already transgressed the industry's bottom line, and no one wishes to be tainted by this scandal. Zhou Ming, thoroughly panicked, approached Song Wenbin like a stray dog, collapsing to the ground and pleading, "Brother Song, save me. I don't want to be finished. You were the one who gave a nod in the first place." Song Wenbin cast a cold glance in his direction, his tone chilling. "This matter must be shouldered by someone. Tianyin and I cannot afford to be implicated. Do you understand?" Zhou Ming's face turned ashen. Under immense pressure, the upper echelons of Tianyin Entertainment convened an emergency meeting late into the night. The conference room was thick with smoke and rife with heated arguments. Some advocated for the protection of Song Wenbin, for he was a golden producer, and the loss would be substantial. Yet, many more pointed out the overwhelming public outcry and the formidable influence of the music industry judge. If losses were not curtailed promptly, it threatened to drag the entire company down with it. Ultimately, upon receiving news of fluctuating stock prices, they resolved to sacrifice the pawn to protect the king. The following morning, Tianyin Entertainment's official Weibo account released a statement, declaring that yesterday's love letter was solely Zhou Ming's personal act. And the company expressed deep regret for its severe oversight in work review, offering sincere apologies to Mr. Ling Ye, the lyricist and composer, as well as to Xinhui Entertainment. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Ming was officially terminated by Tianyin Entertainment. Following that was a sternly worded notice of an infringement lawsuit from Xinhui Entertainment's legal department. Zhou Ming, once a composer of some renown, found his musical career effectively concluded at that moment. He sat slumped in his rented apartment, watching as the once flattering stars who had sought his favor now blocked him on WeChat, the world around him fading to darkness. He had become a discarded pawn. Although Song Wenbin temporarily escaped unscathed due to his substantial background and the company's protection, his reputation within the industry plummeted. The once glorious aura of a golden producer dimmed. Numerous collaborators began to reassess their partnerships with him, steering clear at all costs. Meanwhile, Xiao Ban surged forth, garnering public attention and achieving a remarkable ascent into the top 10 of the Tianlai chart. Lin Weiwei, through this single piece, ascended to legendary status, receiving an influx of invitations from high-quality variety shows and major music festivals. In Ling Ye's apartment, the morning light barely broke. He named a freshly completed document Candle Dragon Awakens. Dawn breaks in the east, drafted the preface for the overseas edition of Ghost Blows Out the Light and casually sent it via email to editor Yang Lin. Chapter 43, Prologue, a stunning revelation. Interstate collaboration begins as Yang Lin was meticulously organizing the various data following the pre-sale of Ghost Blows Out the Light, the mysterious ancient city. She received an email from Ling Ye. Upon noticing that the subject line read Overseas Edition Prologue, she eagerly clicked open, revealing the title. When a candle dragon opens its eyes, the East is awakened. The phrases Candle Dragon and East Awakened danced upon her lips, leaving her slightly perplexed about the connection between this title and a tomb-raiding adventure novel. With this curiosity in tow, she immersed herself in the text. The opening lines unfolded like an ancient, winding path, gradually drawing her into the narrative. Rather than directly recounting the story, Ling Ye began with the mythic imagery of the Candle Dragon, his grand prose painting a vivid picture of the ancient legends and mysterious forces that pervade the land of Dongyanzu. In his depiction, the Kunlun Divine Palace transcended mere geographical conceptions, transforming into a mythical origin steeped in countless secrets and fantasies. The words flowed with a profound sense of history and reverence for the unknown. As Yang Lin continued to read, a glimmer of illumination sparked in her eyes. Ling Ye, in a manner she had never conceived, intricately wove the foundations of Ghost Blows Out the Light with the profound cultural heritage of Dongyanzu. This was not merely a simple introduction to the work. It was a profound exploration of cultural origins, mythic narratives, and the spirit of discovery. Upon encountering the phrase, when the candle dragon opens its eyes, the East is awakened, she envisioned a primordial dragon residing in the far north, awakening to bring forth daylight, and retreating into night. After eons of silence, this creator deity slowly opened its eyes, casting light upon the entire world. A light that emanated from the ancient east of Dongyunzu. A surge of national pride welled up within her, igniting her passions. The value of this prologue, she mused, likely far exceeded that of the work itself. Trembling with excitement, she forwarded the document to Chief Editor Qian Hanlin, attaching an exuberant and somewhat incoherent reflection. Chief Qian, this prologue is simply magnificent. You must read it. Qian Hanlin, preoccupied with other matters, was intrigued by Yang Lin's unusual fervor and opened the email. Initially approaching it with a critical eye, his expression gradually grew serious, the brilliance in his gaze intensifying with each line. He set down his pen, cradling the screen as if it were a rare treasure. Ling Ye's words possessed an enchanting quality, transporting him into a world rich with myth and boundless possibilities. He recognized the author's profound understanding and unwavering confidence in his culture and the immense potential of this prologue as a cultural vessel. Ah, what a splendid declaration. When the candle dragon opens its eyes, the East is awakened. Qian Hanlin exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. This prologue was not merely the crowning touch to Ghost Blows Out the Light. It was a manifesto for the cultural dissemination of Dongyunzu. Its significance rivaled that of the work itself. Without delay, he forwarded the prologue to the head of the Guolan publishing house in Beichenshao, adding a single line, "Please savor a sliver of dawn from the ancient myths of Dongyunzu." Soon, a response arrived. The words conveyed an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Chief Qian, I have never encountered such a unique and imaginative prologue. It has opened a gateway to the fantastical world of Dongyunzu. Our interest in Ghost Blows Out the Light has reached unprecedented heights. The Beichen Prefecture Guanlan bookstore has swiftly expressed a desire for further collaboration, offering terms that are astonishingly favorable. Simultaneously, they have made a request. They hope that the author, Jiuho Xiao-en, will accept a cross-state video interview to share the creative background and the cultural essence of Dongyan Prefecture with the readers of Beichen. This request caused Yang Lin's heart to leap in her throat. A cross-state interview would undoubtedly thrust Ling Ye into the spotlight, exposing the risks associated with his anonymity. Upon receiving Yang Lin's report regarding the overseas publication progress, Ling Ye learned that the preface had achieved the desired effect, a faint smile gracing his lips. However, when he heard about the request for a cross-state video interview, his expression sharpened. Inform them, Ling Ye's voice was calm and steady, that the author currently requires time to reflect and focus on the creation of the next volume. I must decline all forms of public appearances and interviews. He paused, a hint of unwavering insistence in his tone, emphasizing the aura of mystery surrounding the author is a crucial selling point for the dissemination of the work and serves to protect the author's personal space. It is imperative to decline politely yet firmly. Yang Lin immediately understood and assured him that she would act according to his wishes. Meanwhile, Xiao Ban has soared on the Tianlai chart as if propelled by a rocket, inexorably breaking into the top 10. With its rankings steadily ascending in download and play counts surging dramatically, Lin Weiwei became an overnight sensation, with invitations to prestigious music festivals and popular variety shows pouring in like snowflakes. Xinghua Entertainment's executives were overjoyed and promptly crafted an intensive promotional plan for her, internally deciding to cultivate her as a key artist for the company in the coming years. Liang He, the head of the composition department, approached Ling Ye, his face radiating an unmistakable smile. Ling Ye, Xiao Ban has truly achieved resounding success. Both you and Weiwei have become the company's heroes. He patted Ling Ye on the shoulder, adopting a much more familiar tone. The level of attention from the higher-ups towards you is unprecedented. Lowering his voice, Liang He's eyes flickered with a hint of seriousness. However, although Song Wenbin has suffered a significant setback, his influence in the traditional music circle remains, particularly with some associations and established capital that have complex relationships. You should remain vigilant in your future endeavors. Ling Ye maintained a calm demeanor. Nodding slightly, thank you for the reminder, Brother Liang. I will be careful. While he outwardly accepted this well-intentioned advice, He was internally strategizing on how to leverage the immense success of Xiao Ban to further solidify his position and voice in the music realm, laying a robust foundation for the future release of more groundbreaking masterpieces. Returning to his workstation, Ling Ye opened a document and began to conceive the next work intended to impact the Tianlai chart. A melody reflecting youthful excitement and the purity of first love, the song Unique emerged in his mind. This piece, with its relatively brisk style, would showcase the diversity of his works, while its heartfelt emotion possessed the potential to ascend the charts. In the deep of night, as the city sank into slumber, Ling Ye sat before his computer, the screen displaying not musical scores or lyrics, but a dense array of materials. He diligently examined the state of the entertainment industry in Beichenshao, Nanshizhou, Xilinghao, and even Zhongtizhou. From premier film production companies and publishing conglomerates to burgeoning game studios, he meticulously gathered intelligence on the cultural nuances and market preferences of each region, akin to a stealthy hunter quietly amassing knowledge of his prey's territory. Ghost Blows Out the Light was merely the initial step. The cultural treasures from Earth extend far beyond this. Film, gaming, animation, theater. He aimed to orchestrate the most far-reaching strategies for the impending interstate expansion. As the screen of his phone illuminated, a message from his mother appeared. Xiao Shui recently watched Lin Weiwei singing on television and seemed quite delighted. She asked me if singing is difficult. She mentioned wanting to learn an instrument or singing. Upon reading this message, Ling Ye felt the tension that had gripped him throughout the day dissipate instantly. His fingers gently tapped on the screen. Mom, tell Xiao Shui that she can learn anything she desires, singing, an instrument, or anything else. As long as she enjoys it, her brother will wholeheartedly support her. Whether it is difficult or not is of little consequence. What truly matters is her happiness. Let her choose freely, without any pressure. After sending the message, he added, once I finish this busy period, I will take Xiao Shui to find a good teacher. I don't want her to feel that her brother is solely focused on himself. His mother quickly replied with an affirmative response, followed by a cascade of warm emojis. As he gazed at the names of his mother and sister, Ling Ye's expression softened immeasurably. This was the very essence of all his endeavors. Chapter 44. The Enigmatic Night God and the Initial Encounter with a Wealthy Fan Leader in a Meteoric Rise. Lin Weiwei's ascent on the celestial sound chart has resonated like a thunderous explosion in the music scene of Blue Star. The catalyst for this upheaval, Lin Weiwei herself, swiftly became the center of public attention. She soon received an invitation to participate in the highly popular music variety show, Celestial Voices. This stage is renowned for its rigorous competition and immense exposure, serving as a coveted springboard for countless artists. With a blend of trepidation and exhilaration, Lin Weiwei stepped onto this resplendent platform. In the inaugural episode of Celestial Voices, she chose to once again passionately interpret the song that catapulted her to fame, Half. Under the spotlight, clad in an elegant, understated gown, she closed her eyes, infusing her performance with raw emotion. Her voice, clear and rich with narrative, exquisitely conveyed the humble yet tenacious sentiments of unrequited love embedded in Half. There were no displays of technical prowess, only a heartfelt outpouring of feeling. The audience fell into a hushed silence, which was soon shattered by thunderous applause. Following the broadcast, the hashtag LinWeiWeiHalf surged to the top of various social media platforms, maintaining its popularity. Clips of her performance went viral, and numerous music critics and bloggers penned analyses, praising her for capturing the very essence of Half. Lin Weiwei's popularity skyrocketed, solidifying her status as a rising star in the realm of love ballads. Consequently, a deluge of media interviews ensued. Before the cameras, Lin Weiwei repeatedly acknowledged the creative mastermind behind her song, the illustrious Ling Ye. Her eyes sparkled with sincerity, and her tone brimmed with gratitude. Teacher Ling Ye is my mentor. Without him, I would not be here today. He is not merely a composer, but my spiritual guide. In the recording studio, he meticulously helped me to grasp the emotions within the lyrics, teaching me how to express that bittersweet yearning through my voice. He is extraordinary, almost as if he can see into the depths of the human heart. To me, he is a benefactor. He not only gifted me this song, but also helped me discover my true voice. She lavishly extolled Ling Ye's talents and character, her words imbued with an almost blind trust and admiration. Such sentiments further fueled public curiosity about the enigmatic figure of Ling Ye, who, after all, is this man capable of crafting a song as poignant as Half and guiding an artist to such heights? Music enthusiasts began to independently delve into Ling Ye's past works, rediscovering pieces like The Nameless, Mercury's Memoir, and Decent, igniting yet another wave of discussion. His name became associated with various mysterious epithets: musical sorcerer, a walking repository of melodies. Ultimately, the moniker Night God emerged within the fan community, becoming the highest accolade bestowed upon Ling Ye. The production team of Celestial Voices also recognized the tremendous potential for viewership associated with the Night God, extending an invitation through Lin Weiwei for him to appear as a mysterious guest on the show. However, this invitation was met with a calm refusal from Ling Ye. He chose to remain in the shadows, preserving his enigmatic persona. Meanwhile, a Weibo account rapidly rose to prominence in a remarkably short period, garnering a substantial following. The account, titled Night God Guardian Yaya Z, exhibited an astonishing fervor for Ling Ye's works. Not only did it lavishly support every song, but it also conducted exhaustive theoretical analyses and emotional interpretations of each piece, presenting clear logic and unique perspectives that often resonated deeply with listeners. Even more astonishing was the considerable financial backing behind this account. Whether it was for charting, purchasing merchandise, or organizing fan events, no expense was spared, earning it the playful nickname among music enthusiasts of Night God fan leader and wealthy patron. The true identity of Night God Guardian Yaya Z was none other than the affluent heiress, Chunya, raised in a life of privilege. She had everything materially, but often felt a lack of profound emotional engagement. It was not until she encountered Ling Ye's music that she first experienced the soul-stirring impact that resonated within her. She was utterly captivated by Ling Ye's talent and developed an intense curiosity about the elusive figure known as the Night God. Vowing to uncover the true identity of this mysterious artist, she utilized her resources to embark on a thorough investigation. From scrutinizing song copyright information and company registration details to piecing together online clues, she approached the task with the diligence of a seasoned detective, gradually assembling information about Ling Ye. On the other hand, while Little Half achieved resounding success, Ling Ye did not rest on his laurels. He was in the midst of conceptualizing his next work aimed at the celestial rankings, titled The Only One. This piece required a voice that was crisp, resonant, bright, and penetrating to convey the thrill and steadfastness of love. However, after sifting through various internal and external collaborators, he found himself unable to locate a vocalist who perfectly matched his requirements. One day, Liang He, the head of the composition department, approached Ling Ye with a look of satisfaction. "Ling Ye, the results of Little Half have pleased the entire company," he said, handing Ling Ye a document. "This is your internal evaluation report. According to company policy, with one more successful piece that impacts the celestial rankings, you will be promoted to intermediate composer. At that point, your benefits and resources will see significant enhancement." Ling Ye accepted the document with a slight nod. He understood that this was not merely a change in title, but a crucial breakthrough in his influence and resource allocation within the company. Meanwhile, Chunya's investigation deepened. Through complex technological means and financial leverage, she pinpointed Ling Ye's university, Dongyan Art University. She even uncovered vague employment records indicating that he had recently joined Xinghue Entertainment. Yet, the commonality of the name Ling Ye made it akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, leaving her at a loss. She hired a private detective to surveil the entrance of Xinghue Entertainment. Simultaneously, Yang Lin provided Ling Ye with an update on the overseas version of Ghost Blows Out the Light. The preface of The Candle Dragon opens its eyes. Dawn Breaks in the East has stirred a significant commotion in Beichun Prefecture, with the Guanlon Publishing House exhibiting an unprecedented interest in the work, offering a 7-figure royalty. Concurrently, they have once again earnestly requested that the Dream of the Tipsy Maiden accept an anonymous audio interview. hoping to utilize this opportunity to further promote the cultural essence of Dongyan Prefecture. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Ye consented to the request for an anonymous audio interview. He appointed Yang Lin as the sole point of contact, ensuring that all questions and responses would be relayed through her. He planned to leverage this opportunity, under the guise of the dream of the tipsy maiden, to further disseminate the culture of Dongyan Prefecture, a crucial step for his future cross-province endeavors. Meanwhile, the private investigator hired by Chun Ye had been lurking outside Xinghua Entertainment for several days and unexpectedly captured a series of photographs. In the images, a young man wearing black-rimmed glasses, exuding a somewhat serene demeanor, was seen leaving the company alongside the head of the composition department, Liang He, engaged in conversation. The investigator sent the photographs back to Chun Ye. Upon examining the images, Chun Ye found the young man's demeanor unremarkable, entirely inconsistent with her imagination of a night god, the creator of songs such as Half a Moment and Mercury Retrograde. She shook her head, deeming it improbable, and instructed the investigator to continue surveilling, this time focusing on those who appear to be artists, particularly young men with distinctive qualities. Unbeknownst to her, she had merely brushed past her target. Ling Ye remained oblivious to the fact that he had caught the attention of the night god, who was safeguarding Yi. He was still in the process of selecting the singer for the only one. By chance, while browsing through internal performance videos of small music groups online, one video captured his attention. The footage was somewhat blurry, featuring a girl in a mask standing in a corner, seemingly grappling with social anxiety. However, when she began to sing, her clear, round, bright, and penetrating voice instantly captivated Ling Ye's ears. This was the voice. His eyes lit up. He immediately reached out to the group member who uploaded the video, eager to locate this girl. Just as Ling Ye felt a flicker of delight at the prospect of finding the potential singer for the only one. A trending topic titled "Finding the Night God" surged rapidly across the internet. Chun Ye, under the guise of the night god safeguarding Yi, boldly announced the launch of a large-scale online event to find the night god. She not only outlined the rules of the event, but also revealed an astonishing reward. Anyone who could provide definitive evidence proving the night god's true identity, along with personal confirmation, would receive a cash prize of up to 200,000 yuan. This announcement struck like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly creating ripples of excitement. A reward of 200,000 yuan. Such a sum was unprecedented in the cultural and entertainment circles of Dongyan Prefecture. Countless individuals were left astonished, intrigued, and even began to roll up their sleeves in anticipation of joining this nationwide quest for the night god. In his apartment, Ling Ye calmly perused the event announcement on his phone. Upon seeing the call for the night god and the substantial reward, he subtly furrowed his brow. This force, imbued with a reckless fervor, appeared to surpass the malevolent oppression of Song Wenbin, which was rooted in selfish interests and jealousy. He sensed a whiff of impending trouble. Chapter 45. The anonymous tip-off sparks astir. The topic of finding night god erupted like an unexpected tempest across the social platforms of Blue Star, fueled by the tantalizing allure of a substantial reward of 200,000. Countless eyes, driven by curiosity, the desire for the bounty, or simply the thrill of the spectacle, fervently began to scour for any trace of night god. A plethora of elusive so-called clues emerged, with countless dubious revelations flooding in daily, making it difficult to discern truth from falsehood. Some confidently analyzed Ling Ye's compositional style, endeavoring to uncover hints among graduates of music academies. Others even interpreted the lyrics of Little Half to deduce the author's possible zodiac sign and blood type. For the first time, Ling Ye's tranquil life was disrupted by this fervor of public participation. He set down his phone, the screen still flickering with a myriad of speculations. His brow furrowed, not out of fear, but rather from an instinctive alertness to the chaos. The energy manifested behind the ID of night god, protecting Yako, and the unrestrained investment it demonstrated made him realize that this force, if left unchanneled, could potentially disrupt many of his future plans in unforeseeable ways. This was unlike Song Wenbin's maliciousness born from industry rivalries. This was a near-paranoid, selfless quest for discovery, posing an even greater challenge to navigate. Within Starshine Entertainment, the grand scale of the search for Night God had inevitably stirred ripples. The head of the composition department, Ling Ye, approached Ling Ye once again. His smile laced with complexity. Ling Ye, you become quite the sensation in Dongyunzu. Night God is a topic of conversation wherever you go. He paused, lowering his voice. The company has noticed the online developments. The higher-ups suggest that if you deem it necessary, we can intervene to guide public opinion or assist you in managing any unwarranted troubles. Ling Ye understood Liang He's goodwill, recognizing it as a further affirmation of his value to the company. He gently shook his head, his tone calm. Thank you, Brother Liang, and please extend my gratitude to the company. For now, I prefer to observe the situation. He did not wish to prematurely entangle the company in this whirlwind initiated by fans. More importantly, he needed to maintain control over the pace. Refusing the company's involvement, Ling Ye accelerated his search for the singular suitable performer. He needed to release his next work swiftly, using the music itself to overshadow and guide the excessive external attention. Through connections from a previous small music group, Ling Ye finally obtained the contact information of the masked girl from the video. Her name was Su Xiaoya, a sophomore in the vocal department at Donghai Art College, and she was his junior. According to group members, Su Xiaoya possessed exceptional professional skills, but her personality was remarkably introverted, even suffering from severe stage fright, rarely participating in any public performances. That internal concert had only occurred after much persuasion. Ling Ye attempted to reach out to Su Xiaoya via email, expressing his intention to collaborate. Hello, Su Xiaoya. I am a composer, and by chance, I stumbled upon a fragment of your singing, captivated by the exceptional quality of your voice, which resonates beautifully with the essence of a new song I am crafting. I wondered if there might be an opportunity for a collaboration. After sending the email, I felt as if it had vanished into the void. Ling Ye was not surprised. For a girl of introverted nature and a wary disposition towards the outside world, such an invitation felt abrupt and suspicious. After some contemplation, he revised the email, this time concealing his true identity and merely signing it as Mr. L. The content was succinct, consisting of a brief piano demo and a few core lyrics, hoping that the music itself would convey its emotion. He concluded the email with a simple statement. Meanwhile, the reward campaign initiated by the Night God to protect Yaya continued to gain traction. Chunya seemed unsatisfied with the online uproar. Her determination was beyond imagination. Reports surfaced that an unidentified hacker had attempted to breach the internal servers of Xinghua Entertainment, targeting the composition department's database. But fortunately, the company's technical team thwarted the intrusion. Chunya appeared undeterred by this setback. She announced on her Weibo that she would raise the reward for finding the Night God from 200,000 to 500,000. 500,000. The entire online community was once again shaken. Simultaneously, Chunya began to explore alternative avenues. She sought to contact Lin Weiwei through various channels, subtly probing for information regarding teacher Ling Ye. Lin Weiwei received several calls and messages from individuals claiming to be fans of the Night God, earnestly requesting to learn more about his creative habits and preferences. In response, Lin Weiwei remained tight-lipped, repeatedly emphasizing that teacher Ling Ye is an exceptionally low-key individual, urging everyone to focus more on his work and not to intrude upon his life. Her defense of Ling Ye was heartfelt. The speculation surrounding the Night God had become so bizarre that even Ling Ye himself found it amusing and exasperating. Some claimed he was a reclusive veteran of the music industry. Others suggested he was an AI creative program. And some even asserted he was a descendant of a fallen aristocracy. As Ling Ye browsed through these posts, a glimmer of helplessness crossed his eyes. Yet he grew increasingly vigilant. Public opinion is a double-edged sword. He began to seriously contemplate whether he needed to adopt subtle countermeasures to deftly steer the narrative, at least to prevent matters from spiraling into an uncontrollable absurdity. At that moment, a call from Yang Lin came through. "Big brother, I have wonderful news." Yang Lin's voice brimmed with excitement. The anonymous audio interview for Ghost Blows Out the Light has been scheduled with the Beichenshao Guolan Publishing House for next Wednesday evening. They are taking this interview very seriously and have prepared numerous questions regarding the cultural background and creative context of Dong Gyunzu, hoping for an engaging discussion. Understood, editor Yang. I will be there on time, Ling Ye replied, speaking as the voice of a girl's dream after a night of revelry. Promoting the culture of Dong Gyunzu was a step he had long envisioned. Hanging up the phone, Ling Ye rubbed his temples. Amidst the chaotic affairs that surged like an unrelenting tide, he felt a long-lost sense of challenge. In the deep of night, the neon lights outside his apartment flickered. Within the stillness of the late-night inbox lay an unread email. The sender was Su Xiaoya. The message was succinct, comprising merely a single line, imbued with a hint of tentative inquiry and an almost imperceptible yearning. Mr. L, may I attempt this song? Upon reading these words, the taut corners of Ling Ye's lips finally curved into a slight smile. However, the tumult of the online world is ever tumultuous. Just as Ling Ye felt a flicker of hope for the emergence of the sole performer of the only, an anonymous account claiming to be a classmate from Yeshan High School surfaced in a nondescript corner of a forum, revealing an alleged embarrassing incident from their school days, accompanied by a heavily pixelated group photo, asserting that one among them was Yeshan. The substance of this revelation was hollow, the evidence nebulous, and it swiftly became submerged beneath the more sensational and bizarre speculations surrounding the hashtag #FindYeshan, stirring only the faintest of ripples. When Ling Ye inadvertently stumbled upon this information, his gaze sharpened. Despite the photo's obscurity, he vaguely recognized the backdrop where it was taken. The situation seemed to be veering away from his control towards a more tangible direction. In a luxurious villa in another city, Chunya was directing her information-gathering team to sift through a vast sea of online data. Sisterya, this lead is too unreliable. It doesn't even have a clear face. Most likely just a bid for attention, a young assistant remarked dismissively while pointing at the high school classmate's revelation. Chunya scrutinized the blurred group photo, her brow furrowing slightly. Her instincts told her that the analyses of those grasping at straws might be delusional, while this seemingly inconspicuous, pointed piece of gossip could harbor an unexpected breakthrough. Her tone was resolute. Investigate. Identify the school in the photo's background, and trace the poster's IP address. Miss no detail. Since high school has been mentioned, let us begin our inquiry with all the renowned art high schools in Dongyan Province. She had unwavering faith that they would uncover something. For Yeshan, she possessed the patience and resources to validate every minor possibility. Chapter 46. The misty pursuit. Upon receiving an email from Su Xiaoya, Ling Ye resolved to meet her. To diminish her defenses, he chose not to convene in the bustling atmosphere of Xinhui Entertainment, but rather, under the guise of Mr. L, arranged their audition in a somewhat antiquated piano room near Dongyan Art University. This secluded setting, far removed from the clamor of the world, still bore a hint of the purity of student life, perhaps allowing her to feel more at ease. On the day of the audition, Su Xiaoya indeed appeared as described by the club members, her face obscured by a tightly fitted mask, revealing only her clear yet slightly anxious eyes. She was even more nervous than Ling Ye had anticipated, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothing, her voice a mere whisper, almost caught in her throat as she greeted him. Ling Ye refrained from rushing into the audition, instead engaging in casual conversation about amusing anecdotes from school, aiming to ease her discomfort. He observed that although she was anxious, a glimmer of longing sparkled in her eyes when music was mentioned. Relax, just as if you were in the club activity room, Ling Ye said gently, smiling to encourage her. As the piano demo of the only flowed through the room, imbued with youthful emotions and the purity of first love, Su Xiaoya closed her eyes. Initially, her voice quivered slightly, but as the melody unfolded, the latent talent hidden beneath her introverted exterior seemed to awaken. Her voice spilled forth from behind the mask, clear, rounded, and imbued with an unrefined brilliance that possessed a heart-stirring resonance. It was a voice capable of capturing hearts instantly, pure and clean, yet rich with delicate emotion. Ling Ye listened intently, his admiration deepening with each note. This was the voice. It perfectly matched his vision of the only, even surpassing his expectations. The purity and strength she exhibited were qualities that many technically proficient singers struggled to attain. As the song concluded, Su Xiaoya slowly opened her eyes. Her cheeks slightly flushed beneath her mask, her gaze tinged with uncertainty. Ling Ye did not hold back his praise. Excellent. Your voice is precisely what I have been searching for. He refrained from applying excessive pressure, opting instead for a simple discussion about his interpretation of the only and the emotional core he hoped to convey through the song. This was merely a demo, and Ling Ye handed her a recorded full version of the demo, which contained a more complete arrangement and intricate details. Take it home and familiarize yourself with it. There's no need to feel pressured. Just truly feel the essence of the song. In 3 days, we can discuss the details of our collaboration in depth, shall we? He provided Su Xiaoya ample space for contemplation, understanding that for a girl of her temperament, a gradual approach was far more effective than a direct confrontation. Su Xiaoya accepted the demo, her fingers trembling slightly, and nodded earnestly, her voice still faint. Thank you. Thank you. Meanwhile, on the other side of the internet, a storm was brewing. The night god's ability to safeguard and execute commands had reached astonishing heights, spurred by the bounty of 500,000. Chinya's team operated like a finely tuned machine, running at full speed. The collective photograph, revealed by a high school classmate, featuring individuals with heavy modifications, along with the blurred IP address of the poster, has become their new breakthrough. Through technical analysis and information comparison, the background of the photograph has been preliminarily identified as the East Rhythm Art University affiliated senior high school. This institution is renowned throughout East Rhythm State and the entire Blue Planet for its illustrious reputation in the realm of arts education. Upon receiving the report, Chinya's eyes glimmered with excitement. She promptly issued a new directive. Investigate. I require a comprehensive list of all artistic specialty graduates, particularly male students with a focus on music, from East Rhythm Art University affiliated senior high school over the past decade. Leave no stone unturned. Graduation photos, personal information, anything that can be found. Her tone was resolute. She was willing to invest any necessary resources to locate the enigmatic night god. An invisible net was quietly cast from Ling Ye's academic history. At Xinghua Entertainment, in the composition department, He approached Ling Ye's workstation once more, his expression more solemn than in previous encounters. Ling Ye, he lowered his voice to ensure no one else was listening. The higher-ups are paying significant attention to you lately. The continuous success of Little Half combined with the current online frenzy of searching for the night god has elevated your commercial value far beyond that of an ordinary composer. He paused, seemingly weighing his words. The latest message from the executives is, they hope you might consider moderate exposure. You need not step into the limelight for an interview. Even an official certified silhouette or a profile shot without revealing your full face would suffice to align with the company's upcoming promotion for Night God. Liang Yi's eyes reflected both expectation and persuasion. This would create a win-win scenario for both you and the company. Just think, once the identity of Night God is officially confirmed, even if it only scratches the surface, your status and influence within the industry will reach unprecedented heights. Ling Ye lightly tapped his fingertips against the desk, his demeanor calm and unruffled. He understood the company's considerations and recognized Liang Yi's position caught in the middle. Brother Liang, I appreciate the company's goodwill. He raised his head, his gaze clear and resolute, but I believe this is not the right moment. I prefer to focus my energies on the work itself. Excessive exposure will only hinder my creative process. It was yet another polite refusal. A flicker of helplessness crossed Liang Yi's eyes, but he did not press further. He knew Ling Ye's temperament. Once he made a decision, it was difficult to alter. He merely sighed. All right, I will convey your sentiments. However, Ling Ye, the online landscape is ever-changing. Do remain vigilant. Ling Ye nodded slightly. I will. After Liang Ye departed, the calm facade on Ling Ye's face gradually faded, his gaze deepening. The company's intention to leverage the popularity of Night God for commercial development was understandable. However, Chun Ye's relentless search was beginning to encroach upon the genuine information chain he wished to keep concealed. If she truly follows the trail to trace him from the Eastern Melody Art University affiliated senior high school to the university itself, and subsequently to the emerging composers at Xinghua Entertainment. He must devise a contingency plan. Moreover, Ling Ye began to contemplate whether he should proactively disseminate some intricately woven, misleading information to redirect this overwhelming tide of inquiry towards a safer harbor. Just as he was deep in thought, a notification sound from his email interrupted him. It was a message from Su Xiaoya. Upon opening it, he found the content to be lengthier than the previous correspondence. Imbued with a resolute courage and a fervent yearning for music. Mr. L, I am profoundly grateful for the opportunity you have bestowed upon me. I have listened to the Only One numerous times, and I genuinely adore it. It evokes a long-lost thrill and strength within me. I am eager to collaborate with you, and I truly wish to excel in its performance. Furthermore, Mr. L, if possible, I would like to endeavor to overcome my stage fright. I am aware of the challenges, yet encountering this song has unexpectedly granted me a flicker of courage. Upon reading this, a smile of gratification graced Ling Ye's lips. This was undoubtedly the most promising news for the Only One. Meanwhile, within the opulent villa of Chunya, her team had made a new discovery amidst the vast sea of graduate profiles. Sister Ye, we have found a student dossier bearing the name Ling Ye, a graduate of the Eastern Melody Art University affiliated senior high school. He excelled in music composition and piano performance during his high school years. The assistant excitedly retrieved an electronic file, presenting it to Chunya. Leaning closer to the screen, she scrutinized the information and the slightly youthful photograph contained within. The boy in the image was handsome, yet appeared somewhat frail, quite unlike the composed Ling Ye, who was captured by a private detective at the entrance of Xinghua Entertainment. Adorned with black-rimmed glasses, the temperament seems quite different. Chunya mused, her brow slightly furrowed, though she did not dismiss the possibility outright. She noted that the dossier clearly indicated this Ling Ye had enrolled in the composition department of Eastern Melody Art University after graduating high school. Eastern Melody Art University. Composition department, Chunya murmured, a glint of insight flashing in her eyes. She promptly adjusted her strategy, starting from the emerging composers within Xinghua Entertainment. Combining the university information we currently possess, we shall conduct a reverse investigation. I refuse to believe that two lines of inquiry cannot converge upon the same individual. Simultaneously, Ling Ye astutely perceived that discussions online regarding the search for the night god had begun to sporadically surface with speculations and analyses hinting at his alma mater, the composition department of Eastern Melody Art University. Although these posts remained vague and lacked concrete direction, this trend set off alarm bells within him. Chapter 47. The revelation of Mr. L's true identity. The afternoon sun streamed through the CAF's glass windows, casting a warm glow onto the booth by the window, where a subtle aroma of coffee lingered in the air. Su Xiaoya arrived 10 minutes ahead of the scheduled time. Before her sat an untouched glass of lemonade, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the rim of the cup. Ling Ye appeared punctually, taking a seat opposite her. Mr. L, she broke the silence first, her voice even more delicate than it had been in the music room. After returning home, I listened to the demo of the Only repeatedly, and I truly adore it. However, are you really the composer from Xinghua Entertainment? What will our future collaboration entail? Her words carried an intense yearning for the song itself, intertwined with a hint of trepidation regarding the uncertainties that lay ahead. After all, for a student with minimal social experience and a fear of performing, signing with an entertainment company felt overwhelmingly distant and significant. Ling Ye did not respond directly to her inquiry, his calm gaze resting on her somewhat anxious eyes as he posed a question in return. Su Xiaoya, if the identity of Mr. were more complicated, or perhaps more renowned than you envision, would you still wish to pursue this collaboration? Su Xiaoya was momentarily taken aback. Her keen intellect immediately discerned an unusual implication within Ling Ye's words. Considering the recent discussions online surrounding the figure of Night God, along with several songs that had nearly swept across Donyun province, a bold yet incredulous hypothesis quietly surfaced in her mind. After a brief silence, she lifted her gaze, her expression shifting from timidity to earnestness. Sir, I believe in your talent, as is evident from the Only. However, if your identity brings me challenges beyond my current capacity to bear, or entangles me in complex disputes I might truly need to reconsider. I only wish to sing well and strive to overcome my fears. Her candid declaration caught Ling Ye off guard. He had anticipated that this seemingly introverted and timid girl would seize the potential opportunity without hesitation. Instead, her forthright expression of her boundaries and concerns elevated his regard for her. Ling Ye nodded, a hint of approval in his tone. I understand. Therefore, I shall be straightforward. He regarded Su Xiaoya earnestly. Su Xiaoya, hello, I am Ling Ye. The night god referred to online is indeed me, Mr. Was merely a temporary alias for the sake of contacting you, and I am, in fact, your senior. A thunderous realization burst in Su Xiaoya's mind, her pupils dilating in astonishment. Despite having entertained a faintly unrealistic suspicion, the overwhelming shock of Ling Ye's admission rendered her momentarily speechless. Ling Ye, night god, the enigmatic composer behind Nameless, Mercury Retrograde, a little bit indecent. The night god revered by countless music enthusiasts online, whose identity had sparked a fervent search among many. Could it truly be the young senior before her, seemingly only a few years her elder, radiating a serene aura? The entire situation felt surreal, rendering her momentarily speechless. Ling Ye refrained from urging her, simply observing her with calm patience as she recovered from her astonishment. He continued to elucidate. The reason I chose to remain anonymous is not out of a desire for mystery, but rather to encourage a focus on the work itself rather than the creator. Furthermore, I wish to avoid being thrust into the limelight too early, as it could disrupt both my personal life and creative rhythm. He paused, his gaze resting on Su Xiaoya's still bewildered expression, his tone sincere. I sought you out because your voice perfectly embodies everything that the only wishes to convey. Su Xiaoya's heart raced. Yet Ling Ye's earnest words, along with the pure, emotional force transmitted through his work, gradually calmed her tumultuous thoughts. She recalled her genuine affection for the professional guidance and encouragement Ling Ye had provided during the audition, and the trust inherent in his choice to reveal his identity to her. If there had been any lingering doubts regarding Mr. L's identity or apprehensions about signing with an entertainment company, the moment Mr. L and the artist Ling Ye converged into one, all her anxieties found a solid foundation. It was a testament to absolute talent and an acknowledgement of the character of a true musician. Su Xiaoya's gaze grew resolute. Taking a deep breath, her eyes sparkled with an unprecedented determination. Ling Ye, Senior, I believe in you. I am willing to sing the only and to sign with Starshine Entertainment. With that, she extended her slightly trembling hand. A genuine smile finally graced Ling Ye's face as he reached out, gently clasping her hand. I look forward to our collaboration. You will take pride in today's decision. Their hands parted almost immediately. Subsequently, Ling Ye briefly outlined the general process and important details regarding the contract with Starshine Entertainment. He assured her that he would enlist Zhang Wei from the company's artist department to handle the specific contractual matters and promised to secure the most favorable terms and resources for her. Su Xiaoya felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. The weight on her heart lifted as she looked forward to their future collaboration. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Chenya's information gathering team achieved a breakthrough. Through an in-depth analysis of nearly a decade's worth of graduate records from the composition department of Dongyan Music Academy, combined with vague information that had leaked from Starshine Entertainment regarding new composers, as well as a comparison of a heavily edited group photo from high school, they had narrowed their focus to several graduates named Ling Ye. Among them, one Ling Ye, a recent graduate from Dongyan Music Academy's composition department who had just begun working at Starshine Entertainment, became the prime suspect. Immediately gather all information related to this Ling Ye, no matter how trivial. I want it all. Chenya commanded assertively into the phone, her tone leaving no room for doubt. Chapter 48. The signing of the contract. A new star begins its voyage in the office of Zhang Wei, head of the artist department at Starlight Entertainment. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation. The candid conversation with Ling Ye at the CAF had finally dispelled the heavy stone of anxiety that had long lingered in Su Xiaoya's heart. Now, as she followed Ling Ye into this office, an emblem of the premier entertainment resources in Dongyun province. She felt a twinge of nervousness, her fingers tightly clutching the hem of her attire. Zhang Wei, dressed in a sharp professional suit with shoulder-length hair and keen eyes, greeted them with a perfunctory smile. The minimalist yet modern decor of her office framed a breathtaking view of the bustling city outside. Upon seeing Ling Ye and Su Xiaoya, she gestured for them to sit, her demeanor efficient and devoid of unnecessary pleasantries. Her penetrating gaze lingered on Su Xiaoya for a few seconds, as if she could see through to her very soul. Instinctively, Su Xiaoya wanted to avert her gaze, but a reassuring look from Ling Ye steadied her nerves. Su Xiaoya, is it? I've listened to your demo, and I must say, you possess remarkable potential. Zhang Wei cut to the chase, her tone assertive. Our company has always been generous with resources for talented newcomers. Let us bypass the usual observation period and discuss the signing of your contract. She retrieved a document from her desk, sliding it across to Su Xiaoya. This is the proposed A-level newcomer contract. Please take a look. With trembling hands, Su Xiaoya picked up the contract. After flipping through just a few pages, disbelief washed over her. The terms were far more generous than she, as an aspiring artist yet to debut, could have ever envisioned. The contract not only included extensive promotional resources and professional training programs, but also featured a specific clause addressing her stage fright, an assurance that the company would engage a top-tier psychological consultant for one-on-one support and specialized training. For Su Xiaoya, this was akin to a lifeline in the midst of adversity. Ling Ye, too, examined a copy of the contract with meticulous attention. His expression remained composed, but his fingers paused upon reading one particular page. A special clause, modest in font yet significant in weight, stated that the chief music producer for Su Xiaoya's first 3 personal albums, or EPs, must be Mr. Ling Ye. Should Mr. Ling Ye terminate his contract with the company or become unable to fulfill his role for any reason, the company reserves the right to unilaterally and unconditionally dissolve the contract with the artist without assuming any liability for breach. This clause effectively bound Su Xiaoya's musical future to Ling Ye's presence. Rather than merely signing Su Xiaoya, it seems Starlight Entertainment was using this A-level contract to express both their high regard for Ling Ye and their desire to retain him. Zhang Wei noted Ling Ye's attention fixated on the special clause and smiled subtly, a hint of amusement gracing her lips. Ling Ye? This clause was specifically added by our upper management. The company is highly optimistic about your collaboration with Su Xiaoya and trusts your ability to maximize her potential. Her words were impeccably crafted, both flattering to Ling Ye and affirming Su Xiaoya's significance. Su Xiaoya, having noted the clause herself, looked toward Ling Ye, her mind swirling with uncertainty. Ling Ye slightly nodded at her, his gaze conveying a reassuring message. He understood that this was not only a deliberate strategy of Xinghui, but also a form of assurance for Su Xiaoya. With his presence, Su Xiaoya's musical journey would remain steadfastly on course. I have no issues. Su Xiaoya's voice remained soft, yet her tone bore an unprecedented conviction. She picked up the pen and meticulously inscribed her name at the end of the contract. A pleasant collaboration, Zhang Wei expressed with a sincere smile, rising to shake hands with both Su Xiaoya and Ling Ye. From this day forth, you are officially a member of Xinghui Entertainment. She pressed the intercom, stating, "Notify everyone. The Morningstar project is officially underway." After hanging up, Zhang Wei elaborated, "The company will assemble a dedicated team for you, including seasoned agents, publicity specialists, and stylists. Your debut song, The Only One, will be promoted as a top-tier A-level project by the company." Swift and efficient, she continued. Regarding The Only One, Ling Ye began, his voice steady. Its essence lies in the reminiscence and solitude following loss, targeting a youthful audience, particularly those aged 25 to 30 who have experienced breakups, long-distance relationships, or prolonged emotional detachment. My preliminary vision is to generate buzz through music communities and similar channels, complemented by evocative short videos to create an atmosphere. Once the song is released, we may consider collaborating with events that resonate with its thematic emotions. Ling Ye articulated his positioning, promotional rhythm, and potential derivative value for The Only One with clarity and structure. His professionalism and acute grasp of market dynamics left Zhang Wei, who prided herself on her discerning eye, quietly astonished. This young man was undoubtedly more than a mere songwriter. Excellent. Zhang Wei nodded in approval. Your ideas align perfectly with the company's initial plans, and in some respects, they're even more detailed. Ling Ye, the company executives are highly attentive to you, our night god. They hope you can soon present more substantial works. If the only one succeeds, your promotion to intermediate composer is virtually assured. Ling Ye's expression remained calm. I will do my utmost. However, for the time being, my primary focus will be on Su Xiaoya, crafting future works tailored for her. Other songwriting invitations may need to be graciously declined. This was to elevate Su Xiaoya into a formidable asset. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Zhang Wei's eyes. With your commitment, I am reassured. Just as the signing ceremony concluded on a high note, Su Xiaoya's phone on the table suddenly vibrated. She glanced at the caller ID, revealing an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, she answered, "Hello?" A slightly magnetic male voice resonated on the other end, laced with a hint of deliberate amiability. "May I speak with Su Xiaoya, please?" "Hello, I am Zhou Mohan, a music producer from Tianyin Entertainment." At the mention of this name, Zhang Wei's brow furrowed slightly. One of the esteemed composers at Tianyin Entertainment, renowned for unearthing new talent and possessing a diverse musical style, is quite well known within the industry. Su Xiaoya felt somewhat bewildered. "Hello, producer Zhou. How may I assist you?" With a tone imbued with warmth, Zhou Mohan replied, "I inadvertently came across a segment of your a cappella demo, and I was thoroughly impressed. Your vocal timbre is remarkably distinctive, precisely the kind of sound I've been seeking. I happen to have a newly crafted song tailored specifically for you. Might you be interested in collaborating? Rest assured, Tianyin Entertainment is prepared to offer you the most generous terms." As his words lingered in the air, silence enveloped the office. Su Xiaoya instinctively glanced at Ling Ye and Zhang Wei. Ling Ye maintained his usual demeanor, while Zhang Wei wore a subtle, mocking smile. Was this an attempt to intercept or merely a test? Taking a deep breath, Su Xiaoya, though still anxious, recalled Ling Ye's presence and the freshly signed contract. Gathering her courage, she replied politely yet resolutely, "I sincerely appreciate your recognition, producer Zhou. However, I have already signed with Xinghua Entertainment and will soon be releasing a new song. Therefore, I must decline." With that, she decisively terminated the call. Tianyin's response was swift. Zhang Wei lifted the coffee cup from the table, taking a delicate sip, her tone laced with a hint of disdain. This is the norm in the entertainment industry. When someone sees potential in you, others will attempt to pluck the fruit or stir the waters. Su Xiaoya, focus on preparing your music. Leave the rest to me. Chapter 49. The Emergence of a Clever Scheme, a Dual Assault. In the vibrant ambience of Xinghua Entertainment's Studio 1, Su Xiaoya felt her palms clammy with nerves. Ling Ye, perceiving her unease, refrained from urging her on. Instead, he offered her a glass of warm water, his voice tranquil. "Do not be anxious. This place is akin to your school's practice room. Aside from the superior equipment, it is no different. Consider it a rehearsal space for just the two of us." He moved behind the mixing console, donned his monitoring headphones, and gestured to the recording engineer, Lao Zhao. Lao Zhao, a seasoned man in his 40s with thinning hair, had encountered countless prodigies in his career, and he paid little heed to the young girl personally brought by Ling Ye. "Are you ready?" Ling Ye's voice resonated through the headphones, gentle yet undeniably commanding. Su Xiaoya nodded, inhaled deeply, and positioned herself before the microphone. The accompaniment of the only gradually filled the room, the piano notes cascading like moonlight. You truly understand the essence of the only, which is far more complex than mere breathing. As she began, a slight tremor marked Su Xiaoya's voice, imbued with cautious exploration. Ling Ye remained silent, simply listening. "Your uncertainty intertwines with my tumultuous journey, awakening amidst demise, realizing your cleverness while bearing me." It was only after the first chorus concluded that he pressed the communication button. "Xiaoya, when you sang just now, were you thinking, I must perform this well?" Taken aback, "Su Xiaoya nadith. This song is not merely a collection of techniques. Ling Ye posit. Imagine, if you will, a bus stop at dusk, where the person you await never arrives. The sky gradually darkens, streetlights flicker to life, and it seems as though the world consists solely of you and the profound weight of unfulfilled anticipation. Can you grasp that feeling? As she closed her eyes, the imagery Ling Ye painted unfolded in her mind. Loneliness, despair, and a twinge of secret longing enveloped her, mingling with the bittersweet sting of unattainable hope. Let us start anew. Forget the techniques, forget the recording studio. Focus solely on you and your emotions. The accompaniment resumed. This time, her voice remained pure and crystalline. Yet every modulation and breath resonated with the poignant essence of loss and melancholy. The humility of yearning, the stubbornness of attachment, and the indelible ache of memory coalesced, layered yet distinctly articulated, especially in the latter half of the song, as emotions surged toward a climax. Her voice emanated a shattered beauty, infused with a flicker of faint hope amidst despair. The emotional force penetrated the very core of one's heart. As the final note faded, silence enveloped the studio. Su Xiaoye slowly opened her eyes, glancing anxiously at Ling Ye behind the mixing console. He said nothing but offered her an approving thumbs up. After several more attempts, Su Xiaoye's interpretation grew increasingly profound. With each repetition, her understanding of the song's haunting solitude deepened, her emotional investment becoming ever more precise, not merely a display of technical prowess, but a soulful interpretation. Lao Zhao, listening from outside, couldn't help but nod appreciatively. This girl possesses a certain depth. Ling Ye remained silent behind the mixing console, occasionally offering succinct guidance. Finally, after yet another impassioned performance, Su Xiaoye concluded her last note, her breath still somewhat unsteady. She anxiously glanced towards the control room. Ling Ye raised his hand, signaling to Lao Zhao. This version is satisfactory. Su Xiaoye's taut nerves suddenly relaxed, nearly causing her legs to buckle. Wonderful. The recording of the Only has finally been completed. Without a moment's pause, Ling Ye swiftly approached Zhang Wei and the team from the Morning Star Project, proposing a promotional concept for the Only. I intend to deviate from the conventional path of lip-synced music videos, he stated directly. I envision filming a music video that emphasizes atmosphere and leaves room for interpretation, focusing on the profound loneliness experienced in breakups and long-distance relationships. In the conference room, the promotional team perked up their ears. The core concept of the music video involves stream of consciousness narration. There is no need for a complex plot. Rather, we will employ a plethora of symbolic empty shots, such as an abandoned train station platform, the window of the first subway train in the early morning, the blurred reflections on a rain-soaked window, letters filled with longing that were never sent, and contrasting shots of iconic buildings from two different cities. Accompanied by Su Xiaoye's ethereal solo performance, it could depict a desolate street corner or an empty room, with a focus on creating a strong visual sense of solitude and emotional resonance. We aim for every viewer with similar experiences to see their own reflections in the music video and to fill in their personal narratives. Upon hearing Ling Ye's vision, Zhang Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she couldn't help but exclaim, Ling Ye, your concept is absolutely brilliant. It precisely captures the core emotions of the song. And this artistic approach of leaving space for interpretation is exceptionally sophisticated. It will undoubtedly spark viral discussions and emotional connections among the youth. Let us proceed with this. Soon, Su Xiaoye was immersed in intensive physical and performance coaching for the music video. Although the process was arduous, with daily stretching, posture adjustments, and emotional expression exercises leaving her utterly exhausted, the thought of perfectly presenting Ling Ye's work fueled her with boundless energy. Her trust and reliance on Ling Ye deepened through this intense collaboration. He had become both a mentor and a friend in her heart. Meanwhile, at Tianyin Entertainment, the renowned composer Zhou Mohan was idly playing with his phone, the screen displaying internal news from Xinhua Entertainment regarding the upcoming single The Only by newcomer Su Xiaoye. With Ling Ye as the producer, a sly smile crept across his lips. Su Xiaoye. Ling Ye. How intriguing this situation has become. He recalled being decisively rejected by Su Xiaoye, and rather than feeling anger, his curiosity about this duo only intensified. Especially Ling Ye, this rising star, whose prominence was undeniable. It seemed the higher-ups in the company were also keen to gauge his potential. Given the excitement surrounding this, it would be a pity not to participate in next month's T-Online chart. Zhou Mohan dialed number. Hello, Xiaolan, are you free? I have a great song I'd like you to sing. On the other end of the line was Xiaolan, a leading female singer under Tianyin Entertainment. Renowned for her distinctive vocal quality and consistent singing prowess, Xiaolan holds a solid position in the Dongyunza music scene. Oh, what remarkable work does producer Zhou have in store? She inquired. It's for next month's T-Online chart. Zhou Mohan replied with a smile. As for the competition, there's a pure newcomer from Xinhui named Su Xiaoye, alongside her producer, Ling Ye. Xiaolan fell silent for a few seconds, her tone subtly shifting. Ling Ye? Is he the night god that's been trending online recently? It seems Zhou Ming fell short against him before, didn't he? You expect me to compete with a newcomer and an inexperienced composer? Isn't that a bit beneath me? As a top-tier singer, Xiaolan naturally harbored her own pride. Zhou Mohan chuckled dismissively. Times change. This Ling Ye possesses an uncanny talent, and the company seems intent on keeping him in check. Ultimately, Xiaolan zeluten akwit. However, she held Ling Ye and Su Xiaoye in low regard, viewing their recent success merely as fortune. In her eyes, they were destined to be mere cannon fodder amidst the assembly of elite singers on the T-Online chart, incapable of stirring any significant waves. Word of this development swiftly reached Shengshi Entertainment. Renowned composer Li Zongming, upon hearing of Tiannin's maneuver, stroked his chin, a frown creasing his forehead. Tiannin is making a bold move, even enlisting Xiaolan, he remarked to his fellow top-tier artist, Qin Feng. Next month's T-Online chart will see Zhou Mohan bringing Xiaolan out of retirement, aiming directly at Xinghui's Ling Ye and that newcomer Su Xiaoye. Qin Feng merely scoffed at the mention of Xiaolan. Xiaolan, she's my old rival. As for Ling Ye and that newcomer Li Ge, when did you start paying attention to such figures? Yet, Li Zongming unusually urged caution, his expression serious. Do not underestimate them, particularly the composer from Xinghui named Ling Ye. His works exude an eerie essence and possess a wild unpredictability. Be careful not to stumble in the gutter. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, clearly dismissing the warning. In his view, next month's T-Online chart had only Xiaolan worthy of being his opponent. As for Ling Ye and the newcomer Su Xiaoye, they were merely two numbers on a list, destined to be crushed and lacking even the merit to warrant a second glance. Chapter 50, The Fall of Titans. Am I the sacrificial pawn? At nearly the same moment, Tianyin Entertainment and Shengshi Entertainment each announced the participation of their top-tier artists in the upcoming T-Online chart, generating significant buzz. Tiannin's press release boldly proclaimed, the queen of love songs, Xiaolan, partners with the acclaimed producer Zhou Mohan, ready to ignite the early summer with her new single. Shengshi Entertainment, on the other hand, boasted with an air of inevitability. The king of the stage, Qin Feng, makes his triumphant return. The golden lyricist Li Zongming reunites with him, destined for the T-Online chart crown. Two deep-sea bombs were dropped into the tranquil waters of the Dongyunza music scene, instantly creating a tidal wave of excitement. Online, fans reveled in chaos. The Queen Xiaolan is finally releasing a new song. The champion needs no explanation. With Brother Feng in action, who can rival him? All shall retreat. The dual kings are here. Next month's T-Online chart is destined to be a celestial battle. In the midst of this uproar, the name Ling Ye appeared on the preheated list of Xinghui Entertainment, alongside newcomer Su Xiaoye, appearing particularly insubstantial. Comments regarding this duo of novice singers and emerging composers were rife with unabashed disdain. Laughable. Is Xinghui sending two rookies to support the giants? That composer named Ling Ye, having tasted a hint of fame with Xiaoban, truly believes he can ride the coattails of Zhou Mohan and Li Zongming? Night god, more like night pot. He is about to be smashed to bits. Who is Su Xiaoye? No record found, merely cannon fodder. Mockery and scorn surged towards this nascent duo, who had yet to officially launch their careers. However, a small faction of discerning music enthusiasts and casual netizens expressed their discontent with the blatant underhanded tactics of Tianyin and Shengshi. Isn't this a bit too deliberate? How long has it been since Xiaolan and Qin Feng released songs concurrently? This is clearly a direct attack on Xinghui's Ling Ye. Such behavior is rather unbecoming. Using power to suppress newcomers is not the right way. Though the hopes seemed dim, there remained a flicker of anticipation that Ling Ye and Su Xiaoye could conjure a miracle, providing these titans with a taste of reality. To those dreaming up miracles, remember, miracles are rare precisely because they seldom occur. Meanwhile, a small yet fervent group of Ling Ye's loyal fans, having experienced the triumphant rise of Xiaoban, fought valiantly against the overwhelming tide of negativity in various comment sections. Ignorance. Have you forgotten how Night God made its comeback? Night God productions are guaranteed to be masterpieces. Prepare to be proven wrong. In a luxurious apartment, Chinya hurled her tablet onto the soft wool carpet. This is too much. Her grievances against Tianyin Entertainment had already been ignited by the troubles caused to Ling Ye by the incidents involving Song Wenbin and Zhou Ming. This blatant targeting was undoubtedly a provocation against her idol and tested the limits of her loyalty as a chief fan. Grabbing her personal phone, she declared, "The Fine Night God project is on hold. Now, concentrate all resources, regardless of cost, to amplify the momentum of Ling Ye and Su Xiaoye's new song. I wish for the entirety of Dongyun Province to recognize the profound merit of Night God's works." A succinct response emanated from the other end of the line. "Yes, Mississippi." Chinya terminated the call, her fingertip delicately tapping the screen to activate the play button for Ling Ye's Half a Moment. The mellifluous melody flowed forth, allowing her taut body to relax ever so slightly. Meanwhile, within a musicians' chat group entitled All Things Can Be Played in Dongyun, messages flickered rapidly. Qin Feng from Shengshi Entertainment boldly proclaimed in the group, "Shengshi Qin Feng, Tianyin Xiaolan, long time no see. Do not let me win too easily on the celestial rankings next month. Ha ha." Xiaolan's avatar remained grayed out, her response not forthcoming. Instantly, others in the group began to stoke the flames of competition. Independent musician Xiaolin. "Brother Feng is mighty. Is this a preemptive victory? Cheeky critic ear can sing. Queen Xiaolan is no pushover. Teacher Zhou Mohan must have a hidden ace up his sleeve. Fania Records producer Zhao Yu. Divine beings in conflict. We mere minnows can only watch in amusement. Chaoyang Music Composition Group, a leader. Speaking of which, the newcomer Ling Ye from Xinghui appears to be gaining momentum. He seems to be collaborating with a budding singer named Su Xiaoye, aiming for the charts as well." With this remark, the tone of the group shifted dramatically. Huisher Culture Music Director Wang Tao. "Ling Ye? Oh, the night god behind Half a Moment. I hear he is quite young. Cheeky critic ear can sing. Half a Moment is commendable. But this time he faces formidable opponents in Zhou Mohan and Li Zoming. He may have to pay his dues." At that moment, Liang He, the leader of the 8th composition group from Xinghui Entertainment, who had been lurking, suddenly surfaced. Xinghua Liang, smiling, "What's your culture music director Wang Tao? Oh, Leader Liang, do share some insights. What is the background of your Ling Ye? He's quite the enigma." Liang He leisurely tapped at his keyboard. Xinghui Entertainment Composition Group 8 Liang He. There is nothing particularly extraordinary about him. Merely a thoughtful young man. I have seen him a few times in the company cafeteria. He is quite quiet, speaks little, and appears, well, rather ordinary. Facing Media Music Director Wang Ku. Leader Liang, that is tantamount to saying nothing. Can an ordinary person compose Half a Moment? Xinghui Entertainment Composition Group 8 Liang He. Perhaps he is simply a peculiar talent. By the way, he seems particularly fond of the scallion oil noodles in the cafeteria. That is all I can divulge. The rest will be revealed upon the song's release. I hope. Certain individuals do not falter. Smiling, after sending his message, Liang He fell silent once more. Cheeky critic ear can sing. Puffed scallion oil noodles? Leader Liang, you certainly have a sense of humor. Fania Records producer Zhao Yu. A peculiar talent? I quite like that description. Is Xinghui preparing to unleash a dark horse? Facing Media Music Director Wang Ko, I hope certain individuals do not falter. Is there an underlying meaning in that? Is Liang He alluding to Qin Feng and Xiaolan? Qin Feng naturally noticed the discussions within the group and found Liang's flippant remark, along with the final reminder to avoid a disastrous outcome, utterly laughable. Shengshi, Qin Feng. Huh. Just a newcomer who happened to achieve fleeting fame with a couple of songs. What wave could they possibly stir? Ling Ye. Does Xinhui truly lack talent that you would place your bets on such an individual? Next month's chart will feature only Jade Dynasty. The rest are merely fillers. And as for a potential downfall, some newcomers should first learn how to navigate their own paths before worrying about that. His words were almost a pointed mockery aimed at Ling Ye and Su Xiaoya. A moment of silence enveloped the group. In the lounge of Tianyin Entertainment, the assistant handed the phone to Xiaolan. Jijia, Qin phone is in the group. Xiaolan accepted the phone, her fingertips gliding across the screen as she swiftly perused the chat history, her exquisite visage remaining composed. She had grown accustomed to Qin Feng's provocations and was disinclined to expend energy on such trivial disputes. What truly occupied her thoughts was the demo of the new song entrusted to her by Zhou Mohan, along with the young composer named Ling Ye. Initially, Xiaolan had not regarded this young man, Ling Ye, with much seriousness, but upon Zhou Mohan's insistence, she felt compelled to listen to his previous works. She specifically sought out Ling Ye's earlier compositions, Nameless, Mercury's Record, and Decency. After listening to them repeatedly, she discovered that Ling Ye possessed a remarkable ability to capture melody and emotion, showcasing a maturity and poignant sensitivity that belied his age. This realization instilled in her a genuine sense of vigilance. A talented newcomer might not be as far from true mastery as one might assume. In next month's T-Online chart, her genuine rivals, aside from Qin Feng, might very well include Tianyin, Xiaolan. The music industry requires fresh blood. It's a positive development. I look forward to everyone's works. Xiaolan responded with a diplomatic comment in the group, then set her phone aside. She approached the piano, seated herself, and let her slender fingers gently rest upon the keys, yet she did not immediately play the new song prepared by Zhou Mohan. Instead, the melody of one of Ling Ye's songs echoed persistently in her mind. After a brief moment, she picked up a pen and decisively struck through several notes in a particular measure of her new song score, replacing them with new ones. The assistant beside her held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Chapter 51. The counterattack of Ling Ye begins with a bowl of scallion oil noodles as the commotion in the group settled. Ling Ye, with his hair resembling a bird's nest, rushed like a gust of wind to Ling Ye's workstation. Ling Ye, leisurely picking up a forkful of freshly served scallion oil noodles from the cafeteria, savored the rich aroma wafting through the air. Ling Ye, my dear ancestor, the situation is dire, and you're here slurping noodles? Ling Ye exclaimed, waving his arms and raising his voice. Xiaolan, Qin Feng, Zhou Mohan, Li Zhongming. These four names represent the pinnacle of the music industry in Dongyun, an insurmountable challenge. Do you understand? Ling Ye lifted his gaze, calm and composed. As he slurped the noodles into his mouth, a muffled mumble escaped his lips. Brother Liang, care for a bite? The scallion oil today is truly authentic. Liang, he choked on his words, his face flushing crimson. I wouldn't touch it. Do you have any idea what level of producers Zhou Mohan and Li Zhongming are? The talents they mentor Xiaolan and Qin Feng, their vocal prowess and market appeal. Are they not the absolute top tier? Ling Ye leisurely took another bite, setting down his chopsticks to dab his mouth with a tissue. He leaned back slightly in his chair. Brother Liang, do not fret. I'm acutely aware of all that you mentioned. I have thoroughly analyzed every chart-topping work from Zhou Mohan and Li Zhongming over the past 3 years, as well as the singing styles, effective vocal ranges, and even the subtle nuances in mouth shapes during their performances of Xiaolan and Qin Feng. Liang, he stiffened slightly, noticing Ling Ye's serious demeanor. His tense shoulders relaxed somewhat, yet his doubts deepened. You've analyzed them? Then, do you think we still stand a chance? Chance is never bestowed by others. It is something one must sing into existence, Ling Ye replied. Indeed, Zhou Mohan and Li Zhongming are evergreen figures in the music realm. Their works sophisticated and impeccably crafted, beyond reproach. Ling Ye's tone shifted, his gaze sharpening suddenly. However, Brother Liang, have you not noticed? Their recent works increasingly resemble a mold, becoming ever more intricate in arrangement and dazzling in technique. Yet that essence capable of seizing one's heart has become diluted. The craftsmanship overshadows the inspiration, and after a while it becomes tiresome. Liang Ye furrowed his brows, reflecting intently. He could not deny that while the golden producer's works remained impressive, they indeed lacked the initial astonishment and lingering resonance they once possessed. As for Xiaolan and Qin Feng, Ling Ye continued to dissect. Their vocal abilities are undoubtedly top-notch, but Su Xiaoyu's voice is an unrefined gem, pure, pristine, imbued with a hint of fragility. This texture resonates at a soul level with the essence of the song they only. It is a trump card that Xiaolan, Qin Feng, and their intricately crafted songs will never be able to replicate. He extended a finger, gently tapping the table. Thus, our strategy is encapsulated in 4 words. Victory through emotion over skill. We shall not compete with them in the complexity of arrangements or showmanship. What we must do is harness the profound solitude of the only, that emotional power capable of piercing through all facades and reaching deep into the soul of the audience. The head of the artist department, Zhang Wei, received the news and rushed over, her expression grave. Ling Ye then laid bare his analysis of Liang He, along with the carefully prepared counter-narrative for publicity to the two of them. We shall not engage in any verbal sparring or sensationalism. From this moment forth, all promotions regarding the Only by Xinghui will solely emphasize the themes of solitude and profound resonance, utilizing the highest quality promotional materials. We will continuously unveil the unique artistic aesthetics and emotional depth of the music video, guiding the audience to feel and contemplate rather than merely spectate. As Zhang Wei listened to Ling Ye's coherent dissection, the weight in her eyes gradually transformed into a glimmer of admiration. This young man, in the face of overwhelming pressure, exhibited not a trace of panic. Rather, his calmness was chilling, and his judgments were impressively astute. "Excellent," Zhang Wei exclaimed, slapping the table decisively, a flash of determination crossing her eyes. "Ling Ye, we shall proceed as you suggest. I will immediately coordinate all available promotional resources for the Morning Star plan to focus in this direction." However, she took a deep breath. This remained a high-risk gamble. "What if there is no what if?" Ling Ye replied, his tone steady and undeniably assured. "We will prevail." Meanwhile, upon learning that she would soon face the titans of the music industry, Xiaolan and Qin Feng, Su Xiaoye felt as though her very foundation had crumbled beneath her, leaving her dispirited. The immense pressure bore down upon her, and the stage fright she had only just begun to alleviate threatened to resurface. She locked herself in the practice room, curling up with her knees drawn to her chest. When Ling Ye found her, her eyes were red-rimmed, resembling a startled fawn. He offered no empty platitudes, merely walking silently to her side, gently placing a pair of headphones on her head and pressing the play button. The demo of the Only began to flow, its heart-wrenching melody unfolding. "Close your eyes, Xiaoye. Do not think of anything. Just listen quietly." Ling Ye's voice was soft, yet imbued with a calming strength. Following his instruction, Xiaoye closed her eyes, her body gradually relaxing. The lonely yet resilient melody, the humble yet tenacious lyrics, seeped into her heart. She felt as though she had returned to the initial thrill of hearing the song, that sensation of her soul being precisely captured. As the piece concluded, Su Xiaoye slowly removed the headphones. Her eyes glistened with moisture, yet her gaze shone brighter than before. She softly began to hum the chorus. Though still slightly trembling, her emotional investment imbued her voice with a distinct resonance. "Ling Ye observet her," his tone calm, yet imbued with unwavering conviction. "Xiaoye, you need not conquer anyone. Be it Xiaolan or Qin Feng, they are who they are, and you are who you are. You need only to surpass the version of yourself from yesterday, to sing your most authentic emotions. To express the soul of this song, that is enough." Su Xiaoyue nodded vigorously, releasing her clenched fists. Simultaneously online, ridicule for the duo of Ling Ye and Su Xiaoye, as mere cannon fodder, erupted in a frenzy. Xinghui thinks sending a newcomer can take on Xiaolan and Qin Feng. Dreaming big is fine, but remember to wake up when dawn breaks. The Only? I wager 50 cents that this song will undoubtedly become the sole super jest on this month's celestial charts. Moreover, Amusingly edited images have emerged depicting the two of them humorously serving as shoe attendants for Xiaolan and Qinfeng, with Ling Ye portrayed as a subservient lackey and Su Xiaoyu kneeling on the ground, polishing shoes. These images have virally spread across major social platforms. The topic Xiaolan Qinfeng Celestial Showdown dominates the trending searches, while the malicious tag Ling Ye Su Xiaoyu filling numbers closely follows, branded like a mark of disgrace. Within a luxurious apartment, a resounding crash ensues. Chunya gazes at the grotesque comments and parodic images on her tablet, her fury boiling over as she violently slams her expensive limited edition mechanical keyboard onto the floor, keys scattering in disarray. This is intolerable. A group of ignorant fools. Her chest heaves with indignation, and a blaze of anger ignites in her beautiful eyes. How dare they humiliate my night god? I shall ensure these keyboard warriors comprehend what true prestige entails. She seizes her private phone, her voice imbued with an undeniable command. Initiate the Night God Glory Protection Project, Max version. Contact those steadfast critics in the music review sphere, as well as the crew from Deep Space Echo, urging them to revisit Night God's previous works. I demand they elevate Ling Ye's reputation. Those who merely follow trends must learn to appreciate authentic music. With this directive, a clandestine yet formidable force begins to operate silently across the internet. This is not merely about controlling opinions. Rather, it involves a coordinated and organized emergence of in-depth analyses of Ling Ye's past works on various forums and music review sites. For those unacquainted, it is time to catch up with Nameless, to feel what it is like to embody the hopes of ordinary people. The solitude embodied in Mercury Retrograde is beyond the comprehension of mere trend-chasing fans. How did a little less break through the fray? Akin to a goldfish's fleeting memory, Night God's productions are invariably of exquisite quality. Let us await the moment when certain faces are met with a resounding blow. Instantly, discussions surrounding Night God on the internet bizarrely polarize. On one side lies the mainstream ridicule and disdain. On the other, die-hard fans and a few intrigued by the enlightening discourse delve into profound analyses of Ling Ye's works and the enigmatic anticipation surrounding the one. At the eye of the storm, Ling Ye seems to have shielded himself from all external turmoil. He isolates himself within the post-production editing room of Starshine Entertainment, collaborating with a seasoned editor to meticulously refine the final touches of the one's music video. Every transition, every frame's light and shadow composition, and even the slightest ambient sound in the background is personally scrutinized by him, demanding perfection to an almost pedantic degree. He aims to respond to all skepticism and contempt with an impeccable masterpiece. At last, after countless hours of relentless toil, the final cut of the music video is completed. Zhang Wei is summoned at once to view it. As the lights dim in the conference room, the immense screen slowly unveils the flowing visuals. In the desolate and uninhabited train station platform, the first subway train's windows glimmer in the morning light, while the rain-soaked glass distorts reflections, reminiscent of letters filled with longing yet never dispatched. Su Xiaoya's clear yet slightly husky voice resonates profoundly, striking the chords of every solitary soul wandering through the metropolis. There are no extravagant and dazzling scenes, nor are there convoluted displays of skill. Instead, it is the exquisite ambience and heartfelt emotional expression that encapsulate the experience. As the final note fades into the ether, a pin drop could be heard in the conference room. Moments later, Zhang Wei abruptly rises from her seat, pointing at the screen. This music video. Chapter 52, The Power of Wealth versus Time-honored traditions as the day of the Celestial Chart's release approaches next month. The competitive atmosphere in the Eastern melody music scene has been ignited by the promotional battle between the top-tier singers, Xiaolan and Qinfeng. The two entertainment giants are akin to bulldozers operating at full throttle, determined to crush any rival in their path. In stark contrast, the preparations made by Starshine Entertainment for Su Xiaoya and the only resemble a refreshing stream, or perhaps a chilling breeze. A few conceptual posters of Su Xiaoya in a white dress, her gaze filled with confusion, accompanied by an artistic slogan dedicated to all the solitary souls seeking redemption and grappling with regrets. along with a 15-second teaser that barely reveals her face. This seemingly indifferent approach has naturally sparked a tidal wave of ridicule. Is Starshine truly giving up? What do they intend to combat Xiaolan and Qinfeng with? The slogan, though poetic, solitary souls? It appears that Starshine's finances are the ones left in solitude. A 15-second teaser where the protagonist's face is scarcely visible. Are they attempting to create an air of mystery, or do they genuinely have nothing to showcase? It's laughable. Perhaps the MV hasn't even been properly filmed. Is this it? They wish to contend with the two reigning monarchs of the industry? Have the executives at Starshine collectively enrolled in the art of mediocrity? I eagerly await the only to become the sole sacrificial lamb on the celestial chart. How amusing. Amidst this mockery, Yin took further action. Under the ID of Knight God Guardian Yayazi, she boldly initiated an online event titled The Only, a $1 million solitary resonance bounty across several major social platforms and core music forums in Eastern Melody. The rules of the event were straightforward yet enticing. Any netizen who downloads the song upon its official release and, drawing from their personal experiences, shares a genuine story of solitude related to the song under the designated hashtag, garnering sufficient likes and shares, would have the chance to partake in a cash prize totaling up to $1 million. Upon the announcement, the internet erupted in excitement. $1 million. Am I seeing this correctly? Has the illustrious Yaya Z struck again? A bounty of $1 million for reflections on a new song? What kind of extraordinary fan is this? My imagination is limited by my poverty. One must truly adore Night God to engage in such extravagance. Soon after, even more astonishing actions unfolded. Chunya, with lavish generosity, secured massive LED billboards in key commercial districts across a dozen cities in Eastern Melody, continuously displaying Su Xiaoya's conceptual poster along with the eye-catching advertisement. Seeking the resonators of The Only, a $1 million prize awaits. As night fell and the city lights illuminated when those billboards, typically reserved for luxury brand promotions or city advertisements, were overtaken by the visage of Su Xiaoya, imbued with a hint of cold solitude, alongside the enticing prize announcement. The visual impact was unparalleled. This audacious and financially potent public relations strategy was not only groundbreaking, but also created such a remarkable buzz that it momentarily overshadowed the meticulously crafted official promotions of Xiaolan and Qinfeng. 1 million. A story contest offers a chance to earn money, a far more reliable opportunity than a lottery ticket. Night God protects Yako? It's her again. This sister truly embodies devotion. She is investing real gold and silver for her idol. Regardless of the song's quality, I shall reserve a spot for this event. What if my tale of solitude becomes valuable? Previously, I had only heard of affluent patrons rewarding streamers. But witnessing a wealthy fan invest so heavily in promoting a new song for their idol is a rare spectacle. Is Starshine Entertainment being poorly managed? Their own promotions lack vigor, relying solely on fans to generate momentum. Oh no, to generate finances. Countless onlookers find themselves irresistibly drawn by the $1 million prize, eagerly awaiting the release of the unique to uncover its essence. In the composition department of Starshine Entertainment, Ling Ye gazes at the frenzy ignited by Night God Protects Yako on his phone screen, alongside the dazzling golden bounty emojis. His lips twitch involuntarily, caught between amusement and disbelief. He had never anticipated such a grand gesture from a fan. This hardly feels like the support of an admirer. Rather, it resembles a top-tier marketing campaign from a corporation. Nevertheless, he must concede that this sudden, almost unreasonable assistance has undoubtedly garnered substantial attention and explosive topics for the unique ahead of its official release. However, it has also placed the song in a precarious position. Success could lead to soaring heights, while failure could result in irrevocable downfall. At this moment, Zhou Mohan from Tianyin Entertainment and Li Zhongming from Shengshi Entertainment share identical expressions of astonishment and confusion upon hearing the news. What exactly is Night God Protects Yako? Zhou Mohan sets down his coffee cup, his brow furrowed. A 1 million cash reward, LED screens in prime business districts. Such an undertaking seems beyond the means of an ordinary fan. Meanwhile, Li Zhongming, pondering with his chin in hand, contemplates the audacity of a little-known newcomer and an unreleased song attracting such reckless financial backing. Is there some undisclosed capital standing behind Ling Ye? Qin Feng's manager scoffs. Humph. Merely a ploy for attention. Can such gimmicks sustain interest in the long run? Ultimately, musical works must speak for themselves through quality. Xiaolan's publicity head concurs. These underhanded tactics may garner short-term attention, but once the song is released, the truth will be revealed. Our sisterland's new song certainly does not require such flamboyant embellishments. These seasoned veterans of the music industry, accustomed to various promotional strategies, find themselves perplexed and uneasy in the face of this purely monetary, almost performative fan support. On the eve of the song's release, the anticipation and skepticism surrounding the unique reach a fever pitch, fueled by Chun Ye's million-dollar resonance with Solitude. Tomorrow marks the release. I am eager to witness just how unique this song, backed by $1 million in promotion, truly is. I await the grand spectacle of a potential disaster. I hope that the fans of Night God will not shed tears when the time comes. To be honest, I find myself rather curious. If this song truly does not meet expectations, would not that $1 million be a complete waste? That Lady Yako is likely to feel heartbroken. I have already prepared my keyboard, and regardless of the outcome, I must passionately comment tomorrow. Countless individuals, with a spirit of eager anticipation, are waiting to witness how this enigmatic night god and his even more mysterious affluent fan will ultimately conclude their tale. Chapter 53. Qin Feng's Heart Shattered. Xiaolan's Mockery Across the Void. On October 1st, precisely at midnight, the new edition of the Heavenly Melody chart commenced. In the stillness of the night, a lavish apartment radiated with brilliance. Qin Feng reclined against an expansive leather sofa, a cigar delicately held between his fingers, the smoke obscuring his features. Before him, a colossal holographic screen displayed a cerulean digital clock as it ticked past midnight. Commence, he uttered in a deep, resonant voice. His manager promptly understood, tapping the interface with his fingertip. An exhilarating orchestral prelude abruptly erupted, a fusion of metallic percussion and strings akin to an army galloping forth. Qin Feng's voice soon followed, soaring with an imperious fervor, exuding the essence of a sovereign. The Throne, the latest collaboration with the esteemed producer Li Zongming. The arrangement was extravagantly opulent, the orchestration lavishly crafted, with each note seemingly forged from gold. This was Qin Feng's customary practice. Before any charting, he would always listen to his own song first, establishing an insurmountable standard for this musical feast with his own creation. As the piece concluded, its echo lingered in the air. Qin Feng nodded slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction flitting across his gaze. Li Zongming's prowess remained undiminished. Every aspect of the song, lyrics, melody, production, was of the highest caliber, perfectly aligning with his aspirations. This month's top position was assuredly his. Not bad. He exhaled a ring of smoke, acknowledging that Old Li had delivered this time. His manager quickly chimed in. Brother Feng, with the throne out, others might as well retire to their slumber. It's practically a coronation march custom-made for you. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, signaling for the next track. On the screen, the artist's name shifted to Xiaolan, and the song title, Feathered Garment. The ethereal sound of a flute unfurled like ink on silk, while futuristic electronic beats seamlessly intertwined, a marvelous blend of the classical and the contemporary. Xiaolan's voice resonated, transcendent and graceful, as she danced within an otherworldly electronic realm. Feathered Garment, meticulously produced, showcased Xiaolan's impeccable vocal prowess, undeniably a superior work. Xiaolan and Zhou Mohan. This duo remained his principal rivals. Yet, he remained confident that the throne held a greater advantage. While Feathered Garment possessed beauty, it lacked the commanding presence of the throne. Ultimately, the Heavenly Melody chart was a battleground of talent and market allure. As he extinguished the cigar in the ashtray, Qin Feng picked up his phone, opened the chat with Xiaolan, and, with a gentle tap, sent, Sister Lan, the song is delightful, ethereal as you. However, this month's throne remains mine, accompanied by a triumphant cartoon king emoji. The reply came almost instantaneously. Xiaolan, do you think you deserve to speak of thrones? You might want to listen to Ling Ye's only first. After that, if you still have the audacity to converse with me, then we shall see. Qin Feng stared at the response, his brows knitting into a frown. Ling Ye? Su Xiaoya? Was Xiaolan insinuating he might lose to such a pairing? He disdainfully curled his lips, replying with an eye-roll emoji. Xiaolan had clearly lost her wits, jesting with him through an inconsequential newcomer and a gimmicky song. Yet, an inexplicable sense of unease stirred within him. Xiaolan never speaks without purpose, nor would she jest at such a critical moment. The peculiar certainty in her tone left him bewildered. Could it be that the lad named Ling Ye possesses some extraordinary talent? Qin Feng recalled the recent uproar online regarding the $1 million bounty, along with the rather rudimentary promotion by Xinhui Entertainment. Initially, he dismissed it as mere antics of a buffoon seeking attention, but now, I am intrigued to discover what kind of song could elicit such praise from Xiaolan. By some inexplicable impulse, Qin Feng's fingers danced over the search bar of the T-Online chart, inputting the word unique. He scoffed softly, his expression a blend of scrutiny and skepticism, before pressing play. He even adjusted his posture, preparing to judge this work, which Xiaolan had inexplicably elevated, with the most discerning of ears. After all, what genuine substance could a piece born from monetary hype possess? As the prelude began, it lacked opulence, presenting only a simple, repetitive piano seventh chord. The first shot of the MV revealed a desolate train station platform. The camera panned to a solitary figure on a bench, Su Xiaoya. Her gaze was vacant, staring into the distance where the tracks seemed to vanish, as if awaiting a train that would never arrive. Su Xiaoya's voice, clear yet slightly husky, flowed gently. Do you truly understand that the essence of unique is not as simple as breathing? Do you genuinely wish to clarify how to express feelings without sincerity? The disdain on Qin Feng's face faltered momentarily. The voice was pristine, with a perfect hint of fragility, reminiscent of feathers brushing against the eardrum, evoking a peculiar sensation of tingling. He had anticipated an air of pretentiousness, yet was unprepared for such a raw and unadulterated opening. I truly love you. Each word not uttered lightly. My gaze wanders, always perceptive at critical moments. The lyrics, straightforward and sincere, cut through the listener's heart like a gentle knife, silently unveiling the softest corners of their soul. The MV continued to portray symbols of solitude, rain-soaked, blurred windows, lonely street corners beneath neon lights, and a solitary room illuminated in the darkness. Su Xiaoya was seldom shown in direct close-ups, mostly depicted in profile, her back turned, or quietly singing in various scenes, exuding an overwhelming sense of loneliness, as if forgotten by the entire world. Qin Feng's brow instinctively furrowed, not out of distaste, but rather an inexplicable resonance. How long had it been since he had encountered such unembellished music? Over the years, he had grown accustomed to intricate arrangements and flamboyant vocal displays. Yet, this song, unique, felt like a refreshing spring, cleansing his overly packaged auditory senses. The simplicity of the song was almost excessive. But why? As the chorus unfolded, a hint of humble tenacity and profound affection crept into Su Xiaoya's voice. You know, I truly love you, unmatched by anyone else. My gaze is uncertain, yet always perceptive at critical moments. When the word unique escaped her lips, imbued with a nearly choking tremor, yet underscored by undeniable resolve, Qin Feng felt as though his heart was gripped by an invisible hand. He had never anticipated that a song, so seemingly simple and even flimsy in its arrangement, could possess such formidable emotional depth. It is not akin to the throne, which commands with its grandeur and power, nor does it resemble the feather garb, ethereal and enchanting through its artistry. Rather, it resembles a scalpel, precise, composed, yet imbued with compassion, gently slicing through all facades to reach the most profound vulnerabilities and yearnings of the soul. You do not seek to prove that I am your soul one. In the finale, Su Xiaoya's voice lingers in a soft, melancholic melody, steeped in profound regret and reluctance, ultimately dissipating amidst a few simple piano chords, leaving behind an endless resonance and a suffocating silence. The final shot of the music video freezes on Su Xiaoye standing on the platform in the dawn light. Her head slightly tilted, her lips seemingly curving into a faint, serene smile tinged with sadness. The screen fades to black. Qin Feng sits motionless on the sofa, as if ensnared by a spell. A chill spreads across his back, and he feels a thin layer of cold sweat bead on his forehead, unbeknownst to him. Although the air conditioning is set to a comfortable level, an icy sensation rises from his heart, permeating through his limbs. The room is terrifyingly silent, save for his somewhat labored breaths. In his mind, the magnificent melody of the throne attempts to resurface, but is effortlessly dispelled by the simple piano chords of the only one, leaving only the trembling echo of that singular word. For the first time, he wavers regarding his own grand and meticulously crafted the throne. That so-called throne appears hollow and absurd in the face of such pure emotional power. He finally comprehends the almost mocking words of Xiaolon. This young man named Ling Ye, this newcomer named Su Xiaoye. Qin Feng suddenly seizes his phone from the table, his fingertips trembling as if they might crush the screen, and he finds Xiaolan's number, dialing it with urgency. Hello. Xiaolan's voice betrays no emotion. Qin Feng's throat feels parched, and after a moment, he manages to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. Did you listen? On the other end, Xiaolan chuckles lightly. What's this? Has King Qin finally deigned to listen to a newcomer's work? I thought your playlist consisted solely of your own songs and classical symphonies. Qin Feng disregards her teasing. What do you think of the only one? What do I think? King Qin, are you not known as the human jukebox? Do you still need to ask me? Or is it that, after listening, you have experienced a slight tremor in your confidence regarding your own throne? Qin Feng's temples throb. Tremor? Is far more than a mere tremor. His throne, meticulously polished alongside Li Zoming, with each note striving for brilliance, each lyric exuding dominance, is his weapon to seize the top of the charts. Yet now, compared to the soul-piercing purity of the only one, the throne resembles a giant clad in resplendent armor, hollow and superficial, appearing so cacophonous and clumsy. I merely wish to know if you anticipated this. Qin Feng's voice is somewhat hoarse. Anticipated what? Anticipated that Ling Ye would compose such a song? Or that you would face defeat? Xiaolan paused. Qin Feng, people like us have clawed our way through the music industry for so many years. How long has it been since a song like the only one has emerged? It does not flaunt its prowess, nor does it indulge in ostentation, yet it strikes a chord. Qin Feng fell silent. He had to concede that Xiaolan was indeed correct. In recent years, the music industry had grown increasingly restless, with everyone chasing after more intricate arrangements, more dazzling high notes, and catchier gimmicks. He himself was no exception. Yet, Ling Ye, that obscure lad, had delivered a staggering blow with the simplest of methods. As for Su Xiaoye, Qin Feng struggled to voice his thoughts. Her vocal skills, after all, bore several imperfections. So what? Xiaolan countered, does flawless technique guarantee the expression of the soul in the only? This song precisely demands that exquisite sense of fragility. If roles were reversed, neither of us could replicate that essence. Qin Feng fell silent once more. He was, of course, capable of discerning this truth. It was precisely because he could that he felt an even greater sense of dread. This Ling Ye was not only a creative prodigy, but also possessed a discerning eye for talent. It appeared that this month's Tianlai chart was set to be quite the spectacle. A hint of schadenfreude tinged Xiaolan's voice. My piece, Feather Garment. I initially believed I could rival you, but it now seems we must tread carefully lest we be appended by a newcomer. Qin Feng's fingers, gripping his phone, turned pale with tension. It was premature to discuss such matters. The rankings had only just begun. Oh, is that so? Xiaolan's smile widened. Then I shall await the outcome with bated breath. A friendly reminder, King Qin, the online buzz surrounding that million reward has become quite the spectacle. You would do well to take a look, lest you find yourself utterly bewildered by your defeat. The call ended. Qin Feng, vexed, cast his phone onto the sofa, a wave of frustration washing over him. Rising, he approached the liquor cabinet and downed a glass of strong spirits in one gulp. The fiery liquid scorched his throat, but could not dispel the chill in his heart or the agitation stirred by Xiaolan. For the first time, He felt a tinge of irony in the very notion of the throne. Chapter 54. The million lonely tsunami sweeps across the internet. Qin Feng's inexplicable sense of agitation grew ever more intense. Compelled by an unseen force, he clicked on the playback page of the one once more. Once, twice, thrice. He repeatedly listened to the simple piano chords, captivated by Su Xiaoya's voice, imperfect yet extraordinarily enchanting, and absorbed the nearly minimalist lyrics. Bang! Qin Feng slammed his fist onto the heavy wooden table before him. Brother Feng, what's wrong? His agent cautiously approached. Is it the song the one? Is there an issue? Qin Feng shot him a sidelong glance, his expression dark. An issue? There's more than just an issue. His chest heaved violently. Immediately. Right now. Monitor all data related to the one. Downloads, comments, trending topics. Report any slightest movement to me at once. The agent trembled at his near yell, nodding vigorously. Yes, of course. I'll handle it right away. Observing Qin Feng's grim visage, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Could it be that the music scene was about to change because of this song? Meanwhile, Xiaolan hung up the phone, tapping her fingertips to send a message to Zhou Mohan. Have you listened to the one? Moments later, Zhou Mohan replied, I'm analyzing it. Su Xiaoya has considerable talent, but this song is not straightforward. Ling Ye is more formidable than I had anticipated. Xiaolan gazed at the words on her screen, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. She opened her social media, crafting a new post. Tonight, not just one king is sleepless. The music industry needs some unique voices. Heavenly ranking Theon upon posting. Her update instantly ignited a frenzy among her fanbase and sparked countless speculations within the industry. Sleepless kings? Which king? Who requires a unique voice? The implications were unmistakable. As the clock struck midnight, almost simultaneously, the playback page for the one saw its comment count surge at an alarming rate. Comments refreshed, not in dozens, but in hundreds every second. The initial influx of comments shared a remarkably consistent tone. Here, for 1 million. Yaya Z, I have arrived. Front row seating. Listening to the song is secondary. I'm here for the love number. Thank you, Yaya Z. Whether the song is good or not is irrelevant. I mainly wish to serve tea to the big shot. Downloaded. The story is being crafted. Big shot. Wait for me. The 1 foot? No, it's a million. All I see is money. A plethora of playful comments and memes flooded in, accompanied by various images celebrating Yaya Z and Ling Ye, transforming the comments section into a grand online celebration. However, just as the song reached the end of its first chorus, the sentiment in the comments began to subtly shift. Whoa, this song. I came for 1 million, but I'm starting to feel it. This voice. Su Xiaoya? Is she a newcomer? Absolutely loving it. The piano in the intro is simple, yet inexplicably delightful, like it's telling a story. As the song plays past the halfway mark, an increasing number of genuine reflections begin to surface, gradually drowning out the flippant remarks that initially accompanied the rewards. Am I the only one who found myself in tears? Don't leave yet. Count me in. This song is addictive. Every line resonates profoundly. I truly love you. Damn it, at this late hour, the melody shatters my heart. I initially anticipated a track filled with showy techniques or an overwhelming noise. Yet I was met with an unexpected tranquility, albeit with an intense, emotional aftershock. At 15 minutes past midnight, a lengthy comment quickly ascended to the top of the hot reviews. A user by the name of the 10th year of being a Beijinger wrote, Coordinates, Jingzhou, a decade in Beijing. Just finished working late, dragging half my spirit back to my rented room. Habitually, I open the heavenly rankings, preparing to find a song to lull me to sleep. I clicked on the sensational $1 million bounty, thinking I would just listen casually and concoct a story tomorrow. But the moment the first piano note played and Su Xiaoya's voice emerged, I confess I was caught off guard. You truly understand the essence of uniqueness, which is not as simple as breathing. The lyrics are straightforward, yet they serve as a key, unlocking memories long sealed away. A decade ago, I arrived in this unfamiliar city with dreams, believing that hard work would grant me everything. 10 years later, the dreams persist, yet reality has repeatedly ground me into the dirt. I have switched countless jobs, moved numerous times, and experienced several unfruitful romances. I still remember in my third year when my girlfriend ended our relationship because I could not afford a house. That night, I sat alone on a bridge, watching the ceaseless flow of traffic below, feeling like a speck of dust in this vast city, insignificant and superfluous. The empty frames in a music video are strikingly poignant. The desolate train station, the rain-streaked window, the solitary lit room. Each scene encapsulates a decade of my solitary existence. Su Xiaoya as silhouette, her gaze, and that overwhelming sense of loneliness, forgotten by the world, struck me directly in the heart. Perhaps what has sustained me until today is my unwillingness to yield to life, that initial stubbornness. I'm uncertain how much longer I can endure, but tonight, this song and this voice have allowed me to weep inconsolably in the dead of night, yet oddly find a sliver of courage to persevere. Thank you, Night God. Thank you, Su Xiaoya, and thank you to that Hyaizi master. Although I may not pen a groundbreaking tale worthy of the million, this song is already invaluable. It has revealed to me that there are countless others in this world, just as lonely yet equally determined to live. This comment, like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirred up ripples of empathy. Hugs to the original poster. I too am a Beijinger, sharing your sentiments. I'm in tears. Who among us doesn't shout about giving up while gritting our teeth to persist? In the 5th year of a long-distance relationship, having listened to this song, I now long to buy a ticket to see him. I just had an argument with my girlfriend. She doesn't understand why I'm always so busy. After hearing this song, I suddenly feel a sense of relief. Some loneliness can only be digested alone. In the comment section below, a rapid succession of lonely stories began to unfold. Tales of heartbreak, long-distance relationships, entrepreneurial failures, professional setbacks, and familial estrangement emerged. Countless netizens poured out their narratives, sharing their solitude and reflections. The comments section of the only transformed into a vast tree hole, embodying the unspoken thoughts of countless insomniacs. Su Xiaoya's pure yet slightly fragmented voice harmonized flawlessly with the intense solitude and subtle warmth depicted in the music video, prompting numerous netizens to feverishly capture screenshots. Every frame resonated deeply with my heart. Who is the director of this MV? Please step forward to receive your accolades. Su Xiaoya's voice is remarkably distinctive. That perfectly balanced huskiness and fragility is simply extraordinary. This is what constitutes a high-quality music video. There is no lip-syncing, no melodramatic plot, only an atmosphere imbued with nuance and space. Truly impressive. Moreover, attentive netizens began to conduct meticulous line-by-line analyses of the lyrics of the only, particularly focusing on the phrase "your response is irrelevant. It never ceases," which sparked extensive discussions surrounding love, obsession, unrequited affection, and eventual release. Some described it as a humble crush, others as selfless guardianship, while some perceived it as a form of exquisite romance. Meanwhile, the social media account of Yaya, the night goddess protector, was inundated with a tidal wave of messages. Thank you, esteemed patron, for the financial support. The song is so beautiful that money seems irrelevant. Esteemed Yaya, do you still need lay pendants? The kind that can tell stories and sing. Your prowess is remarkable. I would call this maneuver a monetary capability dimension reduction strike. Of course, amidst this, there were voices of skepticism questioning ulterior motives. Spending so much money just for a song? The intention seemed dubious, right? Could it be a marketing gimmick orchestrated by Xinghue Entertainment themselves? Such a layman reward model surely has a hidden hand behind it. Yet at that moment, the scattered doubts on the internet were soon drowned out by the overwhelming and passionate comments from genuine listeners. To those claiming Xinghue is merely promoting themselves, why not listen to the song? Its lingering impact is known to all who hear it. Can't you just acknowledge others' excellence without envy? As the wave of solitude embodied by the only swept across the internet, touching and healing countless souls, a voice emerged. An account belonging to a seasoned music critic, Lu Wuji, with 3 million followers, posted a thought-provoking update. The only? $1 million bounty? Is it a gimmick or genuine substance? Tomorrow night at 8, I will dissect this masterpiece live in my stream, revealing whether beneath the $1 million facade lies a dazzling gem or mere dross. No embellishments, no disparagement, just the facts. Sensitive hearts, beware. Chapter 55. The Tongue of Poison Unsheathed. All hold their breath the following morning. At the Xinhua Entertainment Building, Zhang Wei bore the weight of dark circles under her eyes. Her fingertips glided across the tablet, the ostentatious announcement of Lu Wujin's live broadcast occupying the entirety of the screen. The sound of her high heels striking the floor was markedly more urgent than usual as she paced anxiously within her office. Memories of his illustrious past achievements flashed through her mind at lightning speed. 3 years prior, an article titled The Emperor's New Song, a review of Kai Mokuen's album, had led to a calamitous decline in the sales and reputation of the highly anticipated album from the frontline singer Kai Mokuen. A year ago, he had dissected a widely popular song, alleging that its chorus bore uncanny similarities to a lesser-known band from another state, igniting a tempestuous controversy that resulted in ongoing copyright lawsuits. This man's music critiques were renowned for their incisiveness and unrelenting harshness. He never catered to the whims of capital nor left any room for leniency. To be targeted by him was to face a certain demise, or at the very least, a significant loss. The more Zhang Wei contemplated, the heavier her heart became. She seized her phone and dialed Ling Ye's number. After 5 rings, the call was finally answered. Ling Ye, have you seen Lu Wujin's broadcast announcement? As soon as the call connected, Zhang Wei's voice bombarded him like a barrage of cannon fire. That old man is like a rock in a latrine, both foul and unyielding. His so-called fair criticism makes my skin crawl. I can see he's intent on burying the only. All those positive reviews online from yesterday are likely to be ruined by his mere words. On the other end, there was a brief silence before Ling Ye's slightly drowsy voice responded. Sister Wei, good morning. Yes, I have seen the announcement. You have? Then do share your thoughts. Should we manage the reviews? Should we preemptively release some positive critiques from professional reviewers to counteract this? Sister Wei, please remain calm. Ling Ye's sigh was accompanied by the faint sound of keyboard tapping. I spent some time researching Lu Wujin last night. His words are sharp, but there's a caveat. What do you mean? Zhang Wei's breath hitched. Well, he possesses an almost obsessive dedication to music itself. Do you remember the independent band Miss Force from 5 years ago? His review propelled them from obscurity to a nomination for the Golden Melody Awards. 3 years ago, during the transformation of the king of pop, Lu Jia, while everyone else praised the work, he alone pointed out its fatal flaws in arrangement, leading Lu to publicly thank him for awakening him from his slumber. Zhang Wei furrowed her brow. She had heard of those old tales. So what? Are you suggesting he will show mercy this time? I still do not believe it. No. Ling Ye chuckled lightly. What I mean is, have faith in the only. If it is mediocre, even divine intervention cannot save it. If it is exceptional, no one can tarnish its brilliance. You rascal. Zhang Wei inhaled deeply, finding her agitation somewhat alleviated by his calm demeanor, yet her unease remained. What precisely was he implying? On Ling Ye's end, the sound of a mouse clicking resonated. There's nothing on my sleeve, Sister Wei. Perhaps it's merely a matter of having confidence in one's own work. After ending the call, Zhang Wei gazed out at the overcast sky, her emotions still fluctuating. Ling Ye's composure offered her a slight sense of reassurance, yet simultaneously, it deepened her anxiety. This young man, is he truly confident and composed, or merely resigned to failure? At this moment, Ling Ye's computer screen displayed an article penned by Lu Wujin many years ago, titled The Essence of Music and Vulgarity. In the article, the youthful Lu Wujin vehemently condemned mass-produced works, his words dripping with passion, yet he generously praised certain niche creations that, though technically crude, conveyed genuine emotion. Ling Ye's gaze lingered on the phrase "the essence" for an extended time, as his fingertips lightly tapped the desk, seemingly resonating with a newfound understanding. On the internet, the anticipation for Lu Wujin's live broadcast had already ignited a frenzy. Lu Wujin reviews, the one, $1 million reward to reveal the truth, public execution appointment for the one, newly minted hashtags sprouted like mushrooms after rain and after a night of fermentation. Their popularity even surpassed that of the song itself and the grand $1 million prize for solitary resonance. Countless music enthusiasts, fervent detractors, curious onlookers, and strategic marketers from various entertainment companies flocked to Lu Wuji's personal livestream page. The number of reservations surged at an astonishing rate, swiftly shattering his previous record for personal live broadcasts. The comment section was abuzz with excitement. Front row selling sunflower seeds, peanuts, and mineral water. The moment to witness history has arrived. The music god is about to reveal the true nature of the one. Although I enjoy the one, I am even more eager for Lil Lao Go's sharp tongue. Ha! $1 million reward? More like $1 million joke. I await Lil Lao Sure to strip away Ling Ye and Su Xiaoya's facade. Mind your words upstairs. Those who have heard the one know its worth. Who does Lu Wuji think he is? Rational discussions aside, while Lu Wuji's tongue may be venomous, his expertise is undeniable. This time, the one will either soar to great heights or plummet to the depths. How thrilling. Meanwhile, Zhou Mohan from Tianyin Entertainment and Li Zongming from Shengshi Entertainment silently monitored the unfolding situation. One had recently faced defeat at Ling Ye's hands, while the other viewed Ling Ye as a potential rival. Both were eager to see whether this dark horse would be exposed by Lu Wuji's critical lens, brought down to earth, or if it could withstand the pressure and ascend to greatness. In Qin Feng's apartment, he gazed at the screen, displaying Lu Wuji's acerbic visage, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The turmoil stirred by the one the previous night had subsided, replaced by a covert anticipation. He fervently wished for Lu Wuji to mercilessly dissect the one and Ling Ye, ideally branding them as charlatans and sensationalists, leading to the young man's ultimate downfall. On the other hand, in Xiaolan's dressing room, she allowed her stylist to tend her hair while she perused the online comments with keen interest. She sent Zhou Mohan a message. There's a spectacle to behold. Zhou Mohan replied instantly. Indeed, the secret to capturing attention seems to have been unraveled by Lu Wuji. Xiaolan chuckled softly, responding, I believe this time the secret is not solely in his hands. She set her phone down and gazed at her refined reflection in the mirror, a glimmer of profound significance flickering in her eyes. Her judgment regarding the one and her intrigue towards the young man named Ling Ye instilled in her a vague sense that Lu Wuji might, this time, bestow an immense surprise, or perhaps a shock, upon everyone. With a gentle tap of her fingertips, she unexpectedly reserved a spot for Lu Wuji's live broadcast. Immediately, she dialed another number. Please investigate Lu Wuji's recent activities, as well as some of his earlier, less mainstream works and critiques. The sooner, the better. Within the Night God Guardian Yaya's fan group, Chinya was frantically soothing her fans. Ladies, stay calm. Do not go into the live room to stir the pot. Refrain from manipulating comments, and certainly do not engage with the haters. Trust in Night God, trust in the one. Let's await the outcome in silence. Despite her words, her palms were already damp with sweat, and on another phone, the public relations team's standby instructions were ready, merely awaiting the press of a button. She had prepared 3 contingency plans, ranging from the most favorable to the worst. As night deepened, the city of Donghai illuminated with neon lights flickering, casting an eerie purplish-red hue across the sky. Only 10 minutes remained until Lu Wuji's live broadcast commenced. Countless pairs of eyes, filled with anticipation, skepticism, or schadenfreude, converged at the entrance of that small live room. Ling Ye closed all research documents and stretched his wrists. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Su Xiaoya. She replied almost instantaneously, I'm so nervous. My hands are shaking. Ling Ye responded, relax. Brew a cup of hot milk and treat it like a radio drama. Su Xiaoya sent back a face of exasperation. Ling Ye set his phone down and rose to the window, overlooking the city that never sleeps. The clamor of the urban landscape seemed to be sealed beyond the glass. At precisely 8 o'clock, Zhang Wei, Zhou Mohan, Li Zongming, Qin Feng, Xiaolan, Chinya, along with thousands of netizens, simultaneously entered Lu Wuji's live room. Following a brief loading animation, Lu Wuji's highly recognizable face appeared at the center of the screen, clad in a simple black t-shirt. His backdrop was a wall filled with books. Unlike the preview video, his face bore no expression, his gaze tranquil as a deep pool, devoid of ripples. The live chat exploded in a frenzy. Various speculations, expectations, and mockeries flooded the screen. Lu Wuji cleared his throat, slowly raising his eyes to the camera, his gaze piercing as if it could penetrate the screen and meet each viewer's stare. He paused for a few seconds, tantalizing everyone's curiosity. Then, his lips parted slightly. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly across the network. Many anticipate that I shall elevate a song to the heights of divinity, or perhaps plunge it into the depths of hell. He paused again, a faint smile gracing his lips. So today, Chapter 56, Turning the Tide. The sole endorsement of the music critic czar Lu Wuji cast his gaze across the swiftly scrolling comments, eschewing any superfluous words and directly addressing the matter at hand. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Before we dissect this much-anticipated crab, let us revisit this topical masterpiece, the only one. As his words faded, his live broadcast minimized to the lower right corner of the screen. On the main screen, the dimly lit station appeared, featuring the solitary figure of Su Xia. The piano's notes fell like cold raindrops, striking the hearts of all present once more. At Xinghue Entertainment, Zhang Wei clenched her fists tightly, her nails nearly embedding into her flesh. Though every detail of the music video was etched in her mind, it felt as if she were experiencing it for the very first time, each note tugging at her taut nerves. At Tianyin Entertainment, Zhou Mohan gently tapped his fingers on the table, while Xia Lan held a cup of coffee, a playful smile gracing her lips. She was curious to see how Lu Wuji would assess the unconventional Ling Ye. Meanwhile, at Shangshi Entertainment, Li Zongming exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, his gaze filled with complexity. He was eager to hear what venomous words Lu Wuji would unleash. In Qin Feng's apartment, he irritably loosened his tie, forcing himself to watch the music video once more. Su Xiaoya's hollow gaze and hoarse singing wrapped around him like an invisible net. Within the Night God Guardian fan group, Qinya had long lost her earlier composure. Her palms were slick with sweat. She had steeled herself for the worst outcome of this pivotal moment. As the music video concluded, the barrage of comments in the live stream momentarily stagnated, only to be subsequently engulfed by a larger tide. Something significant was about to unfold. "Le God, quit stalling and let the fireworks fly." Trembling with anticipation, Lu Wuji's countenance reclaimed the main screen as he adjusted his glasses. Today, we shall not discuss rewards or filters. We will only delve into this song, which seems almost forged by monetary means, the only one, and explore its true essence. A song forged by money? How audacious of Lu God to assert such a thing. The critics were in a frenzy, preparing for a fierce rebuttal. The lurking detractors swiftly emerged. Peel away its layers. Reveal its true form. Lu Wuji remained undeterred by the tumult of comments, his voice steady yet imbued with a chilling, penetrative quality. First, let us examine the lyrics. He called up the text of the only one. Do you truly understand the definition of the only one? He struck directly at the core. What appeared simple concealed profound struggles and introspection. The chorus proclaimed, "Your indecision, coupled with my tumultuous existence, awakening in death, understanding your clever deceit behind my back." This palpable despair and lucidity, once seen through, resonated deeply. He emphasized, "Some say that love is devoid of jealousy and arrogance is overly idealistic. Foolish." This is precisely the lyricist's brilliance. Against the backdrop of solitude, it sketches a yearning for and commitment to pure love. This conflict between unattainable and still striving for it is the very essence of emotional tension. His professional analysis compelled many trend-following listeners to genuinely immerse themselves in the lyrics for the first time. So, this song's lyrics are so intricate. Lu God is indeed remarkable. I had been too engrossed in my emotions earlier. Next, he turned to the arrangement. Lu Wuji's fingertips danced in the air, delicately punctuating the atmosphere. The arrangement of Unique can be aptly described as minimalist. However, this simplicity is not to be mistaken for rudimentary, but rather refined. The composer Ling Ye exhibits an extraordinary mastery in his use of the piano. The gentle arpeggios of the verses seamlessly meld into the resolute chords of the chorus, with emotions ascending layer upon layer. Even more astonishing is the accompaniment of the piano, where the melody, both played and echoed, remains strikingly identical. This mirroring structure, rarely encountered in pop music, imparts a unique cyclical essence to the piece, resonating with the themes of fate and eternity inherent in Unique. Upon this revelation, not only the casual listeners, but even some seasoned producers found themselves gasping in astonishment, having overlooked this intricate detail. As for Su Xiaoya's performance, Liu Wuji continued. Technique? Perhaps not flawless, but when has music ever been solely about technique? Her voice is treasured for its authenticity and uniqueness. The raspy and fragmented quality of her vocals resonates profoundly with the song's solitary core, creating a soulful reverberation. It was not Su Xiaoya who chose Unique. Rather, Unique chose Su Xiaoya. A technically proficient alternative might lack the same depth of flavor. He brought forth the MV once more. In a world inundated with melodramatic plots and kitschy dance sequences, this pure atmospheric creation, a stream of consciousness work that leaves space for interpretation, stands as a refreshing oasis. The empty train station, raindrops on the window, and a solitary room illuminated. Each vacant shot is akin to a flowing visual poem. It wholly returns the interpretative power to the audience. Such sophistication is a rarity in Dongyan Prefecture. Just as the audience believed the accolades had reached their zenith, Liu Wuji's tone shifted abruptly, and the album covers of Qin Feng's Throne and Xiaolan's Rainbow Feather appeared on the screen. This month's T-Online chart was indeed lively. Qin Feng's Throne, with its opulent arrangement and grand orchestral presence, showcases his remarkable control, particularly in the impressive high notes. Yet, Liu Wuji's tone suddenly turned frosty. While dazzling, it lacked the warmth and compassion befitting a true sovereign. The emotional core felt hollow, overly focused on showcasing technique, and thus it came across as excessively contrived, leaving a distasteful impression. Qin Feng's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. As for Xiaolan's Rainbow Feather, Liu Wuji was equally merciless. While the production was polished and the blend of tradition and modernity commendable, her interpretation, although melodious and captivating, fell prey to an overzealous pursuit of perfection, ultimately sacrificing its spirit. It resembled an ancient painting meticulously restored in a museum, each stroke precise, yet obscured by the dust of time, rendering the original vitality and impulsiveness unreachable. Upon concluding, one could admire the craftsmanship, but fail to feel a genuine emotional connection. Xiaolan's fingers tightened around her coffee cup, and her smile faded slightly. In the livestream chatroom, shock and admiration had completely overwhelmed the comments. Wow, the music god has gone mad. Qin Feng and Xiaolan are under fire together. Now, this is a true music critique, unbiased and incisive. After hearing your words, I am utterly humbled. Liu Wuji took a deep breath, his gaze returning to the visuals of Unique. In comparison, Unique triumphs by harnessing emotion to guide technique and simplicity to surpass complexity. It unfolds without embellishment, devoid of ostentation, yet conveys the most genuine and straightforward emotions, circumventing all technical barriers to resonate profoundly within the heart. He paused momentarily, articulating each word with conviction. Su Xiaoya is the most astonishing revelation of this month's celestial rankings, and indeed, a significant surprise in the recent musical landscape of Dongyanzu. It transcends mere pop music, is a perfect hymn dedicated to every solitary soul. The newcomer, Su Xiaoya, holds great promise for the future. Moreover, the composer behind this masterpiece, Night God Ling Ye, Liu Wuji emphasized his talent can only be described in two words: breathtaking. His mastery over melody, emotion, and artistic conception reflects a maturity and sophistication that surpasses his years. Hence, my conclusion, the Only is far from being a mere fade. Rather, it stands as one of the rare, worthy artistic creations in the recent Dongyanzu music scene, deserving of repeated listening and meticulous appreciation. As for the $1 million bounty, a smirk played on his lips, now appearing more like a jest. It foretold not the flaws in the work, but rather the narrow-mindedness of certain individuals. The live stream erupted in exuberance. Flowers and applause flooded the screen. Liu Wuji raised his hand, signaling for the barrage of comments to settle. With a tone almost akin to a recitative, he concluded the live broadcast. Many spend their entire lives in search of the only, yet forget that you yourself are the most unique and precious only. However, a deeper curve formed at the corners of Lu Wuji's mouth as he gazed into the camera, seemingly able to penetrate the screen and glimpse the young individual hidden behind it. Mr. Ling Ye, this song is indeed a work of genius. Yet I am curious. Lu Wuji's voice suddenly lowered, imbued with an air of inquiry and undeniable pressure. The profound loneliness and sense of fragmentation in your song feel so genuine, as if they're not merely the product of artistic imagination. What have you truly experienced? Chapter 57, Aftershocks and Prologue in the live stream. Lu Wuji's poignant inquiry. What have you truly experienced? Resonated like a stone cast into the tranquil waters of a lake. Its echoes barely dissipating, yet already stirring tumultuous waves across the vast ocean of the internet. Countless listeners, still reeling from the revelations of Unique and Lu Wuji's analysis, surged towards various music platforms with an electrifying fervor. The download count for Unique soared at an alarming rate, visible to the naked eye. At precisely 1 o'clock in the morning, a new name graced the top of the celestial rankings. Unique, lyrics and music by Ling Ye, sung by Su Xiaoye. Qin Feng's throne and Xiaolan's feather garment were left far behind. The debut download figures for the newcomer shattered historical records. Unique claimed the summit. Breaking news from major music media outlets fluttered across the internet like snowflakes. The comment section for Unique was utterly overwhelmed. Certified by Le Gong, it must be a masterpiece. I kneel in reverence. Just finished watching a live stream. Had to come back for a replay. Every note tells a story. Night God is magnificent. Now, this is what we call art. The songs of certain popular stars are nothing but auditory pollution. So, what exactly has Night God gone through to write such a song? Le Gong's question struck a chord with me, eagerly awaiting Night God's response. My curiosity is at its peak. Within his apartment, Ling Ye's phone vibrated incessantly. Lu Wuji's final question had indeed caught him off guard. After a moment's contemplation, he opened Weibo and registered a personal account. The process was surprisingly smooth, with the official Golden V badge approved in no time. Composer of Xinghua Entertainment, Ling Ye. With a gentle tap of his fingertips, he began crafting his response. Eschewing lengthy discourse or overt sentimentality, each word was meticulously chosen. Resembling a succinct poem, I extend my gratitude to teacher Lu Wuji for his in-depth analysis and recognition. Music is a universal language of emotion. Loneliness is one of humanity's eternal themes. It is not merely a product of specific experiences, but an emotion that anyone may encounter at some point. If my work can provide a moment of resonance and solace to a weary heart amidst the clamor, then that is the unique significance I bestow upon Unique as its creator. Pausing briefly, he continued, as for the past, it is merely a prologue. Life ebbs and flows. What matters is not to dwell on the ripples of yesteryear, but to listen to the present and every melody worth anticipating in the future. Thank you once again for your love and support. Ling Ye clicked send, yet at that moment, a different scene flickered through his mind. It was the dazzling earth from deep within his memories, the roaring cheers of a concert in a stadium, the unassuming guitar strumming heard in a quiet alley, and the melodies he had tapped out alone on the keyboard in the stillness of midnight. He spoke lightly of the past as a prologue, but he alone understood the weight of that prologue, interwoven with countless unspoken complexities of emotion. Ling Ye's post did not directly answer the question. It seemed to address everything. It cleverly separated his private life from his creative endeavors, while exhibiting a transparency and openness that transcended his years. Wow, this is the real Ling Ye, officially certified. It truly is Night God. This response, akin to a droplet of water plunging into boiling oil, instantaneously reignited the fervor of the internet. The past is merely a prologue, a phrase I have come to adore. It exudes such elegance. Alas, I initially cherished only his music, yet now I find myself enamored with the artist himself. Time for some playful banter. My past is also a prologue, albeit my present consists of idling at work. What, I wonder, constitutes the prologue of Night God? My curiosity is piqued. To the commenter above, Night God has urged us to listen to the present moment and refrain from gossip. Let us indulge in music instead. Moments later, the account of Lu Wuji himself retweeted Ling Ye's response, captioning it, "What a splendid the past is merely a prologue. I look forward to your more present moments." Ling Ye, the interaction between these two parties was swiftly interpreted by netizens as a mutual admiration between the monarch of music criticism and an extraordinary talent, sparking yet another wave of discussion. Meanwhile, within the fan group of Night God's Protector, Chinya promptly took note of Ling Ye's verified account. Night God responded, "So handsome. Ladies, let the red envelope reign commence." The group was instantaneously inundated with red envelope notifications. Shortly thereafter, Chinya, using the ID of Night God's Protector, publicly expressed, "Thank you, Teacher Lu Wuji, for your fair assessment. The Million Lonely Resonance Gold event is both genuine and effective. All prizes will be distributed to the winners through official channels within a week. Thank you for allowing the singular loneliness of the Only to resonate." Due to the phenomenal success of the Only, Lu Wuji's esteemed words, and Ling Ye's response brimming with philosophical depth and elegance, the follower count on his verified account skyrocketed to 3 million overnight, with numbers still on the rise. Countless listeners who had previously only heard his songs without seeing the artist, new fans of Su Xiaoya, and even fans of artists he had collaborated with, flocked to follow him, eager to glimpse the visage of this enigmatic night god. In stark contrast to the external revelry was Qin Feng's luxuriously decorated apartment. On his phone screen, the glaring headline declaring the Only at the pinnacle was unbearable, juxtaposed with Lu Wuji's hollow, overly meticulous critique of his throne, alongside the merciless ridicule from netizens. Crash! The crystal ashtray was forcefully smashed onto the floor, shattering into countless pieces, producing a deafening sound. Ling Ye, Su Xiaoya. Qin Feng's chest heaved violently, his handsome features contorted with rage. At this moment, his management team was already in disarray, inundated with a barrage of phone conferences. As for Lu Wuji's critique, let us dismiss it as the antiquated preferences of a bygone music critic, out of touch with contemporary trends, existing in a state of aesthetic dissonance. Indeed, let us purchase a few more trending topics to bolster Brother Feng's dedicated and hardworking persona. The urgently launched crisis management plan quickly spread across the internet. However, these assertions appeared utterly feeble and insubstantial against the decades of credibility that Lu Wuji had amassed and the impeccable quality of the Only. It is laughable. Lu Wuji has nearly mapped out the arrangement structure of throne, and you dare to speak of personal preference? Effort? Who isn't striving? The issue lies in the misguided efforts. The outcome is nothing short of rubbish. The scope is too narrow. Qin Feng has truly stumbled this time, and his public relations team has proven to be a liability. The tide of ridicule from netizens rushes in, and rather than alleviating the situation, Qin Feng's PR team has fanned the flames, tarnishing his image further. Amidst this cacophony, Xiaolan's personal social media quietly updates. She shares a portion of Lu Wuji's lengthy review, specifically the only positive remark, accompanied by the note, "Congratulations to sister Su Xiaoya for topping the T-Online chart. A good work deserves to be heard by more people, and I'm also grateful to teacher Lu Wuji for his splendid critique. I eagerly anticipate the opportunity for interesting musical collaborations and intersections with teacher Ling Ye in the future." This post from Xiaolan, akin to a refreshing stream, swiftly garners a multitude of favorable responses. Xiaolan is magnanimous. This is true breadth of vision. She understands the value in appreciating her rivals. Her emotional intelligence is remarkably high. In stark contrast to a certain flustered individual next door, the difference is unmistakable. Xiaolan's statement not only displays generosity, but also cleverly extends an olive branch to Ling Ye, subtly accentuating Qin Feng's mounting embarrassment. Within the elite musicians' internal group chat of Dongyun, the atmosphere erupts with fervor. Screenshots of previous dismissive remarks toward Ling Ye from certain individuals in the group are unearthed by an opportunist, tagging the relevant parties, inciting laughter and banter. I retract my earlier statement regarding Ling Ye's luck. This is truly a divine intervention. The melody of the piano accompaniment and its reverse is identical. I have listened to it 800 times without noticing. This is extraordinary. Leader Liang, your Xinghui has truly struck gold this time. Observing the discussions in the group, Liang he cannot suppress a smile. He occasionally interjects with comments, his words brimming with pride. Qin Feng, with a sullen demeanor, watches the barrage of praise for Ling Ye. The analysis of the only success in Xiaolan's post, which has been shared and liked by many, feeling a weight of frustration swelling within him. As if he might explode, the glow of his phone screen reflects his ashen face. His fingers press down so forcefully that it seems he might crush the device. He dares not respond to any messages directed at him, fearing that even a spark could ignite his temper. In this moment, Qin Feng comprehends the essence of social death within the group, forced to silently observe as the accolades and derisions engulf him. Chapter 58, Breaking the Mold and Taking Risks. The following day, upon entering the company, Ling Ye immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere permeating the air. Colleagues, who were typically mere acquaintances, now regarded him with a myriad of complex expressions, awestruck, scrutinizing, and predominantly, a barely concealed reverence and curiosity. Ling Ye, a voice, lowered yet brimming with suppressed excitement, came from behind. Zhou, a seasoned composer from the composition department, hurried over with a broad smile. Well, look at you. I've heard the old man, Luoji's appraisal has reached the higher-ups. They say you are a once-in-a-century genius. You are truly on the verge of soaring to great heights. Ling Ye's lips curled slightly in a non-committal smile. Just as he settled at his workstation, his phone vibrated. The caller ID revealed it was Wang Hao, the head of the composition department. Ling Ye, huh? Are you awake yet? Wang Hao's voice crackled with uncontainable excitement, the background bustling with noise. Good morning, Director Wang. Good morning? More like a momentous occasion. My voice rose a notch as I just received official notification from the Blue Star Composer Association. Your piece, the only one, along with your previous works, has fully met the certification standards for an intermediate composer. The official certification system has been updated, and you are now, without a doubt, an official intermediate composer. Thank you for your efforts, Director Wang. Ling Ye replied calmly, fully anticipating this promotion. Efforts? This is all your hard work. I've already submitted your application for intermediate composer benefits to the company. Salary, profit-sharing ratios, and resource allocation will all be enhanced. You, my boy, have boundless potential. After ending the call, Ling Ye deftly logged into the official website of the Blue Star Composer Association. In the directory of certified composers, he quickly located his name. Ling Ye certification level, intermediate composer, representative works, the only one, Mercury Retrograde, the nameless, a little half. Gazing at the golden badge signifying his intermediate status, Ling Ye's thoughts momentarily drifted. He recalled the original owner's memories, filled with an almost obsessive yearning for this title. It represented countless nights of toil, countless submissions that vanished into the void, and an elusive dream. For local creators in Blue Star, ascending from intermediate to advanced and ultimately to the pinnacle of gold medal composer, each step epitomized the ultimate collision of talent, hard work, and opportunity. Yet now, utilizing the rich cultural and entertainment resources of another world, he had effortlessly achieved what the original self might have taken years, if not decades, to attain within mere months. This sensation was both wondrous and intricate. Simultaneously, on the top floor of the Starshine Entertainment building, in the chairman's office, Chen Haidong stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing out through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows at the bustling metropolis of Donghai City, bathed in the morning light. On his desk lay several documents, including the hastily prepared project summary report for the only one by Wang Hao, and a dossier evaluating Ling Ye's personal background and potential. After a prolonged silence, he pressed the intercom. Have Wang Hao and Zhang Wei come my office. Soon, the head of the composition department, Wang Hao, and the head of the artist department, Zhang Wei, entered the office that epitomized the power core of Xinghui Entertainment, their demeanor tinged with apprehension. Please, have a seat. Chen Haidong gestured toward the sofa, his tone calm. Once they settled, Chen Haidong first expressed his approval of their work. In this project, Wang Hao, your early judgment and support have been crucial. Zhang Wei, your efforts in artist promotion have also been commendable. Wang Hao and Zhang Wei, upon hearing this, Both exhaled slightly in relief and offered modest acknowledgments. Chen Haidong took a sip from his teacup and abruptly shifted the topic. Setting aside the official reports, I wish to hear your most genuine opinions on the newcomer, Ling Ye, as well as your projections for his future development. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Hao was the first to speak. Chairman, Ling Ye's talent is beyond dispute. One could describe him as extraordinarily gifted. His sensitivity to melody and his grasp of market sentiment far exceed that of his peers and even some seasoned composers. Given time, he is destined to become a leading composer. Zhang Wei nodded in agreement. Not only is Ling Ye talented, but he also possesses a calm demeanor and acts with discretion. Many key points in this project as promotional strategy were proposed by him. His work was central to Su Xiaoye's meteoric rise, and his planning played an indispensable role. However, she paused briefly. He is still quite young. The road ahead is long, and he may require more time for growth and the accumulation of works. Both offered high praise, but tacitly added a conservative judgment regarding his youth and need for maturation. After all, elevating him too high could backfire if he faltered later, which would not bode well for the company or the newcomer himself. After listening, Chen Haidong did not immediately respond, his fingers lightly tapping on the mahogany desk. The atmosphere in the office grew increasingly tense with each tap. Wang Hao and Zhang Wei exchanged glances, their hearts racing. After a while, Chen Haidong ceased his tapping and lifted his gaze. I have decided to grant Ling Ye a salary and resources equivalent to that of a senior composer, a significant exception. What? Wang Hao and Zhang Wei gasped in unison, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. Senior composer? That was a status second only to that of a gold medal composer within the company. In all of Xinghui, those who reached this level had invariably contributed significantly, having produced numerous hit works. Ling Ye had only just begun his career with a limited number of works. Granting him such a high status was unprecedented. Wang Hao was the first to regain his composure, speaking urgently. Chairman, this seems inappropriate. We all recognize Ling Ye's contributions, but directly offering such a senior status could ignite a backlash among other composers in the company. Experience and a body of work are hurdles that cannot be overlooked. Zhang Wei also appeared concerned. Indeed, Chairman, taking such a large step may provoke controversy. Once this precedent is set, how will we manage the team moving forward? If morale falters, what will become of Ling Ye? The pressure may become overwhelming and detrimental to his future creativity. Chen Haidong's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated their reactions all along. He slowly leaned against the back of his chair, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. I am well aware of everything you have mentioned. Allow me to share a story. Wang Hao and Zhang Wei listened intently. 3 years prior, Chen Haidong's gaze seemed to pierce through the fabric of time. Back then, Tianyin Entertainment was not as formidable as it is now, and our Xinghui had encountered a newcomer in composition strikingly similar to Ling Ye. He possessed remarkable talent, and his unique style was captivating. At that time, I contemplated nurturing him with great care. And then, Wang Hao inquired cautiously. And then, Chen Haidong chuckled self-deprecatingly. Ultimately, due to concerns over the so-called internal balance and adherence to seniority, I hesitated, opting for a gradual approach to his development. Consequently, someone from Tianyin seized the opportunity and signed him away with a contract that far exceeded our expectations. He paused, his gaze suddenly sharp. That newcomer is now Tianyin Entertainment's youngest golden composer, Wu Jingyu. Wu Jingyu. Wang Hao and Zhang Wei gasped in astonishment. This name resonated like thunder in the Dongyunzi music scene. In recent years, Wu Jingyu, with his boundless creative talent and precise grasp of popular trends, has propelled numerous first-tier singers to fame for Tianyin Entertainment, creating immense market pressure for other companies, including Xinghui. So there was such a backstory. Chen Haidong's voice turned colder. Because of that damn balance, we lost a talent like Wu Jingyu, allowing Tianyin to gain a significant advantage. You are more aware than I of the value he has generated for Tianyin and the losses we have incurred. Xinghui cannot afford to make the same mistake twice. He suddenly stood up, striding to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the city below. The extraordinary promotion of Ling Ye is not merely a reward. It is a strategic investment. I disregard qualifications and balance. I only see his potential and the future he can bring to Xinghui. The air in the office seemed to solidify. Wang Hao and Zhang Wei were momentarily speechless, taken aback by Chun Haidong's resolute decision and audacity. Chun Haidong slowly turned, his piercing gaze sweeping over them, his tone brooking no dissent. This matter is settled. Wang Hao, you will coordinate with the HR department to expedite the implementation of the specific plan. I want Ling Ye to feel the utmost sincerity and support from the company. Yes, Chairman. Wang Hao inhaled deeply, nodding solemnly. Regarding potential internal backlash, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Chun Haidong's eyes. Xinghui does not harbor idlers, nor does it tolerate those who prioritize seniority over capability. Once Ling Ye's matter was addressed, the atmosphere in the office eased slightly. Chun Haidong returned to his desk, turning his gaze toward Zhang Wei. By the way, Zhang Wei, he inquired gently, how are the discussions with Xue Tianwang progressing? Do we have any assurance? Chapter 59. The catfish and the King. Zhang Wei adjusted her posture, the atmosphere in the conference room growing increasingly solemn as she prepared to speak. Chairman, regarding King Xue. Currently, Xinghui, Tianyin Entertainment, and Shengshi Entertainment are the three companies he is seriously considering. Chun Haidong nodded slightly, encouraging her to continue. In terms of compensation and resources, the three companies are on par. For someone of King Xue's stature, conventional terms no longer hold allure. Zhang Wei pushed her glasses up her nose, adding, he has proposed an additional condition. The company that can present him with a truly captivating song will secure his contract. A song determining the allegiance? Chun Haidong's index finger lightly tapped on the rosewood table. Wang Hao interjected at an opportune moment. Chairman, Tianyin has dispatched their ace, the ballad Maestro Luo Mingyuan, to craft a song titled Time, like love specifically for King Xue. However, upon hearing it, King Xue promptly rejected it. He paused before continuing. Shengshi Entertainment's top composer, Kong Xiangdong, renowned for his eclectic style, has also presented a piece that fuses classical and pop elements, titled Burning Affection. It seems to cater to King Xue's taste, given his past ventures. Yet, the result was equally unsatisfactory. Wang Hao's expression turned slightly bitter. Even our company's esteemed composer, Lu Mingwei, submitted a piece last week titled Unretainable, which he himself described as his finest work in recent years, inspired by life's insights. Yet it too fell into oblivion. Chun Haidong's gaze swept across the room. The king possesses an inherent confidence that affirms his worth. The composition department must exert every effort to secure King Xue. He shifted his tone. Ling Ye should also be involved. Ling Ye's participation, Chairman? Wang Hao was taken aback, hesitating. King Xue's demands were extraordinarily high. Though Ling Ye was talented, his experience was still nascent. Chun Haidong waved his hand, silencing Wang Hao. I trust my judgment. The brilliance of an unrefined gem can sometimes be more captivating than a blade drawn in haste. As she exited the chairman's office, the sound of her heels echoed crisply against the floor. Old Wang, what scheme is the chairman concocting? Why involve Ling Ye with King Xue? Zhang Wei lowered her voice. Wang Hao sighed. Either the chairman genuinely recognizes his exceptional talent, or he intends to stir the stagnant waters with this catfish, applying pressure to see what emerges. Zhang Wei pondered this, choosing not to speak further. The chairman's methods had always been results-driven. As Ling Ye settled into his workspace, a notification appeared on the internal communication software. Human Resources Notification. Mr. Ling Ye, in light of your exceptional contributions to the company and the immense creative potential you have demonstrated, the management has decided to grant you a salary and resource allocation commensurate with a senior composer, effective immediately. This notice is issued by the Human Resources Department of Xinghui Entertainment. Senior composer? Wang Hao had previously mentioned a mid-level position. How had it escalated to senior? This was quite unexpected. This exceptional decision defied conventional norms. Typically, advancement required a lengthy accumulation of experience, works, and influence. Xinghui Entertainment, as a titan in the industry, maintained strict internal regulations and clearly defined hierarchies. While he has indeed risen to fame through the release of several songs, There remains a considerable distance to traverse before he meets the stringent criteria required of a senior composer. This is not merely a reward. It resembles a wager. The upper echelons of the company evidently perceive his potential to transcend the ordinary and are willing to break the rules to invest in him ahead of time. This generous gesture is fueled by the hope that he will generate profits for the company that far exceed the initial investment. It is a venture capital gamble based on his potential, a high-stakes gamble in every sense. Simultaneously, Ling Ye can foresee that this notice will undoubtedly stir up tumult within the company, particularly among those senior composers whose contributions have been modest. He lightly tapped his fingers and accessed the internal employee forum of Xinghue Entertainment. As expected, the anonymous discussion section had already erupted with a new hot topic. Title, huh? A certain newcomer has soared to great heights, receiving senior treatment directly. Should we old-timers pack our bags and leave? 1L. Anonymous, I have toiled for 5 years, releasing over 10 songs, and have only reached the top tier of intermediate pay. Yet, this person achieves senior status with just a few songs? Is this fair? 2L. Anonymous, haha, fair? In the eyes of capital, there is only value, not fairness. Can you bring in substantial profits for the company? 3L. Anonymous, a few songs leading to senior status? Who will still endure the grind of building a portfolio? 4L. Anonymous, the previous commenter seems oblivious. Have you not listened to their songs? Mercury Retrograde, The Nameless, each is a masterpiece. Talent allows one to act freely. 5L. Anonymous, act freely? Huh. The higher you are lifted, the harder you fall. The youth lack restraint. They will surely face trials ahead. Do not assume that a couple of songs can secure your position. The music industry is fraught with depth. 6L. Anonymous, I heard that Wu Jingyu was also promoted against the odds at Tianjin. Does the chairman wish to replicate that success? 7 Anonymous replicat. Wu Jingyu was indeed an exception, but they produced hit after hit. Currently, this individual has only one phenomenon, the only. If the momentum wanes, it will turn to ridicule. Various opinions emerged, ranging from envy and resentment to sarcasm and schadenfreude, vividly illustrating the intricate dynamics within the company. Ling Ye skimmed through the comments, then closed the page. Such reactions were hardly surprising. His phone vibrated. It was a call from Wang Hao. Ling Ye, have you seen the notice from the HR department? Congratulations. Senior composer. The chairman personally made the decision. Wang Hao's voice brimmed with excitement, yet there was an undercurrent of complexity. Yes, I saw it. Thank you, Supervisor Wang. Why thank me? This is all due to your own hard work. Wang Hao paused, his tone shifting to one of seriousness. The chairman has high expectations for you. There's one more thing. The chairman specifically requested that you participate in the Shui Tianwang project. Shui Tianwang? A name flickered through Ling Ye's mind. Yes, that's Shui Tianwang. Wang Hao's voice carried a hint of gravity. He is considering changing companies. Xinghue, Tianjin, and Shengshe are all vying for him. He proposed a condition. Whoever could present a song that satisfied him would secure a contract. The other esteemed composers in the company had already submitted their works, yet none had captured his interest. Wang Hao continued, Shui Tianwang is a perennial figure in the music industry, hailed as the prince of love songs. Although his output has diminished in recent years, his market appeal remains formidable, with over 2 decades in the industry and a plethora of classics. His discerning taste in music is renowned. To impress him is a daunting task. I have compiled Shui Tianwang's detailed profile, including analyses of all his past albums, concert records, media interviews, and the list of songs that various companies have had rejected this time, and sent it to your email. Do your best. Do not feel overly pressured. I understand, Director Wang, replied Ling Ye. Shortly after hanging up, a congratulatory message from Zhang Wei arrived. Congratulations, senior composer. However, with great heights come greater challenges. Henceforth, one must act with utmost caution. Ling Ye leaned back in his chair, his gaze profound. Chen Haidong's maneuver was indeed masterful. This promotion was not only an affirmation of his abilities and an attempt to win him over, but also a strategic move to invigorate the somewhat stagnant creative atmosphere within Starshine Entertainment, sending a message to those who only adhere to seniority and lack ambition. Moreover, pushing him into the competition for Shui Tianwang was a calculated ploy. Undoubtedly, It was intended for him to serve as a dark horse. If victorious, Starshine Entertainment would not only secure Shui Tianwang, but also elevate Ling Ye's reputation to unprecedented heights, firmly establishing him as a senior composer, perhaps even propelling him toward the coveted title of gold medalist. Conversely, should he falter, it would hardly tarnish his image as a newcomer. The most that could be said would be that he displayed commendable courage and still required refinement. Nevertheless, Ling Ye understood that if he failed to deliver an extraordinary performance regarding Shui Tianwang, this exceptional opportunity would swiftly transform from motivation to a potential downfall, rendering him a subject of ridicule among naysayers, with the pressure he faced far exceeding others' expectations. Chen Haidong was taking a gamble, betting on his talent to create yet another miracle. He redirected his focus to the computer screen, opening the detailed profile Wang Hao had sent regarding Shui Tianwang. Known for his love songs, Shui Tianwang had recently begun to explore diverse styles, attempting to step outside the comfort zone of romantic ballads. Yet the market response to his new works paled in comparison to the acclaim of his earlier love songs. Ling Ye's gaze lingered for a moment on a transcript from an early interview. There, Shui Tianwang had remarked, in my youth, I always wanted to express love in a grandiose manner. Looking back now, I realize that many profound emotions are often enveloped in the mundanity of daily life, akin to a glass of lukewarm water, unremarkable at first sip, yet revealing a subtle sweetness upon further tasting. Ling Ye contemplated this statement thoughtfully. Chapter 60. The King's Obsession and the Newcomer's Qualification. At the other end of Dongyanzu, within a lavish villa, Shui Kai severed the call. The name of a senior executive from Huai Entertainment glaring on the screen. The voices of Shui's sentimental ballads, once a market guarantee and a source of fans' anticipation, still buzzed in his ears. It was the same old routine. Demands for contract renewal followed by the insistence on replicating the very ballads that had once propelled him to the pinnacle of success. Now, feeling like exquisite shackles, he sank wearily into the sofa, a wave of frustration engulfing him. After 2 decades in the industry, he had traversed this path of success for far too long. Even his most devoted fans jokingly remarked during concerts, Kai Ge, we can all recite your ballads. Can we expect something different in the next album? Different? How he longed for that. A year ago, he poured his heart into a transformative album, experimenting with psychedelic rock and urban blues, only to be met with indifference. The higher-ups at his former label, Huai Entertainment, praised his daring endeavors but ultimately handed him new songs that, without exception, returned to the safe and comfortable realm of Shui's sentimental ballads. This industry seemed to adhere strictly to labels, allowing no deviation whatsoever. Breakthrough. That word pricked at him like a needle, causing occasional pangs of discomfort. Thus, whether it was Luo Mingyuan, Kong Xiangdong, or even Lu Minghui, whose song Can't Hold On he privately acknowledged as commendable, each ultimately fell short of igniting the embers in his chest, proving that Shui Kai could still sing of a life beyond the confines of his current image, proving that he had not yet been entirely defined. Within Xinhui Entertainment, the news of Ling Ye being specifically called upon by Chun Haidong for the Shui Tianwang Invitation Song Project created ripples akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Lu Minghui, the esteemed composer from the 5th group of the composition department, fresh off having Can't Hold On ruthlessly rejected by Shui Kai, found himself seething. He openly challenged the notion in the internal group chat. Are we really letting a rookie write songs for Shui Tianwang? Is the company desperate? Does he even understand the mindset of a king? Absurd. A heavy silence fell over the group. Lu Minghui's seniority and substantial body of work lent weight to his words. Yet in private, whispers circulated that he was misplacing his frustration over his own rejected work onto the newcomer. The news also reached the ears of competitors. Luo Mingyuan, the ace composer from Tianyin Entertainment, famous for his prowess in writing love songs, scoffed at his assistant upon hearing of Ling Ye. Has Xinhui run out of tricks? Using a rookie as a smokescreen to divert our attention? Utterly ridiculous. He had conveyed to Shui Kai's team that his second draft would be a culmination of all his previous works, surpassing them all. Kong Xiangdong, the eminent composer from Shengshi Entertainment, who had also failed to win favor with his creation love, is burning, merely raised an eyebrow upon hearing Ling Ye's name. his tone laced with amusement. Ling Ye? The one from the only? A bit of flair, but Shui Tian Wang is a tough nut to crack. He won't be swayed by a couple of trivial tunes. Chun Haidong's strategy seemed to him a mere feint, a diversionary tactic. To these seasoned veterans, Xinghui's move appeared nothing short of a surrender. Amidst the clamor of the outside world, Ling Ye remained unfazed. He immersed himself in the thick stack of materials about Shui Kai sent by Wang Hao, his gaze repeatedly lingering on the phrase from an interview. The music I yearn for is like warm water, initially tasteless, yet with a lingering sweetness upon closer inspection. Warm water, lingering sweetness. Ling Ye closed his eyes, rapidly sifting through the depths of his consciousness for entertainment works. The silhouettes of several music giants flickered past, their styles markedly diverse, yet they all shared a common trait, narrating the most profound stories through the simplest of languages. Eventually, his thoughts settled on a renowned musician celebrated for his everyday, philosophical folk songs. His works eschewed flamboyance and sentimentality, yet effortlessly sketched the essence of life and evoked emotional resonance through plain melodies and lyrics. This realm of perceiving thunder and silence resonated profoundly with Shui Kai's insights on warm water and lingering sweetness. Ling Ye reached a resolution in his heart. He would not craft for Shui Kai a grandiose song seeking high notes and explosive power, but rather a narrative ballad that would speak to Shui Kai's innermost feelings and resonate with all who have navigated the tides of time. Meanwhile, Shui Kai's manager, Sister Fong, pushed open the door to the study. The faint scent of cigar smoke mingled with the afternoon sunlight. Shui Kai reclined on the sofa, a long-extinguished cigar pinched between his fingers, his gaze vacantly fixed on the ceiling. Kai-go, Sister Fong's voice was gentle. Shui Kai slowly returned to reality, extinguishing the cigar in the ashtray. What is it? His voice bore an imperceptible rasp. There's new information from Xinghui Entertainment. Sister Fong took a seat across from him, retrieving her tablet. The composers involved in this song invitation include several renowned figures, along with a newcomer. A newcomer? Shui Kai's brow furrowed slightly before relaxing, seemingly dismissive, considering it merely a gimmick. Yes, his name is Ling Ye, Sister Fong added, the composer of that song, the only one from a while back. Ling Ye? The name rang a bell for Shui Kai. Sister Fong had mentioned him, noting that he gained notoriety after a review from Luwu Ji. He had even taken the time to listen to the only one. The simple piano accompaniment and the pure female voice created an exquisite sense of solitude. This unpretentious purity indeed constituted a refreshing stream in the current musical landscape. Shui Kai unconsciously tapped his fingers against the armrest of the sofa. The only one. It is undoubtedly a fine song, rich in emotion and uncommon in its artistry. If it had been 10 years ago, he would have readily invited the composer to create another hit love song. But now, what he sought was not another, the only one, Kai-ge. It seems Xinghui holds this Ling Ye in high regard. It is said that Chun Haidong personally recommended him, Sister Fong gently reminded. A hint of derision flickered at the corner of Shui Kai's mouth. Chun Haidong? Does he think that I, Shui Kai, have reached a point where I need to rely on a so-called purer, minor piece to sustain my artistic life? He neither despised the only one nor questioned Ling Ye's talent. The success of that song attested to the composer's prowess. Yet, no matter how exceptional the only one was, it ultimately succumbed to the theme of love. Perhaps it was more profound and nuanced than his previous love songs, but fundamentally, how did it differ from the Prince of Love Songs label he yearned to escape? The same old story in a new guise. Was this the extent of innovation from Xinghui Entertainment? Originally, I had anticipated that Chun Haidong would unveil an extraordinary solution. However, it seems he merely intends to rely on a newcomer, more adept at composing love songs, to maintain his standing as the monarch of romantic melodies. A flicker of disappointment quietly washed over me. Understood, Shui Kai replied, his voice tinged with a weary disinterest. Isn't Luo Mingyuan from Tianjin and Kong Xiangdong from Shengshe preparing a second draft? Inform me if there are any updates. Sister Fong nodded in acknowledgement. I've heard that Luo Mingyuan has been in seclusion for a week, and Kong Xiangdong is busy gathering inspiration. Both parties are adamant that this time success is imperative. Oh, imperative, is it? Shui Kai chuckled lightly, though the mirth held no semblance of ease. Let them make their fuss. He rose and strolled to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the meticulously manicured flora in the courtyard. The sun shone brightly, warm and inviting, yet it could not dispel the chill that lingered within. Sister Fong. He suddenly spoke, his voice calm, yet imbued with an unyielding resolve. If, and I emphasize if, what they ultimately present is merely more of those predictable compositions where the ending is evident from the outset, he paused, his gaze drifting into the distance, eyes profound. I would rather refrain from signing. Sister Fong felt a tightening in her chest. Kai-ge, this at worst. I shall withdraw into semi-retirement. Shui Kai turned to face her, the earlier agitation replaced by a serene clarity. A liberation from the need to don the prince of love songs fade and perform melodies that no longer stir his own heart. For 2 decades, he had savored the accolades and applause, endured the criticisms and solitude. Now, he yearned only to live authentically, to sing the songs he truly wished to express. Should this industry offer no opportunities, he would gladly turn away. Sister Fong observed the resolute silhouette of Shui Kai, her words of persuasion caught in her throat. She understood all too well the stubbornness of this man. Yet, was this newcomer, Ling Ye, merely a desperate gambit cloaked in the guise of stardust? Or was there a deeper significance? Her gaze returned to the screen, fixating on Ling Ye's name and the song titled The Only One. Perhaps she should take the time to listen closely to that piece and delve deeper into the essence of this young talent. To have garnered praise from Liu Wuji and to be selected by Chun Haidong himself could not simply be a fleeting moment. With a gentle tap, she pressed the play button for The Only One. Chapter 61. The Hill. Ling Ye ultimately zeroes in on a deeply narrative and emotionally profound yet restrained song, Li Zongxing's The Hill. Much like the whispers shared between old friends during a late-night drink, the gravelly timbre of the voice is laden with the joys and sorrows of life, regrets, quests, and reconciliations. It is not the instant intoxication of strong liquor, but rather a vintage that requires the passage of time to mature. Ling Ye's arrangement concept draws directly from Li Zongxing's most iconic concert rendition. The acoustic guitar sketches the foundation, while the piano and strings punctuate the soundscape. It is simplistic yet imbued with immense potency, reaching straight to the heart. As he prepared to produce a demo for The Hill, a call from Wang Hao interrupted him. His voice taut. Ling Ye, do we have any solid news about that song from King Shui? I have some thoughts, Ling Ye replied, his tone unruffled. What direction are we taking? Wang Hao pressed. A narrative lyrical folk song, Ling Ye stated calmly. He added, it emphasizes life's insights, not the explosive grandeur of a big song, nor the typical Shui-style love song. There was a silence on the other end for several seconds. When Wang Hao spoke again, his voice was fraught with difficulty. Folk? Those 2 words seem almost incendiary. Ling Ye, I understand the king wants to break new ground, but folk. Could it be too risky? We cannot ignore the market and commercial value, can we? He cleared his throat, attempting to soften his words, which sounded more like an interrogation. The chairman has high hopes for you. There's been considerable chatter within the company about your rapid promotion. This project with King Shui is crucial for both you and the company. If it becomes a hit, your position as a high-level composer will be secure. But if we use this project to test the waters of folk music, and it yields a mediocre response, his unfinished thoughts hung heavily in the air. Wang Hao sighed deeply. It's not that I doubt your talent. However, King Shui is not like Su Xiaoya. He bears too much, the expectations of fans, the inertia of the market. His desire to turn the tide could lead to disaster. So many composers have tried to help him transition. And what happened? Mutual destruction. Director Wang, when I refer to folk music, I do not mean the simple melodies of babbling brooks. It possesses sufficient depth and emotional tension to convey what a singer like Shui Kai at his age wishes to express. I am confident this song can resonate with him. Ling Ye paused slightly before continuing. What kind of works will Luo Mingyuan from Tianyin or Kong Xiangdong from Shengshe produce? Likely just more extreme versions of Shui-style love songs or more extravagant pop big songs. While these may be safe choices, will they truly move the current Shui Kai? He has heard too many similar pieces. As for the market, Ling Ye's tone took on a subtle nuance. The current market is indeed saturated with various fast food compositions. Yet, it is precisely in such an environment that songs capable of deep reflection and resonance become all the more precious. For Shui Kai, a song that can first move him may hold greater importance than anything else. Only by touching the singer's heart can we hope to genuinely reach the audience. I believe this song can help Shui Kai discover that profound emotion wrapped in simplicity he seeks. On the other end of the line, Wang Hao fell silent once more. Ling Ye possesses an extraordinary assurance that belies his age, as if everything lies within his grasp. His previous works, such as Mercury Chronicles, The Nameless, and the phenomenal The Only, all attest to his nearly prodigious discernment. Very well, Wang Hao's voice conveyed a hint of resolute determination. I will trust you once more. Expedite the demo. I must hear it myself and offer my guidance. Understood. Ling Ye ended the communication. In the ensuing days, Ling Ye devoted nearly all his energy to the arrangement and production of the demo for The Hill. He utilized the built-in sound sources of his arrangement software to synthesize a voice that bore a slight rasp and texture, imperfect yet capable of outlining the melodic direction and the lyrical essence. Each note and every choice of instrumentation was meticulously considered, as he endeavored to depict the insurmountable hill of life with the most succinct strokes. The external clamor seemed to fade away, leaving only the collision and fusion of notes in his world. Within the internal forum of Xinghue Entertainment, discussions concerning Ling Ye's involvement in the project for King Shui's song had already veered off course. A sensational revelation erupted. Ling Ye was to compose a folk song for King Shui. A bold, anonymous comment fell like a boulder into still waters. Folk song? For King Shui? Does he truly believe that achieving success with it only grants him the right to reach for the stars? Such frivolity is acceptable for a newcomer like Su Xiaoye. But King Shui is on an entirely different level. Does he comprehend the gravity of this? It seems he wishes to sacrifice King Shui's career for his own vanity. In the composition department's group chat, the esteemed composer Lu Minghui's avatar lit up once more, directing a message towards Wang Hao. Wang Hao, I have heard that Ling Ye intends to use this folk song, a rather unrefined genre, to fool King Shui. Are we at Xinghue losing our sanity? Or has he become overly ambitious? He continued, is it a jest to take our company's project and a top-tier artist so lightly? Do we appear to be a charitable organization? Or does he believe King Shui is merely a street performer? The success of The Only was purely serendipitous. He must be brought to his senses. Ignorance should not be mistaken for individuality, lest he tarnish the reputation of Xinghue. His words were sharper than before, laced with unmistakable ire and disdain. A few who usually aligned with Lu Minghui offered dry agreement, acknowledging that newcomers ought to heed the wisdom of their predecessors, while many others chose to remain silent, fully aware that Lu Minghui's rejected peace cannot hold, had left him with a belly full of unspent frustration. With Ling Ye now a convenient target. Supervisor, you cannot remain indifferent. Must we allow a mere mouse droppings to spoil our pot of soup at Xinghue? Lu Minghui pressed on, his tone aggressive. Wang Hao's avatar remained gray, as if he were a detached observer. Privately, many awaited to witness Ling Ye's misfortune. In the tea room and smoking area, small clusters of gossip circulated, with Ling Ye invariably at the center of it all. Have you heard? That kid Ling Ye truly intends to challenge the market with folk songs. He is quite obstinate. Folk songs? Huh. Is he hoping to have King Shui embrace a guitar and sing Friend for Life? A young composer imitating with a strange tone elicited a stifled chuckle from the group. I bet a pack of Blue Star cigarettes that he'll surely fail spectacularly this time. I wager 2 packs. I have already composed some words of comfort. Xiao Ling, do not be disheartened. It is only natural for the young to pay their dues. Consider it a lesson purchased by the company. Ha. That so-called senior composer title is quickly morphing into a senior laughingstock. Such gossip, whether we like it or not, always finds its way to Ling Ye's ears. Yet, he remains unfazed, appearing punctually in the studio every day, seated before the computer screen for an entire day. His concentration radiates an intensity that evokes an inexplicable thrill among colleagues who occasionally catch a glimpse of his fervent work state. Lu Minghui, on the other hand, cannot swallow the bitterness of having unretainable rejected. To be overshadowed by a novice, whose composition the only he perceives as structurally simplistic, ignites his fury. Now, this newcomer dares to encroach upon the project of the illustrious Xue Tianwang, audaciously claiming that he will break new ground with the unrefined genre of folk music, an affront to Lu Minghui's professionalism. Presumptuous. In his office, Lu Minghui slammed a score onto the desk. He synthesized the vague feedback from Xue Kai's team regarding Unretainable, which lamented its excessive craftsmanship and lack of spirit. And with a resolve fueled by frustration, he meticulously refined a new piece he deemed a perfect match for Xue Kai's quest for transformation while catering to the market, a grand love ballad entitled Homeward. This song transcends trivial affection, weaving in profound reflections on life and the past, with a melodious tune and richly layered arrangement. The chorus features a series of powerful sustained high notes, meticulously tailored for a superstar's live performance. Lu Minghui is brimming with confidence in Homeward, convinced that this is the masterpiece Xue Kai truly requires for his transformation, capable of eclipsing any so-called experimental piece. He promptly submitted the demo of Homeward through the internal system to Wang Hao, and simultaneously, he took another step. Through his connections, he casually leaked a snippet of Homeward to a familiar music media outlet, accompanied by the insinuating title, Gold Medal Composer Lu Minghui Unveils New Masterpiece. Majestic and potentially pivotal for Xue Tianwang's transformation. He intended to seize the initiative and dominate the narrative before Ling Ye's humble folk song could emerge. Ling Ye removed his headphones, his fingertips pressing against his slightly swollen temples. On the screen, the audio file of The Hill lay quietly. This demo encapsulated his deep respect for the titan of the music world and his response to this universe. Ling Ye picked up his phone and sent a message to Wang Hao. Director Wang, the demo is ready. Wang Hao's response was almost instantaneous, brimming with an uncontainable urgency. Send it over. Chapter 62. The shock of Wang Hao. The atmosphere in Wang Hao's office was stifling, akin to congealed glue. His fingertips lingered momentarily on the mouse before he clicked open the demo of Return sent by Lu Minghui. As the prelude began, the deliberately layered strings hinted at a lavish production cost, while the piano notes, though exquisite, felt cold, an archetypal product of a superstar assembly line, grand yet suffocatingly hollow. The melody flowed smoothly. Compared to the previously rejected Unretainable, the lyrics of Return exhibited a notable enhancement, transcending the narrow confines of romantic love to explore the themes of life's gatherings and partings, as well as reminiscence. During the chorus, the ascending high notes built in intensity. Choquezing formidable technique. With his eyes closed, Wang Hao could almost envision Xue Kai belting it out in a stadium filled with thousands. As the song concluded, Wang Hao expressionlessly removed his headphones and irritably tapped his index finger on the desk. Undoubtedly, Return was a well-crafted piece with substantial commercial value. Lu Minghui had indeed exerted considerable effort, taking into account the feedback from Xue Kai's team, striving to elevate and broaden the essence of Xue's love songs. However, this could not alter the core's banality. Despite its resplendence, polished technique, and intense emotion, meticulously calibrated to meet market demands, Return resembled an overpriced artifact in a showcase, gleaming with an air of sophistication, yet devoid of the heartfelt authenticity that resonates with the soul. Wang Hao could almost foresee that if Xue Kai were to sing this song, it would likely become yet another hit, celebrated for a few months before fading into obscurity. The market may well embrace it, but would it genuinely move Xue Kai? The Xue Kai who stood at a career crossroads, desperately in need of a piece that truly represented his current self, would find no solace in such a creation. He exhaled a weary sigh, shifting his gaze to another audio file, Hill. The file name was pristine, lacking any superfluous description, unlike Lu Minghui's, which explicitly noted Return demo, Lu Minghui, a labor of love, hoping director Wang will appreciate. Wang Hao's mouse hovered over Hill for a good 10 seconds. The internal promotion of Ling Ye had already stirred considerable controversy. The project featuring King Xue was a stage where many awaited to witness Ling Ye's folly. What would it mean to open it? Perhaps It was futile. Resigned to his fate, he pressed the play button. There was no grand overture, no ornate arrangement. A series of unembellished strums from an acoustic guitar emerged, raw and reminiscent of an old, dusty tape recorder, imbued with a tranquil essence polished by the passage of time, unexpectedly crashing into Wang Hao's eardrums. Shortly thereafter, a voice emerged, a slightly hoarse, textured male synthetic voice. There is still much unsaid, kept inside for the sake of crafting a song, to be sung softly, to be faintly remembered. Even if ultimately forgotten, it would still be worth it. Wang Hao leaned back slightly in his chair, his gaze intent. Perhaps throughout my life, a mere trickle of thoughts might fortuitously converge into a river. Then, we would stand at either end, gazing at the winding waters, and finally dare to face the adversities of life with smiles and laughter. The lyrics are unadorned, devoid of ornate phrases, yet they serve as countless minute hooks, stirring within his heart fragments that have been deliberately sealed away. The fervor of youth, the struggles of middle age, and the restless nights of insomnia, as the chorus resonates. Over the hill, though my hair has turned white, the incessant lament of time that eludes me continues, and before I could behold immortality, I have already lost myself. Over the hill, I find no one waiting, and the endless chatter can no longer reclaim tenderness. Wang Hao tightened his grip on the cup of water, causing the liquid to ripple within, splattering a few drops onto the documents before him, creating a small stain. He remained oblivious to it. An indescribable pang surged unexpectedly, tightening his throat. At his age, he believed his heart had grown harder than the metal filing cabinets in the office. Yet at this moment, these simple lyrics effortlessly breached all his defenses. Why could he not recall the last embrace he received, or when it occurred? The husky, synthetic male voice continued to sing steadily, each word striking like a stone, sending ripples across the tranquil lake of his heart. He completely forgot to assess, forgot the bustling traffic outside. He felt as if he had become that solitary traveler, trudging through the hills of life, tasting helplessness, regret, loss, yearning, and ultimately, that fleeting moment of reconciliation with life and with himself. The simple melody and the brutally honest lyrics together outline the naked truth of existence. The incessant lament of time that eludes me in a futile struggle against the provocations of love and the whims of fate, until death brings an end. Why could he not remember the last embrace he received, or when it occurred? The song stretched long, lasting over 6 minutes. As the final note dissipated into the air, the office returned to silence. Wang Hao sat in a stupor for a long while, only able to hear the heavy sound of his own breathing. His mouth was dry. The turmoil within him was not one of excitement, but rather a bewilderment and shock from being utterly pierced. Yes, shock. Above all, astonishment at Ling Ye's almost demonic insight and creativity. He had assumed Ling Ye's folk songs were merely trivial tunes about love and life. Yet he had not anticipated their profound weight, their depth, their brutal honesty. He attempted to expel the tumultuous emotions churning within his chest. Grabbing a cup, he gulped down the remaining cool water, yet it did little to quell the raging storm inside. This is not merely a song, he muttered, his voice trembling without his awareness. Suddenly, he lifted his head, his eyes igniting with a near-manic brilliance, akin to a dying traveler in the desert finally spotting an oasis. This is life. Wang Hao nearly sprang from his seat, snatching the coat draped over the back of his chair, ready to rush out. He needed to find Ling Ye immediately. Just then, his computer terminal vibrated, and several news alerts popped up simultaneously. The retreat of Luo Mingyuan from Tianyin Entertainment has come to an end, as he returns with an epic love ballad, vowing to create a new milestone for the esteemed Shui Tianwang. Meanwhile, Kong Xiangdong of Shengshi Entertainment has returned from his artistic excursion, brimming with inspiration, and a mysterious masterpiece is on the verge of revelation, promising to deliver an unprecedented surprise to Shui Tianwang. The competition for the title of king has intensified. Luo Mingyuan and Kong Xiangdong have exchanged fervent remarks from afar, charged with tension. Ultimately, who will garner the favor of Shui Tianwang? Wang Hao paused, casting a glance at the raucous headlines, a cold smile gracing his lips. Surprise? Breakthrough? He murmured to himself, then turned, transferring Ling Ye's The Hill and Lu Minghui's The Return to a USB drive. With determined strides, he proceeded directly towards the office of Chairman Chun Haidong on the top floor. Chapter 63. The thunder in the chairman's office. Knock, knock, knock. Wang Hao pushed open the heavy solid wood door to find Chun Haidong engrossed in a pile of financial statements, his brow slightly furrowed. The abrupt noise interrupted his train of thought, and as he raised his gaze, a hint of displeasure flickered in his eyes. However, upon recognizing Wang Hao's excited demeanor and slightly uneven breath, he suppressed his annoyance and gestured toward the sofa across from him. Sit down. What brings you here in such a flurry? Still catching his breath, Wang Hao placed the USB drive on the mahogany desk, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Chairman Chun, the songs from Shui Tianwang's side, the demos from Lu Minghui and Ling Ye are ready. Chun Haidong's eyes behind his glasses glimmered momentarily as he subtly leaned back in his chair, his tone remaining neutral. Oh, let us have a listen. Wang Hao struggled to calm his racing heart as he opened Lu Minghui's track, Return. This song, titled Return, is a grand love ballad crafted based on some feedback and adjustments. The music filled the spacious office. The prelude strings were as opulent as ever, the piano's timbre exquisite, and the melody flowed smoothly, with the high notes in the chorus showcasing remarkable impact. As the song concluded, Chun Haidong remained non-committal, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk. It's steady and reliable. It won't falter commercially. However, it does carry a certain craftsmanship, lacking that captivating essence that could genuinely resonate with listeners. Shui Kai may not be easily persuaded. His assessment mirrored Wang Hao's internal judgment. He squeezed his slightly damp palms and clicked on another audio file, Hill. He remained silent, intently observing Chun Haidong's reaction. The song began not with grandeur, but with a few rough strums of an acoustic guitar, reminiscent of tales emanating from an old radio. Chun Haidong, initially reclining casually in his chair, instinctively straightened at the first note. As the synthesized, gravelly male voice sang of unexpressed thoughts, Chun Haidong's gaze sharpened, leaving only the melody to flow through the office. Perhaps in my life, every drop of thought might fortuitously converge into a river, and then we each at our ends gaze upon the river's winding course, daring to face the challenges of life with a carefree smile. The song's simplicity acted as a key, gently turning in a long-sealed corner of Chun Haidong's heart. He envisioned the years spent striving for success, overcoming seemingly insurmountable obstacles. His temples unknowingly dusted with gray. The late-night anxieties and relentless urgency were not merely a ceaseless lament, but also a profound weariness and solitude. As a successful businessman treads upon countless hardships. As the chorus resounded, over the hills, though my hair has turned white, the incessant lament of untimely urgency remains. And before achieving immortality, I have already lost myself. The exquisite custom steel pen that Chun Haidong held slipped from his fingers with a soft thud, falling onto the polished mahogany desk, leaving a small dark blue ink blot on the document. He remained blissfully unaware, merely gazing blankly into the void, his eyes slightly warming with unshed tears. Over the hills, only to find no one awaits, endlessly babbling, yet unable to reclaim tenderness. These lyrics, akin to a blunt knife, though lacking sharpness, pierced gently into the softest recesses of his heart. Throughout his journey, had he not traversed one hill after another? In his youth, he believed the summit would unveil boundless vistas. Yet upon reaching that height, he discovered the chilling solitude of elevation, with fewer companions to share the scenery. Those once side by side with him had diverged due to interests, turned against each other through misunderstandings, and some remained forever at the foot of the past's mountains. He had thought himself forged into steel, heart hardened like iron, never anticipating that such a folk ballad, with its simple lyrics, could so easily penetrate all his FAAs. The unspeakable bitterness and melancholy of a middle-aged man were laid bare by this song, exposed under the sunlight, leaving him nowhere to hide. For a man of his age, having achieved some measure of success, the term hills bore immense weight. It signified both glory and shackles, a milestone and an epitaph. It was not a deafening shout, yet it resonated louder than any cry. When the song concluded, the office sank into an extended silence. Only Chun Haidong's somewhat labored breathing echoed in the stillness, tinged with a hint of disarray. After a long while, he gradually closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his deep-set gaze was filled with astonishment, admiration, and a complex glimmer of disbelief, even moistening at the corners. He picked up a fountain pen, his fingertips trembling slightly, dabbing the ink with a tissue. Over the hills, no one awaits. He murmured the lyrics softly, his voice hoarse, exclaiming, "What a no one awaits. What a losing oneself." He turned his gaze to Wang Hao, his eyes sharp enough to penetrate the soul. This Ling Ye. How old is he this year? Wang Hao's voice was somewhat dry. Just turned 22. Fresh out of university. Chun Haidong leaned back against his chair, releasing a long sigh. A blend of relief and trepidation. I mourned for a long time when Wu Jingyu left Xinghui. I thought such creative talent was rare, requiring both innate gift and the sediment of time. He paused, his tone heavy, articulating each word. In retrospect, this Ling Ye. His insight into human nature and grasp of emotions has transcended the realm of mere talent. To produce such work at his age, which typically requires a lifetime of experience to cultivate. Wang Hao, we may have truly found a genius more enigmatic than Wu Jingyu. This assessment was no longer merely astonishing. Chun Haidong remained silent for a moment, pointing to the USB drive on the table. Send Lu Minghui's return journey and Ling Ye's Hills demos to Shui Kai. Inform him that our sincerity at Xinghui is encapsulated in these two songs. Let him choose for himself. Wang Hao accepted the task, the immense weight in his heart, lifted by Hills, finally finding release. He acknowledged with a sound, turned away, his steps considerably more assured than when he arrived, yet his emotions resembled a roller coaster, oscillating wildly. As Wang Hao exited the office, Chun Haidong's personal phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, his brow furrowing slightly, before answering. Old Tian, what is it? The voice on the other end conveyed something unknown, prompting a subtle change in Chun Haidong's expression. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "Oh, has there been new developments on the Hawaii front?" "All right, I understand." He ended the call and cast his gaze out the window, his fingers unconsciously tapping a gentle rhythm on the rosewood desk, producing a soft, regular sound. The old foxes of Hawaii, as expected, would not easily relent. On Shui Kai's side, it seems a tempest is brewing. Chapter 64. Storm and chessboard. As the echoes of Chun Haidong's phone call faded, a tempest of public opinion targeting Shui Kai erupted online, creating colossal waves. Numerous glaring headlines with similar phrasing flooded major music forums and entertainment gossip sections. Breaking news. A certain pop king intends to sever ties with his old agency as his contract nears expiration, disregarding years of nurturing. An exclusive investigation reveals, is Shui the pop king's desire for transformation a sign of creative exhaustion, or is there more to the story? The so-called quest for breakthrough merely reflects obstinacy, an unwillingness to heed invaluable advice. Subsequently, the hashtags Shuekai Ungrateful and Shuekai's Transformation is self-destructive spread like a virus, swiftly ascending the trending charts. Countless accounts masquerading as informed insiders, industry peers, and former employees began to vividly disclose how Shuekai obstinately disregarded his team and ignored collaborators. Even an incident from years past, where he was late to a concert due to equipment failure, was resurrected and reinterpreted as a harbinger of his diva-like behavior. In an instant, the online atmosphere became toxic. Shuekai's fanbase was the first to fracture. A faction of die-hard supporters, akin to guardians of the Arc de Triomphe, fervently defended him across platforms, attempting to counter the negative onslaught with Shuekai's dedication and artistry from the past. Yet, their voices were soon drowned out by the overwhelming tide of disparagement. More ordinary fans, caught in the meticulously woven web of online trolls and marketing accounts, began to waver in their beliefs. Brother Kai, we simply wish to enjoy your love songs in peace. Why this turmoil? Transformation is commendable, but one must consider the market. After all, Hawaii has supported you for so many years. After reading those revelations, it seems Brother Kai might be a tad too stubborn. Shouldn't he listen to his team's opinions? Overnight, Shui Kai's social media comment sections transform from a realm of praise and eager anticipation into a battleground of skepticism and advice. This meticulously orchestrated media assault swiftly eroded the goodwill Shui Kai had cultivated over the years. Ordinary netizens, already keen on prying into celebrities' private lives, began to perceive Shui Kai's image, once that of a tender-hearted love balladeer, as increasingly distorted, an obstinate, unyielding figure, now perceived as a washed-up artist devoid of inspiration. Tianyin Entertainment. Old Zhao, what is your take on this situation with Shui Kai? The head of the marketing department sipped his tea, observing the incessant stream of negative news on the screen. The artist division supervisor, referred to as Old Zhao, revealed a glint of shrewdness behind his glasses. Huai's approach is ruthless. However, for us, this could present an opportunity. Oh, Shui Kai has become a hot potato, his reputation tarnished, and naturally, his signing value will take a hit. If he genuinely seeks a new agency, we can offer terms that are far more flexible. He must understand that apart from us at Tianyin, who else could extend a hand at this juncture? Inform Luo Mingyuan to expedite matters. No more holding back. In times like these, a good song is for Shui Kai a lifeline. Understood. While he is in distress, we must seize the chance not only for his song, but also for him. In the realm of flourishing entertainment, a similar scheme is unfolding. On Kong Xiangdong's end, he pushes for urgency, as Shui Kai is now in desperate need of a lifeline. Our surprise must be delivered with impeccable timing, ensuring he recognizes the value of assistance in times of need. Given his current reputation, should we still adhere to our original pricing strategy? It depends on the situation. If Huai thoroughly crushes him, we might be able to acquire a once prominent star at a bargain price. The principle of resourcefulness prevails. It is certainly better than having nothing at all. At the eye of the storm, Shui Kai's agent, Sister Fong, is overwhelmed with anxiety. The public relations team is working around the clock, deleting posts and clarifying misunderstandings, attempting to steer public opinion. Yet, in the face of Huai's iron-fisted offensive, all efforts seem futile. Those scoundrels at Huai, they are truly overstepping their bounds. Fong trembles with rage, her heart chilled by the ruthless tactics of her former employer. This is not mere business competition. It is an attempt to drive Shui Kai to utter despair, ensuring he never rises again. Meanwhile, Shui Kai himself has severed all connections with the outside world, isolating himself in his apartment, repeatedly listening to the Shui family ballads that once brought him immense glory. The familiar melodies now feel like a dull blade, incessantly cutting through his nerves. Deep within, a tumult of anger, resentment, and an almost desperate confusion churns. The betrayal from his former employer, the misunderstanding from fans, and the pressure of public opinion weigh upon him like an invisible mountain, nearly crushing him. He yearns more than ever for a song that can truly represent him, one that can shatter all doubts and slanders, a song that could enable him to rise again. Within the walls of Xinghua Entertainment, the atmosphere is equally unsettling. In the composition department, Lu Minghui sips his coffee while scrolling through negative news about Shui Kai on his phone, a malicious grin spreading across his face. What did I say? Instead of taking the well-trodden path, he insists on wading through murky waters of transformation. He quips to a familiar composer beside him. Now look where that has led him. At such a time, my song return remains the safest bet. It can satisfy his so-called breakthrough while ensuring market appeal. As for certain individuals' folk songs, such fanciful dreams. They might not even get a glimpse of Shui Kai before sinking into obscurity. The certain individuals he refers to are naturally Ling Ye. Lu continues to scoff at Ling Ye's Song Hill, dismissing it as nothing more than a gimmick, unworthy of consideration. In Wang Hao's office, however, the atmosphere is much more grave. He is equally attentive to the direction of public sentiment, his brow furrowed in concern. Huai is truly relentless, he murmurs to himself, filled with apprehension. This turmoil will undoubtedly affect the collaboration between Shui Kai and Xinghua. If Shui Kai cannot withstand the pressure, or if Xinghua fails to produce a compelling piece, Ling Ye's Hill, once revealed, may transform from an overlooked work into a laughingstock for its audacity, earning scorn even more severe. The young man has just been promoted against the odds. Such a fall from grace would have dire consequences. At that moment, the internal phone rings. Wang Hao, please come to my office. It is Chun Haidong. Wang Hao did not dare to delay and immediately rose to his feet. In the chairman's office, Chun Haidong appeared calm, seemingly unaffected by external public opinion. You have seen the news from Shui Kai's side, haven't you? Yes, Chairman Chun. Huai has indeed struck hard this time. Public sentiment is decidedly unfavorable toward Shui Kai. Wang Hao felt a weight of concern. Chun Haidong waved his hand dismissively. They are mere clowns, not to be feared. The more they act this way, the more it reveals their insecurity, indicating how significant Shui Kai is to them. He tapped the table. According to our original plan, send the demos of the 2 songs to Shui Kai as soon as possible. Inform him that Xinghui's sincerity remains unaffected by any external factors. However, Chairman Chun, given the current situation, the more critical the moment, the more powerful a truly great song becomes. Chun Haidong's gaze was as tranquil as still water. If Shui Kai chooses us, we will stand firm in this battle of public opinion. Xinghui does not seek trouble, but we are certainly not afraid of it. His tone was unassuming, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Wang Hao's concerns eased slightly. The chairman's composure lent him a measure of confidence. Yet, Huai Entertainment's pressure was far from over. A call from Huai's executives once again reached Shui Kai's personal phone. Shui Kai, how have you been? On the other end was a former colleague turned vice president, whose voice now bore the coldness of a surgical blade. Shui Kai remained silent. You must have seen the news online. This is merely the appetizer. The vice president's tone carried a hint of cruel amusement. The company has invested countless resources in your development over the years. You are well aware of this. If you insist on leaving, we will have no choice but to share some rather unsavory internal information with the public. At that point, it will be far more than just a failed transition. What do you wish to say? Shui Kai's voice was hoarse. Quite simply, return and renew your contract. We could discuss terms further, and the company will continue to support you. Otherwise, I doubt any company would dare to take on a tarnished superstar with a scandalous reputation. A blatant threat, unmasked. Huai aimed to corner Shui Kai, leaving him with no choice but to obediently return and sign a contract, or vanish from the entertainment industry, leaving a lasting stain on his legacy. Shui Kai abruptly hung up the phone, a chilling wave of dread surging from his feet, instantly engulfing his entire being. In the suffocating whirlpool of public opinion and the dual stranglehold of upper management pressure, Fang Jie finally received song samples from Tianyin, Shengshi, and Xinghui Entertainment in her inbox. Tianyin Entertainment, led by Luo Mingyuan's team, sent a piece titled The Crossing of Time. Shengshi Entertainment, represented by Kong Xiangdong's team, contributed their work named Dawn Stars. Xinghui Entertainment, however, provided a folder containing 2 audio files, Lu Minghui's Homeward and Ling Ye's Hill. Fang Jie took a deep breath, gazing at the email on her screen. These songs represented Shui Kai's only hope of breaking through the boundless darkness that lay before him. Chapter 65, The King's Audition. Ling Ye's song's sister Fang gently placed several demo files before Shui Kai on the coffee table, the ashtray already overflowing with cigarette butts. Shui Kai had spent the night in restless contemplation, his eyes sunken and hollow, resembling a sculpture devoid of its soul, exuding a profound aura of despondency. Outside the window loomed a leaden sky, oppressive and suffocating. He extended a trembling hand and clicked on the track Crossing the River of Time by Luo Mingyuan's team from Tianyin Entertainment. The prelude was resplendent, with orchestral elements intricately woven together, yet it remained a hollow promise, a contrived sadness. After listening for scarcely 30 seconds, his brows knitted tightly in frustration. He pressed stop, a familiar wave of nausea rising in his throat. Next came the much-anticipated work from Kong Xiangdong's team at Shengshi Entertainment, Dawn Stars. The melody was adorned with electronic elements, attempting to evoke a sense of modernity. However, after only a few lines, Shui Kai astutely discerned its essence. It was merely a variant of his own love ballads, cloaked in ostentation yet lacking substance. His countenance darkened further. Sister Fang, observing his growing despondence, felt her own heart sink. Taking a deep breath, She mustered her courage to click on Homeward by Lu Minghui from Xinghua Entertainment. The music began, grand in arrangement, with the chorus soaring, showcasing the pinnacle of vocal technique. Shui Kai listened impassively until the end. Then, with a raspy voice, he remarked, "The technique is commendable, but alas, it remains unchanged." Another safe bet. He rubbed his temples wearily, the dimness in his eyes threatening to engulf him entirely. Having listened to 3 major works, the last flicker of hope within Shui Kai extinguished. A profound sense of helplessness washed over him, as if the entire industry conspired to nail him to the label of king of love songs. Transformation? Breakthrough? Merely a figment of his own desires. He slumped on the sofa, gazing up at the ceiling, a storm of anger and despair raging within him. Sister Fong, witnessing his volatile demeanor, felt her palms grow clammy. She glanced at the playlist, noting the file deliberately placed at the end, attributed to Ling Ye, labeled as folk music, and hesitated momentarily. Shui Kai's gaze fell upon that file, the words folk music standing out clearly beside it. A self-deprecating smile tugged at his lips as he chuckled softly. Folk music? Even a newcomer knows to pander to me with such trivialities? Sister Fong's heart tightened at his reaction. She recalled the unusual gravity with which Supervisor Wang spoke of this song, as well as Lu Wuji's generous praise for the newcomer, Ling Ye. Gritting her teeth, she summoned her courage. "Kai Gu, let us give this one a chance." Supervisor Wang from Xinghua and Lu Wuji hold this newcomer in high regard. Shui Kai's eyes revealed no flicker of emotion, only an overwhelming sense of numbness. His tone was dismissive. "Play it. Let us see how much of a surprise it can be." Sister Fong promptly clicked on the audio for the hill. There are no grand orchestrations, no monumental openings, only the unadorned strumming of an acoustic guitar akin to a gentle breeze through a valley, like a long-lost friend whispering in the stillness of the study. This sudden simplicity momentarily stilled Shui Kai's restless heart. A slightly husky, textured synthetic male voice sings without any ostentation. There is still much left unsaid. Shui Kai, with his eyes tightly shut, suddenly jolts, his bloodshot eyes widening in disbelief. The emotions are accumulated in hopes of transforming them into a song, allowing others to sing it softly, to remember it faintly. Even if it is ultimately forgotten, it would still be worthwhile. The melody continues at a leisurely pace. Perhaps my life's trickling thoughts fortuitously converge into a river. Shui Kai's once languid figure unconsciously leans forward. These lyrics remind him of the unrecognized perseverance and pure passion he held when he first debuted. In the torrent of time, did they truly coalesce into something significant? Then, we each gaze at the winding river from our ends, finally daring to face life's adversities with a carefree smile. Upon hearing this, Shui Kai feels a warmth in his nostrils and an uncontrollable heat in his eyes. Over the years, beneath the stage and in the realm of fame and fortune, had he not worn a mask, feigning joy while swallowing bitterness and solitude? How much of that carefree smile was genuine? Fong Jie, holding her breath, notices the unmistakable shift in Shui Kai's breathing rhythm. The chorus surges forth unexpectedly, like suppressed emotions finally finding an outlet, surpassing the hills. Though my hair is turned white, I lament endlessly about the sorrows that have eluded me. Without having yet encountered the eternal, I lose myself first. Boom! These lines strike Shui Kai like a thunderclap, leaving him paralyzed as if electrified, his pupils constricting suddenly. Each word feels as though it has been expelled from the depths of his soul, laden with visceral truth. He glimpses a reflection of his hurried and weary existence, filled with glory and fatigue, solitude and perseverance, clarity and confusion. He clenches his fists tightly, knuckles turning white, surpassing the hills, only to find no one waiting, lamenting endlessly. Unable to recall the last gentle embrace or when it occurred. No one is waiting. These 4 words cut through his heart like the sharpest knife, cruelly severing the incomprehensible loneliness within him. At great heights, the chill is profound. After the applause, there is an abyss of silence. He suddenly lets out a long-repressed roar, then strikes the coffee table beside him with a fierce punch, sending the glass tumbling and water splattering. Fang Jie stares in disbelief as she witnesses Shui Kai transition from shock to astonishment, culminating in this outburst. She has never seen him in such a state. A 6-minute song concludes amidst the lingering notes of the guitar. The study remains silent, save for Shui Kai as heavy breaths resonating in the stillness. After a long pause, he slowly raises his hand to wipe the sweat from his brow, his voice hoarse and strained, emerging from the depths of his throat. This is my life, he has written. His trembling fingers press the play button for Hills once more. The melody resumes, and this time, he listens more intently. Every note, every lyric, feels imbued with a magic that cleanses his soul. His gaze fixates on the name on the screen, Ling Ye. How could this young man compose a song that so profoundly understands the essence of his life? Shui Kai abruptly rose from the sofa, his movements swift and decisive. The bloodshot eyes that once reflected despair and confusion now radiated a fierce, all-or-nothing determination. Sister Fang, his voice, though hoarse, resonated with an undeniable conviction, proclaiming to Xinghui, "This song, I shall claim it." Sister Fang opened her mouth, struggling to regain her voice after a moment of disbelief, laced with profound concern. "Kai Yi, are you sure? It's merely a folk song." Shui Kai turned sharply, his gaze piercing. "A folk song? What of it? It embodies me. It encapsulates my life as Shui Kai, lived in its entirety." He pointed to his chest, his voice quivering with emotion. What do those esteemed songwriters comprehend? They only grasp the market, the data, how to package me into a flawless ballad machine. But this song, he inhaled deeply, his tone resolute, it understands me. Sister Fang observed the rekindled fighting spirit in Shui Kai's eyes, feeling a mix of pride and anxiety. Kaigo, but Huali won't relent. The public sentiment online. If we choose such a risky song, what if? Shui Kai's initial excitement tempered as he approached the window, gazing out at the perpetually gray sky. Sister Fang, if I allow fear of them, fear of that public opinion to silence my desire to sing my truth, to be my authentic self, then what have I, Shui Kai, achieved over these years? He slowly turned, a bittersweet yet resolute smile gracing his lips. Do they intend to coerce me into submission with their sordid tactics? To keep me as a mere puppet, singing Shui's love songs? I refuse. The more they attempt to confine me to the accolades of my past, the more I must declare, I, Shui Kai, am not finished yet. I can still sing. I can compose songs that will silence them all. His gaze returned to the playback device, softening with tenderness. This song is my answer. As for Huali's threats and the crisis of public opinion, Shui Kai's expression sharpened, fierce as a blade. Let them come. In my years in the music industry, what storms have I not weathered? If I cannot withstand this minor turmoil, then what hope is there for breakthrough? For a fresh start? He spoke each word with unwavering resolve. Tell Xinghui, this song is mine to sing. Any conditions are negotiable. Sister Fang regarded Shui Kai in that moment. The once glorious king who had gradually succumbed to despair, now reignited with a long-lost audacity and defiance. She suppressed all her reservations and nodded emphatically. All right, Kai, I understand. I will contact Xinghui immediately. Just as Sister Fang reached for her phone, poised to dial, Shui Kai's personal phone abruptly erupted with a sharp ring. The screen illuminated with a name he loathed above all, Yang Su, head of the composition department at Huali Media. A glint of cold fury flashed in Shui Kai's eyes as he reached for the phone, answering and switching to speaker mode. On the other end, Yang Su's voice oozed sarcasm. Ah, King Shui, I hear you're still considering your transformative song? Don't waste your efforts. You've seen the online discourse, why bother? I happen to possess a few bespoke songs for you. Perhaps you might consider? If the company were to extend the contract for another decade, the songs would be yours at no cost. Shui Kai's lips curled into a frigid arc, devoid of any semblance of a smile. Chapter 66. Confrontation and Approaching Storm. Yang Su, your despicable tactics truly disgust me. Shui Kai's voice was laced with ice. On the other end of the line, Yang Su chuckled lightly, his pride unmistakable. King Shui, your temper remains as fiery as ever. But reality is reality. Those voices online represent public opinion. Have you seen the trending topics? Have you read the fans' comments? They all urge you to reconsider your path. Put away your tricks with the hired commenters. Shui Kai interrupted, preparing to sever the call. Yang Su's tone suddenly turned menacing. Shui Kai, think carefully. If you turn back now, you can still save some face. If you choose to sever ties completely, well, don't blame us for being merciless and leaving you unable to stand even on the streets. Due, Ki. Disinterested in further banter, hung up. Closing his eyes, he felt his chest rise and fall violently, and when he opened them again, only a chilling determination remained. Everything that had once been manipulated and defined, along with the oily visage of Hawaii, was severed completely with that busy signal. He turned, his gaze fierce, directing it towards Sister Fong. Immediately contact Xinghui. I want to discuss the contract with them in person. Sister Fong observed the rekindled flame in Shui Kai's eyes, a long-lost spirit of combat and vigor. She nodded vigorously and promptly dialed Wang Hao's number. Manager Wang, it's me, Fong Qing. Sister Fong's voice barely concealed her excitement. Shui Kai, he has chosen Hill. He wants to sign with Xinghui. On the other end, Wang Hao nearly leapt from his chair, his tone shifting. Really? Really? Sister Fong, please say that again. King Shui has chosen Hill. Absolutely. He wants to sign with Xinghui and wishes to meet with you soon. Wonderful. That's excellent. Wang Hao, overwhelmed with excitement, confirmed repeatedly before swiftly arranging to meet at 3 o'clock that afternoon in the Xinghui Entertainment Conference Room. After hanging up, Wang Hao practically dashed towards the chairman's office. Chairman Chun, good news. The force with which he opened the door was greater than usual. Chen Haidong set down his pen, observing Wang Hao's rare display of excitement with a raised eyebrow. What has you so animated? Due, Ki. He has chosen Ling Ye's Hill. He wants to sign with us at Xinghui. Upon hearing this, Chen Haidong's lips curled into a knowing smile. As anticipated, that Song Hill is indeed worthy. After a moment's contemplation, he promptly pressed the intercom button to notify the head of the legal department and the PR director, summoning them to a meeting in 15 minutes. In the conference room, Chen Haidong's gaze swept across several department heads. Shui Kai will be here at 3 this afternoon to discuss the contract. Legal department, ensure the contract terms are comprehensive. They must reflect our sincerity while accurately addressing Shui Kai's current needs for support, all while safeguarding the company's core interests. Huai will undoubtedly not relent, so PR department, activate the primary contingency plan and monitor all channels around the clock. We not only need to secure Shui Kai, this golden brand, but also protect it. Everyone nodded in agreement. Additionally, Chen Haidong turned to Wang Hao, instructing him to inform Ling Ye that he must be present at the afternoon negotiations. Wang Hao was taken aback. Is it appropriate to involve Ling Ye in the contract negotiations with King Shui? Chen Haidong's lips curled into a slight smile. The Song Mountain Hill serves as the most significant link between us and Shui Kai, and it is the very essence of his choosing us. Ling Ye, as the creator of this piece, being present signifies an attitude, a mark of respect. He is a pivotal figure. Wang Hao nodded thoughtfully. Upon hearing Wang Hao's recounting, especially when Chen Haidong explicitly requested his presence, Ling Ye's lips curled into a subtle smile. After all, the acclaimed Song Mountain Hill was akin to a trump card for Shui Kai in his current predicament. Everything was anticipated. Within the corridors of Xinghui Entertainment, news spread like wildfire. Have you heard? King Shui is coming to the company this afternoon for contract discussions. He has chosen Ling Ye's folk song. Is that true? Wasn't it Lu Minghui's epic rock anthem return that was supposed to bring Shui Kai back to his peak? Absolutely. It is said that the chairman personally selected Ling Ye to participate in the negotiations. In the composition department, Lu Minghui, holding a coffee cup, abruptly trembled, spilling hot coffee without noticing. His face turned ashen, and his eyes darkened. Return was his labor of love. Each note infused with his understanding of rock and his insights into Shui Kai's vocal style. He had believed it was a sure thing, only to be thwarted by a newcomer's folk song. It was an utter humiliation. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in the conference room of Xinghui Entertainment, Shui Kai and Sister Fong arrived punctually. Pushing open the heavy conference door, his gaze immediately fell upon several individuals seated at the long table. He recognized Chen Haidong and Wang Hao, but his attention naturally gravitated toward the youngest figure present. Could that be Ling Ye? Shuai was momentarily taken aback. The young man, perhaps in his early 20s, appeared somewhat slender, dressed in simple casual attire, exuding a serene demeanor, with a hint of detachment in his expression. He was the antithesis of the arrogant musical genius Shuai had envisioned, lacking any fervor typical of a fan encountering a celebrity. Those clear, focused eyes seemed capable of perceiving the depths of one's soul. At Chen Haidong's gesture, Ling Ye rose and politely extended his hand. Teacher Shuai, it is an honor to meet you. His voice was gentle, neither servile nor overbearing. Shuai shook his hand, feeling a cool touch. He gazed intently at Ling Ye and asked directly, "How did you come to write Mountain Hill? How can a 22-year-old articulate such profound insights on life?" This question had lingered in his mind for quite some time. The others in the conference room fell silent, their attention fixed on Ling Ye. Ling Ye met Shuai's probing gaze with composure, a faint smile playing on his lips. Teacher Shuai, the expression of music is sometimes independent of age. I once encountered an old craftsman on the street who dedicated his life to passing down his craft. He told me that in life, one must traverse mountains that remain unseen by others. This song is, in essence, dedicated to all those who struggle along the path, striving to conquer the great mountain of life. He did not elaborate extensively on his creative process, merely touching upon it lightly. Shuai cast a profound glance at him, his weathered eyes reflecting a fleeting complexity of emotions. He refrained from further inquiries, for Ling Ye's response sufficed. At the opportune moment, Chen Haidong disrupted the brief silence, smilingly suggesting, "Master Shuai, Ling Ye, let's take a seat and discuss." The negotiation unfolded more smoothly than anticipated. Xinghui demonstrated ample sincerity, granting him considerable autonomy and resources, far surpassing any previous treatment he had received from other companies. Regarding the myriad details of the contract, Shuai raised few objections, merely insisting on one core demand. Hills must be the lead single following his signing with Xinghui, and the promotional resources should not fall below an S level. To this, Chen Haidong readily acquiesced. Naturally, an hour later, the contract was officially signed, as Shuai penned his name on the final line of the agreement. Everyone in the conference room rose in applause. Shuai took the initiative to approach Ling Ye once more, solemnly extending his hand. "Ling Ye, thank you. This song holds immense significance for me." Ling Ye grasped his hand, sincerity in his gaze. "It is my honor to write a song for Teacher Shuai. I look forward to your interpretation." Within 10 minutes after the signing ceremony concluded, the Public Relations Department of Xinghui Entertainment and Shuai's personal social media account simultaneously released an official statement. Official announcement. We warmly welcome the music titan Mr. Shuai to the family of Xinghui Entertainment. In the future, Xinghui Entertainment shall stride forward hand in hand with Mr. Shuai, creating a new chapter in music. Official announcement. A new journey begins from the heart. Grateful to Xinghui Entertainment official. My new song, The Folk Peace Hills, composed by Ling Ye, will meet you all next month. Beyond the hills, we shall meet again. The two announcements detonated like heavy bombs, instantly stirring tumultuous waves across the serene waters of the internet. Major entertainment media outlets, music forums, and social platforms erupted within mere minutes. Shuai signs with Xinghui Entertainment, Shuai new song Hills, Ling Ye Hills. The three topics surged at an astonishing pace, dominating the trending searches. Meanwhile, in the top conference room of Hawaii media, the atmosphere was stifling. Incompetent fools, a bunch of useless wretches. The president of Hawaii shattered his purple clay teacup against the ground, the clash of lid and body producing a piercing sound, scalding tea splattering everywhere. Shuai has signed with Xinghui. Is his new song that folk piece written by Ling Ye? What is our public relations team doing? The head of the artist department lowered his head in trepidation. Boss, we have done our utmost, but Xinghui's confidentiality measures were impeccable, and Shuai is resolute. Resolute? The president, enraged to the point of laughter, his gaze venomous, retorted, "Very well. Since Shuai shows no mercy, he should not expect us to be just. Does he think he can rise through a mere folk song? Dream on." Yang Su, Contact General Manager Li from Tianjin and Vice President Zhang from Shangshi. Inform them that if we cannot have a piece of Shuekai, neither shall Xinghui easily consume it. Haven't they always coveted the few variety resources we've made available? Tell them that as long as they cooperate, resources can be negotiated. If we cannot attain it, then let us destroy it. Tianjin Entertainment. The director of the marketing department gazed at the flood of news on his phone, his brow furrowed in concern. Shuekai has indeed chosen Xinghui, and he has opted for that newcomer, Ling Ye, to write the ballad. Chen Haidong's move is rather precarious. Old Zhao, the head of the artist department, adjusted his glasses. Risky maneuvers often yield high returns. However, the alliance between Shuekai and Xinghui poses a significant threat to us. Huai seems intent on using a blade to strike at us. In the vice president's office of Shangshi Entertainment, Vice President Zhang held a cigar between his fingers, smoke swirling around him. He observed the news on the screen and let out a cold chuckle. The hills? A ballad? Has Shuekai lost his senses? Or has Chen Haidong of Xinghui gone mad? Yet, perhaps this is fortuitous. They are digging their own graves, which spares us considerable trouble. Does Huai wish for us to be their pawns? Humph. He picked up the internal phone, keenly monitoring the movements of Xinghui and Shuekai, while cautiously accepting the olive branch extended by Huai, eager to discern their true intentions. Chapter 67. The Frenzy of Public Opinion and the Original Sin of Folk Songs. The announcement from Xinghui Entertainment regarding Shuekai was akin to a deep-sea bomb being cast into a tranquil lake, instantly detonating the entire entertainment sphere of Dongyan Province. Astonishingly, King Shui has signed with Xinghui. There was not even a whisper of this beforehand. Ling Ye? Is he the newcomer Hu Pin the only one? This combination is rather intriguing. Folk music? Is King Shui transitioning to folk songs? The anticipation is palpable. However, the euphoric atmosphere did not endure for long, as Huai Media's response was remarkably swift. Within half an hour of the announcement, a well-trained army of internet commentators and a network of long-term marketing partners were fully mobilized. The internet was inundated with a deluge of negative press, each headline more sensational than the last. Shuekai, in a state of panic, hastily lowers his value by signing with Xinghui. What's the reason? Is Xinghui gambling on the future of the king? Employing a 20-something newcomer as a trial? Foolishness or conspiracy? Can folk music rescue Shuekai? Don't be absurd. The harbinger of the love song princes fall from grace? Some even endeavored to tarnish reputations, distorting Ling Ye's youth and the success of the only one as mere fleeting moments, insinuating that the hill was merely a contrived experiment imposed upon Shuekai by the higher-ups at Xinghui for ulterior motives. The underlying tone sought to incite discontent among Shuekai's longtime fans towards Xinghui and Ling Ye, asserting that Shuekai had been metaphorically kidnapped by Xinghui, with his future hanging in the balance. Xinghui signing King Shui? Surely they wish to exploit him. Who is Ling Ye? A newcomer who wrote a trivial song is worthy of crafting a hit for the king? Folk music? Even my father doesn't listen to that nonsense. Has Shuekai lost his mind? Xinghui is bent on ruining our brother Kai. Calls to boycott the hill emerged, demanding the return of the king of love songs. Meanwhile, Luo Mingyuan's team from Tianjin Entertainment coincidentally released information through a familiar music critics account, claiming that the second draft of The Crossing of Time, prepared for Shuekai, had been meticulously refined to better suit the king's vocal timbre and current market aesthetics, suggesting that Shuekai's choice of the hill was both reckless and ill-advised. Kong Xiangdong from Shangshi Entertainment was equally unwilling to yield, hinting through several influential music figures that his upgraded version of Dawn Stars was the optimal choice for the king to break free from constraints and attain new heights. Expressing regret over Shuekai's collaboration with Xinghui, in an instant, the online discourse became tumultuous, although the public relations department of Xinghui was firing on all cylinders, urgently contacting major platforms to delete posts and suppress trending topics in an attempt to steer public opinion. The effect was minimal. After all, folk music, in the general perception of the populace on Blue Star, indeed leans towards the niche, rarely gracing the grand stage. Coupled with Huai's systematic and targeted defamation, The arguments against folk music's mainstream viability and Ling Ye's insufficient credentials acted like two sharp daggers, precisely striking at the vulnerabilities of the hill. Many passers-by, including some of Shui Kai's devoted fans, began to waver, filled with skepticism towards this prematurely criticized the hill. In the office of Xinhui Entertainment, the chairman's office, Zhou Min, the public relations supervisor, a shrewd and capable woman in her 30s, stood before Chairman Chen Haidong's desk, holding the latest public sentiment analysis report, her expression grave. "Mr. Chen, the situation is rather grim." Zhou Min's voice carried a tinge of fatigue. Huai had come well prepared, launching a vigorous offensive. They exploited the public's stereotypical perceptions of folk music, as well as Ling Ye's relative inexperience, to shift the narrative. The negative discourse surrounding Hill had now eclipsed the anticipation. The report contained an alarming array of biting critiques. Yet, upon hearing the briefing, Chen Haidong maintained an unusually calm demeanor, even sporting a faint, enigmatic smile. He perused the report briefly before setting it aside. "Let them create a stir," he mused, lifting his teacup and gently blowing away the steam. "The louder the clamor, the better. Noise can sometimes serve as the finest prelude." Zhou Min was taken aback. "Mr. Chen, do you mean that?" The more hysterical Huai became, the more it revealed their insecurities, proving that Shui Kai and Hill had struck a nerve. Chen Haidong set down his teacup, instructing the public relations department to maintain surveillance, refraining from any large-scale rebuttals for the time being, conserving their ammunition for a pivotal moment. Engaging in a verbal spar with them now would only muddy the waters, playing directly into their hands. After a pause, he added, "Furthermore, inform Wang Hao and Zhang Wei to increase the production budget for Hill. Utilize the finest resources for the recording studio, musicians, and post-production mixing. The quality of the work is the strongest weapon to shatter all doubts." Zhou Min nodded in understanding. "I comprehend, Mr. Chen." Meanwhile, the other protagonist at the eye of the storm, Ling Ye, remained oblivious to the tumult outside. Donning headphones, he sat at his workstation, meticulously adjusting the arrangement details of Hill on the computer screen, poring over the dense audio tracks. Every chord transition and every instrumental balance was pursued with utmost perfection. To him, the cacophony online paled in significance compared to the timbre of a drumbeat. On the other side, Shui Kai's days were far from tranquil. His personal phone was nearly overwhelmed, inundated with calls and messages from long-lost friends and distant industry seniors, all subtly urging him to reconsider and cautioning against jeopardizing his career. Several key commercial endorsement brands also sent cautiously worded emails, hinting at concerns about how the new song style might affect their high-end image. Even more troubling, Yang Su from Hawaii, through undisclosed channels, had anonymously leaked purported internal information to several brands with whom Shui Kai had deep collaborations, suggesting that Shui Kai's recent mental state was unstable and that his choice of folk music was a sign of self-sabotage, a maneuver by Xinhui to capitalize on the chaos. As the workday drew to a close, Ling Ye removed his headphones, massaging his slightly throbbing temples after completing the final adjustments to the arrangement. Habitually, he glanced at his phone, noting that his manager, Sister Fong, had sent multiple anxious messages within the last half hour. With a furrowed brow, he quickly checked several trending topics and comments, only to find himself smirking coldly. After a brief contemplation, he dialed Shui Kai's number directly. The phone rang several times before being answered, and a slightly hoarse and weary voice came through. "Hello, Ling Ye?" "Teacher Shui, it is I," replied Ling Ye, his tone calm and unperturbed. "I have seen the matters online." Shui Kai let out a bitter smile. "I must have embarrassed you. At my age, I should not be vexed by such trivialities. Just now, the Tianxing brand representatives have sent a letter, their language quite stern, hinting at a re-evaluation of our collaboration. Huai's tactics are ruthless. Teacher Shui, do not concern yourself with it." Ling Ye's tone carried no hint of consolation. Rather, it was akin to stating an objective truth. The current public opinion is merely comprised of several factions. Huai, in a fit of anger, orchestrating malicious attacks. Competitors like Tianyin and Sheng Shi relishing in the chaos, eager to gain from it. And a faction of the easily swayed, misinformed followers. Shui Kai listened in silence. refraining from interjecting. In truth, this development could be fortuitous. Ling Ye continued, the more vehemently Hua Yi suppresses us, the greater their resource investment, which only underscores their apprehension regarding the hill and your collaboration with Xinghui. As Ling Ye articulated his analysis with clarity, Xuekai's previously agitated mood began to settle. This young man possesses an uncanny ability to perceive matters so profoundly. You speak wisely, Xuekai sighed, yet this label of folk music indeed discourages many. Ling Ye chocolate lightly. Shifting his approach, Teacher Xue, since they assert that folk music is niche and that our choice is risky, let us transform this risk into our greatest appeal. Xuekai paused in surprise. What do you mean? Are they not saying that folk music is unworthy of the grand stage, that you are diminishing your value? Ling Ye's voice carried a hint of playfulness. Then let us counter their assertions. We shall neither evade nor defend ourselves, but instead, we will amplify this risk label. We must convey to everyone that you, Xuekai, after achieving greatness, chose not to rest on past laurels, but bravely embarked on an uncharted path to challenge an entirely new musical style and express deeper, more authentic sentiments. This in itself is a testament to courage. The hill, along with your decision to perform it, exemplifies your quest for breakthrough, your refusal to compromise with the market, and your steadfast commitment to artistic integrity. Those negative labels, outdated, struggling, out of ideas, will become mere jokes in the face of true courage and artistry. Ling Ye's voice flowed through the line, imbued with a soothing power and resolute confidence. Our aim is not to silence the critics, but to let the quality of our work and your risk-taking stance render them mute. The filth they attach to us will transform into our medals of courage. Medals of courage. Xuekai murmured, his eyes gradually igniting with inspiration. We can proactively invite the most vocal critics and some neutral reviewers to a listening session for the hill, Ling Ye proposed, dropping a weighty bombshell. Chapter 68. The audition meeting on the other end of the line. Xuekai remained silent for an extended period. Ling Ye could distinctly hear the hurried breaths of another person and the subtle sound of fabric rustling through the receiver. It was likely Sister Fong, who had overheard and reacted quite strongly. Sure enough, a few seconds later, a somewhat sharp female voice cut through Xuekai's breathing, imbued with incredulous panic. Almost snatching the phone away. Ling Ye, do you have any idea what you were saying? An audition meeting? Inviting those critics who have been the harshest in their reviews of us. Have you lost your mind? It was Sister Fong. Her voice, altered by agitation, clearly indicated that she was alarmed by Ling Ye's proposal. She could almost envision the critics, who were already nitpicking Xuekai's transformation, turning hostile upon hearing a folk song. That scenario would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Sister Fong, please do not be agitated, Ling Ye replied calmly. First, let us remain composed and listen to what I have to say. It seemed that Xuekai had taken the phone back from Sister Fong, his voice tinged with a raspy quality. Ling Ye, this idea is far too risky. Teacher Xue, Sister Fong, I understand your concerns, Ling Ye spoke steadily. However, let us first analyze the current public sentiment. The systematic defamation by Huai, coupled with the behind-the-scenes instigation from Tianyin and Shangshi, has successfully branded Hill and the term folk with a mark of disgrace. They have exploited the public stereotypes about folk music and my relative inexperience to evoke nearly all negative emotions. He paused, his tone growing colder. The present situation is such that no matter how we explain or manage public relations, it is exceedingly difficult to overturn this negative perception. They are not attacking the song itself, but rather the concept of folk music and the act of choosing folk music. Sister Fong could not help but interject, her tone urgent. But what if the audition meeting does not go well? Those critics already wear tinted glasses. If they give negative feedback on the spot, won't that just validate those attacks? At that point, public opinion will rebound with far greater ferocity than the current anonymous online attacks. That would effectively block Xuekai's path to transformation entirely. Sister Fong, Ling Ye's tone took on a slightly questioning note. Do you believe that the current situation could become any worse? We have been cornered. Rather than passively awaiting judgment, it is better to take the initiative and reclaim our voice. At the very least, We must ensure that a portion of those who genuinely understand music hear this song first. Moreover, have you considered that your form of protection may very well be stifling teacher Shue's last opportunity? Once again, silence enveloped the phone line. Ling Ye's words struck like a precise hammer, resonating through the taut nerves of Shui Kai and Sister Fong. Indeed, the situation was already dire, with a chorus of negativity echoing across the internet. How much worse could it possibly get? After a prolonged pause, Shui Kai's deep voice emerged once more, imbued with a sense of desperation born from being pushed to the brink. Ling Ye, what are your specific ideas for this audition meeting? Ultimately, he was touched by Ling Ye's fierce determination to rise from despair. Ling Ye's lips curled into a subtle smile, sensing that the moment was ripe. It was straightforward. We, under the collaborative banner of Starshine Entertainment and yourself, Shui Kai, formally extend an invitation to the 10 most authoritative music critics in Dongyan Province. Among them, we must include those who recently raised the loudest doubts regarding Hill and your choice of folk music, those whose words were most piercing. For instance, Music Odyssey, Old Gun Talk Sound, and especially that music critique compass. How did he evaluate your transition attempt last time? An old dog cannot learn new tricks? This time, we shall allow him to hear for himself whether this new trick is beyond his grasp. The venue shall be set in Starshine's screening room, where we will perform Hill live. However, Sister Fong beside her seemed eager to express more. Those critics have always held biases against folk music. What if? Sister Fong, please do not rush, Ling Ye interjected. I understand your concerns. Some of those critics may indeed harbor prejudices against folk music. Others might be swayed by ulterior motives, deliberately stirring the pot. Nevertheless, their status as authorities implies that there are, at the very least, standards of professionalism to uphold. Music that truly resonates with the soul transcends stylistic boundaries. I have absolute confidence in the quality of Hill. It is not merely a simple tune. It embodies the journey and reflections of a man's life, the relief and desolation following the ascent of a hill. This weight is sufficient to move anyone who genuinely understands music and has lived through experiences. I am unafraid for them to listen. In fact, I welcome them to come with the most discerning ears. When they hear this song and feel the genuine emotions and life experiences encapsulated within it, I believe that at least some of them will alter their preconceived notions. As for those who are intent on negativity for its own sake, we could do little. However, if we can garner even a portion of neutral or positive reviews, it will be enough to disrupt the prevailing tide of negative sentiment. Due que listened intently. Ling Ye's voice coming through the phone with an almost obsessive confidence, yet grounded in reason. He recalled the shock he felt upon hearing the demo of Hill for the first time. The soul-stirring sensation was undeniable. That feeling seemed to encapsulate the bitterness, unwillingness, perseverance, and confusion he had experienced over the years in the music scene, all condensed into the melody and lyrics. Taking a deep breath, he voiced his deepest concern. Ling Ye, this song demands an immense emotional investment from the performer. I worry that in my current state, I might not be able to present it perfectly. This was indeed his most profound apprehension. Having been worn down by the criticism from Hawaii, he felt a certain lack of confidence. Teacher Shui, you need not worry about this at all. Ling Ye's tone softened, yet remained resolute. Starting tomorrow, I will be fully engaged in the recording of Hill. Every detail, every emotional nuance, we shall refine together. This song is not about you portraying someone else. It is about you returning to yourself and singing from the depths of your true self, the genuine Shui Kai. What we seek is not mere display of skill, nor the perfection of vocal tone, but rather the most genuine and profoundly moving emotions. This song represents not only your redemption, but also serves as a resounding rebuttal to all skeptics, demonstrating through the very essence of music that your artistic journey is far from over. These words flowed like molten lava, igniting a spark within Shui Kai's somewhat frigid heart. He could sense the sincerity and undeniable professionalism in Ling Ye's words. This young man was not merely offering him a song. He was instilling within him a sense of strength, a pride and fighting spirit inherent to an artist. Sister Fong, listening to the dialogue between the two, felt her initial panic and anxiety gradually replaced by a complex array of emotions. Observing the rekindled glimmer in Shui Kai's eyes and contemplating Ling Ye's unwavering confidence, the scales of her heart began to oscillate violently. The plan was audacious, the risks substantial. Yet, Ling Ye was correct. There was no turning back. Rather than succumb to despair, it would be more prudent to take a bold leap. She clenched her teeth and finally spoke, her tone laced with a hint of tenacity born from compromise. Ling Ye, if we truly are to hold this audition, every preparatory detail must be flawless. From the wording of the invitation to the arrangement of the venue, and even to the media response strategies, there must be no room for error. I cannot allow Shui Kai to suffer further humiliation before those industry authorities. This was tantamount to a tacit agreement. Shui Kai exhaled deeply, as if shedding a heavy burden. A flicker of resolute determination illuminating his gaze. Addressing the phone, his voice resonated with calm strength. Very well. Ling Ye, let us proceed as you suggest. This audacious audition we shall undertake tomorrow afternoon. At the Xinghua recording studio, I will arrive punctually, and we shall commence the recording of the official version of Hill. A pleasant collaboration. Teacher Shui. Ling Ye into the call. Chapter 69. The Echo of Truth the following afternoon. Within the recording studio of Starshine Entertainment, Shui Kai stood before the microphone. His back as straight as a pine tree, the light converging upon him like an impenetrable mist. His fingers, tightly gripping the headphone cord, revealed an unsettling tension beneath his seemingly calm exterior. This contrasted starkly with the ease and mastery he once exuded while recording the beloved Shui-style love songs that resonated through every street and alley. Behind the glass wall of the control room, Ling Ye sat attentively at the mixing console, focused on calibrating the equipment. He spoke little, occasionally raising his hand to signal the recording engineer, Lao Chun, to make subtle adjustments. Lao Chun, sensing the heaviness in the air, cleared his throat and spoke into the intercom. Teacher Shui, are you ready? Let us do a trial recording. Shui Kai inhaled deeply, signaling an okay with his hand. The familiar prelude of an acoustic guitar flowed through the monitoring headphones, crisp and clear. As he began to sing, his voice retained its signature rich and magnetic quality, his technique flawless. However, as he uttered the first line of the lyrics, one he had yet to fully express, Ling Ye's fingers paused momentarily, his brow furrowing slightly. Upon finishing the first take, a brief silence enveloped the studio. Lao Chun, accustomed to seeking Ling Ye's direction, glanced expectantly at him. Let us do it again. Ling Ye's voice came through the intercom, calm yet imbued with an undeniable pressure. During the second attempt, Shui Kai seemed to exert greater effort to convey emotion. His voice was more intense than before, yet resembled a cup of coffee overly sweetened with saccharin, cloyingly sweet and superficially bitter. Ling Ye listened intently, but the voice remained shrouded behind a transparent barrier, failing to touch the deeply weathered soul residing within the melody and lyrics of the hills. The third take yielded similar results. Frustration crept into Shui Kai's voice as he strained to infuse more fullness into his emotions. But this effort appeared somewhat contrived, robbing the song of its inherent tranquility and depth. The atmosphere in the recording studio grew increasingly oppressive. Removing his headphones, Shui Kai could not disguise his disappointment and self-doubt. He gazed at Ling Ye through the glass wall, his voice somewhat hoarse. Is it that I am not suited for this song? For the first time in his 20-year career, he felt a profound wavering within himself. The so-called Shui-style love songs had come to him effortlessly, always precisely striking the market's chord. Yet this piece, The Hills, made him feel that all his experience and skill had become a heavy shackle. Ling Ye did not respond directly. Instead, he pressed the pause button and picked up the intercom microphone. Teacher Shui, what do you think about while you sing? Shui Kai paused, instinctively replying, I think about pitch, emotion, technique, and what if this song fails? So, you're thinking about singing, about technique, about performance, about not failing. Ling Ye's insight pierced through, leaving out the essence of the song itself. Shui Kai found himself at a loss for words, unable to refute. He had become so accustomed to interpreting love songs with a delicate touch of sorrow that he struggled to approach all music with the same artistry. In the face of a work like The Hill, which requires the essence of real life to be crushed, kneaded, and then laid bare for the world to behold, he resembles a soldier clad in ornate armor, yet utterly oblivious to how to wield his sword. Awkward and absurd. Teacher Shui. Ling Ye's voice resonated clearly through the headphones, urging him to momentarily forget that you are the king of love songs, Shui Kai, to forget all the spotlights, all the techniques, and the so-called experience. At this moment, you are merely an ordinary individual, a traveler who has traversed the hills of half a lifetime. He paused, seemingly allowing Shui Kai a moment to absorb this. Before continuing, close your eyes and reflect on the lowest, most helpless, and loneliest moments of your life. Not the glamour of the stage, but those instances that wrench your very insides with pain upon recollection. Following his guidance, Shui Kai shut his eyes. The recording studio fell into silence, punctuated only by the faint hum of the equipment. Those deliberately sealed memories surged forth like a flood breaking free from its dam. A decade ago, at his mother's bedside, as the lines on the life monitor gradually flattened, he could not grasp her cold hand. That despair and powerlessness of watching life slip away rendered fame and fortune utterly worthless in the face of death. In the early days of his career, in a shabby rented room, gnawing on stale bread, he practiced endlessly in front of a mirror, lost in confusion and humiliation about what the future held. And then, amidst the deafening cheers on stage, he felt a profound loneliness deep within, as if he were the only soul left in the world, singing a lament that no one could comprehend. The repressed emotions churned within him like a long-dormant volcano, teetering on the brink of eruption. "That's enough, Teacher Shui." Ling Ye's voice emerged at a fitting moment, infused with an extraordinary clarity. "With all that, sing once more. Forget about technique, forget about perfection. Express the most authentic parts of your heart. Even if it's a howl or a cry, let it out." Shui Kai slowly opened his eyes, and deep within, it felt as though something had shattered, while something else quietly began to take root. He donned the headphones anew, nodding solemnly toward the microphone. The prelude swelled once more, as Shui Kai began to sing the words he had longed to express but had yet to voice. Ling Ye and Old Chun in the control room held their breath almost in unison. The sound no longer bore the richness and opulence of before. Rather, it carried a subtle rasp, a raw texture born of life's tribulations. Each word seemed to be forcefully extracted from the depths of his chest, imbued with flesh and warmth, faced with life's challenges with a smile. Devoid of contrived sentimentality, devoid of ostentatious vocal embellishments, yet possessing a power that pierced the soul. The helplessness at his mother's deathbed, the cold reception upon entering the industry, the solitude at the center of the stage. These images tumbled through his mind, intertwining with every note. Old Chin even halted his habitual adjustments, leaning slightly forward, utterly engrossed. He seemed to witness a man stumbling through half a life, burdened with dust and weariness, gazing back from the mountain-ass summit. The chorus resounded over the hill, though my hair has turned white, chattering incessantly the melancholy of fleeting time. Shui Kai's voice encapsulated the helplessness towards the passage of years, a resignation to life's bittersweetness, and a profound loneliness that comes from being unawaited. This was not merely a display of technique, it was a soulful serenade. Within the recording studio, an evocative silence enveloped the atmosphere. Ling Ye's lips curled upward, ever so slightly, a fleeting moment. As the final notes faded, their echoes lingered in the air. Shui Kai stood before the microphone, his chest heaving, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. It seemed he had poured every ounce of his being into the performance, yet felt an unprecedented exhilaration. This was it. Ling Ye shattered the stillness, a hint of barely perceptible approval in his tone. This was indeed the hill. He paused, regaining his customary composure and sharpness. However, Teacher Shui, this emotional investment must be flawlessly replicated at next week's internal audition. Otherwise, upon hearing this, Shui Kai felt not pressure, but rather a spark of long-lost determination igniting within him. He nodded vigorously. "I understand. Ling Ye once more, I shall engrave every detail into my very bones. The earlier tension and self-doubt evaporated, replaced by the purest yearning and desire for conquest that a singer feels towards a remarkable song. The subsequent recording session proceeded with exceptional fluidity. Shui Kai appeared to have unlocked his creative channels, each attempt surpassing the last in brilliance. By the time the recording concluded, dusk had settled. Old Chun removed his monitoring headphones, gazing at the flawless waveform on the control panel. Then casting a glance at Shui Kai, tired yet radiant with intensity, inside the glass-walled room. Unable to contain his admiration, he turned to Ling Ye. Teacher Ling Ye, this song and the state of King Shui just now are phenomenal. In my 30 years of recording, few songs have ever given me goosebumps. The hill is truly extraordinary. Ling Ye merely nodded, his gaze drifting toward the dimming twilight beyond the window. Chapter 70. Worthy of auditory validation, the gilded invitation from Starshine Entertainment fluttered like snowflakes into the hands of the 10 most influential music critics in Dongyan Province. Its message succinct, an internal listening session for the hills. This missive sent ripples through the tranquil music critique community of Dongyun, igniting speculation. What is Starshine attempting? A public execution? Among the invitees were several notorious figures who had derided Shui Kai's transformation and belittled his foray into folk music. Was this not tantamount to inviting blows? These 10 critics encompassed nearly all of the most authoritative voices in the Dongyun music scene, including those who had recently voiced the loudest and sharpest skepticism regarding Shui Kai's shift and the choice of folk for the hills. Amidst the mounting conjecture, one individual's declaration intensified the turmoil. The music critique czar, Liu Wujin, updated his social media half an hour after receiving the invitation. With a mere sentence, some music deserves to be validated by the ear rather than judged by prejudice. I shall attend the Starshine the Hills listening session. Accompanying his words was a snapshot of the corner of the invitation. This pronouncement stunned the audience. Liu Wujin had always been sparing with his words, rarely endorsing unreleased works, let alone participating in what bordered on a gamble of a listening session. He was the first to publicly confirm his attendance. In that moment, the remaining 9 invited critics, irrespective of their previous stances, could no longer remain silent. Liu Wujin's statement undoubtedly cloaked the listening session in an air of mystery and gravitas. Ultimately, all 10 critics confirmed their attendance. At the headquarters of Huai Media, incompetence. A bunch of incompetence. The CEO of Huai slammed his tablet onto the ground, shattering the screen. Yang Su stood before the desk, holding his breath. Starshine is demonstrating power over us, over the entire industry. The CEO's chest heaved violently. That traitor Shui Kai, that young upstart Ling Ye. Do they think this will turn the tide? Dream on. He abruptly turned to Yang Su, his gaze menacing. Yang Su, you must act immediately. Contact all the critics who have confirmed their attendance. Give them what they're due. Promise them what they desire. Whatever means you employ, I want Shui Kai's the Hills to become a mountain that can never be climbed. Yes, boss. Yang Su replied, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he hurriedly ascended. In a dimly lit coffee shop booth, Yang Su slid a hefty envelope across the table to the music critique compass. Teacher Wang, you are the barometer of our Dongyun music critique community. This matter concerning Shui Kai requires your utmost attention. A fair and objective evaluation is essential. Yang Su wore a smile. The implications of his words unmistakable. The music critique compass, an unassuming middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, slowly placed the envelope into his briefcase, a glint of shrewdness flickering behind his lenses. Rest assured, Supervisor Yang, I, Old Wang, only acknowledge the work, not personal affiliations. However, folk music is indeed difficult to elevate to high regard. Shui Kai may have made a regrettable move this time. He paused for a moment and added, I shall speak with unwavering integrity, undeterred by authority. The two exchanged a knowing smile, their understanding unspoken. Yang Su had attempted to connect with Liu Wuji through various channels, subtly implying that He was willing to sponsor his music review program. Yet Liu Wuji coldly retorted, my critiques are solely accountable to the music. Having faced a setback, Yang Su could only place his hopes in the discerning individuals within the music review compass. Meanwhile, At Tianyin Entertainment, general manager Li lightly tapped the table. And the head of the artist department, old Zhao, leaned in. The move by Xinghui is indeed risky, yet if the hill possesses any merit, coupled with Shui Kai's fame, a comeback may not be out of reach. Li grunted in response. Go inform those old friends of yours that the hill is merely a desperate marketing ploy by Xinghui. Do not be deceived by their petty tricks. On another front, Vice President Zhang of Shengshi Entertainment, upon receiving the information, let out a cold laugh. He instructed his assistant. Shui Kai's choice of folk music is tantamount to self-sabotage. What is Xinghui even doing with a listening session? They are practically inviting ridicule. It would be a shame not to assist them. Go greet the music critics familiar with the listening session and encourage them to objectively evaluate this supposed folk masterpiece. A current of intrigue began to swirl. Online discussions regarding this audacious listening session intensified. Was Xinghui out of their minds? Actively inviting critics to listen to a folk song? Was Shui Kai recklessly throwing in the towel, preparing for a final hurrah before stepping back from the scene? I bet 5 dimes that a brawl will surely break out at the listening session. Huaiyi's online army and marketing accounts mobilized en masse, fervently disseminating the narrative that the listening session was a final gasp of a dying Xinghui, that Shui Kai had exhausted his talent, and that folk music could not redeem him, all in a bid to seal the verdict before the session even commenced. Inside the Xinghui recording studio, Shui Kai removed his headphones, a hint of anxiety etched on his brow. Ling Ye entered with 2 cups of water, handing one to him. Still troubled by the online comments? Ling Ye leaned against the window, taking a sip. Shui Kai forced a smile. To say I am entirely unconcerned would be a lie. A loss this time could truly spell the end. Ling Ye gazed out at the swirling dark clouds. A storm was brewing, a perfect moment to set sail. He turned to look at Shui Kai. The louder they criticize now, the more resounding the sound of their slaps in the face will be once the hill is released. Let's consider this, allowing the bullets to fly a while longer. Shui Kai was slightly amused by his metaphor, his taut nerves easing somewhat. Ling Ye's calmness amidst the storm always had a way of soothing him. On the day of the listening session, outside the Xinghui Entertainment Building, a throng of media reporters and eager fans had gathered as dawn broke, creating a dense sea of black. Cameras were poised, flashes igniting sporadically, heightening the atmosphere of tension and excitement. Dozens of security personnel maintained order at the scene. At 9 in the morning, the 10 invited music critics began to arrive. Lu Haifan, donned in a casual suit, exuded an air of arrogance, disregarding the reporter's inquiries as he stepped out of his vehicle and strode directly into the building. The seasoned veteran exuded a profound composure, merely nodding slightly in front of the camera, his gaze imbued with a hint of curiosity. In contrast, the music critic Wang Yiming appeared buoyant, even waving playfully at several familiar media cameras, embodying a demeanor of assured victory. He engaged in hushed conversations with fellow critics, occasionally sharing knowing chuckles, their glances seemingly affirming an unspoken understanding among them. Their scrutinizing looks towards the Xinghui building were devoid of subtlety, tinged with a barely perceptible mockery. Lu Wuji was the last to arrive, clad in a simple black t-shirt and jeans, carrying a backpack that rendered him indistinguishable from an ordinary music enthusiast. However, as he alighted from the vehicle, the calm yet scrutinizing sweep of his gaze silenced the previously raucous group of reporters. He paid no heed to any inquiries and gracefully entered the Xinghui building, his intangible yet formidable presence instilling a sense of reverence akin to that of a music czar. The dedicated screening room of Xinghui Entertainment had been temporarily transformed into a listening venue. The setup was remarkably minimalistic, almost stark, featuring only a black round conference table with 10 chairs facing a small stage, where a solitary microphone stood alongside a wooden guitar. All media personnel were barred from entry. Only the 10 invited music critics were granted access. At 9:20, Shui Kai entered the screening room through a side door, accompanied by Ling Ye. Dressed in a simple white shirt with sleeves casually rolled to the elbows, his slightly fatigued visage belied an unwavering determination in his eyes. Following closely, Ling Ye resembled a fresh university graduate, clad in casual attire, clean and unpretentious, his expression neutral save for his eyes, which held a profound stillness. Wang Hao, the head of the composition department, ascended the stage briskly, microphone in hand, his face adorned with a professional smile. Esteemed colleagues, I sincerely appreciate your taking the time to join us at Xinghue Entertainment for Mr. Shui Kai's internal listening session of his new song, Hills. Today, we shall refrain from discussing anything else and communicate solely through music. Now, let us welcome the composer of Hills, Mr. Ling Ye. After Wang Hao's succinct introduction, he stepped aside. Lil Wuji's gaze fell upon Ling Ye. Is this truly the one who penned Only in Hills? He appears astonishingly young, an age that seems scarcely beyond 20. He starkly contrasts with the image he had envisioned of a seasoned creator, rich in stories and experiences. At this moment, Ling Ye's demeanor exuded an unsettling calm, devoid of the youthful restlessness and sharpness. Only an unfathomable tranquility resided in his eyes. Not just Lil Wuji, but the other critics in attendance also exhibited varying degrees of surprise upon seeing Ling Ye, whispers of astonishment circulating through the gathering. Is this indeed Ling Ye? Did he truly write the Only? How remarkably young he is! Where did Xinghue unearth such a prodigy? Ling Ye seemed oblivious to the scrutinizing gazes surrounding him. He strode to the center of the stage, grasped the microphone, and with a serene demeanor, cast his gaze over each music critic seated at the round table. Ultimately, his eyes lingered for a few extra moments on Wang Yiming, the critic from the Music Review Compass. Sensing Ling Ye's scrutiny, Wang Yiming instinctively straightened his posture, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Thank you all for your presence. Words are superfluous. The music itself will provide the answers. Ling Ye's voice resonated through the microphone, clear and powerful, filling the screening room without a hint of nervousness. He turned towards Shui Kai. Teacher Shui, you may begin. Taking a deep breath, Shui Kai approached the high stool that had been prepared at the center of the stage, seated himself, and picked up the wooden guitar that stood silently beside him. There were no extravagant bands, no intricate lighting, just one man and his guitar. He adjusted the strings, his fingertips brushing against them, producing a series of pure, resonant test notes. Instantly, the entire screening room fell into a hushed silence, with every gaze fixated upon Shui Kai and the guitar cradled in his hands. Chapter 71. An initial review of Ice and Fire. Shui Kai's fingertips lightly grazed the guitar strings, and a simple yet profound prelude emerged, devoid of flamboyance. As tranquil as stones washed by water, Wang Yiming's lips curled into a more pronounced smirk, exchanging a knowing glance with his companion beside him. They were well prepared, eager to relish Shui Kai's impending embarrassment. However, when the first chord resonated, Lil Wuji leaned slightly forward, sensing something extraordinary in the prelude. Shui Kai inhaled deeply, his voice breaking the silence. There were many unspoken words lingering in his heart, yearning to be transformed into a song that one could gently hum and softly remember. His tone was not the hallmark, delicate warmth characteristic of Shui's love ballads. Instead, it bore a rawness, shaped by the trials of life. Each unembellished word fell like pebbles into a deep pool, stirring ripples within the listener's soul. Wang Yiming's pen suddenly faltered on the notebook. He instinctively lifted his gaze. The shock reflected behind his lenses quickly masked by his usual composure. Lil Wuji arched an eyebrow, his attention sharpening. The song continued to flow. With a playful smile, he faced life's adversities. Nostran cries, no deliverit melodrama. Shui Kai sang calmly, like a weary traveler standing atop a mountain, gazing back at the muddy path traversed. His voice carried a sense of helplessness, confusion, and the exhaustion of forced smiles, yet also an acceptance that followed the storm. The previous critics who harbored disdain for folk music saw their expressions shift from scrutiny to a newfound focus, some even furrowing their brows, leaning forward unconsciously to capture every subtle emotion within melody. As the chorus arrived, it resonated deeply. Over the hills, though my hair is turned white, the incessant chatter of sorrow, unfulfilled desires, leaves me feeling lost. The solitude and desolation, the poignant resignation to the passage of time, permeated the small screening room through Shui Kai's voice. This was not a display of technique. It was a whisper of the soul, An older critic found that his pen had unknowingly stilled, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. The previously haughty expression on Lu Hai's face was replaced by disbelief. Even the critics who had initially whispered among themselves fell into a profound silence. Only Wang Yiming continued to scribble rapidly in his notebook, his smirk unwavering. He had already prepared his remarks. Over the hills, one discovers there is no one waiting. The incessant chatter can no longer summon tenderness. Shui Kai's voice quavered slightly, yet returned to a state of tranquility by the end. Within the screening room, the air seemed to solidify, an indescribable emotion quietly spreading, awakening the hidden loneliness and confusion within each individual. As the final notes faded, the reverberations lay heavily on everyone's hearts. Shui Kai slowly set down his guitar, beads of sweat forming at his temples, his chest rising and falling gently. His gaze was remarkably bright, imbued with a clarity born of relief. The room remained in profound silence. After a few moments, Wang Hao cleared his throat, donning a professional smile. "Thank you, Teacher Shui Kai, for your splendid performance. Esteemed teachers, the floor is now open for discussion." As soon as the words left his lips, Wang Yiming adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and boldly interjected. "First and foremost, I commend Shui Tian Wang for his audacity in venturing into the realm of folk music, a genre that, shall we say, possesses a distinct style." He momentarily paused, seemingly weighing his words, yet the nonchalance in his eyes was unmistakable. "However, I must candidly state that, from a professional standpoint, this song harbors numerous issues." He opened his notebook, as if reciting a pre-prepared verdict. "Firstly, the structure is rather uninspired. The differentiation between the verses and the chorus is minimal, lacking memorable hooks. The melodic lines are excessively simplistic, failing to leave a lasting impression. Secondly, the arrangement is rather sparse. While a single guitar may exude simplicity, it also reveals a certain deficiency in creativity. For Shui Tian Wang, this approach seems rather meager." He surveyed the room with a sweeping glance. "Thirdly, let us discuss the lyrics. While they attempt to convey reflections on life, the choice of words feels somewhat contrived, with overt signs of effort that border on forced melancholy. Expressions such as smiling with a carefree demeanor and prattling on resemble mere lamentations, devoid of genuine emotional depth." Wang Yiming closed his notebook, drawing his conclusions. In summary, folk music remains a niche genre, inherently limited in its appeal, and thus struggles to ascend to greater artistic heights. Shui Tian Wang's recent transformation, particularly with his choice of Mountain Hill, I fear, may have taken a misguided turn, verging on the perilous. He emphasized the word perilous, his lips curling into a clearer smirk. Shui Kai's expression darkened incrementally, his hands resting on his knees clenched tightly, knuckles paling. No sooner had Wang Yiming finished speaking than a bespectacled music critic seated beside him promptly chimed in. Indeed, what Wang Laosher has articulated holds true. Folk music, while capable of evoking sentiment, lacks the substance befitting a major transition for a superstar. This song simply feels flat, too insipid to stir any waves. Another critic, stylishly attired, curled her lip. Precisely. The tastes of contemporary audiences have become quite discerning. Such a bland song raises concerns for its market viability. Shui Tian Wang should perhaps stick to his strengths instead of wading into the murky waters of folk music. It appears he has exerted himself excessively this time, losing sight of his authenticity. Several critics affiliated with Huai chimed in, echoing Wang Yiming's sentiments, subtly insinuating the lack of sophistication in folk music, its niche status, and the misstep in Shui Kai's choice. The atmosphere in the screening room grew increasingly oppressive due to the early dissenters. Over at Xinghui, Wang Hao's smile had turned somewhat rigid. In the corner, a gentle-looking female critic, who had earlier been moved to tears during the performance, could no longer contain herself. Her voice, though soft, rang with clarity. "I beg to differ." All eyes turned towards her. She took a deep breath, meeting the disapproving gazes of Wang Yiming and others. The melody of Mountain Hill may not possess the catchy allure of many pop songs, and the arrangement is indeed simple. Yet the emotional intensity and the depth of the lyrics far surpass many works adorned with elaborate arrangements and intricate techniques. What I perceive is not artifice, but authenticity. It is the genuine introspection of a middle-aged man reflecting on the journey of his life. Such profound sorrow, such helplessness, such a sense of release can only be truly appreciated through the tapestry of life experiences, and only then can it be articulated in song. Authenticity? Wang Yiming scoffed, unceremoniously interrupting her. Esteemed teacher, our discussion revolves around the professionalism and marketability of a commercial song, not a nostalgic tea gathering reminiscing about past hardships. If music were to be evaluated solely on the criteria of so-called authenticity and emotion, what purpose would critics serve? The barriers to entry in the realm of folk music are already quite low. If we neglect the importance of melodic hooks and the richness of arrangement, how do we differ from street performers? The female critic found herself stung by his sharp remarks, her cheeks flushing with indignation. All right, let us temper our words. Harmony is paramount. Someone nearby attempted to mediate, yet the atmosphere had become palpably tense. All eyes, subtly yet unmistakably, turned towards the immovable figure of Luigi, who had remained silently steadfast throughout. He was the anchor of this listening session. Ling Ye observed the unfolding scene with unwavering calm. He had anticipated the provocations from Wang Yiming and the others. His long fingers gently tapped on his knee, the rhythm steady and unhurried, as if he were awaiting a pivotal moment, or perhaps savoring a performance scripted long ago. At last, under the expectant and inquisitive gazes of the audience, Luigi slowly lifted his head. His eyes, seemingly capable of perceiving all, first swept indifferently over the somewhat self-satisfied Wang Yiming, before shifting to the weary, yet resolute Shui Kai at center stage. In the entire screening room, one could hear a pin drop. Chapter 72. The Debate of Luigi. Wang Yiming Luigi spoke, his voice not loud yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Are you listening to the song, or merely to your preconceived biases? At that moment, Wang Yiming's expression shifted dramatically, transforming from smugness to discomposure. I am, of course, analyzing it from a professional standpoint. Luigi did not grant him the opportunity to defend himself. His cold gaze fell upon the invitation in his hand, then slowly rose to meet Wang Yiming's eyes, his tone dripping with unmasked sarcasm. You claim the structure is bland and the melody simplistic? He let out a derisive laugh. When emotions reach their zenith, any ostentatious technique becomes superfluous. The melody of this song is a gravestone etched into the soul, not a trivial ditty for you to hum along to. You assert the arrangement is meager, merely a pitiful guitar? Luigi's voice suddenly rose, charged with an overwhelming intensity. Have a look at those celebrated songs that have won the Sacred Song Award. Which of them required a symphony orchestra? Which relied on extravagant instrumentation? True power emanates from authenticity, not from accumulation. This guitar is Shui Kai's armor, and it embodies his courage to confront the past without pretense. As for the lyrics being contrived, merely a forced expression of sorrow, Luigi's gaze sharpened like a blade, piercing deep into Wang Yiming's innermost being. Wang Yiming, your life must have been a smooth sail, never having faced the trials of life with a smile, nor experienced the desolation and solitude of realizing that no one awaits you beyond the hills, right? Therefore, you cannot comprehend. Thus, you dismiss it as mere self-indulgent lamentation. His words struck like thunder. Wang Yiming's face flushed a deep shade of crimson, his lips quivering, struggling to retort, but unable to utter a single word. The other critics present, those with even a modicum of experience, appeared contemplative, some even nodding subconsciously. Luigi's words were harsh yet strikingly accurate. Wang Yiming, attempting to salvage his dignity, pressed on, Look, I am analyzing this from a market and professional production perspective. Market? Professional? Luigi interrupted him directly, his tone thick with derision. When the only one first emerged, how many so-called professionals truly understood it? Genuine professionalism lies in perceiving the soul of the music, in sensing the creator's joys and sorrows, not in clinging to a few outdated and moldy rules as if they were sacred edicts. He turned towards the female critic who had passionately defended the hills, nodding slightly. What this esteemed critic referred to as authenticity is precisely the most precious and professional aspect of this song. The female critic felt a surge of emotion, excitedly returning Lu Wuji's gaze and nodding vigorously. Once more, Lu Wuji scanned the audience, his voice resolute and resounding. The hills. It is not a limitation of folk music, but rather a pioneering endeavor within it. It conveys the most intricate aspects of life in the simplest manner. It is not a niche song of self-pity, but rather an anthem and elegy that every individual who has struggled along the rocky path of life can comprehend. As his words echoed, the room fell into an abyss of silence. Wang Yiming and the others appeared ashen, their faces devoid of color. At that moment, Ling Ye, who had been sitting quietly, slowly picked up the microphone before him. All eyes instantly converged upon this young man. Ling Ye's expression remained calm, even adorned with a faint, elusive smile. He gazed at Wang Yiming and the few critics who had previously echoed his sentiments. His voice gentle yet piercing. It seems that your definitions of folk music remain ensconced in the past. In truth, the simplicity of Shan Qiu is designed to accentuate truth to the fullest extent. Its guitar arrangement, each chord progression, and even every pause for breath in Shui Kai's performance have been meticulously crafted and refined, all for one purpose, to convey the complex emotions that arise after crossing the hill. Ling Ye paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over Wang Yiming's pale countenance. If you have only perceived the superficial simplicity, it merely indicates that some music and emotions require heartfelt appreciation, not merely a rigid evaluation through ears and the so-called industry standards. His words, though not heavy, struck at the very core, precisely unraveling the superficial expertise of Wang Yiming and the others. Wang Yiming's face shifted from red to white, then to a ghastly green. He opened his mouth, yet found himself devoid of a single word to refute. The pen in his hand felt as if it might snap under his grip. Well said, Lao Pao exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. His rugged face alight with excitement, his eyes glistening. This song shattered my heart, only to be pieced back together word by word. This is music. This is life. Yu Haifan Zhou also retracted his customary arrogance, murmuring softly, indeed, it exceeded my expectations. This song possesses great power with an immense aftertaste. The critics who had previously rallied behind Wang Yiming now squirmed uncomfortably, exchanging glances, cold sweat beading on their brows, wishing they could sink into the ground and never speak again. The outspoken female critic, filled with fervor, took the lead in applauding. The crisp sound of applause echoed in the screening room, sparse yet resolute. The other neutral critics nodded in agreement, visibly moved. They began to reassess Shan Qiu and the profound voice of Shui Kai. Lu Wuji's gaze shifted to Shui Kai at the center of the stage, his tone softening slightly, imbued with complexity. Due Kai. Shui Kai suddenly lifted his head, his eyes rimmed with red, lips pressed tightly together. Congratulations, Lu Wuji said slowly. You have finally transcended the highest hill within your heart. From this day forward, you need no longer be merely the king of love songs. You are now a truly respected singer. Unable to contain himself any longer, Shui Kai abruptly stood up, bowing deeply to Lu Wuji and to all those who had affirmed him. Finally, Lu Wuji's gaze fell upon Ling Ye's youthful yet extraordinarily serene face, his eyes filled with curiosity and astonishment. Ling Ye. The singular essence is a breathtaking glimpse that shatters the mundane, while the hills embody a profound understanding of worldly affairs, effortlessly grasped. Through two melodies, you have defined the zenith of artistic expression. The music scene in Dongyanzu, forever altered by your presence, shall no longer remain tranquil. As the listening session concluded, Mr. Wang Hao, the supervisor of Xinghua Entertainment, wore a beaming smile as he graciously escorted the critics, including the esteemed Lu Wuji, out the door. In stark contrast, Wang Yiming and his companions resembled defeated roosters, their expressions grim and disheveled, nearly fleeing in disarray, indifferent even to the journalists. Outside the Xinghua building, Yang Su waited in his car, growing increasingly restless. Upon witnessing Wang Yiming's despondent demeanor, a sense of foreboding gripped him. Once his subordinates swiftly gathered intelligence on the internal happenings of the listening session, Yang Su's countenance darkened and trembling. He retrieved his phone to dial the number of the president of Hawaii. "Boss, there has been an issue at the listening session." "What kind of issue?" Came a sharp reply. "Liu Wuji. He completely sided with Xue Kai, and he lambasted our appointed individuals mercilessly." A crash reverberated through the phone, signaling the shattering of an object. "Incompetence. What good are you if you cannot manage a few music critics? What use do I have for you?" The president's furious voice nearly pierced through the phone speaker. "At any cost, I want Hills destroyed. I want Xue Kai to never rise again. Contact everyone you can. Employ every possible means. Make sure they are utterly crushed." A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Yang Su's eyes. "Understood, boss." Meanwhile, in the office of the chairman of Xinghua Entertainment, Chun Haidong, after hearing Wang Hao's report, slammed his hand on the table, his face radiating unmasked excitement and determination. "Excellent. Truly remarkable, Liu Wuji." He promptly instructed Wang Hao immediately. "Right away. Compile recordings and transcripts of Liu Wuji's favorable reviews along with the finest excerpts of Hills to launch our first wave of public opinion. Furthermore, officially announce that Xue Kai's new single, Hills, will be released at midnight on November 1st across all platforms." A flame of ambition flickered in Chun Haidong's eyes. "Our target, the champion of the Tianlai chart." Chapter 73. Golden quotes topped the charts. Scandal turns to ashes as the smoke from the listening event dissipated. The promotional machinery of Xinghua Entertainment was already in full swing. The manager of the publicity department took command personally. Liu Wuji's remarks, pioneering the folk genre, the battle song and the elegy, inscribed as epitaphs upon the soul, were swiftly transformed by designers into a variety of striking poster designs. Coupled with Liu Wuji's imposing silhouette, these graphics provided a powerful visual impact. "Cover all channels," commanded the manager with a sweeping gesture. Simultaneously, the editor hastily compiled audio recordings from the listening event, particularly segments featuring Liu Wuji and other prominent music critics, set to the most captivating lines of the chorus from the Hills. "Over the hills, though my hair is turned white. Over the hills, only to find no one awaits." This was crafted into a short video, which, through Xinghua Entertainment's official account and various media platforms, surged across the internet like a tidal wave. The online realm was set ablaze. Just a day prior, skeptics had derided Xue Kai, dismissing him as a has-been unable to innovate, questioning the legitimacy of folk music within the mainstream. Yet, they were swiftly engulfed by this new wave. Music critic Czar vindicates The Hills' Xue Kai as transformative work. The Hills astonishes Ling Ye, the genius redefining folk music. Liu Wuji, The Hills, a pioneering folk anthem. Tears upon hearing The Hills excerpt. These fervent hashtags ascended with astonishing speed, dominating social media platforms, music forums, and the entertainment sections of news apps. "Goodness, Liu Wuji has spoken. What a Vine song is this, The Hills. Just listening to that chorus gives me chills. The sense of nostalgia is unparalleled. Over the hills, only to find no one awaits." It pierces the heart. Where those who criticized Xue Kai, does it hurt to face the music? I've looped that chorus 50 times already. I demand the full version. Xinghua, hurry up. In the office of Hawaii Media, the atmosphere was so oppressive it could almost be squeezed for moisture. Yang Su stared at the glaring headlines and the overwhelming tide of praise on the screen, his forehead pulsating with tension. "Boss," he croaked in the phone, "Liu Wuji's influence is too great. All the negative narratives we have been promoting are utterly ineffective." A heavy silence lingered on the other end of the line, and, after a long pause, the icy voice of the Hawaii president emerged. "If we cannot tarnish the song, then we shall ruin the man. I want Xue Kai's reputation in tatters. Use his scandals to suppress the heat surrounding the Hills. Let him understand the consequences of betraying Hawaii." Yang Su trembled slightly. "Boss, those old matters regarding Xue Kai may be. There is no may." The president of Hawaii barked. "Create, fabricate new material that will ensure he never rises again. Money is no object." Soon, the internet was flooded with carefully concocted sensational news. Breaking: Xue Kai allegedly involved in overseas gambling, losing a fortune. accompanied by a few blurry images of a casino backdrop. Insiders revealed Shui Kai as unseemly past before his rise to fame, suggesting he would stop at nothing to attain success. Amidst a series of ambiguous and fragmented chat records, an exclusive revelation surfaces. Shui Kai is allegedly embroiled in a clandestine rendezvous with a certain female star at a hotel during the late hours, accompanied by a few indistinct distant photographs. This time, Hawaii has miscalculated. The acclaim surrounding Lu Wuji and the impact of the segment from The Hill have established a dominant narrative. These abrupt scandals are riddled with inconsistencies and reveal palpable malice. The publicity department of Xinhua responded with remarkable swiftness, countering each new piece of slander with irrefutable evidence, even directly exposing the signs of forgery in the images and videos. Is it true that Hawaii has resorted to photo manipulation to fabricate rumors? It is laughable. Their tactics are utterly clumsy. Do they take us for fools? Having listened to The Hill, one can only feel disgusted by this garbage. The ugly face of capital suppressing fine music is truly disheartening. With such time wasted, they might as well focus on producing good music. Oh, I almost forgot. It seems Hawaii lacks the capability for that. This audacious maneuver by Hawaii has only piqued my curiosity about The Hill even more. Instead of tarnishing its reputation, the scandal has inadvertently served as a catalyst, adding fuel to the fire. In the office of the chairman of Xinhua Entertainment, Chun Haidong surveyed the public sentiment report, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Hawaii is bringing disgrace upon itself. He turned to Wang Hao. What about the legal department? Let them stretch their legs a bit. For every account and instigator behind this malicious defamation and evidence fabrication, we shall file lawsuits against all of them. I want them to understand that the artists of Xinhua are not porcelain to be trifled with. Yes, Chairman. Wang Hao accepted the order, excitement flickering in his eyes. Amidst this uproar, The Hill is witnessing a meteoric rise in anticipation and pre-order numbers across major music platforms. Dongchuang Music reports that The Hill has surpassed 3 million pre-orders. Yanine platform rates the anticipation score a 9.8. Kulu Online's folk music section has exploded. The Hill has set a record for single-song pre-orders this year. All metrics have effortlessly established a historical high for Dongyunzu's folk genre. Countless individuals eagerly await the official release of this song, which has already ignited fervor. In the composition department of Xinhua Entertainment, Wang Hao, armed with the latest data report, approached Ling Ye and Shui Kai. Ling Ye poured water for the two. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Hawaii will not relent easily. What else can they do? Shui Kai's voice tightened slightly. When conventional methods fail, desperation can lead individuals to irrationality or even madness. Ling Ye analyzed, they are now in a precarious position, having invested heavily, yet have become our publicity committee. This indignation is something they cannot swallow. If The Hill becomes a hit, it would deliver a devastating blow to Hawaii's reputation and industry standing. Shui Kai furrowed his brow. What else might they attempt? Rumors have proven futile. Exploiting loopholes in regulations, Ling Ye's gaze sharpened. Once the song is released, they will leverage various unfounded accusations, such as misleading lyrical content or suspected plagiarism in arrangement, even if based on mere speculation, to launch a massive campaign of reports to official agencies or platforms, aiming to subject The Hill to frequent reviews, or even to have it taken down or throttled. He reminisced about the incessant, underhanded tactics of the entertainment industry from his previous life. Some would resort to bribing so-called Big V influencers and content creators, maliciously interpreting and attacking from the most convoluted and absurd angles, creating new points of controversy, tainting comment sections, and tarnishing public reputation. A chill ran through Wang Hao and Shui Kai as they listened. Such methods indeed represented some of the sordid yet effective tricks employed within the industry. Then Shui Kai expressed his concerns. We must ensure that we are impeccable while also proactively communicating with major platforms to prepare for any potential malicious attacks. Ling Ye turned to Shui Kai. Teacher Shui, trust in The Hill and trust in yourself. His calm analysis and composed demeanor brought a sense of reassurance to Wang Hao and Shui Kai. At Tianyin Entertainment, President Lee scrutinized the alarming pre-release data of The Hill and the reviews from Luigi, his brows furrowed in concern. Luo Mingyuan, he addressed his most trusted aide. Let's hold back on the rock single we plan to release next month. Luo Mingyuan looked taken aback. President Li, that's our entry for the charts. Entry for the charts? Li sneered. At this rate, anyone who ventures forth will meet their demise. We must avoid the limelight of the hill until this storm passes. At Shengshi Entertainment, Vice President Zhang made a similar decision, postponing a pop album originally set for release in November to December. The momentum of the hill is too formidable, he instructed his secretary. Have the PR department monitor closely, but refrain from making any hasty moves. This time, Huai is bound to suffer a significant setback. As the evening of October 31st approached, only hours remained until the hill would officially launch on all major music platforms. Countless eyes, filled with anticipation, jealousy, concern, and curiosity, were fixated on the countdown across various platforms. The night sky and Dongyuns who stirred with currents, all due to a single song. Numerous music fans gathered before their phones and computers, headphones at the ready, eagerly awaiting the stroke of midnight to finally experience the legendary The Hill. Chapter 74. The invisible hand. As the clock struck midnight, it resembled an invisible gate bursting open. The download button for The Hill across major music platforms flickered from gray to bright almost simultaneously. In the next moment, a torrent of clicks surged forth. The servers of Dongchuang Music emitted a pained groan, instantly shattering the highest traffic record since its establishment. Technicians scurried about, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads as they fixated on the rapidly ascending graphs, their hearts nearly leaping from their throats. On the Yunin platform, the comment section witnessed numbers escalating at an almost imperceptible speed, from a few to dozens, then to hundreds, all in the blink of an eye. A mere refresh revealed a flood of hundreds of new comments. The technicians at Cool Music Online observed the back-end graph, where the red line representing the hill download count aggressively pierced the sky at an almost vertical angle. Countless music enthusiasts stationed before their screens pressed the play button in unison. The guitar's prelude resonated, and the weathered, husky voice instantly captivated all ears. Crossing the hill, only to find no one waiting, chattering incessantly, unable to reclaim tenderness. Why is it I cannot remember who last embraced me and when? The comment sections of various music platforms had transcended mere expressions of enjoyment or support. I am nearly 50, driving a taxi, listening to The Hill, crying like a fool on an overpass. This isn't merely a song. It articulates the bewilderment and struggles that we middle-aged men cannot voice. In our youth, we aimed to conquer the world, but now we realize that simply not being conquered is already a tremendous feat. Crossing the hill, only to find no one waiting, is not despair. It is the stark realization of life as truth. And yet, we must continue to move forward. I used to think Shui Kai only sang sappy love songs, but I never imagined he could produce such profound music. This is not just a song. It is the unspoken truth of us middle-aged men in the depths of night. It moved me to tears. I recalled how, in my youth, I traveled over 30 hours on a green train to pursue a girl, traversing several mountains. Ultimately, she married another. Later, I too found my family. The hill exists in everyone's heart. Each heartfelt comment flowed like a gentle stream, converging into an ocean of emotion. The fervor surrounding the hill transcended mere entertainment, beginning to permeate broader societal dimensions, eliciting resonance across ages and circles. At Hawaii Media, the lights in Yangsu and the president's office burned throughout the night. Both men stared intently at the glaring data on the screen, their expressions shifting from initial shock to disbelief and finally to an ashen pallor. Within an hour of its release, The Hill surpassed 3 million downloads across all platforms. In 3 hours, it exceeded 5 million. The statistics, in a crushing manner, shattered all historical records for single releases in the Dongyunza music scene. Yangsu's voice trembled with unmistakable fear. Boss, the data is terrifying. Our press release regarding the new material has sunk like a stone, barely creating a ripple, completely overshadowed by the accolades for The Hill. The president of Hawaii slammed his cigar into the ashtray, embers flying, his gaze ominously fierce. Since we cannot suppress it, Let's ensure it vanishes completely. Initiate Plan B. Yang Su shuddered. Boss, do we truly have to resort to that tactic? What if? There is no what if. The president of Hawaii interrupted sharply. If we do not eliminate it, how can Hawaii maintain its foothold in Dongyan province in the future? Yes, sir. Yang Su dared not say more and immediately picked up the phone to commence arrangements. In no time, numerous prepared reports flooded various channels, akin to a tidal wave, directed towards the Comprehensive Law Enforcement and Supervision Bureau of the Dongyan cultural market, as well as major music platforms. The reasons for the reports varied widely, yet all pointed to a single core issue. The lyrics of The Hill are negative and despondent, promoting defeatism and do not align with the positive societal values, severely impacting the mental and physical health of the youth, thus demanding immediate removal. In the early morning, as the first rays of sunlight had yet to fully disperse the city's mist, many music enthusiasts accustomed to rising early to listen to songs were astonished to discover that on certain music platforms, the page for The Hill suddenly displayed a status of content review, rendering it temporarily unavailable for playback or download. Why can't my friend open the link to The Hill that I shared? What the heck? The page for The Hill on Dongchuang Music informs new users that the song is under content review and not available for preview or download. Yanin too. Kill as well. What's going on? After a brief moment of shock, anger began to spread across the internet. What happened to The Hill? Resist malicious reports. Return my Hill. Who is sabotaging The Hill? Several phrases laden with intense dissatisfaction surged to the top of social media trends at an astonishing speed. It was clear to the discerning that there was a manipulator behind the scenes, and the finger pointed squarely at the previously unruly Hawaii media. Is Hawaii truly that despicable, resorting to underhanded tactics when they cannot compete? Such methods are nothing short of a cancer in the industry. Support Xinghua. Support Shui Kai. A good song should not be buried. Public sentiment surged, and the online backlash against Hawaii reached new heights. In the chairman's office at Xinghua Entertainment, Chun Haidong's expression was as cold as ice, while Wang Hao anxiously reported the situation beside him. Chairman, as Ling Ye anticipated, Hawaii has resorted to the most despicable means. They have mobilized a vast number of internet trolls and marketing accounts, citing improper lyrical guidance as a reason to launch massive complaints to the Cultural Supervision Bureau and various platforms. Now, the three major platforms are buckling under pressure and have temporarily placed The Hill under manual review. Yet at this moment, Ling Ye appeared remarkably calm. He retrieved a stack of printed documents from his folder and handed them to Wang Hao. Manager Wang, these are materials I prepared in advance. Have the Public Relations Department act immediately. Wang Hao took the manuscript, the title boldly proclaiming, The Hills, Echoes of Heroism in Ordinary Lives. He swiftly skimmed through a few paragraphs, a glimmer of insight illuminating his eyes. This article commenced with an exploration of the shifting tides of contemporary society, dissecting the tangible predicaments and spiritual disarray faced by the modern middle